Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello, welcome to PEPAGANDA with your host, Pep. It is election day. We're going to be covering a little bit of that later on in the show, but I wanted to cover something that is exciting. And you guys might think of, I don't like to celebrate somebody's passing. I usually reserve that for, taking the high road, but Dick Cheney's dead. Dick Cheney's dead, folks, and I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was convinced that he was going to be one of the last people on this planet. A la Keith, like he would actually outlive Keith Richards. It would be the cockroaches, Keith Richards, and Dick Cheney, because Dick Cheney would be on his fourth heart, his eighth liver, whatever that. I just was convinced that he had a whole bunch of just people locked up just to harvest their organs just for any time that he needed it. But nope, pneumonia did it. Pneumonia took him out. 84 years old, and I can just say with a little bit of gusto, rest in piss. Rest in piss. I absolutely despise that motherfucker. Excuse me for swearing so soon into the show, but if you don't know how much damage that guy caused to this country and how he was the original shadow president, guys, he was the one who ran the government. It was Dick Cheney and then George Bush just as the figurehead. And then you had Donald Rumsfeld, and they were colluding together there was a conspiracy theory when I was in high school that they were lizard people. And Louis C.K. asked Donald Rumsfeld directly to his face, well, on the phone, but still, it was during an Opie and Anthony appearance, and he asked him if he was indeed a lizard person. The thing is, he never answered no. But with Dick Cheney, he's actually personally, his response to Iraq, doesn't regret it at all. He's directly responsible for me losing two of my friends to a needless war that nothing ever came from it. It was an illegal occupation. So no, I'm really tired of the whitewashing that I've seen in the media today. Almost every network is just like, Dick Cheney, former Vice President Dick Cheney he is being put to rest, and all the respect that this dude does not deserve. So on this show, we're not going to be doing that. But first off, I want to say thank you for being here. I understand that the Majority Report has a certain guest on that might pull in some viewers from the first hour here. But hey, that means I appreciate you even more. But you know what I really do appreciate? You guys hitting that like button on the stream. It really helps this space out. It helps out all the creators on today's stream. And we can get the day started right, because as I said, today is election day. We have election day coverage coming up, a special election day show coming up where all the creators will be congregating. And we will definitely be rolling out in and out of that show, because I bet that everybody has some opinions on that one. Pepper first. Pep coming in on fire. Yes, Etch. I really, really dislike. He was somebody that I hated. I can't even mince words with it. That guy got me into the position of hating those types of people in politics, because we can at least thank him for being such a just blatantly piece of evil shit that we all can hate him. So, oh damn, I missed he died. Well, guess what, folks? We're gonna start right right now we're going to go right into it. And I have a little compilation here. So let me take you back to an era of 2003 to 2009 where we got to have a bunch of people calling out the blatant evil and hypocrisy of this this demon. And we also are going to have some familiar faces. So buckle up, people. But first, let's get the skinny on. Does anybody still say let's get the skinny? Did they ever? But yes, let's get the skinny on Dick Cheney, former U.S. president, dead at 84.
Dick Cheney, one of the most powerful and polarizing vice presidents in
I'm already pissed.
American history, has died. He was known for being the leading advocate for the war in Iraq following the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001. Cheney consistently defended the extraordinary tools of surveillance, detention, and inquisition employed in response to the attacks. His vice president...
That means torture people. That was fancy newspeak for torture.
He was
hey, I just had a hiccup in the stream.
kept the faith in a shaky...
Oh, yeah. You know what? I probably should have addressed real quick that I had some internet issues right before stream. Like, I got lucky in the fact that I was even able to do this. So if there are hiccups and if my end drops, just know having a little bit of a internet issue.
Time, resolute, even as the nation turned against the war in Iraq. Born in Nebraska and raised in Wyoming, Cheney maintained a political career in Washington that spanned decades. He served under several administrations from Gerald Ford to Ronald Reagan. Cheney served father and son presidents, leading the armed forces under President George H.W. Bush and as vice president under George W. Bush.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
He faced several health issues throughout his career, and having survived 5 heart attacks, had long...
5 heart attacks. 5. This dude survived 5 heart attacks. Do you understand just the statistical anomaly that is that alone? This is, again, why I was convinced that this dude was going to live well into his hundreds.
Living on
this, I mean, I'm sorry, guys. The fact that he didn't even see 90, I know this is going to reflect on me. I don't care. I'm glad. I'm glad that he doesn't get to see 90. I'm glad that, this is proof that, and I hope that every oligarch and anybody that fancies themselves too powerful to outrun that Grim Reaper, that this is a reminder.
On borrowed time. Cheney was devoted to his family and spoke out on behalf of his daughters, Liz and Mary.
I have a gay daughter, so it's an issue that our family is very familiar with. We have 2 daughters, and we have enormous pride in both of them.
After leaving office, he returned to Washington to support his other daughter, Representative Liz Cheney.
That's just funny, to be honest.
For battling former President Donald Trump.
Honestly, and we can blame him for that too. We can blame Kamala, but we can blame when the second that she pivoted towards Liz and Dick Cheney's endorsement over the left, immediately I started having major issues, and I even got to the point where I was like, do I want to even vote?
However,
but then of course I did.
Her vote to impeach former President Donald Trump and her work on the January 6th hearings later led to her losing re-election. But all the while, her father stood by her side. Mr. Cheney is survived by his wife, Lynn, and their daughters, Mary and Liz.
Well, I'm glad that they were able to keep the decorum up for, Mr. Cheney's passing over at the Associated Press. But as I said, here on Pep Talks, I'm speaking the truth that I knew, man. Again, I had people in my life that went, and this is a time that you have to remember that 9/11 polarized, or not polarized, because polarization would mean that people were even against it. It did this thing where it made a whole bunch of people really patriotic, and it also kind of acted as its own draft where I saw it because I was in high school at that time. Even I went and tried to enlist into the Army Rangers, but then I also realized what that entails. They're like, yeah, you're gonna be jumping out of planes, you're gonna be doing this, that, blah, 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 blah. And true story. This guy, Sergeant Devos. I just remember him because he had such a ridiculous name that he keeps doing this number like Pepper, huh? Oh, well, means you might get an early promotion. I was just like, oh, is this all it's gonna be? Is just Pepper jokes? Okay. And that thank God. Like, seriously, thank God that I was just like, I don't want to deal with that. And I know it's catty, right? But it also kind of made me go, oh, I could look into the sophisticated psychological abuse tactics that they use to make you feel like only the military can fix you. They literally use cult tactics. And the reason that I recognized it so quickly was because I had just gotten out of a religious cult. So, well, I was on my beginning stages of fully leaving. That's a whole nother story. But all right, as I said, we are getting transported back here because he is seriously just one of the worst people to ever exist. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. All right. Now, this is where I will transport us back to a simpler time. And this is going to give a lot of you nostalgia. Some of you might not have even seen these clips. But I know that there's at least a few of you in the audience that you guys were part of the Young Turks audience. Now, I understand that this is a little complicated these days, but this goes, as I said, back to a simpler time where Cenk Uygur did have some pretty, dare I say, good takes on Dick Cheney, the war in Iraq, and just the overall fuckery that was going on in our country at that time. So let's transport ourselves back to 2005.
Dick Cheney. Man, I'm reading stuff over the weekend.
2007, actually.
This
Sorry.
guy is such a force of evil in this country. I can't begin to describe it. I've been trying to describe it to you for the last 5 years. I haven't been successful yet. Because people don't get it. They just, like the American people,
that young, fresh-faced jank.
have no idea how truly dark Dick Cheney is. And what a
Yeah, baby Jake.
I'm not sure we've had a force inside the American government as dark as...
Time to finally check out the Christian Bale movie. I can do it now. I think that I could watch it now that he's gone, because I couldn't watch that knowing that sack of shit was still alive and just there could be a Vice 2.
Dick Cheney. Ever. Mm-hmm. Ever. Okay? Every single terrible thing that has happened leads back to him. And whether it ranges from terrible ideas with disastrous consequences to things that are truly immoral. Mm-hmm. Let me give you a range of things. One of the things I discovered over the weekend.
Look at him trying to even be objective.
Was that Lawrence Wilkerson, former chief of staff to Colin Powell, when he was the Secretary of State, told reporters, "Oh, by the way, Cheney and his buddies, they tried to start a war with China before we had the whole 9/11 and the Iraq and stuff." And then it was confirmed by the
God, it's weird to think that he might be the same age as Hassan is now here.
Pretty much our ambassador to Taiwan. I say pretty much because the ambassador position to Taiwan is a complicated situation. But the person who represents us in Taiwan said, yeah, Wilkerson is right. That's what they tried to do. Okay, get a load of this. Here's what Rumsfeld and Cheney would constantly send people over to Taiwan to encourage the independence movement. Now, China has said if Taiwan declares its independence, there will be a military strike, and we'll go and take it over, right? So our official policy, the U.S. policy, since Nixon went over, is don't do that, okay? We don't encourage independence at all. We have a murky, confusing, on purpose policy so that
Oh, yeah, he's 37 here, so he's just short of how old Hassan is.
It seems like, hey, we're kind of supporting Taiwan, but we're not pissing off China. It's called diplomacy. Mm-hmm. And a Republican president did it, Richard Nixon. And all the Democratic and Republican...
Some of these oldie times dial-up internet logos here.
Presidents have maintained.
That is graphic design straight from the dial-up era.
And it turns out so did George W. Bush, and that's an interesting twist in the story, okay? So pretty much every month, these guys said, Wilkerson and the ambassador say, Rumsfeld would send somebody else, or the neocons would sell somebody else to tell the Taiwanese, hey, come on, go independent, right? And then Colin Powell would find out about it, and the very next day he'd send somebody else over saying, don't do it.
Yep.
Don't do it. We're not going to support you. You're going to get your ass kicked.
There's no wonder that we had the narrative that we did about the weapons of mass destruction.
And these guys don't know what they're talking about, and they don't represent the United States. I'm telling you, as the State Department, don't do it. It's a terrible idea. So they kept sending these mixed signals, and then finally Powell had to call in Bush as the ref and say, hey, can you get Rumsfeld and Cheney
to stop
trying to start over?
Right around this time, George Bush was toying with the idea of getting rid of Dick Cheney.
A war with a nuclear power? China? Do I have to tell you what a terrible idea that is? Because, of course, if they declare independence and China follows through, which, they'd been signaling in that direction anyway, and they hit Taiwan, then we got to protect Taiwan. And then we're drawn into a conflict with a nuclear power. It's madness.
Or we don't protect Taiwan.
Or we don't protect Taiwan, and Taiwan gets
Taiwan gets obliterated.
All right.
Right.
I forgot his name.
How many people die, and then the country becomes communist, and and gets taken over by China? The consequences are hideous in any way you look at it.
Price of electronics goes up. A lot of downside.
So, more or less gay kissing at Chinese weddings. I don't know how that breaks out. But anyway, so finally Bush...
God, back in the day where I would have liked this video.
And here, look at this. And Bush was the reasonable one. He told Rumsfeld, stop it. Stop sending people over to Taiwan trying to encourage a nuclear war with China.
Yeah, obviously...
it is kind of weird how they're using the exact same tactics with Venezuela right now.
We know that when it suits his father, he goes against his father, George, the current president. Mm-hmm. His father was president before him. I don't know whether you knew that.
Can you stop it? Summarizes most U.S. foreign policy. Can you just, I don't know, can you not?
Not that long before him. That's what's amazing to me. Also, it blew me away. That's why I didn't think he could win in 2000 or could win. Of course, he could win.
Man, look at those chonky boy computers.
Why I didn't think he would win in 2000. Because it wasn't like his father was president 25 years ago, which seems an appropriate amount of time before a son takes over. It turns out it's never appropriate now. But it was 8 years. Like his dad had been in office 8 years earlier. Like, it just seemed weird.
Nah, the cult of celebrity has taken over America. We've talked about it before.
If he only knew.
Paris Hilton.
Whoa. Someone should clip that one and send it to him. It's like, hey, you remember when you said that one? Did you think it would get even worse?
President soon. You can't, if you're going to run for president, you have to be really, 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 really famous. So if your name isn't Hillary, it isn't Clinton or Bush, you got your chance of winning is immediately knocked down by 25 to 50%.
But George H.W. Bush was, of course, ambassador to China. It wasn't really ambassador because we didn't really have an ambassador, but he was, in fact, the ambassador to China. And of course, the younger Bush didn't go over there because, actually, I think he did go over there.
I don't know. I know that Neil Bush went over there and visited hookers.
Sure, he cashed in on.
That's literally true, by the way.
But for 2 years, during the Ford administration, that's what George H.
You're telling me that George Bush wasn't like the biggest fuck up in his family?
W. Bush did. I think that
or H.W.
actually might have been one of the places where George W. Bush went.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, and I'm sure George H.W. Bush was like, the war's a bad idea.
Of course, but who would think it's a good idea outside of these insane people? Who thinks a war with China is a good idea?
It is kind of creepy how we can go back that far and it's still kind of the same. Just, who thinks this is a good idea? It's like, up. So we're going to continue in the vein of 2005 era and go to this. Hey, you guys remember when Rogan's show looked like this? Yeah, I remember.
Corporations are a thing, like they have rights.
All right, so the audio is a little low because it was very low on this.
They can contribute to campaigns now as much as they want. They can do all kinds of crazy shit, as a corporation and get away with it because they don't think of it as them as an individual doing it. They think of it as, well, it's all business. I'm a part of business. Like they can do fucked up things in overseas countries, third world countries, and they don't even think that they're doing anything bad, because what they're doing is they're just doing business, and there's just a bunch of people involved doing it. So no one person feels like total responsibility for what's happening, and 50 fucking heart attacks. Dudes, those motherfuckers die like crazy. They die all the time. Those guys are,
My bad.
like Dick Cheney. He's had 150
Here, yeah, because my timestamp got messed up when I lost internet.
fucking heart attacks. Yeah. And one of the reasons is because he's just such an evil cunt.
Oh, damn it! I tried to block.
If you're that fucking evil, you're gonna have some goddamn heart attacks. You're doing some wicked shit. You're creating so much bad energy, and you're pushing constantly.
See how even at that time, everybody and this kind of explains why there are so many people that, like myself, who we came up listening to Rogan's podcast. I listened to Rogan because he was he started his podcast and announced that he was doing it on Opie and Anthony, which was a pretty much daily listen for me. So once Opie and Anthony kind of ended and, the tide shifted, I started watching The Bonfire and then these guys.
Yeah.
Well, again, Rogan was always kind of there, though, because now that I think about it, it was Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony, and then Rogan.
What kind of balls do you have to be the fucking CEO of a corporation like
Halliburton.
And then go from
the fact that he was the first one to really get into office, and then they were just like, hey, that emoluments clause thing, and he was just like, what?
That to being the
what's that? I can't hear you.
vice president of the
My fifth heart attack knocked out my hearing for bullshit.
United States, and then go from that to signing billion-dollar agreements with Halliburton, where literally billions of dollars were lost. They don't know where it went. Billions in corruption. They have no idea where.
A great example of energy vibes to fascist pipeline.
All kinds of money went. And
that one's even more. It's a little more difficult because we were talking about this on my stream yesterday about Kyle Kalinske and how he was on Rogan 5 or 6 times, and how Rogan legitimately he was he was so center at that point where he would have on almost an equal amount of guests from the different political spheres.
The fact that motherfucker
that is not the case anymore.
Profited on it. He had shares in Halliburton while he was the fucking president.
I'm glad that you cared about stuff like that. Back in there's a simpler day. There are times that I wish Joe Rogan could just see clips of himself.
I mean, he
where
got
it's you remember this? You remember this? Do you still feel that way?
Money from them while he was the president or vice president. He really was the president. Really, he was the fucking marionette, supposedly.
Well, exactly. That was the broad consensus of George W. Bush, was that he was the puppet president. Everybody knew that he was just there as a figurehead. Everybody made fun of how stupid he was. Dare I say this is why they got away with it, is because he was almost endearing, where even I got caught up in this one where it was just oh, he's almost adorably stupid. Where Trump is he did funny stupid for a little bit, but then it started getting more and more dangerous, and now we just have old man stupid. War on terror equals $8 trillion. Yeah, $8 trillion. Do we I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers when there was I forgot the exact number, but there were billions of dollars that disappeared from the Pentagon on 9/11. And that one wasn't just part of the conspiracies that went out there. I almost have a conspiracy about the conspiracies being to cover up people looking into why there was just billions of dollars that just went missing from the Pentagon. But all of a sudden, Halliburton had all of this funding to go into these areas and have covert operations that did not have to really report to the government in the same vein as the CIA and the military. I wonder. I'm just asking questions here, folks. All right. Well, now we got some more legacy coverage, but still some of the hottest takes from Mr. Dick Cheney. As I said, I want this to be a reminder of just how much of a piece of shit this guy was. So, my bad.
Blitzer.
And everything got screwed up.
Afternoons at 5 Eastern on CNN.
I'm concerned that when all the dust settles,
I just realized this guy is not aged a day. It's because he always looked like an old fuck.
Iraq, and the U.S. troops pull out supposedly by the end of this year, although there may be a residual number of some troops left. They're negotiating that.
What was with the audio in 2007? 2009.
Settles. The Shiite-led regime in Iraq of Nouri al-Maliki.
KPAF, hey, welcome to the show.
Is going to be a partner of Iran and Syria, for that matter. In recent days, Nouri al-Maliki's government has supported Bashar al-Assad in his crackdown on peaceful protesters in Syria, together with the Iranians, one of the few countries to do that. Is that why the U.S. went to war, so that Iraq would become a strategic partner of Bashar al-Assad and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad?
First, you're constructing a worst-case scenario there, Wolf. I don't think it's going to happen.
You think there's going to be a democracy?
I think
actually, I might not, because I, again, do not know what's going on with the audio with these clips.
I think the Iraqis
trying to increase this
will, in fact, be somebody we can work with on a regular basis, that they will have a rudimentary democracy.
I can't even close caption this.
Be a success.
So when they support Bashar al-Assad, what goes through your mind?
Cheney was CEO of Exxon for a while. I mean, he was the CEO of Halliburton when he got into office, and that was the main one.
I think Bashar Assad's not long for this world either. Looks to me like he's on his way out because of the unrest that's been occasioned by his own people inside Syria.
All right, here we go.
One of the least popular leaders in that part of the world. It's the Middle East. And stuff happens in the Middle East. You know it. You've covered it for years. But you cannot, I don't think you can make a case that the world would be better off today if Saddam Hussein were still in power.
So no regrets about Iraq?
I think we made exactly the right decisions.
Yeah. Fuck you. Again, just remember that this was the party that was all about how dare you even question this war, because you know what happens if you question this war? That means that you question the support of you don't support the troops. You're just a bad American. You do not support troops. They conflated that a lot, man. All right. Oh, man. Here we go. This was the final clip for Mr. Cheney again. Just to put him to rest, the way that the Grim Reaper did. We have got this classic clip from one more of our favorite content creators. And I know that I'm going out on a limb here to say that he's one of our favorites, but also, if you guys didn't know that there was some just kind of funny drama that took place the other day with Mr. Kyle Kulinski, or as I call Kyle Kulinski, who, I don't know. Is it funny that with all the green in his set, that I found it hilarious to find out that he smoked Newports when he was a cigarette smoker? Just a little aside, I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, let's listen to Kyle Kulinski, who did not smoke Cools.
Hardball on MSNBC put together some of Dick Cheney's greatest hits from the early 2000s. And by that,
look at the baby Kyle.
I mean, they put together a
as I said, this is a time machine day.
Compilation of his lies.
Has indeed stepped up his capacity to produce.
Oh, okay. So all of this audio was awful to the point where he had to double up on
and deliver biological weapons. That he has reconstituted his nuclear program to develop a nuclear weapon. That there are efforts underway inside Iraq to significantly expand his capability. There's a story in the New York Times this morning.
Oh, God, this takes me back.
This is,
and I have this pit in my stomach right now.
I want to attribute to the Times, in fact. He has been seeking to acquire, and we have been able to intercept and prevent him from acquiring through this particular channel.
Notice how they're using again, bringing it back to how the Trump administration is using these same tactics. They're doing this with Iran.
The kinds of tubes that are necessary to build a centrifuge. We
God damn it.
know he's been absolutely devoted to trying to acquire nuclear weapons, and we believe he has, in fact, reconstituted nuclear weapons.
It's almost like our government consistently lies to us to go and, sacrifice our citizens and our soldiers as cannon fodder for capitalism.
I'm looking at that relationship between Iraq and
I mean, I remember that this was when everybody collectively went, oh, so we're going in for the oil. Okay, we're going in for the oil. Like, do you think about the people that watched this and believed it?
And in the Al-Qaeda.
This is infuriating to watch.
Organization on the
Oh, yeah. You guys get to share my rage.
And there has been reporting that suggests that there have been
Again, rest in piss, asshole.
a number of contacts over the years. We learned more and more that there was a relationship
You know how many people died because of that?
between Iraq and Al-Qaeda that stretched back through most of the decade of the 90s. The Iraqis providing bomb-making expertise and advice to the Al-Qaeda organization.
Do you think the American people are prepared for a long, costly, and bloody battle with significant American casualties?
Well, I don't think it's likely to unfold that way, Tim, because I really do believe we will be greeted as liberators.
Now,
he is directly responsible, and his decisions and his just ghoul, the I almost called it ghoulery. Yeah, you know what? We'll go with that. The ghoulery that he is responsible for over 442,000 deaths.
you just saw all that, and you know that everything he said there is not true.
All right, so where the Young Turks clip was straight out of the early aughts, this is the early aughts. That one was early aughts means early 2000s.
But today, in the
early teens,
wake of this new torture report, what did the media do? They're all inviting on Dick Cheney and talking to him as if he's credible.
Yes, and this was around the time that the Abu Ghraib stuff came to light, and everybody collectively, Democrats and Republicans, went, hey, maybe it's not cool that we have this secret prison that also has a bunch of pictures and documented proof and all these leaks coming out that show us doing blatant torture
and talking
of these people.
To him like it's any other guest. No. You should not allow him in the mainstream media.
Pendulous Dragon, hello, chatters. Long time no see.
Without giving,
I think that this is the first time I have seen you on my my part of the stream. So welcome to the show.
43 caveats.
Pendulous Dragon, you just missed. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and XTYT and just say, yeah, you missed the Baby Jank segment,
detailing all of his lies. I've spoken about this for a long time. I'm in favor of treating
nice to meet you too.
Political commentary and talk about the news like it's sports. You know what
2025, here we are.
Would love the different networks to voluntarily do. Keep a track.
We're literally in an era where you can bet on politics on betting markets. Isn't that just kind of
over the head of everybody who talks about politics? Where one column says true, the other one says false. And you just give them a tally. You up the number for each column whenever somebody says something true or false. So on Dick Cheney's scoreboard, it would be like 6 true statements, 4,913 false statements. And then you would give everybody the reality. And
to long for the days of that kind of lie to truth ratio.
The American people could go, oh, I see, this guy has zero credibility. So when he says that shoving tubes up people's asses, anally raping detainees who were innocent, by the way, and feeding them through their anus.
This video still has monetization, so that we should be okay.
That's not rape.
Come on, man.
Well, that defies common sense, number one. But number two, I already know he has no credibility because look at the scoreboard. I mean, Dick Cheney said, we didn't torture anybody. And he also said, look, I'm fine with torturing innocent people.
He would always speak out. The one side of his mouth, because he kind of talked like this.
We end up protecting the nation either way. No, you idiot. You're going to increase recruitment for the terrorist organizations if you do that, because then you're giving people an argument.
Oh, wow. See, throwback. That was a direct throwback, because I just remember where it was like, oh, yeah. I, as a 19-year-old kid, could recognize the fact that it's like, this is going to create a whole new generation of people that are going to be very angry at us.
You're giving people more sympathy, people in Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and in other extremist groups. When you act barbaric, that's obviously going to unite people against you. You haven't figured this out? But the guy's a liar.
All right, with the hindsight being what it is, did they actually care I don't think so.
And the guy's a joke, and he was running the United States of America. I mean, there's been a couple documentaries about this, one specifically about Dick Cheney, another one about Bush, which made pretty clear that Bush was just like the puppet idiot, the affable figure.
It's the second content creator that we've seen in this story that has had the exact same take.
Your head who didn't do shit and didn't know
little marionette
anything, and Dick Cheney was pulling all the strings behind the scenes. And let's just detail his lies here for a second. First of all, he said Saddam has nukes. We know that's not true.
Nope.
We know for sure.
And then they did the pivot. They did the pivot and the swerve before Donald Trump even did it. But for real, they would come out and just be like, okay, so maybe he didn't have nukes, but would you be comfortable if he did? Huh? Oil. We gotta get the oil. It's like, wait.
But that's not true. But also notice how the implication after that was what? They tried to imply not only does he have nukes, but he would use them if he does. Wrong on both counts. Number one, he didn't have nukes. Number two, he knows that if he were to launch a nuke against the U.S., he would immediately be blown to smithereens. Of course he wouldn't launch a nuke against the U.S. So it's a lie on...
No, because I remember that it was the suitcase one. Oh, my God. Like, they did 60 Minutes on that. They had so much... media coverage devoted to the idea of, hey, all right, with the TSA, are we going to be worrying about the suitcase nukes? News at 11. This is the reason. Oh, you have to take your shoes off. Well, now we're going to double down. Remember, this is all for your protection, folks.
On top of a lie. Then he says, well, Iraq and Al-Qaeda are linked. Not true. At face value, we know that's not true. How? Because anybody who understands Iraq at that time period, they know that the Baathists were in control. Now, who are the Baathists? They are secular Iraqis.
Iraq War eliminated evidence against the USA.
Secular.
I mean, they didn't even necessarily have to do that. They sent in a whole bunch of independent commissions. Oh my God, the one that Netanyahu's very mad at right now, the International Criminal Courts, they were looking into this. Like, this is why we were all so mad that nothing came of that. The fact that, like, during the Bush administration, there wasn't any single push to just be like, hey, maybe they were up to some no good, and, you know, we should probably answer to these people. No.
Sunni Iraqis. Okay, they do not agree with religious fundamentalists. In fact, they crack down on religious fundamentalists. So Dick Cheney went in front of the world and said, no, that's not true. In fact, the people they hate are the people they actually love, and they're working together with them. Total and utter bullshit. Then he says, well, we'd be greeted as liberators. Oh, really? How'd that work out? And then he says, well, it's okay because the war's going to be quick anyway. The war's going to be quick. Over a decade we were there for. We went out for like 5.5 minutes, and then we went right back in because Dick Cheney and George Bush broke the region and further radicalized it. The guy was wrong on every single point, and nobody should take him seriously.
Yep. All right. As I said, got to look up. And here we go. We're going to go to the back end of the Dick Cheney coverage here, but this is a final reminder of just some of the wackiness that was part of the presidency of George Bush, because this was one of my favorite ones. And there were a bunch of stand-up jokes that were told about this specific story. So if you don't know anything about it, be prepared. This is hilarious.
Turning now to our throwback three. That's a quick
for us. There's one certain dude that was not finding it very funny.
look at some of the other noteworthy stories from this week in history. 13 years ago today, Vice President Dick Cheney shot his hunting buddy in the face. Look at that headline. Duck, it's Dick.
I thought he was a duck.
Cheney was quail hunting with Harry Whittington in Texas when he accidentally fired his shotgun, not realizing it was pointed at Whittington.
Wait. Just wait.
Needless to say, this was an embarrassing distraction for the White House. Cheney called it one of the worst days of his life. Thankfully, Whittington did recover from his wounds.
And they missed the best part. He came out and publicly apologized for getting in the way of Dick Cheney shooting his gun. It was one of the funniest scandals in the White House, I have to say. But yes, yeah, that happened too. So, to wrap this up, on the day that Dick Cheney has passed at the age of 84, did he live too long? Most certainly did. 5 heart attacks, and then he had the heart of a 24-year-old, I think was the case. Like I said, I would have not put it past him to have just a body farm that he would just keep replacing parts, and he would be like a 200-year-old Frankenstein, just, I'm technically the shadow president still. Halliburton needs all the contracts. What is it Halliburton even called anymore? Because like the way that Halliburton, Blackwater, or is it Blackwater? I mix up Blackwater and BlackRock. But yeah, I genuinely think that he started everything that we are in today. So with that being said, rest in piss, Dick Cheney. Dick. And now we can go to a little bit more lighthearted coverage that's going to get us kind of nice and primed for later on tonight. Let's check out some of the early polling and results. Well, no, not results. We don't get results until later tonight, but early polling from the mainstream media right now and a few stories about Mr. Mamdani leading into tonight's election. I've got Steve Konacki. It wouldn't be an election day if we didn't have at least one Steve Konacki segment. Come on, guys. I know that we don't like mainstream, but this guy, he's so enthusiastic with his board that like the second that it became a good touchscreen, oh man, did he really double down on that shit.
And let's turn to our man at the big board here, NBC News
I
chief
don't know if
data
he gets so
analyst
excited.
Steve Kornacki. Political nerds love this off-year election. It's our first glimpse potentially at how the electorate is feeling. So
I don't know. You give me a big toy like that.
where in those seats that we just talked about?
I would just be drawing dicks over. I'd be doing the weather just like, and here's where another tornado's coming, and it just happens to be a long straight line. And oh, look at these two towns here, and then we got a little bit of swirlies for the cloud. That looks like a penis with pubic hair. Yes, it does.
Where do things stand?
Yeah, let's take a look. Start in Virginia. The polls will close there first tonight, and you've got Abigail Spanberger against the lieutenant governor here. It would be an upset tonight if this race is won by Earl Sears. She has trailed significantly in the polling. This is a blue state. Kamala Harris won this last year over Donald Trump by just under 6 points. One thing we're keeping an eye on, by the way, just outside, excuse me there, Savannah, just outside Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, federal employees in the shutdown. What effect is that having on this race? In New Jersey, this is the one tonight Republicans think they have a shot at. Jack Ciattarelli ran 4 years ago for governor, nearly beat Phil Murphy. He's currently the incumbent. The polling has put Mikey Sherrill ahead, but much closer than Virginia. This race tonight is going to hinge on a very particular type of...
Is it Mickey or Mikey? I think that'd be Mickey.
Voter. They are voters who don't like Donald Trump, but 4 years ago, they were willing to vote for Ciattarelli. With Trump back in the White House, can he...
can I just call out my first little bit of... mainstream hopium here?
Still win those voters over. He needs to have a chance tonight. And of course, this New York City, biggest city in the country, high profile race, certainly. Zoran Mamdani, who defeated Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary by 12 points. Cuomo running as an independent. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican. The polling has put Mamdani ahead, thanks in no small part to the fact that the opposition to him is split between these two candidates.
And perhaps why Donald Trump was weighing in last night, signaling to Republicans to vote for Cuomo in that race. Let's talk about some of the issues that people are focused on. We've got a recent NBC News poll.
Can I just real quick ask the chat here, do you guys think that that's going to hurt or help Cuomo? I think it's going to hurt him a lot more. That's an endorsement. Like, they just couldn't hold it back. And then Stephen Miller and like all these people came out just like from the Trump administration saying vote for Cuomo. Yeah. Do they not understand just what's happening there?
One on Sunday to sort of set the playing field for this week. And here you go. This is Donald Trump.
I think they do.
Voters. Is he living up or is he falling short of expectations? And wanted to highlight this because these marks, I think, 34, 33, 30% say he's living up when it comes to the economy, looking out for the middle class, inflation, cost of living. These are issues people say are top of mind.
All right. For the Minnesota elections, we still have nothing in. I'll make sure to chime in with during the election coverage later tonight. I'll be looking at some of the other states.
For them, these are issues where he fared pretty well in his first term, and we really see his numbers dropping in this second term. And what that also has led to for Trump is an approval rating overall of just 43%. That typically has spelled problems for candidates in a president's party when a president reaches that level.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you.
Gee, what? Dude, he says a lot of words just for everybody to get the same news, where it's like, hey, this president might not be as popular as we thought. And you know what? This might signal that some people want some checks and balances. I do hate the fact that they consistently just act surprised by this. But it was Kornacki in the oh no, it's Kornacki. Kornacki and his big board. Should be a children's book. All right, so now we got the final interview with Mr. Zoran Mamdani. Let's get this on the screen. And check this out. Look at how charismatic this guy is. All right, so do we get the... You gonna start this? What's going on? What's going on? I thought I got the timestamp right.
All right, are we ready, everyone?
There we go. Let's start. Ooh, mic up. The one guy's just like,
right.
Fuck your mic flags.
Doing a final. This is your final opportunity before we begin. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is Election Day. It is a day that we have been dreaming of for more than a year. And as much as things have changed over the course of this campaign, in many ways it is the same campaign we launched on October 23rd. A campaign that looks to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that's affordable for each and every person that calls it home. And I'm so thankful to the more than 100,000 volunteers who have
43% of Americans still support Trump. I think it was down to 37% because even in the independent sphere, they're starting to actually answer these things.
Brought us to this point where we are on the brink of making history in our city, on the brink of saying goodbye to a politics of the past, a politics that tells you what it can't do and really what it means to say is what it won't do, and to usher in a new era in this city where we understand that we do not get to choose the scale of the crisis we face. We simply get to choose the manner in which we respond. And it is time to finally respond with the urgency that New Yorkers deserve. An urgency that reckons with these same New Yorkers having had to face rent hike after rent hike, year after year. These same New Yorkers having to wait for buses that never come.
Omar Fateh, a Democratic socialist and two-term state senator, has drawn comparisons to New York's Zoran Mamdani and enjoys strong support from Minneapolis's large Somali American community. The thing is, Minneapolis has a pretty based history with their politics, believe it or not, because like going back to even Jesse Ventura, they are willing to listen to people's ideas for, better change. And you go back to Jesse Ventura, he actually was a hell of a good governor. Hence my Jesse the Body Ventura. Actually, Jesse the Governor Ventura action figure back there.
Same New Yorkers that have to move out of this city when they want to raise a family.
I always just thought it was fucking cool that you get like Minneapolis had Jesse the Body Ventura as a governor.
And these same New Yorkers who have grown tired of going on
to have two people from the movie Predator become state governors is kind of crazy.
Street easy to find apartments in Jersey City because that's the only place they could consider affording. It is time now for a new day in our politics, and it is an honor.
Did you hear about Arnold Schwarzenegger coming out and just being like, "Yeah, we vote no on the Proposition 50."
A privilege to be a part of a movement that has fought every single day to bring that day forward. And today we have until 9 p.m. to say that our
polls are open till 9 in New York. Damn,
time has come. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's crazy. I think ours is 7. Is that it? Didn't hear that. Here, I can rewind that. My bad.
And it is an honor and a privilege to be a part of a movement
Oh, you didn't hear about Arnold Schwarzenegger.
has fought every single day to bring that day forward. And today, we have until 9 p.m. to say that our time
We shut
has
down
come.
at 6.
Thank
That's
you
what I
very
thought.
much.
I thought that they were all really early. Man, New York is going to come in. That's going to be a late result then. All right, they don't have a mic on the reporters, so.
Boroughs throughout.
Why did you choose to vote in person today instead of voting earlier?
You know, I wanted to make sure that I took every opportunity to speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs throughout the duration of early voting, and it was a joy to vote alongside my wife this morning.
Yeah, all right, we'll go here. On ballot question number 4.
Okay. So that was Zoran's final address to the press before he potentially gets voted in as mayor. We shall see. Again, we will be covering that as a collective here on this space, where it will be a who's who of creators from this space. So I am honored to start the day off. Like I said, if you have not already, hit that like button to help progress the stream. Please consider doing so. Also, if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do that as well. Also, real quick, shameless self-plug here. You guys can also follow me on my own channel on YouTube by hitting this link. Head on over there and subscribe. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. I do daily streams from 4 p.m. Central, which I believe, oh my God, I always mix this up. Yeah, 5 Eastern. So you guys can enjoy my longer form streams. We have a lot of fun there. Little looser format than you are used to here on PEPAGANDA, because this is our exclusive wow, ew. My exclusive show for this space, where I cover 2 to 3 trending stories. Now, I say 2 to 3 trending stories because I have this one video that I want to watch with y'all. This does not have anything to do with the election. That and add this, but it does cover something very topical. You're going to start seeing more and more stories coming out like this with the SNAP benefits lapsing, and there's a lot of confusion right now. I had a buddy actually say he's worried that even with these judges ruling that they must pay out, there's a theory that 70% of the payouts are going to be going to red states and that they're going to purposely be trying to hurt blue states. So today was a fantastic show, Pep. Lots of fun. Hey, but does he have a pet? I have a pet, Mr. Stan. If you can see, he is here. He's chilling. Usually I have a dog cam on my stream for Mr. Stan there. But here, let me... Tom Powell, one of my favorites. If you guys do not already follow Mr. Tom Powell, here, I will actually link him up because this guy is an awesome creator. I enjoy most of his stuff. He's also very personable. He talks a lot about his life, about his upbringing, and I really admire that kind of openness on stream. As you guys know, I'm an open book myself. So anytime I find a content creator that puts that same energy out there, I really want to give that a little bit of a platform. So.
You are going to keep seeing more and more and more stories.
Also, Chicago guy.
Just like this.
All right, the health insurance industry is an absolute sham. I don't.
All right, so this is a little personal to me because I'm going through a situation with my wife is battling cancer, and we are dealing with insurance pretty much on the daily, and it is insane what's going on and the way that they keep letting us know. It's just like it's all tentative because they're just like, well, we don't know, we might be reviewing your policy or doing but then the wrench got hit with for them when some disability was also
paying
involved.
$1,500 a month for health insurance, but every single person in my policy has a $6,000 copay, which means I've been going to the doctor all year. I thought my copays went towards our premiums and the amount that we had to pay to get coverage. However, it doesn't. My wife just had a serious event. She had to go to the hospital. She had to have life-saving surgery, and we got a bill in the
and this is the part of the problem is you have a lot of people who just don't think it could happen to them.
mail from the hospital for over $3,000 for this procedure.
I'm dealing with that. I actually have a 20-something dude that comes into my chat, and he is he fancies himself a libertarian, and he keeps talking about I'm healthy. Why should I have to pay into this? It's the same thing with I don't have kids. Why should I have to pay into this? It's a very, elementary school mentality.
Procedure. And I'm thinking back, I'm paying $1,500 a month for this health insurance. I've personally paid thousands of dollars over the course of this year in copays for myself and stuff that I had to go to the doctors for. So I'm sitting here thinking, I'm going to spend $1,500 a month for the next 12 months. What is that? 18 grand. And then
you hope to meet this chat creature? I think you already have.
$6,000 a person just to get
his name's Zach.
Them to cover things. So you're looking at, we have 5 people in our family. If all of us have to go to the hospital, that's $30,000 in copays that we have to pay on top of the $18,000 in monthly charges to actually get coverage. As a father of 3, I'm strongly considering canceling our health insurance policy.
You have a lot of people doing this, and do you know what this is going to do? If you think that going to the ER is bad now, just wait.
Policy, which feels very irresponsible and wrong, but I can't remember the last time I spent over $48,000.
Yeah, but I bet that at one point, and this is the problem, I hope that he apologizes if he did feel like this, where he did the superiority thing where it's yeah, but you know what? It's these people who don't have insurance, the takers.
In a year.
But now he's literally doing the thing where it's I might have to become a taker because I'm realizing that I'm paying even more than if I just paid out of pocket.
Health costs between
which when you pay out of pocket and you don't have insurance,
copays and health insurance and all of this stuff. If I just pay cash, I'm never going to pay anywhere near that amount. Yep. For instance, the surgery my wife just had, if we paid cash on that surgery and we didn't have insurance, it would have ran us about $1,200. But because we had insurance and the insurance wasn't going to cover it, we have to pay what the insurance was going to pay, which is over $3,000. Are other families seeing the same thing? Maybe I'm just being unreasonable and crashing out here, but it just doesn't make sense.
You're not crashing. You're not seeing things that other families are not seeing. Other people are seeing. I don't understand the why it costs $3,000 if the cost of the procedure is $1,200, even with insurance.
It's because it's a racket.
That part doesn't make sense to me. But the rest of it is something everybody is seeing. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Dude's paying $18,000 a year, $1,500 a month. It's a mortgage payment. In some areas. $18,000 a year just to have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And then $6,000 a person out of pocket, deductibles, co-pays. Yeah. Same. The health insurance is there so that if something big happens, you have a heart attack. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is that your wife got done for $1,200, but the big things that we've had done, hip replacement, heart attack,
cancer treatments,
stent put in, things of that nature. We could have never paid for them out of pocket there initially. We would have been on a payment program, obviously, but so I don't recommend dropping the insurance. But yeah, this is what's happening in America.
Catastrophic. Yep, this is America right now. As I said, guys, go follow Mr. Tom Powell. But I'm coming up to the end of my show here, so yeah, just to wrap on that one, I'm personally seeing this with the cancer treatment type of stuff, and I do give updates on my stream, so you guys can always check that out over on my channel, Pep Talks TV on YouTube, Pep Talks TV on Twitch, and you guys can follow me on all the social medias and stuff. Again, just type in Pep Talks TV, one word, and you should be able to find me. But if you guys enjoyed the show, I really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out, but please continue to hang out and catch our old pal Jake with what you can do, and I will see you guys next week. I will see you guys later for the election coverage.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake. How's everybody doing today? I'm feeling all right. I'm actually feeling a little bit robbed of justice because somebody who belonged in a very in one kind of box went into another. Somebody who was a murderer died at the age of 84 without ever there even being a serious discussion of them going to prison for their crimes. They should have been put in a box with a lock on it, and instead they're getting put into a fancy coffin. They're being buried along with the heart of a hero that was stolen and used to keep a villain alive. I'm, of course, talking about Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney had somebody else's heart. He said he didn't want to know who the person was, and he considered that organ that was keeping him alive, that somebody else died to provide, he considered that his heart and not the other person's. He didn't feel gratitude. He didn't feel empathy. He certainly didn't feel anything resembling charity. He simply felt entitled. He felt the heart was his. He felt other people's lives were not important. That's who Dick Cheney was. Shot his friend in the face. Glad Pep Talks mentioned that. And then crucially had his friend apologize for it. That's just a sense of the character he has. Another sense of the character would be the fact that when somebody donated his heart, he said that he didn't want to know who the person was because he considered the heart his. I want to really emphasize that. You could save a Republican politician's life and they'll turn around and betray you nonetheless. That's who they are. But crucially, the most important thing about Dick Cheney, and because Pep Talks already talked about it, we're going to move on in a moment. But the most important thing for you to bring up every time this gets mentioned, and because when a major politician dies, you get a lot of opportunities to chit-chat with folks. It comes up in conversation. I'd like you to point out what Pep Talks said. I'd like you to take this to your crew. When the people around you say, wow, Dick Cheney died, and they're looking to demonstrate that they follow the news, because that's really all they're doing if they're talking about it. Most Americans don't have anything profound to say because they haven't thought anything profound in most of their lives. When most Americans talk about the news, they just want to demonstrate, because we are very self-conscious, because we know deep down that we're ignorant punks. They want to demonstrate that they know what's going on. So help them. Help them out. Provide them an intelligent, insightful opinion that you can deliver quickly, that can make them seem very wise. And the earlier in the day you do this, the better. So here's one. Because they're going to go around all day chit-chatting about it, and the convenient opinion that is intelligent that you supply, they will repeat as though it was their own original thought. And that knowledge, that meme, will spread. So let's give you one to give to them. Dick Cheney knew, Pep Talk said this earlier, Dick Cheney knew he was lying when he told us that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He got Americans killed for that lie. He got over 100,000 Iraqis killed. I believe he got over a million total killed, but certainly in the high 100,000s, because he got over 100,000 Iraqis killed, and and that was just with bullets and mortars and such being fired. The additional effects of the invasion we literally can't measure, because we were at war for 20 years. We went into 20 years of war based on a lie that Dick Cheney told. Americans are dead because of Dick Cheney's lies. So, when somebody mentions that they know that Dick Cheney died today, make sure you know to tell them that Dick Cheney knowingly lied, as in it was demonstrated that he, George W. Bush, and Colin Powell conspired before Colin Powell went in front of Congress to say that there were, in fact, weapons of mass destruction. They conspired to say that, knowing that there were no such weapons. We already had reports from the CIA explaining that Iraq did not have the ability to make weapons of mass destruction. A name that, by the way, conservatives, Republicans came up with in the early 2000s because we definitely couldn't find nuclear weapons. And so we had to be vaguer if we wanted an excuse to invade another country. Understand, that is an excuse, not a valid reason. As in, we weren't looking for a valid reason. We were looking for a justification to do something that we wanted to do anyway. That's who Dick Cheney was. In other words, a murderer who has died. Dick Cheney was a murderer. If you hold that in your head throughout the conversation, it will make the tone, it will make your sentiment easy to track, easy to understand. You might feel tempted to be like, oh, I better say something respectful about this guy. No, you don't. You don't have to say it. Did you feel obligated to say something respectful about John Wayne Gacy? I don't even know when he died, but whenever that happened. What about Ted Bundy? Did you feel like you had to say anything respectful about him? How many people did Ted Bundy get? 20? Because Dick Cheney killed hundreds of thousands of people with his lies. He is a murderer. And he should be remembered like one and not mourned at all. That is what I would recommend you pass along to others. Hey, guess what? Donald Trump doesn't care about you. Donald Trump is, in fact, mocking you. This is something else you should pass along. So thing number one, when you have centrist types who are trying to culturally flex, they want to understand that they don't actually have thoughts and feelings about this stuff. They're simply trying to get cultural credit because in this capitalist world, there's precious few opportunities that we have to distinguish ourselves without spending a lot of money, and pretending to know what's going on is one of them. Sorry, that's what I do for a living. But thing number one, when people try to drop the fact that they know that Dick Cheney died today, and that Dick Cheney was once the vice president, and they know that, and oh, aren't they educated? Provide them with that easy opinion. Dick Cheney was a murderer. He knowingly lied. It's not a question that he knew that he lied. We now know for a fact that he knew he was lying when he lied. When he told us that there were weapons of mass destruction, and he started 20 years of war. Dick Cheney is a murderer. He's not to be mourned. Thing number two, Donald Trump is mocking you. When you're talking with folks, give them quick, short lines that they can understand. Repeat those lines so many times. Donald Trump despises you. Donald Trump is making fun of you. Donald Trump has no respect for you. Donald Trump enjoys your suffering. All these things are true. Keep saying it over and over and over. And when they ask for examples, if they say, what do you mean? Show me what you mean. Well, shoot, you can show them this here. This is from ABC News. Donald Trump hosted Great Gatsby Halloween party. So, for those of you that don't know, The Great Gatsby is a book about fancy rich people in the Gilded Age, in an incredibly unfair time in America, where rich people got to act like little petty nobility, basically. And it criticizes those people in that time. Something that's very popular for people that don't really have a great understanding of the book is to throw parties, Great Gatsby parties. That's where you basically dress up like the uber rich. So for Trump, that's just a dinner, because he's more than doubled his net worth since he took the White House. That's how corrupt this mother is. He's more than doubled his net worth in the last 9 months. While he is about to cut funding to feed the poor in America, he throws a Great Gatsby party. Let's have a look at how people are dressed up. Let's appreciate what we're seeing.
Despite the government shutdown, a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to start making food stamp payments today or partial payments by Wednesday. But it's unclear if the White House will comply. The Trump administration argued it can't legally use emergency funds. Over the weekend, President Trump grew criticism after throwing a Great Gatsby-themed Halloween party at Mar-a-Lago, some calling it tone-deaf, with 42 million Americans now going without food assistance. A White House spokesperson dismissed the critics, arguing, quote, these Democrats are full of it. Now, with just days to go until the government shutdown becomes the longest in history, President Trump pointing the finger at Democrats.
We voted 14 times to open the country. We have voted 14 times to open the country, and they vote to keep it closed. All they have to do is vote to open the country, and we only need 5 Democrats.
Trump has encouraged Republicans to change Senate rules, allowing Republicans to reopen the government without needing any votes from Democrats.
Pause.
Again, as TSA agents and air traffic in place, but to cancel her plan month to.
And we can fix it with the Democrats.
All they have to do is let the country open and we'll fix it. They have to let the country open and I'll sit down with the Democrats and we'll fix it.
Beth Dreyer is one of roughly 20 million Americans encouraged Republicans.
All right, whatever. The point being, this guy whose brain is turning into soup. Well, Americans were being told you must skip meals. I know this is the richest country in the world, but we don't have enough for food to go into your belly. Well, Americans were being told that. Well, they were being told, I know you work a minimum wage job. I know you are giving pieces of your body to a company. I know that the cash register sometimes closes on your fingertip and you're going to lose the very shape of your fingers. I know that your shoulder has been getting worse and worse as you load packages. And month by month, you're tracking the decline of your physical health, the knowledge that you're going farther away from your peak every moment, and you're giving those moments to a job that could not care less about you. As Americans are dealing with such an environment that even though you're working those jobs because you must to survive, you still don't have enough for food. You didn't have enough for pride. You didn't have enough for fun. And now you don't have enough for even food because your food assistance is being cut. As that's happening, Trump is literally ripping down parts of America, ripping apart the East Wing of the White House, building a ballroom which you are not invited to, which if you try to enter, you will be shot. A temple to Mammon. Trump is building that, and he goes down to Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, where Jeffrey Epstein is known to have recruited children, including Virginia Guthrie, from Trump. Child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein recruited out of Mar-a-Lago. Trump goes down to Mar-a-Lago, the famous scene of multiple crimes, including child sex trafficking with Jeffrey Epstein, whose files he will not release to the public, whose death happened under his watch, who Trump stands accused of child sex trafficking with. He goes down to that club. He goes down to Mar-a-Lago, where he kept illegally documents that were never meant to leave a security skiff, documents that belonged to you and I that he refused to turn over, that he kept in a bathroom. Mar-a-Lago, where a Chinese spy was arrested while those documents were present, unsecured. Mar-a-Lago, he goes down there to throw a party where the ultra-rich dress like they're just regular rich. They dress down and pretend to only be millionaires. And they sip champagne out of fancy glasses. And they revel. They revel in the idea that a baby's belly is rumbling somewhere. They revel in the idea that a black-skinned child is sad. They revel in the idea, crucially, that an ignorant white person is going to suffer because of the things that they're doing, and also that same ignorant white fool is going to see images of them having fun in that moment. And instead of hating them for causing the world that makes them suffer, for causing the conditions that take all the joy out of their lives, that ignorant white voter is going to envy them. They're getting photographed in a moment of pure sadism. They're getting photographed. When you see them sipping beverages, wearing fancy clothes, when you see them cackling, when you see them reveling, at your suffering, I want you to know that they know. Yeah, this is good. This is a good image of it. They know how bad it looks when they're dressed up like that, when they're wearing fancy things in a room where there's clinking glasses and literal bubbly flowing, a room you're not allowed to enter without an invitation, and you will never get an invitation, you fucking peasant. They know how bad it looks. They like that. This is part of it. This is part of the thrill for them. You see those giant smiles? Those evil fucking smiles. This is part of it for them. It's not just that they're screwing you over. It's not just that they're causing literal physical harm to brown folks in the streets. It's that they can mock you to your face. It's that they mock you openly. They mock their voters. They despise their voters. Republicans are not unlike centrist Democrats in that way. They despise the people they rely on. They could not, there is nobody on this earth, I promise you, including myself, Republican voter, there is nobody on this earth who has more disdain for you than the people you vote for. They think you're dumb for supporting them. And they have for some time. Dick Cheney shot a man in the face. And the guy apologized to him publicly. Dick Cheney made a fortune off of getting your sons and daughters shot at. Look up Halliburton. Dick Cheney had financial interest in private military contractors that they turned loose on Iraq. While Dick Cheney was vice president, while Dick Cheney was pulling the strings, while he was working with Colin Powell for a fake reason to invade a country. And he made a fortune. And there was no consequence. There was not even talk of consequences. Beyond Obama politely and obediently saying, we're going to turn the page. We're moving on. We're looking forward, not back. So yes, they mock you. How could Dick Cheney possibly respect you? How could he have ever respected any of us? How could these people ever respect you, conservative voter? They don't. They loathe you, conservative voter. Communicate this. Make sure this is understood. These people despise you. They know it looks bad. They want it to look bad. And they want you to want to be them. While they are harming you, they know what they're doing. They know what the results of their policies are. They know your SNAP benefits are about to be cut. They know that even if you don't rely on this food, somebody in your life does. At the very least, if you got a business, some of your customers rely on SNAP benefits. They know Americans are literally going to have to skip meals. And yet they're flaunting their wealth. They're not just collecting your wealth, but they're flaunting their excess. They like it. They like mocking you. That's part of this. They think you are peasants. They think you are stupid. They enjoy mocking you for supporting them. They know you desperately want to be them. And in an attempt to be them, in an attempt to be like them, you will try to be cruel. You will try to be callous, small, petty. You will act evil to try to emulate them because you want to be at a fancy party. You don't want all this suffering. And when you act evil, you will cause your own suffering because they lie to you about how they got there. So when you try to do what they say they do, you will fail. And behaving evil is something they can get away with because they have funding. So when you try to behave evil, you're a January 6er. You're going to spend 8 months in prison. You might, if you're lucky, you might get a pardon, but you're not going to get a payout. That's who you are. You're the grunt. And they hate you. Look at how much they're enjoying the world you've given them, Republican voter. Look at how much they like rubbing your face in their contempt for you. There's another party Donald Trump's at that you're not allowed to go to. Yet another one. Holding it out of the place where he recruited, he allowed a sex pest to recruit children, including an underage employee of his, Virginia Guthrie, who, by the way, killed herself. Quote unquote, killed herself. Jeffrey Epstein also, quote unquote, killed himself while in prison under Donald Trump's watch. Last person I believe that visited him was Donald Trump's attorney general. Oh, hey, by the way, when the public demanded the release of the footage from the security cameras the night Epstein, quote unquote, killed himself, we were sent footage that had been edited. Then we discovered there was missing time. They said there was a missing minute that happened every night at midnight as a result of the tapes being rotated for recording purposes. And then we found out that too was a lie. It was more like 2 minutes, 38 seconds that got cut out in Adobe Premiere. All on the files we saw, all that information. So how did they address that? They didn't. They just stopped answering questions about it. But here they are. There they are. Back at the facility they recruited child sex slaves out of. Laughing. Laughing! Ha 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 ha. SNAP benefits were about to be cut. Millions of Americans about to lose the ability to eat. Clink. Clink. Private prisons getting stuffed with Americans kidnapped and accused of nothing in particular, just being brown, maybe having an accent, maybe having committed the crime of being born somewhere else before moving here. Clink. They despise you, America. They really do. How long are you going to keep putting up with this? Now, look, I'll grant Democrats don't respect you either. They don't hate you in the same way Republicans hate you, but centrist Democrats don't respect you. Because, for the same reason MAGA can't possibly respect you. You believe their lies. And they know how easy it is to find out they're lying. I hate to tell you this. It's always been very easy to find out that conservatives are lying to you. But don't get on your high horse if you're a Democrat, because it's also been very easy to find out that centrist Democrats are lying to you, and that's like a revelation to folks. Yes, centrist Democrats are fucking liars, and they also don't respect you because you tend to believe their lies. Who might respect you? A progressive candidate might respect you. Zoran Mamdani might respect you because at least he understands, a progressive is going to understand the mountain of misinformation that's being thrown at you. But don't expect respect from these people. And for God's sake, if you have somebody in your life that supported any of this, do make sure to point out the fact that Donald Trump threw a Great Gatsby party in the hours before millions of Americans were going to lose the ability to put food on their tables. And he did it. He did it out of a club where a pedophile recruited children for sex slave trafficking. His club. Oh, and the child sex trafficker was his longtime best friend. Tell people that. And make sure they know part of the thrill of all of this is for this class of wealthy people to mock you, to revel in their disrespect for you. They don't respect you. They don't respect your culture. They don't respect the fact that you are a father or mother. They hate your children. They will gladly watch you suffer. And I was going to say they'd gladly watch you suffer for profit. Sure, no question there. But they'd watch you suffer just for their own amusement. They might order you to suffer just for their own amusement. At a certain level of wealth, once you leave the tens of millions and enter into the hundreds of millions category, you cease to be a human being. I don't know what you are then, but you don't have the rights of a sentient living creature at that point, in my opinion. I think really the only thing, after you make more than $100 million, really the only thing to do with you is to put you in a truck, process you in a plant, and then send your protein and various other nutrients to fields, I suppose, to fertilize them. That's your only value, is as a sack of nutrients. Because after you've taken more than $100 million, you're just thieving from society as a whole. And you're the sort of person who is better used as, let's call it farmers' assistants, making sure their crops are nice and nutrient rich. Let's go to the best source for American politics, a foreign news organization. The BBC, talking a little bit about some of the elections happening today, and I'd like to talk to you about it as well. Why does the whole fucking world care about a New York mayoral election? This is a good thing. Look, it's number 1 on their list of what's happening today. There's all kinds of stuff. There's a Virginia race that's very significant. You could have gone to my town, talk about Mayor Hamoud running for re-election. He's being given a run from his money from the left in an already left-leaning. Well, the guy would have you believe he's from the left, but he's not, in my opinion, actually. The point being, there's races all over. It's a Tuesday election day in November in America. Why one city? Well, you could argue that it's because it's the biggest, greatest city in the world. Not biggest, but essentially the world capital city, New York. If aliens were to land in some place where they wanted to make sure the whole world knew that they were there, New York City, Times Square might be the place to go. There's something else, though. And it is something I've been talking about since drunkenly mourning the election last year. And that is that we are going to have to demonstrate what progressive politics looks like at a local level if we have any hope of getting it put in place at a national level. New York is a much bigger version of the local level. If you can imagine a chihuahua so big it's mistaken for a corgi, that's sort of what we're talking about. New York is the local level in the same way that at one point Shaq was a child, even though he was born at 6 feet tall. It's technically true, but it's surprising. New York has 6 million people in it. Well, I think it's 8 at this point. The point is, as much of a population as some countries, and it's a city. So if you are mayor of New York, you are in charge of the fate of millions of people. And if you enact socialist policies in New York, even though that is a city, you still get to see how millions of people benefit or don't from the policy. So the reason everybody is watching this so closely is not just that New York is a big city, but that Zoran Mamdani represents something. He represents a type of politics that has been purposely avoided in America. The Cold War was built around myths about this type of politics. Myths about what America is. The Cold War was built up around the idea that it's capitalism versus communism. But if you've listened to me before, then you know, in reality, you run a government with all sorts of different theories of government. You run a government with capitalist ideas, with socialist ideas, communist ideas, because if you look closely enough at anything, you can describe it by these wild ideologies, but they don't really help you with a better understanding. Case in point, let's turn it around. Let's get a better understanding. Police are a socialist policy. Firefighters, socialist policy by the definition that I've heard socialism accused of. The government pays for these things. You don't pay for it on an individual basis. The government handles that. We all contribute a little bit of money, and the government uses that money to pay for various services, usually decided based on whether or not we are all using them. Because if we are all using them, or all may need to use them, so we need them readily available in case we need them, then the government decides to pay for them, i.e., socialism. Again, by the way, I have heard socialism described. Now, if to you it seems crazy to call that socialism, I would agree. Because it doesn't make you a socialist to think that the government should pay for police or the military or firefighters or the roads or public schools, yada, yada, yada. We have been locked in to this Cold War fake ideological battle. And the presumption after the Soviet Union fell in 1991 amongst the dumbest Americans was that, oh, capitalism won the Cold War, so we do everything capitalist from here on out. And that has been causing the downfall of America. After that, you can chart the well and true end of American excellence from 1991 on, steadily declining. Because we won a war against an ideology, or so we thought. And so then we poisoned ourselves by only being capitalist about everything. The Democrats, crucially, in the early 90s, switched to essentially being Reagan Democrats. So fast forward through all this pain and suffering. Give me 30 years of horror in the rearview mirror, and here we are. New York City. Looks like we maybe will get a socialist believing mayor. Truth be told, though, even the people in America that advertise themselves as socialists, they're just people who are politically informed. Because by the time you get to the point of calling yourself a specifically democratic socialist, you know enough to realize we use socialism, capitalism, we use all of these things in government for all kinds of policies. And some are appropriate and some are not. And so for the first time today, we might get a mayor who is willing to say, yes, this is a new socialist policy I'm putting in place. We might get an FDR-style New York mayor. Why is the whole world looking at this race? Because the whole country will be. The whole country will be monitoring how New York does. And I promise you, just like the NHS in England, just like every other decent program that helps people, you will have conservatives doing everything in their power trying to hurt it. But even so, people are going to be monitoring how these programs do. And if they do well, hopefully, that will mean many Americans realize that these programs, this style of governance, is beneficial, is in fact the only answer for the capitalist quagmire we find ourselves in. You'll note the government is willing to go to socialism for certain groups. They will go to socialism for the oligarchy. They'll bail them out. They're capable of bailing out the American people, as we saw during the height of the pandemic. They simply choose not to. We cut child poverty in half during the pandemic by making school lunches free for everybody, without question. By increasing benefits. When did we lose that? Was it last year? So it was the child tax credit Not the school lunches. I apologize. But when did we cut the child tax credit? So, you know what? Let me just read this out loud, this summary, because this actually makes a really good point, or illustrates the point really well. The U.S. cut child poverty in half in 2 different periods due to policy changes. Wait a minute. Due to policy changes, which means it was a choice. It was a choice to do it. It was a choice to undo it. Child poverty. Richest country in the world. First, over a long-term trend from 1970 until 2016. That was the first cutting in half of child poverty. 1970 to 2016. What do you reckon happened in 2016 that stopped that trend of child poverty going away? What do you think happened in 2016? It was Donald Trump went into office. A 1996 welfare reform marked the beginning of a significant decline and a temporary expansion. Blah, 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 blah. But the second one, a dramatic single year in 2021 due to the expansions of the child tax credit. Now, Democrats, I'm going to break your hearts. What do you think happened to that child tax credit? Who got rid of it? Was it Trump? No, it was allowed to go away under Joe Biden. So all this is to say, America is going to be looking at New York. And now most of the irrational people we have to deal with, they're going to keep being irrational. All the folks that said, well, I don't know if we're ready for Sharia law. That person is a bigot. That person gets their news from a ranting, masturbating madman on Fox. You know, we got to still talk to them. But I'm talking about the regular folks. What are they going to do when Mamdani gets elected? For the most part, they're going to go on not following things. For the most part, they are going to believe every negative thing that's said about him. Or not, because it really doesn't matter. Because for the most part, what's going to happen is they're going to see that New York is still there. They're going to see that he's not crazy. Even if they believe all the terrible little things, all the little lies and misleading truths that get dropped by the CNNs of the world, at the end of the day, the people that fall for this must necessarily not follow politics that closely. And so those people aren't really going to appreciate the full details of the lies being told about Mamdani, assuming he makes it into office, let's hope. And also those people that don't know very much about politics that CNN relies upon. Fox certainly relies upon. Those people are going to look at New York and see that it's there after they were told that it's going to become a hellscape. And they're going to see that, oh, wait a minute. All this stuff about he's a democratic socialist, all that was just the normal ranting and raving. In fact, I seem to recall, me, the normal voter, that they called Biden a socialist. That the ominous capital T they called Harris a socialist. That, in fact, they've been using socialist like a slur this whole time. And in fact, I see that this Mamdani guy's a socialist and nothing blew up. So maybe this slur doesn't mean anything. Mamdani is the beginning of the next chapter. And today we're going to find out a lot about what that chapter in America looks like. Is it the rejection of the only policies that are trying to actually help us? Is that what this chapter is? Are we going to find out that Cuomo, despite having lost once already and running a second time in the same race, are we going to find out that he gets put in charge of New York and that America's learned nothing and deserves to basically just put the barrel of the gun in its mouth already? We'll see. I don't think so. Is this chapter going to be about how Mamdani wins and leads us down a brave new path towards decency, towards competitiveness, towards innovation, where New York becomes the example city for the whole nation, so weathering the coming Trump financial turmoil, because he cannot run a casino. Why would you think he could run a country? We are headed for a massive, probably depression, to be frank. I had to look up the actual definition of what a depression is versus a recession. I hate to say it. All signs are not just pointing at a depression, but they're pointing at a permanent economic change. Are we going to weather this coming very bad economic times better in the form of New York City? We'll see. That might be this chapter. Most likely, is it this third type of chapter in American history where Mamdani gets elected and then the forces of mediocrity conspire against him and F with every decent program he tries to do? Maybe. We're going to find out a lot of that tonight. We're going to find out how the CNN people react to a win or loss. We're going to find out what the turnout was like, what the exit polls say. I'm looking forward to it. This space will, of course, be covering it. Awesome. But this is, why is the number one item on a BBC story about American election days a New York City mayoral race? Because it is a sign of the times. Because it is representative of a potential major change in U.S. politics and, in fact, politics around the world. Last topic I want to talk about today is what you can do if you are outside of America. Look, let's summarize real quick. If you are an American, what can you do about all these things today? First of all, for Dick Cheney, very simple. Make sure to remind people he's a dick in a box. He's a murderer. Times several 100,000. He's an evil wretch of a creature. And you don't just show them how passionate you are. You just be honest. Say, I'm not, why would you mourn? He killed 100,000 people plus. He started 20 years of war on a lie. He knew it was a lie. It's been demonstrated by all involved that they knew they were lying when they lied. He's admitted it on the record that it was a lie that he told. He lied and got people killed knowingly. That is not somebody to be mourned. Understand that. Understand that he lied knowingly so. So he deceived. And he did so in the name of killing people for his personal profit via Halliburton. All you need to know is he lied. He had a company that profited off war, so he went to war on a lie he told. And as a result, he made a lot of money, and maybe somebody you know got killed. But probably just a bunch of people you didn't know. Know that. Know that thoroughly so you can share that opinion coherently if and when the opportunity presents itself. Change the way people talk about these motherfuckers. If we're going to bury them, because we must, let's bury them in truth. Thing number 2. You already know. If you want to volunteer for the Zoran Mamdani campaign, Google it, do it. But you already know. You have the opportunity. They're going to be letting you make calls up until closing time today, 9 o'clock. So if you'd like to, sure, go ahead. But crucially, if you are a New Yorker, go out and vote. I'm sick of begging America to do this or that. I'm sick of asking you to beg other Americans. Fucking, if you are in New York, go out and vote. You have an obligation, and there is no choice here. We have tried every other kind of politics except the stuff that clearly will work because it has worked in the past. Progressives are basically 100% of the time always right. The New Deal is why America survived after the Depression. It's how we got out of the Depression. We're going to go into a new, let's say, very Depression-like set of economic conditions. Watch New York. Understand that socialism is the only way to save ourselves from uncontrolled capitalism. Metastasized capitalism, you might say. New Yorkers, go be leaders, please, and thank you. All right, last thing, though. What can you do if you're in another country? Hey, do you know what didn't help us during the Iraq War? Having a bunch of nations patting us on the back saying, look, we're going to support you. We're not going to join you with boots on the ground, but this, that, and the other thing. Stop it. America is attacking other countries financially right now, and literally in some cases. Now, I understand. No, I don't. I don't understand why countries didn't respond when we were doing blanket tariffs on folks. I don't understand. That was an act of aggression, and I feel it should have been matched. But you know what? I have to assume somebody is better informed than me who made the call to say that we need to do this a certain way. All right, whatever. But now Trump is killing people. He's actually murdering Venezuelans. Every day, we're finding out about some more murders he ordered. In the United States, I am not able to stop Trump legally. Rest of the world, I acknowledge it's a failure on our part. It doesn't change the fact that there is a rogue nation killing members of another nation right now. Respond accordingly. If you are in any country that's not the United States, talk to whoever represents you and make it clear that your country must stand against the United States. Do no business. None. Shut down all business with the United States, even if it hurts you, your country. Take the pain and shut down business with the U.S. until the killings stop. Why? Well, gosh, because the whole world let us. Whether you like to admit it or not, it's true. We've been out of control publicly for a while, and the whole world allowed us to get an apocalypse-level military built up. Now we got it, baby. And Trump's acting irrationally with it. So, if you let us get away with abusing American might, you are setting a precedent which will damn the world. So nip it in the bud. Cease all business with the United States until the Venezuelan killings stop. Trump has now committed murder, and it is on all of us to respond accordingly. Do not do business with a country run by a murderer. Otherwise, you are not an innocent bystander. You are an accomplice. Thank you so much for joining me today for this lovely little stream. Remember, do we really have Good Morning Comrade next, or do we? I'm going to look in the private chat. Nick, do we have Good Morning Comrade next, or do we have Power Report? That's what I thought. Okay. Up next, we got Power Report with our old pal Dan from the internet. This, however, has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake. And if I could leave you with one last piece of advice, never trust Whitey.
Hello, ghosts, goblins, and ghouls. This is your power report for this 30th of October. I'm the way I this is set up is
Your audio is not coming through well. There we go. There it is.
All right. Thank you for letting me know, keeping me in check. Back in the day, old heads remember forehead bam. So that's a legacy moment right there. Where, he's correcting me on my audio. Oh no. Oh no. Is this the Hotep report already?
This was I wore this a couple of times last year.
Yeah, I feel like that's familiar. I was gonna say that you're not on TikTok like that, but make sure you spray it down with Lysol before you return it to Spirit Halloween.
Okay, will do.
Yeah, that's the safe answer. That's the safe answer. Short time on Power Report. Both Bam and I only have about an hour and 45 for y'all. So
I actually can't say a little later. The 8 it can be after that.
I will try to respect that. You know, it's customary that I at least lie in the beginning of the show. You know, it's tradition at this point. But yeah, there's a lot of domestic things that have made me laugh over the past, honestly, 45 minutes, but definitely over the past week. Obviously, there are terrible things going on, but I think that because I'm adjusting my own media diet when I'm thinking about how we produce the show, it's coming out in little ways. You'll start to see it a little bit more, but there's been some really, like, the ass showing is very funny this week. I'll say that.
Hold on, Dan, 1 second. Let me I think somebody knocked out my Ethernet. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, all good. I will say hi to some folks in the chat here. Good to see y'all. Thank you for joining. Streaming on Twitter again for once. Got to make sure to stay near my microphone here. Hey, Bad Lefty. Hey, Mocha Stroika. I love that name. Hey, Moko. Pinkerbell. Mono. Good to see everyone here. Hopefully, yeah. My audio may have been a little bit wonky. It should be fixed now. Let me just reset it just to be safe. Bada boom. Let me try it again. Bada bing. Okay. It's looking like it's coming through now, so we're gonna continue with that. So good to see you all here. Bam is back. Bam is back.
I'm back.
Cool. So let's get your bullshit out of the way. What do you want to talk about this week?
Watch me talk about something serious, and you called it bullshit. Well, I like to talk about the international news. I don't think we're doing that yet.
No, I'm actually down to talk about the international news first, actually. That's kind of why I mentioned it. Hence why it's important. And I'm not going to put you on blast like that, but I will say I was noticing this week that due to long overdue guilt tripping that your boy pioneered, prominent leftist figures are now starting to talk a little bit more about Sudan. And, some of that was guilt tripping from the left and Black creators and, people in people's, orbits like this. And some of that guilting was because of pretty pathetic attempts by Hasbarists for Zionism to, say, oh, you care so much about Palestine, but you don't care much about Sudan. Suspicious. And, it's clearly like a wedge thing, but stuff is popping off in Sudan. And, it's going to be another one of those, like, it's hard to kind of contextualize exactly what's going on, the relationship between the United Arab Emirates and Sudan, what's going on, all that other different stuff. But we've seen so many different stories over the 720 plus days. Yeah, probably like 740 at this point. Since October 7th, about hospitals being bombed and civilians being attacked. And we just got like a story of over 400, I think, civilians being attacked at the hospital in Sudan through these sort of, battles and attacks that are happening. So that was on my mind. Trump is also on a world tour and decided to just do nukes again. So there's a lot to talk about world news. South America is we're back in the Teddy Roosevelt sphere of influence, sort of like Monroe Doctrine sort of thing about South America being part of what America's supposed to be paying attention to. Lot to go around. Bam, please take us away.
Bad Lefty's mentioning the Colombian mercenaries in Sudan. They were initially in Yemen. The UAE did have them deployed in Yemen. They're probably like Arabic is so good now. Those guys, they like been in the region for 10 years. But yeah, it's interesting because the situation in Sudan, like I think that, it's really a mess. And, when I see posts about it, I'm like, I feel like people are just kind of starting, like not like starting. I've seen stuff about the UAE being involved before, but it's starting to get out there more. I saw people talking about boycotting the UAE and stuff like that. But it's not just them. It's not just them. It's Russia. Like I like from what I remember, Russia is like on both sides. Like it's really
as in many cases, yes.
It's really a mess, and ultimately it's a civil war that didn't just start recently. Like it's still a continuation from what was happening 20 years ago in Darfur. Like it's really like a similar conflict, but with just like the Sudanese military fighting against they're not calling him the Janjaweed anymore. They're calling him the Rapid Support Forces, but
Is there
back
any
then,
reason why they're calling them differently?
I think that they're not calling him the Janjaweed anymore because I feel like now, like back then, there was like kind of a racial component to the Darfur genocide thing. It was like, it was completely the wrong narrative, but at that time, it was like, Arabs against non-Arabs in Sudan, and like the Janjaweed were the Arabs and they were fighting against the non-Arabs, which was just like really not the case. Like in Sudan, like they're all black basically. So I think now, like, since that narrative isn't like being spread like that, they want to refer to them as a different name. I think like Janjaweed, it was also like around the time of the Iraq War was still going on and all that stuff. So it was like scary Arab time. But yeah, ultimately, it's a civil war, and it's, there's people on both sides involved. I don't really see America involved like that. It's UAE, it's, I'm sure Saudis are involved, Russia's involved. I'm sure some other like African powers are involved in some way. I'm sure Egypt has something to do with it, but those civil wars in, like, let's just say Africa and the Middle East, everybody's guilty. My
favorite country.
Everybody's guilty. Like everybody on each side is going to do hella atrocities. Right now, we're getting the
But bam, do you condemn gestures and everything?
Right now, we're getting the there was like some mass killings, like some civilians got killed in I forgot the name of the city, Al-Fashir, maybe Fashir, I think.
We're talking about in Sudan.
Yes,
or maybe we're talking about a different thing.
No, in Sudan.
The hospital killing I was talking about was I wanted to say Darfur City.
Okay, I don't know if I don't know. I know Darfur is a region. I don't know about Darfur being a city, but like I think it's the name of the city is Al Fashir, but I'm not. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure it's Al Fashir.
No. Yeah, see, you're totally right. Al Fashir. I was reading wrong. It was like I was reading from Al Jazeera, and it said like the besieged Darfur city, and it's not like
it's in the Darfur region.
Yeah, Sudan City. Yeah, yeah, not quite.
But it kind of reminded me of back during the Syrian civil war. Like you woke up one morning and like Aleppo was everywhere. Like it was like like the war had been going on for so long, but it was just like one day, like it was like, oh my God, what happened in Aleppo? And then
was it like I don't know, was it because I'm trying to think back to like what are the moments like like you're saying, atrocities are happening all the time in a lot of places, and we talked about this in various moments in PowerPort. We could have done a better job of talking about Sudan, even though through the past couple of years we've done a good job about mentioning it, at least on a 1-to-3 ratio with Palestine, I'd at least say. But I feel like with Syria, it was like I remember sarin gas and like like that kind of piece.
Chlorine gas, barrel bombs. It was all that. But it was like one day.
And so like so I mean to say it's like are these things like in your analysis, please continue, but like in these things, is it like a particular moment, a particular sort of atrocity that begins to kind of like shake international sort of observers, folks like you and me who are like online a little bit too much in these sort of geopolitics circles? Like, is that what sort of like shakes them into being like, okay, we got to be like all eyes on blank, in this case, all eyes on Reed's notes, Al Fashir?
I think I don't want to say, what, should I just say it like this?
Yes, that's always
let me just say it like this. I think just like
it's only you, me, and the Oppo researchers, honestly. So go ahead.
I think I don't really mean this about Sudan as much, but I think just like some days just have like really good PR, like it sounds terrible, but like I remember in Egypt, there was like, I think it was like, there was like some people that got killed in Tahrir Square during like during like the so-called revolution there. And, like there was like an online campaign, like right away. It was like the 4 fingers and like the bloody hand or something like that. In Aleppo, when it was like one morning, it was like, oh my God, like this thing happened in Aleppo, and there was like, the red Syria flag or something. I can't remember. There was like an internet campaign, like already, like, I don't want to say prepared because I'm not trying to be tinfoil hat, but it was like there was something that like that was attached to this, like to whatever happened that made it go viral. On
a scale of like spontaneous Arab Spring to like planned Coney 2012, this was somewhere closer to like the Coney side.
Yeah, and it's not like exactly, but it is like a little bit, This situation
like on a scale of 0 to 10, it's like a 7.
Right. This situation in Sudan, I'm gonna be very honest with you, like it's not gonna get that much attention because it just, sadly,
already gone down on the stream already.
You're right. Sadly, there's no like bad guy. Like the same thing with Congo. Like there's no bad guy. Like it's a civil war basically. Like, and it's hard to turn like Rwanda into the bad guy because they're like a Western darling. When it was Syria, it was like Bashar's the bad guy. There's like the Syrian government is the bad guy. When it's Egypt, it's like the Egyptian military is the bad guy. Coney was the bad guy, whoever else.
Honestly, the people on the marketing team were close too.
Whoever else, and like the situation in Sudan is just like so intertwined. Like now if they were saying Janjaweed still, then maybe they could have get people to care more. But saying the Rapid Support Forces, like it's hard to know. Are they the good guys or the bad guys? Because it's like also you're telling me the Rapid Support. I don't know. But to be honest with you, like you're telling me about the Rapid Support Forces, and then like there's also the Sudanese military. So it's like, who's people are skeptical of militaries in Africa, like, so it's like, wait, whose side am I supposed to be on? Like, who's the bad guy here? Like, is it the military or is it them? Because they also had a military coup in Sudan not that long ago. So it's like, And for me, somebody who keeps up with stuff going on in Africa and the Middle East and the Arab world and the Muslim world and stuff like that, it's messy to me too. It's like, dude, I feel sorry for the situation. It's terrible. Unfortunately, like when Trump got elected, he, cut off a lot of aid throughout the world, and people are starving because of that in Sudan, especially.
Throughout the United States too.
Right, we'll get to that, I'm sure. But like because of that, like it's even hard for me to keep up with it. I'm just like, y'all just gotta stop, dude. Like because on some level, it's like you can't. I can't blame the UAE more than I can blame like Sudanese people who picked up weapons to fight against each other. Like just because the UAE is saying like, hey, if you go do this, we'll give you something or give you a cut. I don't know. Like, it doesn't mean you have to do that. So really you have a civil war is people fighting within the country against like, fellow country people and also like killing civilians. If anybody, I'm sure this is boring as hell now, but if anybody wants to read about another civil war that happened in Africa, Algeria's civil war, I want to say it was in the 90s. Like the early 90s, Algeria had a really bloody civil war. Same thing. Mm-hmm. They're all just both sides is doing like crazy atrocities, like, so it's just a sad situation. And it's really hard for this situation to pick up like the online virality, as opposed to a Palestine or like a Syria did or like an Egypt did,
I'm just gonna read off some bits from Al Jazeera just so people have like straight information, so it's not just like us popping off. The RSF has killed at least 1,500 people in El Fasher, capital of the North Darfur state, since seizing it on Sunday, according to the Sudan Doctors Network, including at least 460 people at a hospital at a widely condemned massacre. More than 3,600 people have fled since Saturday, largely on foot to Tooele, a town about 43 miles west that is sheltering already about 650,000 people who are displaced. So, we're talking about 2 million people in Gaza and, more even in the West Bank who are being displaced right now actively. And, you're seeing a number that's like 30%, 40% around that out here as well. So one survivor named Hussein was wounded by the shelling, but made it to Tooele with the help of a family carrying their mother on a donkey cart. They said the situation in Al-Fashir is so terrible. Dead bodies in the streets and no one wants to bury them, he said. We're grateful we made it here, even if we only have the clothes we're wearing.
Yeah, it's been like that for a long time. And like I said, like, I feel like when it started getting, it was actually kind of weird to me when it started kind of getting more attention online. I was just like, whoa, like, really? Has this been going on for a minute now? Like, it's been like that for, I can't say how many years, but like, it's been a minute. Like, there was like a big.
I remember a friend of mine in high school doing a project on like famine in South Sudan. Like, not to age myself, but roughly a decade ago.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, I don't know exactly the date, the year South Sudan became a country, but like even that was like a crazy ongoing war. I remember they used to have that one. What was his name? Like, Good Luck Jonathan or something like that. I think he was like the leader of South Sudan. I like. Please look it up. I think his name was Good Luck Jonathan, and he used to wear the hat.
No. That was the former president of Nigeria. Sorry.
Was that Good Luck Jonathan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, wait. Who was it?
Omar al-Bashir?
No. That was the Sudan guy. In South Sudan, they had a guy who used to wear the hat. Damn, what's his name?
Let me see.
If you put South Sudan hat president, he'll come up.
Salva Kiir Mayardit?
Salva Kiir. Why the hell did I say Good Luck Jonathan? I think he used to wear a hat too.
No. I know the Nigerian guy. You had some elite ball knowledge right there. Once you said Good Luck Jonathan, I was like, oh my God, I know this guy.
He used to rock the hat too. That's why he used to rock the hat. But Salva Kiir, I don't know if he's still alive, but is he still the president of South Sudan? Yes, I'm pretty sure he is. But yeah, even that situation was wild. They were fighting each other for decades until South Sudan split. And who was a big backer of South Sudan? Israel. And who was a big supporter of the people of Darfur? Who was a big supporter? Israel was all over Darfur. And you know who else? The Kurds. The Kurds were. It was messy, girl. It was messy. But I'm 100% sure like one of Salva Kiir's kids like lives in America. I'm like 100% sure about that. But and probably Bleach's too. But
one of Netanyahu's kids up in Pennsylvania.
Like literally. But yeah, it's really a shame and it's very sad what's happening in Sudan. At the same time, it's like, it's like, yo, like, what is the purpose of this situation? I have no clue. Like, what are you even fighting for? Like, Sudan has some gold, it has some oil, but it's like, it's never going to be, some like wealthy nation. And it's just never been like that calm. It's had its calm years, but like Omar Bashir is like always on the run from the ICC. Like he's always been considered a war criminal from the war in like South Sudan. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's a really unfortunate situation, but I'll say this is the last thing I'll say. For the people that are like, for the people that are like, how come nobody's talking about Sudan? Like, it's like, because people just can't understand. And I don't think, for me, like, if you don't really understand the situation, like, I don't think necessarily you should talk about it that much. Like, I feel like try to educate yourself to like try to understand if you're really going to be out there talking about it, because I have seen plenty of people on Instagram reposting some thing that they came across, which I'm sure just they saw somebody else post it, and it is like the wrong side,
Oh no, I've been off of Instagram for just over a month and a half, and like, oh my god, I hope it's like clear, like my lucidity of like how much I've quit social media. Like, it is great. Among other different things going on in my life right now, it has been phenomenal. And for the old heads, you'll remember the older Power Reports where like we would interview some of those experts, and like I would actually like seek out and what's that word? Like, no fucking commentator knows how to do it anymore. That's right, vet. I would vet and like go back and like look back and go, does this person make sense? And, you don't always get it right, but I think this time needs more of the curation and less of the sort of like knee-jerk reaction. And so that's kind of a tease for some of the content we have coming up a little bit, at least cooking up in my head. More on that soon. That'll definitely include.
Mainly.
Huh?
I said mainly some stuff later. No pun intended.
Yeah. I actually have nothing to say about that at this point.
Okay.
I think there's a lot. I think one of the more poignant things I've said, one of the most poignant things you said about that very quickly last week was that I remember, at least myself, I said that ultimately the people of Maine are going to be the ones deciding on this. And, I forget who made this point, but a combination of both of us, like, was also adding that this election is so far out. A lot of people, this is not really going to matter to them. It's not really like that much to add to. I think it's an interesting point to see how certain people reacted, but that's a different venue for a different time. Right. Let's go. Let's go into the tip. Let's go into with Hurricane Melissa. I wanted to at least acknowledge that before we get into South America, because that's South Greenland, as I say, I guess. We'll get to Trinidad and Tobago later, all right? But Hurricane Melissa, strongest Category 5 hurricane to hit Jamaica. It's also hit Cuba, and other places like in the vicinity. Haiti. The alligators and dolphins are ending up in neighborhoods and pools out there because of the heightened sea levels. First responders are just getting out. There are believed to be a lot of people who died trying to escape the flooding, who have died, just because of the flooding, the winds, all the kind of chaos. The storm is weakened, but it was like a, once in a decade kind of storm. There have been a couple, I think there was one in the 90s and one like maybe in the 10s, the 2010s that we had seen. But some of the images out of there are devastating. Some of these weather stories. I remember seeing, I forget this guy, but he's like a meteorologist in Florida, I want to say. And he gets really emotional talking about a lot of the weather stuff, especially recently. He did a really good report on the impact that Doge was having on the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, which handles, distributes all of the meteorological, or, to use less big ass words, like they're the government agency that does the weather reports, and they distribute them to like smaller, radio stations, rural areas, big cities. Like in big cities, they have some of the resources and some of like the things where like, you can get a lot of ways to get this data. But in rural areas where Tornado Alley, NOAA is crucial. And with all these other different cuts, hurricanes, where hurricanes are happening, it's very crucial. And with all these other different cuts, it's very difficult for not just the United States, but to share all this other information out to other countries. I'm not saying that was necessarily a factor here. Like ultimately, like this is a very big storm. You can say that climate change is a factor for a lot of these storms, but like, these storms happen and have been happening with more frequency, especially since the 80s, 90s, when a lot of this industrialization is peaked around the world. And you really feel for it. Like you see a little bit of fall rain outside out here on the East Coast. It's like, oh well, that's nothing compared to what's going on out there. So you really feel it.
Yeah, no, it's really unfortunate. I think I saw, as of right now, the death tolls at 28. I don't know if that was just in Jamaica or within like a few different countries, but
I saw the death toll at 40, combining a few different countries. So
Okay.
I think it's morbid, but unfortunately safe to say that the death toll is going to climb in both
For sure.
regards. But
yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't reach a Texas flooding from a few months ago level. But yeah, we see like more of these extreme weather events around the world. I was just seeing about it's like, I think it's been 1 year since those devastating floods in Valencia, Spain, where like over 200 people died. And like the king of Spain came to Valencia. They were like throwing mud at him, and they're calling on like the mayor to resign and stuff like that. You're just seeing a lot of these extreme weather events around the world. I mean, obviously, the Caribbean gets a hurricane or two every year, but if they just keep getting worse and worse. I mean, I can't remember the name of the hurricane, but it was like a couple years ago. And yeah, they were just like, I was seeing something recently. They're just like, yeah, we still haven't recovered from that hurricane. So, I feel like, unfortunately, unless things change, what's going to happen is, basically every year you're going to get these hurricanes, but you're not going to be able, like the countries aren't going to be able to recover from them within that year. So it's just like more and more things get battered. One of the big things that affects, especially in the Caribbean, not so much Haiti, but is it affects tourism. Jamaica, people.
I'm sorry, not so much Haiti, and then mentioning tourism.
Barbecue. I don't know if barbecue's checking passports yet. But
I bet he's more lenient than Trump.
He probably should. But people in Jamaica, people trying to go to Jamaica, they're trying to hit up hedonism too. You know what I mean? Cuba gets a lot of tourism throughout the year. So like it's not just the devastation from the storm itself. Like it's like people being like, well, it's like too dangerous to visit the Caribbean between August and October, and that also impacts the local economy a lot too.
Yeah. Folks like Bad Lefty saying that was a year ago. Damn, it was a lot. Time is weird.
Yeah, in Spain, that was a year ago. It's crazy.
It is wild. I want to show some before and after photos really quickly of some different areas. So this first photo is the Barnett River along Montego Bay. So I'm going to show you the before photo, and this is from the 24th of September, 2025. Let me put it on full mast here.
Okay.
So that's that. Now let me show you what it looks like after the hurricane. That would be the 29th of October. So let's do the old eye exam. Here's number one.
Look like District 9 now.
Number one like that. And then number two like that. Yeah, it's pretty destroyed. Here's another view.
There's just a lot of flooding too. You can just see like so much flooding within the neighborhood.
Yeah. Let me get the description for the other view here. Sorry. Again, Chromebook podcast, so it's running a little bit slow here. Thanks for your patience. But here is a fishing village in White House. Not the only White House to get destroyed this month. Ooh. So here's the before. And this is actually just a week ago. This is a more recent photo. Actually, no, this was October 7th. So again, no relation. But now here's a photo of what it looks like after the hurricane. So number one and number two. You just see like total destruction of all the buildings. And it's not just the ones that are like, directly on the coast, but it's things that are at least a mile inwards that are just flooded or underwater.
You can tell like you can tell the wind hit that a lot. Like you don't see as much flooding, but it's just like the winds like tore those
185 mile per hour max winds.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I think sorry, go ahead.
And the Jamaica, Haiti, like they're like mountainous islands, like there's a lot of hills and mountains and stuff like that. So it's like a lot of like lowland, like it's easy for just like, aside from the wind and the rain, it's just like all these different factors just are not ideal,
Yeah. I'm trying to find the comment. I just saw it. Oh yeah, Bobby was saying, good to see you, Bobby. They're talking about adding a category 6 hurricane. Like, yeah, like we haven't gotten anything that like, tops, there's the enhanced Fujita scale for like tornadoes, and then there's like the category scale for hurricanes, and then there's like an enhanced Richter scale or whatever for earthquakes. Like we haven't actually maxed out on any of these, and like we really don't want to, because we would barely know if we're ready for the worst case scenarios that have happened in the past, let alone even worse scenarios that we haven't predicted yet, that are even more subject to human folly. But yeah, it's we're getting to a point, especially with less earthquakes, more like these things that have to do with atmospheric conditions that are contributed with climate change, which we're not helping. I think there's like a COP30 happening soon. That's so cute. Like Trump
in Brazil.
Oh, that's fine.
While they're building a new freeway in the Amazon, and also Brazil just authorized drilling for oil not too far from the mouth of the Amazon. Shout out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure climate warrior Lula da Silva is there will be blooding the Amazon, much to the chagrin of the indigenous people who are there.
He did say that they need that money so they can be like green later. That was his excuse.
I mean, at this point, you need that money to fund the military in case the United States invades. So That's kind of why I wanted to get Hurricane Melissa out of the way so we could start to move further south and get into the piece about in Colombia. Yeah.
South to Venezuela.
It's just, you know, B-52 bombers are buzzing the beaches. I'm not even trying to do alliteration. That's just like a fact. That's just happening right now. The CIA got caught red-handed trying to bribe Maduro's pilot to divert the flight. Did you hear about this, man?
No.
Yeah, so there was a report that came out, which means the CIA ain't got that Black Panther smoke no more. Like, this is not your Chicago boys, like 1970s, 1980s CIA. These are the there's that theory like of if you do a copy of a copy, it eventually becomes faded out and eventually just like, you know, fades into the paper and you don't actually even get the product anymore. Like, we're really at that point with American society in a lot of different ways. In our media, in our politics, we're definitely in that way with the CIA. And so the story came out that CIA officials had basically gotten, or, you know, CIA agents had gotten as close as Maduro's private pilot to try to bribe him and convince him to divert a plane that Maduro was on to an island in order to be captured by the United States. And and the pilot was like, basically what Bam said, like, soy es mucho estúpido. Tú es mucho estúpido.
He said, "I'm stupid if I take that bribe."
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous because I'm also wondering if that's actually true, because the CIA would lie about something like that. Like, look how close we got, you know? But also, okay, if Maduro leaves, like, he's got like a vice president or like the military and shit. And like, what the hell? Like, that's not going to change the country right away. Just like the whole situation is ridiculous. It's just like some, like, you know, weird flexing. Like, also, like, okay, aside from Venezuela, like the actual country, they're literally just killing all these people in these boats. So they destroyed one of the boats. 2 people survived, and they let them go. And I'm just like, okay, like, you have lost, like, you had no credibility already.
We said 44 dead across the Caribbean. Venezuela says these are all civilians.
They are. Even like, we have seen no proof that they have had drugs at all. Like, they have provided.
Also, we have no reason to believe these are, like, Donald Trump is above killing civilians, domestic or abroad.
Right. So
he's done both.
Like, right. Like, every American president is doing both with no problem. But these are 100% just civilians. And also, it's like, if somebody was willing to believe you, or at least give you the benefit of the doubt, like, oh no, they wouldn't just kill people on the boats. They let 2 of them go. So you're telling me that these are drug runners, then why didn't you prosecute them or do whatever the hell? Or at least, like, turn them back into something, I don't know, but take them to Trinidad. They're on your side.
I remember when an American president made a deal with an El Salvadoran drug gang to let out, like, the key members of their cartel back to El Salvador, even though they're already held in, like, you know, mega security American prisons. I remember the American president who did that. I actually remember it was in the 21st century, Bam. I'm sorry. I know I'm a little bit of a weed head, but I actually remember this was Donald Trump's second administration. He literally did this not even after he did this before the inauguration. This was a deal in order to, give Bukele what he wanted, in order to be able to send people like Kilmar Abrego Garcia to that Secot, super prison in El Salvador, the death camp, essentially. El Salvadoran journalists are getting hunted down for trying to report that story about that deal between the Trump administration, Bukele's deals with all the gangs, right? So like this idea that Donald Trump is, again, like, we're going after the fentanyl that's coming over the border. It's like, but the fentanyl isn't coming from Canada, right? Like,
or from Venezuela.
Exactly, right? Like, that's the cocaine, and we know all of your business friends and all of your aerospace friends, let's say, are not going to be cool with that, right? So,
right. But yeah, so like they're doing that, and then like that's just like insane. But then also this show of force in Venezuela, it's just like, what? Like, you're announcing that the CIA is there. I honestly don't really believe this story about the pilot thing. I don't really believe that. But like,
wait, what pilot thing?
The CIA, bribed the pilot or whatever. Like, I don't even believe that. But
I mean, I just told you about the story. Like, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I don't know. But like,
no, I'm sure it's some kind of report. But like that's like what the CIA would do, or that's also like somebody in Maduro's government will lie about. Like, it just seems like too much, dude. Like, also, like, what is that gonna do? Like, that's like like if they're going for regime change, like that's not like taking out one person isn't a regime change. Like, you got to take out the whole government, like and it's obviously it's not an easy thing to do. Like, you got to like literally invoke some kind of like in the first Gulf War in the 90s, they tried to like get the people of Iraq to get to like take Saddam out. They like America encouraged like a revolution amongst like the Shia and the Kurds, and what did Saddam and them do? They just shot everybody until they stopped, like, and they were gassing the Kurds in the north. They were like gassing them, and they were like shooting all the Shia people, and they were like, okay, you got it, buddy. So that's not going to work. Like, if the Trump administration really wants to change the regime in Venezuela, you're going to have to put boots on the ground, and it's going to be really bad. It's going to be really bad for them.
Dude, should I say this? No, this I'm definitely not going to say, all right? This I'm definitely not going to say. But like, I wish I had my better computer because I'd be able to pull this clip up like that. But there's that one clip in the movie that's like, you never get into a ground war in Asia. Same thing goes for South America.
Same thing.
Same thing goes for South America, right? It's like, a ground war in the Rocky Mountains.
Right. And worse.
Well, because like a ground war in the Rocky Mountains is like Iran, which is why people are like, Americans think. Another like power report saying, American, or at least I'll take full responsibility for what I'm about to say. Americans are due for a period of humility because they thought Iraq and Afghanistan were, a walk in the park. Iran, if you think a war in Iran is gonna work, buddy. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. If you think a ground war in Iran is gonna work, buddy, let's go back to South America. Brazil would be hilarious.
Well, that's it. That's like dead impossible. But
like I just want to like draw this. Like, let's go back to brass tacks a little bit. Venezuela. Again, if I had my better computer, I could show the map. I could show the topography of Venezuela. I just like you would. It's like you're cooked. Like you're not gonna make it past the cliffs if you do a ground war. It's gonna be like D-Day, but you're not going to be on the good side.
Also, Venezuela, like in the maps, it doesn't look like this necessarily, but Venezuela is huge. It's a really big country. Like, it's not just some small little thing. Like, it's huge, and it has a lot of. It has like at least like 4 or 5 cities, maybe like 5 cities, if I'm not mistaken. It could be 6, of more than 500,000 people. Like, it's not just one capital city and, you know, and that's where everybody lives. Like, no, it's got a lot of people. They're spread out. And what's the name? I think Bobby mentioned a coup. And you know what? I think that might be like what they're trying to go for. But the thing is, like, if the person or people that are like plotting the coup, you gotta be willing to die. Like, that person has to be like, okay, I'm ready to die. And they gotta like, they're like hoping that America will save them. But it's like, you're not gonna trust Trump's military or government, because you're gonna be putting yourself in a situation where you could get killed and your whole family in some shit. I don't like. There could be some people that's down, you know, but Chavez and Maduro, they did a lot to like get loyal people in the military and in the heads of the military. And you know, maybe some soldier takes Maduro out or something like that, or I don't know, but I think a lot of the generals are loyal to the Chavista movement. And the Venezuelan opposition is like, they don't have like any power. And I don't know like how popular they are actually, you know, I don't know, you know. I do believe that Maduro is, unfortunately, he's become an autocrat, in my opinion. Because I just feel like you can't have hella elections where you don't let people run, dude. Like, that just is kind of gross to me. Like, you can't just, okay, that's the most popular person in opposition, then we're arresting that person. But, you know, the third most popular person, like, they can run. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, dude. At some point, it's like, I can't really rock with that. But at the same, I mean, but shit, that's what Trump seems like he's trying to do here. But at the same time, as far as like their government, like, I don't really see what America can do to change that, other than trying to like incur some kind of ground invasion, which I don't think would work.
Absolutely would not work.
Yeah,
I'm not
a
betting person, but I would put so much money on that. And
yeah,
like, to your point about like, would, you know, like, is Maduro an autocrat? Yes. Is Trump trying to be an autocrat? Yes. We'll get to that in the domestic report, but like, you know,
but I want to say
Maduro can, everything Nick can do, Don can do better. Don can do anything better than Nick. No, you can't. You're a what?
Whoa. I think also if American military starts bombing within any of the cities in Venezuela, you're gonna kill civilians, and you're gonna also kill people that don't like Maduro. Like, and like that's it. Like, they're not gonna be like pro-America no more after that. Like, you're gonna be like, it's nobody likes their government anywhere. Like, everybody hates their government. In South America, everybody hates the government, no matter what. Who even though they voted for him, is like, yeah, but he's not doing shit. Like,
and like almost everywhere, like the Trumpian, like, it's. I want to say it's only like the white countries where like they actually start to like worship their leaders as though like
if they're racist. If they're racist.
Yeah. If they're racist. Yeah. Specifically. This is not something, Lord, this is not something that even center liberals do, because center liberals do nothing but left punch, and leftists do nothing but, in my opinion, more rightfully, center punch. So like, and far left punch, and the far left just like punches everywhere. You know, like, that's cover. Like, you know, that's a very I won't use the word healthy, but it's a busy, flourishing sort of realm of ideas getting spread around
Right. So yeah, I just think there's no options in Venezuela. Like there's just really nothing. I don't know what
no options in terms of like the United States being able to do
violence.
change.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think that
I mean, they can keep doing these like, bitch strikes, but like,
yeah, that has nothing to do with anything. And it's just like, it's unfortunate. We don't even know who's actually conducting the strikes, if it's the military, if it's like CIA or what. But as far as like, I think like, I don't know what the Trump administration and Marco Rubio and them want from Venezuela, but it's like,
I know.
Like if you want something, like if you want access to the oil, just go negotiate that shit, dude. Like you're not gonna get him out by being by threatening him. That's just gonna make him more popular. Like that makes him more gangster.
I think the Trump strategy, rightfully or wrongfully, and I think wrongfully for a number of reasons, but I think in a realpolitik way, it's not going to work for most countries. Again, like it's going to galvanize. It does nothing but galvanize people. Like you got. When I don't really feel the need to talk too much about this. A, because it's fresh news. B, because I don't think much happened other than like some photo ops and Trump getting made the Burger King of South Korea. But Trump was just got back actually from a tour of East Asia, kind of, right? And met with the new Japanese president, the relatively new South Korean prime minister, I want to say, maybe president, I'm not sure. And of course the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. And yes, the South Korean leader presented Trump with a crown. Yes, this is the week after No Kings. But they know how to butter him up. What can I say? And I kind of forget what the point I was going to make, but like there's something about Trump meeting with Xi Jinping that I was like trying to like connect with that I feel like is I was trying to respond to what you said, but my bad. Maybe we'll come to it later.
No, it's but like I don't know exactly where you're going, but yeah, even with that, there's like some hyperbolic thing, like they're gonna make a deal, whatever. Dude, we just seen Trump saying he's canceling a deal over a commercial. Dude, like a lot of this. Go ahead. Did you remember? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I kind of remember. Like, Trump is going around doing like I think I was trying to get around the point about like I didn't even want to talk about that much because Trump and Xi said this is exactly the point I was going to make. Thank God I remembered it. You were talking about Trump's sort of like agitative sort of behavior, basically creating the conditions, not necessarily to crack a country or to create divisions within a country, but actually to like unite a country and make them more like, nationalist a little bit. I think Argentina is more of an anomaly than an exception just because of how much the right has been ingratiated, even pre-Trump with the crypto bros and with the tech bros. Like the San Francisco boys, the PayPal mafia are really the new Chicago boys, really. And Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, I'm sure a number of like crypto freaks. I don't even feel like remembering their names. But before I forget my point in one of these tangents, because that's what's happening. The very fact that the American president and the Chinese president had a summit in South Korea. Like the very fact the Chinese president was in South Korea and wasn't like dukes up, and the South Korean leader wasn't like dukes up, because all this trade war stuff has brought noted best friends Japan, South Korea, and China closer together economically and politically, is like more proof and evidence. Europe have their faults, but they're like, obviously we are the European Union. We're good, right?
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff and Robert here on the show. Robert, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, man. Recession indicator. I inherited an Xbox 360, so I have been pirating Xbox 360 games, and it is something else to play video games that don't have like a shit ton of microtransactions in them. It is quite liberating. Let me.
Well, good thing it only took you 40 some seconds for the curses.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was still on Twitch.
We are, and also
you can have
radio.
freedom on Twitch. Oh,
No, we're under the shackles of Donald Trump's FCC. So here we go.
But yeah, I have been.
Is it even working on a government shutdown though?
Who's that? What? Oh
Is
yeah.
It
Oh, it totally
is.
is.
Oh yeah.
No, 100%.
Anything policing anything, sure.
100%.
Anyway.
Oh, I got a funny story. No, real quick. New Orleans politics. So I cannot. I mean, I'm not going to disclose because I actually currently like my job, but I work a city job that I am considered an essential employee. But we have found out here in New Orleans that they're having big old budget meetings because the city has been paying their city workers out of FEMA funds. How does that work? And now they're saying they might not be able to make payroll.
I saw that.
Yo,
and
guillotines. That's what time it is. I'm boy. If you see something happens, you'll know. You'll be like, yep. He crashed out. He crashed out because that's crazy. Somebody needs to go to prison.
Yeah.
Because you can't pay city employees out of FEMA funds. Where's the money, Lebowski? Whatever, man. All right.
Forget about the toe, man.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you for joining us. We have a very special guest today, Conrad Cable. Good evening, good morning, Conrad. He is coming to us live from Farmerville, Louisiana, where he is actually in the midst of a campaign against the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Tell us about it, man. Tell us about yourself first.
Yeah, well, for everybody in New Orleans, where you at? For everybody else out there, hey y'all, how you doing? My name is Conrad Cable, and I'm the farmer from Farmerville. And on Labor Day this year, I announced that I'm running for the Democratic nomination for Louisiana's 4th Congressional District. And y'all know that's Mike Johnson's district. So I'm up here in North Louisiana. Farmerville borders Arkansas, but I absolutely love South Louisiana. I was in 4-H for 8 years, and I did a lot of activities and things all over the state. And so I just met so many incredible people. It showed me from a young age just how diverse and how amazing our state is. And, you know, my wife and I love to visit New Orleans anytime that we can. I love the city.
Yeah, well, just go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience here, and we can talk a little bit about your upcoming campaign, or your ongoing campaign, I could say.
Sure. So my brother and I, we own and operate a vegetable farm, and that is in Marion, Louisiana, and my folks have lived in Marion, Louisiana for generations. I'm really lucky because I get to farm on my family land, and so I get to see my folks every single day, and family is something that is really important to me. I mean, my wife and I, we both have college degrees. We could have moved anywhere that we wanted, but we really wanted to stay in Louisiana because our family means a lot to us. And we think that, you know, having children, it's so important to raise them in a village surrounded by people who love them, not kind of isolated off somewhere. So whenever I lost my job during COVID in 2020, my brother and I had been farming part-time for about 3 years. I started as a backyard gardener and who loved having fresh chicken eggs in the morning, you know, but I made it from the farmers markets, and whenever I lost my job, I didn't want to go work for anybody else, and I've had some bad bosses, you know. And
do they come any other way?
What was that?
Do they come any other way?
Look, I try to be a good boss, but you can talk to my brother one day and maybe he'll tell a different story.
He's coming on next week.
And look, and I say that in Congress, I can work with anybody that's up there because I've run a business with my brother. And look, once you meet my brother, he's a character. He's the one who hunts all the rabbits out at the farm. And once he moved out on his own, I was like, how did you become more country? But it's kind of funny. He lives in a little bitty community called Truck Snow. But anyways, y'all.
Truck Snow?
Yeah, Truck Snow.
That's awesome.
TRUXNO.
Okay.
And I'm not one of those farmers riding a tractor every day. We're a vegetable farm, and we're growing mainly like salad mixes, leafy greens, root vegetables. Carrots are our #1 crop, and plus we do all the seasonal favorites. So our first season of our subscription service just kicked off this week. So I've been harvesting a bunch of like radishes and salad and things like that. So it's something that I was personally called to do because I love feeding people. And I think that because my grandmother owned a cafe in our little small town of Marion, that I got that. But whenever from the time that I was in 3rd grade to the time that I was in 8th grade, I had a big garden every year, and that was how I made money. My parents, whenever I wanted to, let's say, get into baseball and I wanted a pitching machine so bad, they're like, you're going to buy that yourself. So one summer, I did a 4-H community service project, and all of the produce that I grew, we gave it away to people in the community. And so it's people that we knew through our local church, people that my mom knew because she grew up working in a cafe in town, and so she knew everybody. But I got to see firsthand, whenever I was just in 6th grade, just what rural people struggle with in accessing fresh and healthy food. And there were often times whenever people would have me come into their house and put those vegetables in the refrigerator because they were in wheelchairs and they weren't able to even like get up and open their own door. How can we expect these people to drive to a grocery store? So I have really, a special place in my heart for rural communities. And, District 4 is 45% rural. And I think that one of the reasons why Democrats have been losing is because we have lost the ability to talk to rural people and to have solutions to their problems that can make their lives better on a day-to-day basis. And that's what I'm trying to do with this campaign, is to look out for communities and for people. And it goes, like, if you go and check out my priorities, it's not just solutions for rural people, but I think that our priorities are all rising tides that lift all the ships. Because as Senator Wellstone said, when we all do better, it's better. Or it's better when we all do better. I'm sorry, I messed that up.
It's all right. So I do want to kind of drill down, and Robert, jump in if you want at any point. But you just decided to step up and run against the, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And you are like, what made you? And by the way, if you're listening, Mike Johnson, come on the show and debate us. Come on, I dare you.
We have to say that by FCC regulations.
But also, if he wants to come on the show, that's
inside
lit.
baseball.
Hey, from what I understand, he loves debates. So
yeah,
who knows?
Come on, debate. Meet us on the battlefield of ideas, Mike Johnson. No. So, I guess what was the thing that inspired you to run for Congress? You mentioned the Democrats and how they've lost rural America, but also I don't know, they've lost pretty much everybody because they're just a bunch of feckless. I mean, this is how my analysis: a bunch of feckless losers who were essentially, servants of capital. But I don't know. Tell us what made you want to run for Congress, and why are you doing this, and what's going on here?
Yeah, well, I've been involved in food policy advocacy through the Louisiana Food Fellows Program, and then also the Louisiana Sustainable Agriculture Coalition, now the Louisiana Small Scale Agriculture Coalition. And so I have been a huge advocate for the SNAP program for a long time. And a few years ago, I was invited to be a part of a delegation of small and medium-sized farmers who went to Washington, D.C. to lobby for the Farm Bill. You know, we haven't passed a Farm Bill in 4 years.
Right.
And we met with the entire Louisiana representative, or all the representatives.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Just let me pause really quickly. What essentially the Farm Bill is, by the way, in this country, the way that we essentially create farming in this country is through subsidies by the government, in no small part. Just to sort of like put that out there, because people do love to talk about capitalism. We need to make sure that we have a sector of agriculture, and that is in part subsidized by the government because it's such a huge priority. We gotta underscore that.
Absolutely. And the thing about farming is that makes it different from any other kind of business is that there are so many factors that are out of your control. And so, I mean, my farm was practically destroyed in January by an EF2 tornado because with our weather becoming more erratic, we now have Dixie Alley in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, where we have more hurricanes. Seemingly every year, the average tends to go up. We average around, last time, I think it's 36 per year. But y'all, in 2022, there were 138 tornadoes in Louisiana during the winter. So, I mean, that's the thing that's scary is that, like, while there may be trends, there are absolutely more and more anomalies right now. And so not only does the USDA offer programs for recovery and mitigation through the USDA, but the USDA is also where all of the nutrition programs like SNAP, EBT, and WIC are funded through. So it's a huge bill. And like right now, they're talking about passing a skinny farm bill. And, you know, I think that farmers are in such a bad state in this country right now through Donald Trump's irresponsible and I think, you know, unconstitutional tariffs that he has imposed. And I really believe that farmers are owed a fat farm bill, especially with, and, you know, I try to have empathy with people who have voted against their self-interest, because whenever I was younger, I have definitely voted against my self-interest. And I think that we just have to, you know, continue to reach out and to educate and, you know, to be there for disaffected people who, you know, maybe one day they can wake up and snap out of it. But, you know, whenever I went to Washington, we had meetings with all of the Louisiana representatives in both the House and in the Senate.
Oh, buddy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was wild. And mostly it was their staffers, but I had a meeting with Mike Johnson in his office with the door closed. I met his little dog, Lincoln, and everything. And I had one ask. I asked for some deregulation, y'all. I asked for it to be easier for small, medium, and regional farmers to be able to connect directly with SNAP, EBT, and WIC recipients. Because, you know, to be honest, those are people in my community, especially in rural Union Parish, Louisiana. Those are the folks that I want to serve. Those are the folks that I think it builds equity to have them included in the conversation about fresh and healthy food, because nutrition matters whenever folks get older, and especially for our kids. Y'all, 50% of the kids in Louisiana, or 50% of the SNAP recipients in Louisiana are children under the age of 18. And so if you want kids to succeed in school and do well in the ACT, like everybody wants them to, they have to have the nutrition for their brains to develop properly. And so,
and now look at how SNAP is essentially about to just disappear entirely.
And so, look, in the meeting, he told me it was bipartisan, and our campaign hasn't used it yet, but I got a great picture with Mike Johnson. in his office. But, you know, my ask was for deregulation. He told me it was a bipartisan issue to provide fresh, healthy food to people on those programs. And he said, quote, if anything, that's what they should be eating. And, you know, we'll take the they. But it was a little dehumanizing. But I was like, maybe he would listen. And then what do we have through the reconciliation bill but the most historic cuts to SNAP, EBT, and WIC, but that have ever happened? And so, you know, for me, like I haven't spent my life devoted to pursuing running for Congress, but whenever I started seeing things happen, like the dissolution of the Department of Education, whenever I started seeing things happen like Elon Musk and his cronies at Doge cutting $1 billion from farm to school and farm to food bank programs, of which our farm was a partner with Feeding Louisiana, the Northeast Louisiana Food Bank, and then that contract gets cut because all the money runs out. And I see the importance of like what happened with infrastructure here with several projects that got done because of the infrastructure grant that Joe Biden got done. And so I have seen firsthand what these really terrible and unpopular policies from what essentially I think that's coming from the Louisiana leadership in Congress, a huge part of it. I mean, they are absolutely complicit in pulling, or they are pulled by, they have strings that are pulled by the executive branch. And it is the type of sycophancy that I see and the blatant outright corruption that I see. And the fact that nobody in this district had stood up in the last 4 years, I could not take going to the ballot box one more time and not seeing an opposition that might, and not see Mike Johnson face some opposition. So I think that
that's why you're running.
But yeah, so you know, I think that I have the problem solving skills and the grit and determination that I learned through starting a farm. And I think that I have the deep roots of understanding Louisiana culture and understanding our values and understanding the solutions that working class people need from our representation in Washington. And I think that that's what makes me a good candidate. And I want everyone out there, before you just say, hey, this guy doesn't have a shot. Yeah, I know that we have a 10% chance of winning. You know, 1 in 10, if all the dice roll just right and everything goes our way, I think we come out on top. But this district is 40% Republican, 30% Democrat, and 30% no party. And if we can reconnect with a lot of the populist ideas that are frankly shared, that are just value shares that Republicans, Democrats, and no party folks have across the spectrum, I think that we do have a shot at beating Mike Johnson, because people want honesty and they want authenticity and they want transparency whenever it comes to their representative. And I think that I have more in common with the day-to-day struggles that people are facing than Mike Johnson ever could. Like, when was the last time this dude ever even bought his own groceries? And then he's in Washington passing legislation to cut the grocery bills of people who need it all over the district. And so I'm trying to take a stand against what I see as, frankly, tyranny. And
yeah. WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Sorry, you were frozen there for a second, but yeah, we do need to. So you're running essentially to actually provide a voice for working class people. Robert, did you want to ask a question or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to ask a question. I want to give a small anecdote, because I feel like, good, bad, or indifferent, however this works out in the race, I think that the problems that American farmers, Louisiana farmers in particular, I can lay those problems, and I don't know those problems beyond what I can read. I don't feel it. I haven't lived it. I've never tilled the land, but I lay this dead at the feet of the Democratic Party. for writing middle American people off, allowing Donald Trump and the Republican Party to trick people into, not even a trick. They just thought that what we're going through right now, would never
Democrats
happen
made it
again.
easy for them.
Yeah, Democrats hoed the road for this. And I can tell you an anecdote. So I was an elected delegate for Bernie in 2016, and I was in the Philadelphia Convention Center. And I went to the I went to every caucus like I could go to, because I was excited to be there because I'm a policy nerd. And then
Lanyard.
two, yeah, I am a lanyard boy. Give me a lanyard and an open bar. And I'm there. Right? I went to every caucus I could possibly go to. I went to the LGBTQ caucus, and it was standing room only, as it should be.
He's what you would expect would be an ideal delegate for these kinds of things.
Yeah,
if you asked me back then.
But I went to this caucus. It was standing room only. Logo tried to interview me, and I'm like, I'm just an ally, so let that be known before you stick them. And they're like, oh, thanks a lot. It's not what we're looking for. I said, cool. But I'm telling you, this thing was packed, right? I went to rural Democrats. There were 10 people in there, and 8 of them were the people on the panel, plus me. And I'm like, this is the problem right here. I was like, if anything, every caucus, LGBTQ, African American caucus, whatever, women for Bernie, women for Hillary, should have said, march, got right up and marched themselves right down to the rule and sat down and listen to what people are going through, because this is what matters. And it's like the idea, one of the things that they were talking about was how terrible internet services in rural America. And they were like, look, we have to pay oodles amount of money for satellite internet, and it's terrible. We need to have a new deal to where we're laying down fiber optic all across the land. And I'm like, this is why we lose. This is why y'all lose, because you don't want to hear these people. And then you wonder why they all turn their back on you. And especially in Louisiana, rural people, if you talk to rural Republican Trump voters, right wingers, whatever, the most racist weirdos you can find in the parish who are tilling the land, I'm telling you right now, talk to them for 20 minutes about what they do and about the land and the Gulf. These are environmentalists. And I'm like, they're the ones who are like, yeah, we really got to make sure the water's clean. Yeah, we got to make sure that the oil companies aren't poisoning the earth. And I'm just like, these are Democrat voters. Yeah, they're not going to agree with you on every single thing, but the things that they don't agree with you about, they're in rural America. They're not even going to clash, And I've always had this pipe dream of running for office, for state office in Baton Rouge, and going out there as somebody who didn't grow up in Louisiana and say, look, I don't know what it's like out here, but I'm here to listen to you. And the things that we disagree about, we might disagree on trans rights, where I would be like, the last time any of y'all saw a trans person, hold your hand up. Okay, so this doesn't even affect you. Great. And just let's talk about what we can do to make your life better here in Amite, Lafayette. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the other,
Northeast Louisiana.
Where's the paper mill at? Bogalusa. Let's talk about how we're going to make your life better here. Don't worry about what's going on in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Don't worry about that. Let's fix this. And it's you would win the state easily. And it's I just want to say, as somebody who's a former liberal who had this, kind of urban liberalized idea, I'm sorry that the Democratic Party has put you in this position to where you feel like you have to run for office here.
Our state party definitely struggles with recruitment, and it also struggles with providing candidates resources. But I won't spend much time talking about the faults of the state party. But I want to make 2 points. The first is that one of the things I think that we all have in common with Louisiana, the only entity that is less popular than Congress in Louisiana are the local municipal water systems. And that is a common thread that stretches, that everybody cares about. And so I think that we need to be proud of the water that comes out of our tap. That seems pretty basic to me. And the second is, I think that for the most part, if you ask people, you would get a overwhelmingly positive perception of the local food banks, right? Everybody understands that, like, hey, this is an awesome thing that these people are doing, because we all, at the end of the day, regardless of what your religion is, in Louisiana, we believe in feeding people, right? We believe in feeding people who are hungry. It is core to who we are. And some of the staff from the food bank told me an incredible statistic. So for the cost for the price that the food bank can get just one meal into somebody's hands, SNAP gets 9 meals into somebody's hands for the same price. And whenever, I'm talking to conservative folks or to people who are like on the fence or no party, I bring that up because these are not like these welfare programs that people like to call them, or as a derogatory term, entitlements, or anything other than nutritional benefits. And what I think is critical is a critical human right. I think that we all have basic human rights to healthcare and to fresh water and to housing and fresh food. We live in the richest, most prosperous, and I think one of the greatest countries to ever be on earth. And I think that we can do better whenever the government works for working people for a change. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to point those two things out because I think that meeting people where they are and being able to have them have an understanding of like, hey, this is the type of infrastructure we can have whenever our representatives care. This is the type of quality of life that we can enjoy whenever we subsidize industries that are critical to develop sustainable local economies, right? And so I just think that it starts with, providing places where people can be healed whenever they're sick, like local hospitals or even rural clinics. And I think we can go even further, and we can have the dignity of in-home healthcare for people. I think that too many folks die miserably inside of a hospital whenever they could, pass comfortably surrounded by their family at home, but cost, and I think that we can do better on so many fronts. And that's why folks can visit my website, Conrad, the number 4, Congress 2026.com. And you can check out my priorities. And, we may not agree on every single issue, but I'm asking folks if you agree with me on 50% of the issues that I'm talking about, because at the end of the day, they are economic kitchen table issues that are about making people's lives better. Because I gotta tell you, like, folks out here are surviving, not thriving.
Yeah. And looking over at that website, bottom of the hour, by the way, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. Looking over at the your issues tab, I'm seeing some things: increase minimum wage, right to unionize, big one, Medicare for all, defend Medicare, Medicaid. These are for the most part, things like Medicare for all, for example, or unionization. These are popular issues that are somehow ignored by the sort of like Washington consensus and the leaders here in Louisiana, be they Democrat or Republican, quite frankly. And these are programs that would benefit working people greatly. Talk a little bit about your issues that you have here, because it really is sort of in line with sort of that the kind of the Bernie platform, essentially.
Yeah, I would describe myself as a populist Democrat, a New Deal Democrat.
Oh, in Louisiana, that's got a history, by the way.
I'm a fourth generation. Hey, how many of y'all ever been to a barbecue?
Yeah, exactly.
But, I'm really inspired by the moments in American history, whether it's labor rights or whether it is LGBTQ rights, or frankly, I wish that the New Deal would have gone further in FDR solidifying the second Bill of Rights, right? Those economic freedoms that he talked about. But no,
We talked about that a number of times on the show with Harvey K and others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just think that from my personal experience with the fact that my family was pretty much saved during the Great Depression because of the CCC coming into town, and it gave all of my uncles and my grandfather a job during the Depression, and it gave us infrastructure, right? And I look back on moments in time whenever the government has made an investment in its people. And I think that we can do, I just can't say it enough. I just think we can do so much better for working people. And COVID, we kind of had a few bones thrown our way, but really, it's hard to think about a long list of legislation that has directly, that, Democrats or Republicans have been responsible for, that has directly made working life better. And the last 10 years, those are few and far between. I'm really a big fan of Joe Biden's infrastructure bill that he got done. I think that we need more of that. And whenever these folks ask how we're going to pay for it, billionaires should pay more. Corporations should pay more. And I feel like I'm absolutely taxed to death. So,
and you're not a billionaire.
Look, I might be the poorest congressional candidate for office. I don't know. Y'all can go check out my financial disclosure on the FEC, but I am, about as working class as you can get. My wife and I make around $65,000 a year combined. And so I know what it's like whenever you have to choose between going to the doctor or going to the dentist. Whenever you have to choose about, some of your appliances go out, like your dishwasher, maybe you got to save up for 2 or 3 months before you can buy a new one. Or you're just like praying, man, I hope my car doesn't mess up this week. This is a bad week for an oil change, right? So, and, I have to say I have a personal grievance because I've been priced out of Topo Chico.
Oh my gosh. Are you calling me out?
No, man.
Champagne socialist. You're a water drinking socialist.
No, man. That's the bougiest thing about me is that I love a good bubbly water. But man, Topo Chico's almost $20 for 12. Man, I can't do that. There's like craft beer that's less expensive, man. Like, they're killing me. Whenever I used to drink almost a case a day back whenever they were $6.99. But man, those days are long gone.
Yeah.
Never coming back. I'm on like maybe some canned bubblies now.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to bring the price of Topo Chico down so working class people can drink it. Robert.
Right. So, I just think that taking care of health, making sure that healthcare is not only protecting access that we have now, but expanding that access for people in the future is so important. It's so important to raise our wages so that people can afford and be able to raise a family here in Louisiana. And, you can't do it on $7.25 an hour, I gotta tell you. And I think it is also important for us to really have a lot of conversations with these guys who want to talk about transparency and all of that crap. And then they are like literally the most blatant corrupt guys that have ever, or not, I'm not going to say ever been in politics. I don't know, man. Donald Trump's grift on this, like on his crypto scam and the Jared Kushner Middle East deal and like man, so many. I think that, he's going to end up, his presidential library is going to end up having that plane. Oh, did I lose you guys?
No, you're good.
Okay, good. But yeah, I just think that, we have to weed out corruption, and that starts by reversing Citizens United. It starts by banning members of Congress from being able to buy and sell, trade stocks. And I think that once they're done with their legislative career, that they can't come back to Washington and lobby. So there is, and Bernie talks all the time about campaign finance reform and all of that jazz. And y'all, like, I'm in the belly of the machine now. And like, I mean, Mike Johnson, I looked up a few weeks ago, maybe like a month ago, that he had raised around $8 million so far in 2025. And then someone on my team yesterday told me it was 13. And I was like, how did he raise $5 million in a month? So, you know,
when
so
billionaires are throwing money at you, I guess it makes it a lot easier, right?
Yeah. So it's a real David versus Goliath story. And I think that, I mean, you guys know about Louisiana. I think that is a metaphor that absolutely describes what we're going up against. And, you know, I think that if you read that story, David refused the shiny armor that the king offered him, and he stood there modestly in his tunic and prepared for battle. So that's the attitude that I'm trying to have, is to, like you said, listening to what people care about and the issues that matter to them. And I think that is thoroughly reflected in our policy that we're standing on. And I'm committed to even adding more policy positions as I get out on the trail and talk to even more people. Because y'all, like, I hate that there is a stigma of the 4th Congressional District that we're a bunch of dumb North Louisiana rednecks. And it is not like that. Like, we have Evangeline Parish that has the highest number of Cajun French speakers in the state. We have Calcasieu Parish and Beauregard and Allen. We have so many parishes down towards Acadiana and then South Louisiana. So it really is a diverse district. It is a culturally significant district. And that's what I'm trying to portray to the country, because I think that Mike Johnson has given us a bad rap.
Yeah, and I would say too, you know, even if it was, you know, 100% you're correct, but even if the 4th district was just a bunch of dumb rednecks, it's still culturally important to the fabric of the state. And it's just like those people need representations too. People whose special neurospicy interest isn't politics. You know, it's, I don't know, have you seen the tractor kid who knows, it's like, this kid's definitely autistic on TikTok, who knows everything about tractors. He knows more about tractors than I'll ever know. Nobody should know that much about tractors. So it's like, but that is an important thing to him. So it's like, not everybody needs to be super plugged into politics. They just need to have representation that's actually representing them. And it's, so what I would ask you is not a emotional argument, because like, you'll find no qualms with me about the emotional argument of like, everybody needs a dignified life in America, and we have too much resources, it's will that people don't have dignified lives. What is the material argument that you would make to voters in your district that would get them to vote for you over Mike Johnson? What can you do for me right now if I get this guy out of office and put you in? Like, what is the selfish position argument that you would bring to them?
Yeah, the argument is that we are going to make your water cleaner and your internet cheaper, and we are going to make sure that whenever you have a medical emergency in your parish, that your hospital isn't closed and that you don't have to drive an hour to get care whenever you're having a heart attack. And I'm also talking a lot to people about just the blatant corruption, because that is something that we all share, and we want to, weeding out corruption is something everybody wants to do. And so what I talk to people about is, do you think that Mike Johnson considers, or what has Mike Johnson done in the district? That's what I ask people. That's how I've been approaching. And for the most part, people cannot give you a good definitive answer. I haven't gotten one yet. Sure. And that's asking conservatives and Democrats. And so what I'm trying to tell people is, hey, Mike Johnson is representing the people who give him a lot of money through his campaign, and he's representing the interests of Donald Trump. And right now, you are all being affected by the tariffs in these ways. And most of the time, whenever I talk to people about that, I talk about how my farm has been impacted through the tariffs. So people understand that they're being taxed to death. And whenever you can crack that egg and get them to understand that, like, you are paying the tariffs, sometimes you just want to shake people. And it's the argument is that we're bringing manufacturing back, right? Well, we don't grow coffee in the United States. And as far as like farming is concerned, we don't produce potash, we don't produce peat moss. And I use those so many, and things like azomite and green sand and so many different soil amendments that farmers use. We don't have that. It's not that we can't produce it, it's just that we don't have it.
And then when they throw on tariffs, the cost just goes through the roof.
Yes. And so, we're putting tariffs on things that are never going to be manufactured or produced. And so that's just another cost that Americans have to accrue. And that's why we're paying more at the grocery stores. And that's another thing that that everybody recognizes. And it's really tough to do things quickly concerning bringing down cost of goods as far as agriculture is concerned. And especially now, because we have tariffs, and importing any kind of food is difficult. But I don't know about y'all, but I feel like Donald Trump won because he talked about the price of eggs.
Right.
And the price of eggs had nothing to do with Joe Biden. It had everything to do with an infectious disease that was wrecking the egg layer population. And so they were having to cull millions of egg layers all over the country. And so it took a while to hatch out new birds and raise them up, because those egg layers, they don't grow as fast as those broiler chickens. They're not fully grown and popping out eggs in 30 days. It takes like 6 months.
So what would you say, and just to kind of drill down even further, and I mean, those somebody in your district that says, yeah, the price of eggs hasn't gone down. I'll give you that, Mike. I'll give you that, Conrad. But I like how Mike Johnson owns the libs. Now, they might not say that in that terms. They might say something like, I agree with his cultural values or something like that. But that's what we're talking about. So how do you... Because I try to have these conversations with people too, and that's the pushback I get. Because at the end of the day, they just like how it makes me sad that Donald Trump and Mike Johnson are in office.
I really can't say that I have seen any clip that I think Mike Johnson is definitively owning the libs. I think that whenever he is up there in front of the press, that he looks completely out of his element. I think that he looks nervous. I think that he does not deal well with any type of pushback. I mean, look at what happened on the C-SPAN call with the Republican military wife. He froze like he was from Alaska or something, man. Like, I think that Mike Johnson is absolutely in over his head, and he has a hold of the reins of an absolutely feral horse in the MAGA movement. And I think that, and we can disagree on this, but I think that the hardcore MAGA folks who give a dang about Mike Johnson owning the libs, I think that is less than a majority of the Republican Party.
Yeah, we're talking about the 30% floor of Trump support, which is
right. I would also point out in that as well, like, part of the reason that people go well, at least they own the libs, is because both the Democrats and the Republicans have ruled out anything that even resembles real change in the world, making people's lives better. And when you have this, that ruled out as a possibility, well, you might as well make my enemies angry at least. I can be miserable, but my enemies can be more miserable. WHIVLP New Orleans, good morning, Conrad Cable. What do you think about that part?
No, I think that, man, I just don't get these guys, man. I really don't. Like, I really don't understand how Mike Johnson can use his power to make us poor. And whenever these guys defend him, I really see a lot of the main defenders of his. I don't even know if I've never met anybody that has said, look at this way that Mike Johnson has owned the libs. What I do hear people talk about is Mike Johnson's beliefs and his Christianity and all of that, So what I have a problem with is like, and Jefferson wasn't perfect, but the three tenets of Jefferson, or of tyranny, according to Jefferson, was he gave us a warning to beware of warlord kings, the morbidly wealthy, and theocrats. Theocrats. Oh, my voice kind of cracked on that. I want to make sure I say that very clear. Theocrats. And I'm sure that y'all have seen the clip of Mike Johnson at the Republican, or not the Republican, but the prayer breakfast with the Moses story that he tells about how God told him that he was to become the Moses of the Republican Party. And I just think that type of rhetoric is so dangerous, because it feels like he is one breath away from saying that he is chosen by God to be Speaker of the House. And so, like,
real Messiah complex stuff.
Right. So, like, I was raised in a Southern Baptist, I was raised in a Southern Baptist church. I graduated from a Christian private school in Monroe. And so, like, as followers of Jesus, like, his interpretation of the good book is one that I think goes against Louisiana values. And whenever you start digging deeper into people that may see his representation of his faith in the media versus the legislation that he is passing that actively takes away medical access to mothers and infants. I mean, in Louisiana, we have one of the highest infant and mother mortalities in the country, and it's unacceptable. And we have we're talking about healthcare cuts that are going to affect 1.5 million Louisianans. We're talking about SNAP benefits that go directly
I don't know if it's my computer or if it's StreamYard, but StreamYard be tripping.
Okay, go on, Conrad.
Oh, you can still hear me.
So
good.
So I think that whenever you compare this legislation that is passed with chapters from the Bible, like Luke chapter 10 or Matthew 25, and you look at what Jesus called his followers to do, it is the antithesis of, I slam my hand on the table. It is the antithesis of, the type of unpopular policy that the Republicans are pushing down the pipe. And I am very much, I have an English degree from
Jesus would not have cut
ULM.
Medicaid like that.
Right. And I have an English degree from ULM. And so, and this is also like through the English program at my Christian high school is through the books that we read, like Brave New World or 1984 or Animal Farm or any of those books that challenge the narrative. I am a staunch anti-authoritarian, and I think that Mike Johnson is the lieutenant of tyranny, and I think that that Donald Trump is absolutely out of control, and so many of the things that he is doing go against the America that I grew up with and that I came to love, and I absolutely abhor the attack on immigrants in this country, and I really wish that if there was a slogan, it would be to make Ellis Island a symbol again.
Yeah, I was smiling while you were talking about, religion and you're being brought up only because I was also brought up Southern Baptist. So when people start talking about I was chosen by God, or what just passed is the whole the TikTok rapture thing, and I was like, y'all know, and I'll be, you're running for office. I'm not, but I just remember being like, y'all know that when y'all don't get raptured up, or y'all talking about God said this and it don't happen, y'all know y'all got to go after that, right? Like your head is supposed to meet a rock. Like That's in the Old Testament. I didn't write it. That's supposedly what y'all believe. So I wouldn't be throwing out how God told me to do this or God said this was going to happen. When it don't happen, you're supposed to go. But yeah, that's the kind of argument, the cultural thing. I think that, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not the running, but like I think that you're up against more than material thing, because I think like, this is how Jeff and I talk about this on the show. This is how libertarians get born, because what Jeff is saying is like they believe that nobody's there to help them. Everybody's on the take. So of course I don't want to pay taxes because my tax money is just going to be, you're just going to steal it anyway. I'm not going to get any return on investment. And as long as I can punch down and like look at somebody else in misery that in my station is one step above them on the ladder, then I'm fine with it. And that's just such hard conditioning to break. And I think that's what you're up against. But I think just by attrition, you're saying you have a 10% chance to win. I think the more, you know, every day the Trump administration is, and Mike Johnson himself is leaving a door open for you to run through, almost like a Zoran Mondami, to where they're on a speed run to destroy this country. And farmers everywhere, not just in Louisiana, are seeing that.
Well, I'm a big sci-fi fan, and so you know, I love the Frank Herbert's Dune books, but I am a big fan of the new movies, and you know that the narrow path that Paul Atreides is able to see, like, and that's why I say, and maybe this makes more sense in Louisiana culture, but you know, if those dice we get a couple of good rolls of those dice, baby, I think that we do have a shot, and I think that I'm just country enough to be able to have a conversation and to find ways that we can relate to a lot of the no party people who feel disaffected by both of the political parties, and they are just looking for a leader. They're not looking for someone who bows down to special interest or the interest of somebody else. They want somebody who listens to their problems and somebody who talks about solutions that make their lives better. And that's what I intend to do. And that's what we have been doing.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
As we sort of wind down, I did want to, this is in response to somebody who came on the show months ago, but they're from Texas and they're very up on their Texas barbecue, and you know how they are. But I think now is an opportunity for you to talk about maybe, you know, why Texas ain't all it's cracked up to be, or at least the Louisiana kind of like counter to that, and then we can get out of here.
So I think that, you know, culturally, North Louisiana does have a lot in common with East Texas. You know, we love country music, we love camo, we love hunting and all that stuff, right? But I think that, and this is why I love food so much. I think that is one of the ways that we are really connected with each other.
Food is love. Food is love.
Yeah. And so and that's one of the reasons why I became a farmer, is because I love, I'm a home chef, and I'm the one who cooks food for my wife, Emerald, and myself. And I just think that food transcends any borders, and it gives us cultural identity. So making sure that that's why I love promoting seasonal eating. Like, you know, Satsuma season is coming up. I hear it's not going to be a great Satsuma season, so I'll be trying to get my hands on any that I can. I love that crawfish brings us together, right? And that everyone can gather around in a potluck style and build community that way. So while we have a lot of economic interest in that, you know, we have these oil companies and mega corporations like Meta who have been exploiting our resources and our people for what seems like generations now. And I think that we have so many cultural ties, even though, you know, there's cultural or the Protestant versus Catholicism, and I learned a lot about that in my 4-H years growing up. But I think that in Louisiana, for the most part, that everyone gets the idea that we are supposed to love our neighbors. And from work that I've done with Hurricane Katrina, whenever Hurricane Katrina and Rita hit back to back, my local 4-H chapter was at the community center in Farmerville every single evening for what felt like 3 or 4 weeks, because there were people on cots in our community center for that long. And I really think that in Louisiana, we've been through so many natural disasters and corrupt politicians that as a people, we do want to look out for each other. And that is something, and that is a narrative that I am always going to advocate for and to believe in. Philosophically, I'm an optimist, not a pessimist, or else I probably wouldn't be running against Mike Johnson. But I definitely, and it could be a character fault that I give people the benefit of the doubt too much. But I believe that we have a lot of values, and I think that we love a lot of the same food, and I think that we all want solutions to these problems that will make everybody's lives better. And that's why, I'm running as a populist.
Conrad for Congress, .2026.com. Anything else you want to say on the way out, Conrad, Robert?
I'm good. No, I mean, the answers that I got from you are more than satisfactory. And like, I really did mean that. I don't mean that thing of just like, oh, best of luck. I mean, like, brother, just by attrition, by the way things are going, you can win this thing.
Yeah, and again, like the Mike Johnson is definitely going to win if nobody runs against him, right?
Right.
Like,
you don't win unless you run. So, my final thoughts is whenever, and I got to say that, like, after last November, I was hitting the hopium really hard. I never thought that Kamala would lose. I never for a moment thought that Kamala would lose. But whenever Donald Trump won, and I had my friends saying that, oh, Kamala will never win. But whenever Donald Trump won, I was depressed for a few weeks, but whenever I'm feeling down, I listen to Dr. John's "Let's Make a Better World," and that song always makes me feel better. So I also had to shout out Dr. John. I had the opportunity to meet him in Natchez a few years before he died, and he's one of my favorite musicians, and just had to keep the Louisiana love going,
Yeah, right. Well, thank you for joining us on Good Morning Comrade, and thank you to everyone for listening. You can find information about Conrad's campaign at ConradForCongress2026.com, and follow him on all social media, Conrad for Congress. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally. And yeah, thanks everybody for listening. We love you. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, I'm not being held hostage. I am currently dog sitting. Welcome to Kristina's Corner, and I am back, baby. And by that I mean I'm glammed up. I got my nails on, I did my hair. It's in a weird awkward growing phase, so it doesn't look that good. And my forehead is a 5 head, it's huge, and my widow's peak is so noticeable. Oh god. Anyway, I'm dog sitting, and so explains the location. This is usually where I stream when I'm at this place. It's great. Nice little background of the world. I can actually find Palestine on the map. It's over there somewhere. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I have some good news. It looks like we will be finally caught up with rent. And by that, I mean not being a month behind anymore and worried about getting evicted this week. Yay! Finally, things will be looking up just in time for the holidays. Also, we have some good news. Dick is down. And by that, I mean Cheney. I spent the day watching Vice, directed by a friend of mine. You might know who this guy is, Adam McKay. Maybe you might have heard of him. He's directed a few movies like Anchorman and the other guys. Don't Look Up, Vice, of course. You might know who he is. Yeah, he's a friend of mine, so I watched Rewatch Vice in his honor, in Dick Cheney's honor, and be like, fuck that guy, Also, later on tonight, I'll be part of the coverage. Hopefully, Mom Donnie wins. A lot of my friends who voted for Cuomo are kind of regretting it because I kept telling them, I'm like, Trump endorses Cuomo. Trump wants Cuomo to win. They're like, no, he does not. You're wrong. And then, of course, that 60 Minutes interview dropped, and a lot of pro-Trumpers and Elon and Trump are saying they want Cuomo to win. And I'm like, vote for it again, award, liberal, centrist, whatever you are. So yeah, I don't really got anything really big planned. But I do. Oh my god, these dogs. Dogs be barking. Hey, Manny, do you want to say hi to everyone? You want to say hi? He's got a donut on his, he's got the donut of shame on him. What? I'm in the middle of a show, dude. Oh, he's mean. So he's getting old. He's getting old. Poor baby. See, look at his tail. He's a cutie. There we go. Sorry. He's a baby. He's a big boy. We finally, she has him on a strict, feeding schedule, but, I give him a little bit more because he needs to gain some weight. He's getting plump. There she is. Come here, Paisy Poos. Y'all, this dog's eyes are insane. Her eyes match her coat. Look at it. What are you doing? Come here. Say hi. Say hi to the people. Look at her eye. Look at this. Come here. Sit. Up. Come here. Get up. Get up. Say hi. Come on. Get up. Up. There we go. Look at her. Look at her eye. We can't really tell, but her eyes are blue. Look at those piercing blue eyes. They match her fur. Look at that. Yeah. Anyway, oh my god. They want my attention, and I already fed them and stuff, so it's just trying to multitask. And there's a little Yorkie, Ellie. I call her Ellie Belly, but she doesn't like being on camera because I don't know why. Also, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going over one of my favorite films of all time, Mildred Pierce, Joan Crawford's Oscar-winning role. I can't wait. I know all about that, so that should be exciting. Oh, so actually, you know how I actually got something to talk about. So basically, this is great. Oh, whoa, I have the whole, ooh. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at something. Actually, I think tonight when we go over the New York City mayoral race or whatever, or other elections, because there's also ones in New Jersey and whatever, there's going to be a lot of us with data that's showing in real time when the votes are counted for, and CBS has one. But I don't want. Okay. So apparently Trump says he's not going to fund the food stamps because he says the food stamps are not going to be funded until the government reopens. And I'm like, yay, happy Thanksgiving and Christmas, everyone. So, oh my God, what? I'm tired of all these places with pop-ups. I'm trying to like give you guys the news here. Okay. All right. So here we go. Trump says he's withholding SNAP benefits until shutdown ends. Wow, this is like 42 million people are being held hostage right now by one man. The biggest hostage crisis in our history, in our country's history, probably. So, President Trump signaled today he would be withholding Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, benefits until radical left Democrats open up government, as many states grapple with a lapse in federal funding. Even though there is a contingency fund available, he doesn't want us to access that either. Trump, in a post on Truth Social, wrote, SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, not true, many-fold, during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed to anyone for the asking as opposed to just those in need, which is the purpose of SNAP, will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up government, which they can easily do and not before. Who's in control of the government, though? The House, the Senate, the White House? You, dude. It's your shutdown. It's your shutdown. I'm just saying. You know, also too, you need like 30 hours a week to get like SNAP benefits. So as someone who used to be on SNAP, we know this for a fact. You have to work, unfortunately, to have food stamps. Also too, they cut like billions of dollars in SNAP. I don't know where the hell they get the idea that we are funding SNAP like never before, especially since Democrats have voted to make cuts to SNAP in the past. A federal judge directed the Trump administration late last month to use available emergency funds to keep SNAP benefits going. The White House said money that it would not be tapping into other funds, calling it an unacceptable risk. Oh, so now y'all have to play by the rules when you haven't been playing by the rules since day one. I watched last night's Daily Show, and it's so funny when they're like, oh, well, we can't access the contingency fund. We can't do this. We can't do that. It's, you know, there's rules that we got to follow. And I'm like, what rules? The judge said you have to access the contingency funds to fund SNAP. People need funds for food because of your fucking tariffs. Shit's expensive. The administration said it would send out reduced SNAP benefits while noting the process to recalculate could result in significant delays. My God, they're coming with every excuse to not give people the funds needed for food stamps. I'm so glad that Social Security disability benefits don't get, because we would be shit out of luck. The White House noted the fund has $4.6 billion available for households, which is not enough to cover the full November benefits spent to cost upward of $9 billion. Amid the confusion, the U.S. Department of Agriculture told grocery stores that they were prohibited from offering discounts to SNAP recipients during the shutdown. Why? They should. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt offered some clarification on the White House plans for SNAP Tuesday afternoon, indicating that partial benefits are still slated to be sent out, albeit with some delay. During a press briefing, CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang asked Leavitt whether the administration planned to distribute the money or defy the court order. No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. She said, okay, yeah, right. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money. It's a fucking card. It's a card. It's not like you're sending a check or sending cash. It's a fucking card. And even when people have even if there are people who have like leftover funds on their SNAP budget, their card, they can't even access that. which is fucking insane. You should be able to access whatever leftover funds you have. It's your card. You're going to take some time to receive the money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. No, stop making excuses. It's not the fault of the Democrats for once. They're actually holding the line because they don't want Obamacare premiums to skyrocket, which they kind of already are. We're digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. Well, this is an emergency and a catastrophe, and technically war, so yeah. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. Well, now's the perfect time. And that's what he was referring to, the True Social post. He has to, though. People are going hungry. There are people backing up traffic, trying to get food. Food banks are food banks are now losing resources because they can't keep up with they can't even get enough donations to feed people. The Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment and the Justice orders, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to recipients of SNAP. But it's going to take some time, she added. Stupid cough. States brace for the anticipated halt in the program that is solely funded by the federal government. Many turn to their own emergency funds to direct residents to food banks, or said plainly that benefits will not be available beginning in November. An average of 21.7 million people, or 12% in the U.S., received SNAP benefits in 2024, with some states and territories more reliant on the programs than others, like red states. Red states. Truer words have never been said, Rich. I mean, again, I used to be on food stamps, but the problem was when you get food stamps, and once my dad started getting disability payments, they were like, "Oh, you're making too much money a month. You gotta cut back." So we went from having like a couple hundred from food stamps to like $30, and my mom's like, "This is nothing." I mean, my dad's Social Security, my dad's disability money was enough to pay for rent alone. But then we had to figure out, wait, how the fuck we gonna pay for food and other bills, you know? So my mom, we were working our asses off. Like, it's crazy. So it's just been a very, very rough year, it seems, for everyone. It didn't feel like Halloween this year. Hopefully it feels more like Thanksgiving and Christmas this year. I doubt it. We didn't even celebrate Christmas last year. We didn't even decorate, put up a tree or anything. We didn't even have presents because we didn't have any money for presents. And I'm a presents gal. I love getting presents. I'm that bitch, man. I'm like Vita Pierce and Mildred Pierce. I'm spoiled rotten, but not enough to kill someone over it. Spoiler alert for those who haven't seen Mildred Pierce. Okay, this is funny, not gonna lie. I saw something funny that y'all should see. My W is the only one left. My childhood is literally dying. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, he is the only one that's left alive. Ooh, man, that's rough. That's very, very rough. I'm sorry, but that's funny. That was funny. That's very funny. I am just so excited for tonight. I'm pumped. Actually, let me look at there is an article that came out. Well, the Rolling Stones published it in July, debunking all the myths about Zohran Mamdani. He's not a communist. He's never said anything anti-Semitic in his life. Like everyone's like, he said we should globalize the Antifada. Like he's literally never said that. What? Like he's never said it. Like he explained what it meant, but he never said it in a way that endorses it. Also, too, it just means struggle. It just means struggle. It's not like it's really not the end of the world, people. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh my God, this dog cannot stop barking. So, hopefully I can get through this article without dying. I think I've read this before, but let's read it again. Debunking all the bullshit about Zoran Mamdani. Wait a minute, let me just... Okay, so debunking all the BS about Zoran Mamdani. Insecure Democrat nominee for mayor of New York, the young Muslim progressive has faced a tidal wave of hateful misinformation. So, it's now official New York State Assembly. Zoran Mamdani is the Democrat nominee for mayor. You don't have to read all that. But Mamdani is not in the country illegally. This is among the more flagrantly false claims about Mamdani floated on Tuesday by the president himself. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally, Trump said at a press conference. Oh, Jesus Christ. With Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You know, we're going to look at everything. Like what? Oh my God. Andy Ogles, that fucking guy. To denaturalize and deport Mamdani, whom he gave the racist nickname Little Muhammad. Mamdani was born in Uganda to Indian parents. By the way, guys, people say Mamdani's people did 9/11. No. Pakistanis and Saudis did 9/11. Not Uganda. None of the terrorists none of the hijackers are from Uganda. So that's, again, y'all, people are lumping all Muslims in together. Not all Muslims are the same. Sunni, Shiites, they're all like, oh my God, I cannot believe we're reverting back to post 9/11 era Islamophobia. Remember us youngsters when 9/11 happened? We thought, oh, the world was at peace. Besides, we were, going after the terrorists. But no, Islamophobic attacks went up by like a lot after 9/11, the days after. And then we also had to deal with anthrax. Did we ever figure out who did that? Anyway, Mamdani was born in Uganda to Indian parents and lived for a short time in South Africa before his family moved to New York in 1998. When he was 7 years old, he was a naturalized citizen in 2018. While it's true that Trump's Justice Department is moving aggressively to strip citizenship from naturalized immigrants, there are some 25 million living in the country. That's a lot of economy right there. And the administration even wants to block the constitutional right of birthright citizenship. Mamdani is a legal resident, plain and simple. He does not have any connection to 9/11 or jihadist terrorism. Also, the unindicted 93 World Trade Center bomber, saying unindicted doesn't help the case that this guy had connections to the bombing at the World Trade Center in 1993. That guy just ran a church that those people visited once. Like, that was the only connection they had. That was it. He had nothing to do with that bombing. Like, I don't, like, again, trying to, it's just, why would you say unindicted? Anyway, the MAGA right responded to Mamdani's primary video with blitz of Islamophobic fury that had nothing to do with anything he has ever said or done as a politician or otherwise. Okay. Yeah, they're voting for another 9/11. Oh my God, commenters Charlie Kirk. I forgot. Charlie Kirk was alive then. Oh God, simpler times. Also, you know what's so funny is that now Cuomo's whole shtick is suggesting that Mamdani would do another 9/11 or would allow it to happen. It's almost as if Republicans are running his campaign. Laura Loomer. See, likewise, there is no basis to claims from Trump zealots, including Laura Loomer, that Mamdani is a jihadist Muslim or has ties to Iran or the Muslim Brotherhood and can be arrested on terror. You can't do any of that. Let's see, Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who posted an AI-generated image of the Statue of Liberty wearing a black burqa. I remember that. Also, lack any grounding in reality. All these are just a rehash of the xenophobic outbursts that dominated cable news in the aftermath of 9/11 itself, and eventually mutated into birther and secret Muslim conspiracy theories about Barack Hussein Obama, which, not incidentally, lost Trump's political career. I think it was Bill Clinton who suggested that Trump should run for president many years before he ran for president. Thanks, Bill. Madani has, meanwhile, faced criticism for certain layers from his years as a rapper in the 2010s. Oh yeah, Holy Land 5, an organization that, a group was convicted in 2008 of providing, again, this still doesn't mean anything. Now, the good stuff. Madani hasn't actually said or done anything anti-Semitic. As a primary race titan, Cuomo appeared to New York's significant Jewish population by telegraphing strong support for Israel and arguing that anti-Semitism was a defining issue of his election cycle. Not sexual harassment and abuse. You know that Andrew Cuomo's a wife beater? Tell that to his ex-wife, Carrie Kennedy. I did not know that. But she made claim that he was physically abusive toward her. I found that out in a Vanity Fair article that I shared on Facebook with everyone. Oh my God, these dogs need to stop barking. Sorry guys, these dogs and they're barking. This is why cats are better, Come here, you. So let's see. After Mamdani won, prominent Democrats offered baffling remarks in the same vein. Rep. Eric Swalwell appeared on CNN to declare, "I don't associate myself with what he said about the Jewish people," though he failed to specify anything offensive Mamdani has supposedly said. And even more outrageous than this, I remember this one. Senator Kristen Gillibrand responded positively to a caller during a radio interview who ranted about fictional threats facing the Jewish community from Zara Mamdani, with the senator going as far as to imply that Mamdani has supported global jihad. Her office later said she misspoke, and Gillibrand apologized to Mamdani on a phone call Monday night. On social media, Alicia Wiesel, the son of Holocaust survivor and author Elie Wiesel, shared a video in which she urged New Yorkers not to vote for Mamdani after showing footage of Adolf Hitler and Nazi concentration camps. That is very anti-Semitic, by the way. The claims that anti-Semitism seem focused around his stance on Israel. Mamdani co-founded a chapter of the activist group Students for Justice for Palestine at his college and has advocated for equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians in Israel, as well as the end to the war in Gaza. When confronted with questions about why he had not co-sponsored an annual New York State Holocaust Remembrance Day resolution, he answered that he had voted for the symbolic measure every year and backed the allocation of more funds to survivors. He said his office had a blanket policy of not signing resolutions emailed to his office that's taken office in 2021. He has also made public statements commemorating Holocaust Remembrance Day each year. Many Jewish New Yorkers supported Mamdani's run, organized on his behalf, and endorsed him, including the city's highest-ranking Jewish politician, Comptroller Brad Lander, the real ally, who condemned Cuomo for the weaponization of anti-Semitism. Mamdani Maral used his candidacy to speak about the threat posed by rising anti-Semitism and his plans to increase city funding to combat hate crimes. He did not call to globalize the Antifada. See, this is the one that always sticks for some reason, and it's like, when did he say that? In the ongoing attempts to portray Mamdani as an Islamic extremist, one phrase has become a sticking point. During a June appearance on the Bulwark podcast, FY Pod, a week before the primary election, Mamdani was asked if he was uncomfortable with the slogan "Globalize the Antifada," usually interpreted as a call to make Palestinian liberation a worldwide movement through mass uprising against Israeli oppression. The word Intifada, which is more literal translation, means to shake off or struggle, as has been used to describe violent rebellion. To me, what I hear is is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights. Mamdani said, remarking that it would be Trumpian to try to police such language. As a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar with the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning, he added. So he never said globalize the Intifada. What a shocker. Across social media, this exchange was twisted by right-wing media to twist the falsehood that Madani had personally called to globalize the Intifada. Then, on a Meet the Press appearance Sunday, he repeatedly declined to condemn the phrase in an interview when host Kristen Welker brought it up. That's not language that I used, Madani said truthfully. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead the city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in belief in universal human rights. Nonetheless, that same day, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries appeared to indicate that he incorrectly believed Mamdani had used the phrase, saying he's going to have to clarify his position on that as he moves forward. Jeffries, whose congressional district encompasses several Brooklyn neighborhoods, has yet to endorse a mayoral candidate. Also, the fucking day, and fucking Chuck Schumer hasn't endorsed Mamdani, which goes to show he probably did not vote blue no matter who and voted for Cuomo. You know, it's so funny. You know who, it's so funny. Vote blue no matter who. You know, they keep touting the vote blue no matter who, vote blue no matter. Okay. Mamdani won his primary fair and square. You know who did not take it so lightly? Andrew Cuomo. Who, it's so funny that they're running, Cuomo's campaign is treating Mamdani and Curtis Sliwa as the spoilers. I'm like, no, my dude, you are the spoiler candidate. You're the independent here. You're the one who's splitting the vote. These dogs, I swear to God, they're driving me nuts. He's not a communist. Can't believe. I mean, we've been here before, but we got to say it again. He's not a communist. It hardly matters what your actual politics are. If you run as a Democrat and Trump has his sights on you, he's going to call you a communist. This dog, I'm sorry if you hear her barking. He's not a communist. It hardly matters what your actual politics are. If you run as a Democrat, Trump has his sights on you. He's going to call you communist. If a lifelong centrist like Joe Biden couldn't escape the label, what hope does a young progressive have? Sure enough, Trump trashed Mamdani as a 100% communist lunatic on Truth Social as soon as it became clear that he had run away with the primary. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous, the president fumed. Other conservatives followed suit, denouncing Mamdani as a would-be authoritarian far to the left of Senator Bernie Sanders. I mean, he is kind of to the left of Bernie, but you put Bernie in a state like West Virginia and you tout his socialist policies. A lot of these West Virginians that are Trump voters are like, yeah, I want that. I want that socialism. Give it to me. As a cheap scare tactic, the communist boogeyman line is far older than Trump himself, and Mamdani's promise to expand childcare and fight for a $30 minimum wage don't exactly sound like a vision for some Stalinist dystopia. He's not aiming for government takeovers of private industry and property. Oh my God, but he should. And his proposed taxes on the top 1% are meant to subsidize social programs in a way that resembles socialism as it exists in various European countries. Those same European countries that still have a market. They still have capitalism. That's the whole point of social democracy. You still have a free market, but with a social safety net. Just reminding you all that. I don't think we should have billionaires. Does not define him as a communist. Exactly. And of course, he has to reiterate, I'm not a communist. And even people who work literally communists are like, this dude is so far right, it's insane. I'm like, no, but I'm glad you're reiterating he's not a communist. Also, if he was, so what? Like, I don't see the big deal. I don't really understand, like, the big deal if he was a communist. Like, you know. Like, just a reminder that it was communists who basically helped us, if not actually saved us during World War II. I know, shocker, I dare say it, but the Allies really didn't do a whole lot, y'all. It was really the Soviets who did all the work for us. You know why? Because they got betrayed by Hitler, and Stalin was like, fuck this, man. And the rest is history. Yay. Anyway, God, I hope tonight turns out the way I hope. If not, I'm gonna be pissed. I know I don't even live in New York City, but I would like a win for my friends, you know, like, you know, that'd be great. Wait a minute, my friend went to high school with Zora Mamdani? Oh boy, that is so cool. Oh my god, these dogs are driving me nuts. Let's see. Oh my god, guys. 16 days until I see Wicked for Good. Yeah. I'm excited. Let's get some box office predictions. Well, we got a few Wicked for Good news. First of all, Jonathan Bailey has been named People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. He's the first openly gay man to be Sexiest Man Alive. And People Magazine has had that for how many years now? How many decades? Quite a while. I'm just saying. Yummy. Okay, sorry. You know what? You know what, men? You win this round, Jonathan Bailey, who's known for playing straight guys, by the way. Like, my mom's like, really? That's strange. I'm like, yeah, I know, crazy, but yeah, he's very angry that he's gay because I would. Anyway, so let's talk about Wicked for Good, because y'all know I love a good movie discussion. So, Wicked for Good. I hate this. Wicked for Good opening weekend box office predictions are huge. I'm so excited. I'm helping that. I don't want to generate key takeaways with AI. God damn it. I hate this shit. The opening weekend box office predictions for Wicked for Good are looking very good. Universal Pictures Wicked for Good arrives in the United States theaters next month. Well, technically it's this month because it is November now. A sequel to 2024's Wicked. I mean, it's not really a sequel. It's like part 2 of a 6-hour-long movie, whatever. It's adaptation of the second act of the popular Broadway musical by Stephen Schwartz, friend of mine, and Winnie Holzman. The film is directed by John M. Chu, as he's Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo reprised their respective roles as Glinda Upland and Elphaba Throp. How much is Wicked for Good predictions predicted to make at the box office during its opening weekend? Per Deadline, Wicked for Good is currently tracking to make north of 100 million, around the 112, 150 million range during its opening weekend. Oh yeah, Thanksgiving is about to be lit this year. The first Wicked movie made around the same amount, 112.5 million in the United States and Canada during its opening weekend. However, it also faced some tough competition as it was released on the same day as Gladiator 2 and Moana 2, and then followed a few days later. It wasn't really a competition over Gladiator 2, though. I mean, okay, that was actually funny SNL sketch. Gladiator, the musical. That was funny. Paul Pascal should do more musicals. While Wicked for Good will have to face Zootopia 2 when that arrives on November 26th, it won't have too much competition during its opening weekend, as the only other movies going nationwide are Sisu, Road to Revenge, and Rental Family. Ooh, this means that those box office predictions could wind up increasing as the release date gets closer and closer. I remember those movies. It was a really good Halloween. It was a really good month for October. My God, these dogs. So, if Wicked for Good does hit 1 million, 150 million mark. That would make it the 5th highest grossing opening weekend of 2025 behind a Minecraft movie, Lilo and Stitch, Superman, The Fantastic Four, First Steps. Having that said, Jurassic World Rebirth opened on Wednesday and made 147.8 million over the 5-day weekend. Wait, what? A Jurassic World movie opened? What? I didn't know about this. Wicked for Good arrives in the United States theaters on November 21st, 2025. Well, I'm seeing it Thursday on Thanksgiving, the 20th. I have to see it on the Thursday night preview. I'm just saying, I have to. You guys know me. I gotta go and see. I gotta see the previews. I remember when I watched Wicked for the first time in theaters, I started crying the moment the Universal logo dropped with the tornado in the globe, and I cried the entire time, and then I still was crying after the credits rolled. And my mom was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No! I've waited 20 years for this movie." Oh, God, man. I'm so lame. But unfortunately, Ariana Grande won't be making it to the grand world premiere of Wicked for Good because of flight issues, because of the government shutdown. Let's be real here. Like, she didn't allude to it, but I was like, oh, it's Trump's fault. Don't be mad at her, be mad at Trump and his shutdown. I said what I said, and I'm right. How many of y'all have actually read the Wicked novel? I love that novel. I read it when I was 12 when I shouldn't have read it, and yeah, it was an eye-opener. I was like, oh, this is more than just, because I thought the novel was gonna be more, I thought the novel was gonna be closest to the musical, but they played around with they embellished and played around with some elements from the novel and got rid of all the stuff that made it an adult novel, made it a family film or family show. And I'm like, oh boy, this is crazy. Oh my God, that is so funny. I'm sorry, but Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that we are approaching America's golden age. Okay, yeah, I doubt this. But we gotta listen because this is funny as hell.
First term, which was very solid, high, non-inflationary growth.
You mean Obama's economy that was finally kicking in? Okay, I doubt that.
So we're going to see very strong job growth. And Jesse, I think we're going to have what I call parallel prosperity. Main Street can do well, Wall Street can do well. It's been a long time since Main Street's done well, and that's what happened in Trump 1.0. Hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. The bottom 50% of households had a net worth increase that was higher than the top 10%. So we are going to see Main Street surge here, along with Wall Street, which we've already seen. So I think it's going to be a great year next year. I think inflation's going to come down. You know, we're seeing gasoline prices come down. We should see interest rates come down, which will help the housing market. I think next year we're going to go.
Okay, and only for interest rates to go down. I don't know what this guy's talking about, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. I mean, most of the reason why Trump's first term seemed good up until, COVID happened was because of Obama's economy was finally kicking in. I don't understand how people don't realize that. Things were doing pretty well because most presidential economic cycles are like 6 to 8 years, and it takes a while, especially when you've had to deal with something like George W. Bush's economy. I don't understand why people don't realize this. Like when people are like, oh, Trump's economy was so good, Biden's economy was bad. I'm like, yeah, because we were finally dealing with Trump's economy when Biden came into office, and a lot of centrists like Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin did not allow Biden to pass very basic things that could have definitely helped the economy. Yeah, so I cannot stand when people go on about, they don't understand how the economic cycle goes. Oh God, Naomi Wolf needs to shut up. Anyway. God. Oh, wait, we got technical issues? God damn it, this internet here is really not good. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, hopefully. I don't know what's going on, guys. I think it's the internet here. I don't have a direct line to the internet like I would at home, and plus they don't have good internet here. They have Breeze Line, and that sucks. They don't have fiber internet. Yep, that's right, Looney Tunes. I'm not living in a Target parking lot, thank God. Also, Kamala had this to say about Dick Cheney. I'm sad to learn the passing of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Why? Vice President Cheney was a devoted public servant. Oh my God. From the halls of Congress to many positions of leadership in multiple presidential administrations. Jesus Christ, lady. His passing marks the loss of a figure who, with a strong sense of dedication, gave so much of his life to the country he loved. Doug and I are keeping Lynn, their daughters Liz and Mary, and the entire Cheney family in our thoughts during this difficult time. Oh my God, lady, what are you doing? Oh my God. Like, stop, like, I don't understand. I rewatched Vice, directed by my friend Adam McKay. I will continue to flex that. It's ridiculous. We should not be honoring this man. That's like, if we're gonna lionize Dick Cheney, then we're gonna lionize Trump when he dies. And I'm not looking forward to that. I really am not. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm like, you guys, war criminal, man. War criminal. War criminal. Like, I don't understand why is this happening? We started seeing this during Trump's first term, where people were like, oh, oh, he wasn't so bad. I'm like, he got us into a war because he didn't like the idea of putting Osama bin Laden on trial. He wanted him to just die and get killed right away. Because remember, days after 9/11, the Taliban was like, yo, Bush administration, yo, W, we are willing to give you Osama bin Laden. We know where he's at. We can get him for you, and we can help with a trial. And George W. Bush basically said, no, I don't want that. And the rest is history, and it's gone to shit. Yay. So, there's that. Not fun at all. I cannot wait to get rid of this cough. I need medication or something. I don't know. Nothing I'm doing is working, y'all. Anyway, also, look at I love this map. It's such an interesting background for like streaming because it's like I'm doing politics and yeah. Oh my god, these dogs. Hey, Liz.
Hello. I am in the mood for some elections. Are you?
Same.
Welcome. Folks. I was listening a little bit to what you were talking about, movies coming out and whatnot. What do you think? So you're going to see Wicked on Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
The new trailers. Are you excited for the Super Mario Galaxy trailer? It's going to premiere with the movie.
Apparently, we're getting a teaser for the Odyssey, and we might actually see the trailer for the Michael Jackson movie, the part 1 at least. Which should be
who's playing Michael Jackson?
His nephew, Jafar.
Jafar Jackson?
Yeah, one of Jermaine's sons, obviously, because that's like Your Majesty. I'm not even kidding. They got weird names, but you know they're gonna the movie's gonna be like 4 hours long. Apparently, they're gonna split it into 2 parts because they want to start from birth to death, and they have to work their way around the 93 molestation allegations. I'm like, good luck with that.
Oh my god!
But there's one person that's missing from this biopic.
What's that?
Lisa Marie Presley, his first wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now. Jafar Jackson. That's crazy. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Because clearly he was named after the Disney character.
Oh yeah.
No way he's not. That's hilarious.
When I saw that, I was like, oh my god, seriously, Jermaine? Like, you come
But yeah, that seems interesting. And you said the Odyssey trailer? That's Christopher Nolan, right?
Yeah, like a teaser for that. That actually might be his magnum opus.
I mean, I'm interested. I'm not. I think the best Christopher Nolan movies are the ones that have Batman in them.
Of course.
But
the best Christopher Nolan movie to me is Inception because a lot of people are like, oh, he can't do something besides comic book films.
Can he though? Because Tenet was also like, it's my high concept movie. This is going to save movie theaters. That's what he thought in 2020, 2021 when that movie came out. And no one went to go see it.
Well, yeah, COVID. That was
Yeah,
part of the
exactly.
But
like, he really thought he was going to bring everyone back out.
Hey, people did come out for Oppenheimer, but that was because of the Barbenheimer phenomenon. Oh man, take me back. Take me back to summer times. Oh, that was so good. So good.
But yeah, we got some cool movies coming out soon. I am excited for that Super Mario trailer because that movie was good.
Is Chris Pratt gonna be voicing Mario again?
Yeah, I don't care. He's just like he's just like standard guy, and he won't go away. Sometimes sometimes people need a break from actors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you get overexposed, and then people go from loving you to hating you just because they see you so much. You need to take a break. Go not be in some things for a while. Let people miss you. Chris Pratt is not doing that.
It also doesn't help that he's married to a Kennedy and his BFFs with his cousin-in-law, RFK Jr.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all that's not good either. But in terms of like I've liked the Mario Brothers movie. I thought it was good. Like after 30 years of not touching media, Nintendo was like, okay, we'll let the people who made the Minions make Mario. And it came out good. And I thought it was fun. And they have a plan, and I fucking knew it. As soon as I heard Donkey Kong was gonna be in the Mario movie, they now revealed at some like shareholders thing like the plan of like Donkey Kong and Zelda and this Pokemon, and we're gonna connect them all in Super Smash Brothers. and do like an Avengers like universe. That's what they're trying to do. So we'll see. We'll see if they can pull that off. Because we know the Zelda movie is going to be live action. So if they do mixed media, where some characters are CGI, some characters are live action, like that would be really cool. I would dig that.
Definitely. I'm excited though, because as someone who's loved the Wicked musical and the Wizard of Oz and the Wicked novel, because I honestly thought the musical was just like the novel. I was kind of wrong. A lot. Mostly, yes. I'm excited to see this conclusion because but I'm disappointed that I rated PG-13. I was like, you need to tell me we're not going to see Fiora and Elphaba get it on during as long as her mind, because I distinctly remember the novel. A pastime they did together was him oiling her breast. That was the one thing I remember from the novel. That and that she would scream when they would try to put her in water and then just clean her with milk or something like that. And I'm like,
I don't know. A friend of mine has kids, and his daughters love Wizard of Oz and Wicked. They're super into it right now. They watched all the Wizard of Oz. They watched some of Wicked, and they're going to see the new one when it comes out.
Did they ever watch Return to Oz?
They kept saying, like, tell us more Oz stories. And I was like, well, I haven't seen Return to Oz, but there's a movie called The Wiz. Speaking of Michael Jackson.
Written by Joel Schumacher, a gay white man, and directed by Sidney Lumet, who this was a downfall. I remember why I didn't like The Wiz. I mean, I like the stage show, but like the musical, they make Dorothy a grown ass woman, which is very stupid choice. Diana Ross cannot sing those types of songs to save her life, and it's too like weird for adults, but too scary for kids. I'm like, every objects just start coming alive, and I'm like, I don't like that. I was rewatching it.
Yeah, I've always heard the legends. I've heard the legends of Return to Oz, and I'm interested in watching it.
Yeah, with Return to Oz, you got the wheelies, and then you got fucking, oh god. Also, Forrest always talks about it. He's like, that movie scared me because the first 10 minutes they're giving Dorothy electroshock treatments, and I'm like, oh, Jesus. I'm like, that's not fun. But it happened. And it's just, oh my god. This is so funny. Like, when we talked about Return to Oz. Also, Fairuza Balk. A young Fairuza Balk is in it too, before the crowd.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she plays Dorothy in it.
I had a crush on her because of The Water Boy. I watched The Water Boy so much, and she was awesome in that. That's why I remember that name. And then I was like, oh, she's in this movie, The Craft, that everyone seems to know her from. Let me watch that.
So good.
But I'm excited for Frankenstein to come out. I didn't see it yet in the theater.
Yeah, I feel like all the people are giving it. Yeah, all the people that are giving a bad review are just giving a bad review because they feel superior because they got to see it in the theater first, I think. I'm like, it's probably not that bad.
I've only been seeing good things about it.
Yeah. My algorithm hates me.
I'm what?
My algorithm hates me.
But I think Oscar Isaac looks cool, and like, I don't know, the whole thing. Guillermo del Toro is fucking awesome. Like, you gotta check out. He's one of those directors where you're like, I gotta at least look at what you're making.
Yeah, plus he hates AI, so that's like
Christopher Nolan. That's what I mean with Christopher Nolan. Like, a lot of people use him as a benchmark of like, let me see what his new movie is. You know, Tarantino is another one that, you know, big director that can pull just by their name as opposed to any of the actors in the thing. I think Guillermo del Toro is one of those for sure. And,
if you want to do like cool gothic stuff and horror stuff, definitely.
And like, this is, you gotta imagine this is his, like, I finally get to make my own fucking Frankenstein movie. Like, this is when like Peter Jackson got to make King Kong. That was his movie that he loved when he was a kid. So he finally got to do that. And, you know, Lord of the Rings, of course. But this is like Guillermo del Toro's King Kong. So I'm very excited for this.
I'll be right back. I got a food delivery coming, and I got to turn on these lights out in front because it's dark now, and the dogs want to go outside.
Oh, you want to switch to my show early? Okay. Hiya, folks. Nick, you want to run the thing or no? Doesn't matter. Okay. Hello, folks. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics. All on this space, all over the internet, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on YouTube, on Twitch. I actually made a video today, which I will share with you. I made a reaction to, I am a huge Eminem fan, and I never actually sat down and listened to D12 Devil's Night, like all the way through. And that's their first album. I had their second album when that came out, but I never actually sat down and listened to their first. So I did that. And we're beginning, and I'll throw Kristina back up here for a minute. Oh, how do I do that? Hey,
These chicks don't even know the name of my band.
yeah. That's the one I had. That's the album I had. I listened to that shit. I love
that song. I was like, wait,
D12
Eminem had a
World is great.
band? I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, Eminem had a band? Wait, what? Who?
So if you want to hear their first album, go check out that video on my channel. But I want to also let everyone know, go tweet and like Blue Sky and whatever and TikTok about this, because it's fucking election night. We're a politics leftist network. There's many hosts. You'll see a lot of them tonight. We also might have some special guests, one of which might be Lindsay Boylan, if the link works with her phone, from Zoran Mamdani HQ. So look out for that in the next 10 minutes or so. We'll see. I don't know. But I got some clips here. I got all kinds of stuff pulled up. So
Hassan was on the majority report today. It was nice seeing uncle and nephew together, you know.
Yeah. Indeed. And I was actually trying to call in because I wanted to tell all of them about this space and remind them that we're going to be competing for their views, because we're watching the election results come in as well. I wanted to open here with some news that happened today. Dick Cheney died, as you touched upon on your show earlier, and evil man. And this is I think the appropriate reaction just to have. This is kind of my reaction as well. He's voting here for himself, for running for mayor of the biggest city, the greatest city on earth. And this is his reaction when someone asks him a question unrelated to the election that he's in right now.
When did that happen?
Just earlier this morning.
Yeah. Just like
he's like,
does not. It's like,
I would be like, fuck yeah.
He just like shakes his head and is like, I can't even think of an off the cuff response for that. So let me not do that. But we have the woman herself tuning in.
Yeah.
Lindsay Boylan.
girl.
Hello.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hi, friends. Hi, both of you.
Hi. Welcome
How are
back.
you?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. Aren't you guys feeling good?
Yes, I am very excited.
Yeah.
I am very excited. So, Lindsay, I wanted to ask you about some of these.
I can't hear you anymore. Is that just me?
Hold on. Do I need to turn up my gain?
Can't hear you.
Okay, I can. Let me see.
We love technical difficulties.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear.
No.
Do you have earbuds or anything?
Yeah, I do. Oop. Let me see.
Well, she'll come back.
Audio copy on your end.
Are you now? Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, I don't know something happened.
I don't know. We are running a pirate ship here. I have tons of stuff pulled up, but I think just a great. We just watched Zoran's reaction to the news of Dick Cheney passing
Oh my
away.
god. Yeah, I saw that.
What do you want me to do about it?
Like again, he's voting for himself. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, you're being asked a question about something else.
Yeah.
And you're just like, and also such a big, event, and you're just like, he just shakes his head. I'm paying attention to this person.
I kind of loved it. I was canvassing poll visibility sites for him this morning, and my husband texted me, Cheney died, and I was like, oh, okay, same deal. I just, I don't think he's I think he's about a decade younger than I am, and Dick Cheney in my life and my generation's life is basically a war criminal and caused so many young men and women my age to go halfway across the world under the auspices of protecting America, and actually just kill a bunch of people and destroy a bunch of lives. So no, I don't think you're gonna get like a Hallmark card from me. So I can only imagine what someone slightly like a half a generation younger than myself is gonna say.
Yeah.
And they're running for mayor on the biggest day of his life thus far.
Yes,
The biggest day of his life.
Whenever someone dies now, I used to do like the Eurovision song along from that Netflix movie, but now I do like Rocky Road, The Devil from Sinners. I'm like, here am I dancing with all the lives of Iraqis who died because of Dick Cheney, celebrating. It's just, and I rewatched Vice because I know Adam McKay, the director who directed Vice and Don't Look Up and Anchorman.
Yeah.
When we had him on Movie Night Extravaganza, we were asking him about he told us like this little anecdotal story about Dick Cheney, and it was very interesting. And this guy who knew Dick Cheney's like, yeah, he's really an asshole, and I'm like, yeah,
you're like that tracks, right? I mean, no one's shocked there.
I mean,
it's also just kind of weird. So we all have to take time out of our day to, I guess we should remember what a stain on American history this person was in terms of his influence and power. And let's never do that again. So make sure and don't elect Andrew Cuomo and someone like him.
Yeah. It's like
another Islamophobe.
Donald Rumsfeld died. It's like the same.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Same thing.
The only one alive.
Should have died in prison.
Henry Kissinger kind of stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of 9/11.
What was funny?
Look at the ad. No, Kristina. Look at the ad that they're putting out.
Oh my God.
Like in the last, it's not even, remember Obama, the simpler times of Barack Hussein Obama. We're implying
like flat Islamophobia instead of like this animated AI Islamophobia. By the way, I didn't even see this. I actually haven't seen this ad.
Okay.
This is so.
Let's play this.
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hassan Piker.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's buddy, Hassan Piker, saying we deserve 9/11. It's a disgrace to every life lost. Zoran went on Piker's show, and now Piker was just spotted at Zoran's event. Mamdani is wrong for New York. Paid for by 4R City.
America deserved.
I'm sorry, but
just a side note. One of my favorite stories about how stupid Cuomo's campaign is. He trying to kind of make this non-story a story about Zoran's campaign. Had a press conference right next to City Hall where he had that quote America deserved 9/11, and it didn't explain that that was a quote from Hassan Piker that he said in passing. So it literally just looked like Cuomo standing next to a quote saying America deserved 9/11 with no context. And then those photos were taken by journalists and put in news stories. And it just, to me, shows me like how dumb his campaign has been and how stupid and ignorant. It's just like, could you get any dumber?
Yeah, and I know a lot of older Jewish New Yorkers who are like, I vote for Cuomo. I'm like, I'm sorry, but I know one of his victims. Like, I'm like, he also abused his wife. Carrie Kennedy even said like he was physically abusive towards her. I'm like, you got, and I kept warning him, like, Trump and Republicans are helping him with this race, and they're like, no, he's not. No, they're not. I'm like. And today, all the Trump said, and I'm like, I tried warning you people. I tried warning you people, and now it's too late because you cast a vote for a sex pest abuser who's also Islamophobic.
Yeah, I mean, what do they call it? Like the chariots of the apocalypse, or whatever the phrasing is. It's basically what we got today. Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, all of it. Like, okay.
It began with one. It began with one, and that is Eric Adams. And I just think this contrast of Eric Adams with Andrew Cuomo on the floor of the Knicks game. First of all, who bought them those tickets?
I mean, it's a question that I asked on Twitter, and I still have not received an answer. I guess we'll see in the filings which Turkish, corporation.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
And then Zoran up here in the stands with the fans.
Yeah. I mean, look at that.
A real person.
And he actually looks like, you can't fake having fun. I mean, I know this because I worked for a man who hates fun and hates people, and you will never see a picture that looks like that of Andrew Cuomo. You will never see one because it doesn't exist.
No, it's
unless he's manhandling a small woman.
Truly, that's the picture. That's all he can muster.
So disgusting.
You know what's so interesting though about how corniness is kind of back when it comes to this campaign, and like Zoran is like the perfect level. He's so corny and so wholesome that it's so that he's cool. But with Andrew Cuomo, like when others do it, it just doesn't hit, and it's like, no. This is cringe. You're being cringe, not corny in the good way.
Yeah, like Halloween film, Poltergeist film cringe.
Yeah, like Poltergeist 2 and 3, like it's not good.
Yes.
Yeah, I love Poltergeist. I think the earnestness is what's getting people, and we've been in so many layers of post irony. I mean, I'm a comedy fan, I'm a movie TV guy, so like just thinking about like Friends and that era of sitcom moving into like 30 Rock and The Office, where everything's like a wink and a nod, everything's awkward, and then there's like Adult Swim and layers and layers and layers of, and then the internet, of course, Twitter, memes, someone just being like, I care about people because I care. It just,
the right thing to do.
Hits. It cuts through all that like bullshit and just gets to,
And so does his agenda. Like today, when you're doing poll visibility versus canvassing at people's doors, you really don't have time. And for the most part, they've made up their mind. If anything, you're influencing them to actually go do the voting. And it took like 0 seconds. You're like, are you voting today? Fast and free buses, rent freeze, all the things it comes across so well because it's just upfront.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it's simple to understand. And they had, what's the plan? How are you going to pay for it? Well,
tax the rich.
Here's the plan.
Tax the rich. We're gonna leave near. I'm like, they're not gonna leave the.
Kathy Hochul heard it.
Yeah, it's
oh my god, that was my favorite. Were you both there? Like it was so. I knew you were, Alex. Like it was so good to be in that audience.
Unfortunately, I live all the way down in South Carolina, where abortion is gonna be banned for like.
I thought you were not in New York City. Yes, but I didn't. I knew a lot of people who came in. I knew a lot of people who came in, so I didn't want to assume, but it was so good. And you know what I love about having had that job? I mean, it doesn't always feel good to have had that job in the Cuomo administration, as you can imagine. But the first thing people say to me is, well, how's he going to pay for it? Businesses are going to leave. I'm like, funny you should mention that. I was the business person for the state of New York. And so I can tell you both that the first thing people are looking for is affordability in terms of making it so that their employees can live in the city that their headquarters or whatever are in. And secondly, Massachusetts did the tax increase more 2 percentage points more on the wealthiest than Zoran is proposing, and no one left. We already have the data. Rich people don't leave the city that they want to live in because it is a wonderful place for them to live. If you have money, this is a wonderful place to live.
Yeah, where Wall Street is, like they're not going to leave. Like
Wall
they're not
Street's
going to
not
leave.
moving
Like
to Texas.
No.
Yeah, and we've seen it with a lot of conservative influencers who are trans and of color. They move to Florida, Texas. They realize they can't stay there because they have no rights. They can't get their driver's license. They can't get health care needed if something were to happen during a pregnancy. They move back to New York and California, but they never explain why. They come up with some stupid excuse, and I'm like, no, we know why. You can't actually live there because you have no rights.
They'll live with the taxes.
And that's fine. Yeah. We won't, I don't think we're going to put it in their faces. We're going to say, fine, listen, you said you were going to leave. You're not leaving. We're glad you're here. And actually, I think Zoran has done a good job of that. He's not going to rub it in their faces. He's like, I got a city to run. I think he's setting a good example like that because, what we've all been through, what I've been through the last few months and few years, we could be a little bit rubbing in their noses, but he's like, no, let's do this city.
Yeah. We're going to do this right. We're going to do this by the book. The book.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And I'm glad you talked about the people leaving the city because I was literally going to ask you about a clip that you posted about it.
Oh my God.
But I was actually wanted to ask you a question. I was talking to a friend of mine and I was talking about my interview with you and how you explain how Zoran proposing a rent freeze is going to help so many people, but his criticism was that it's going to help the people who have rent stabilized apartments, but everyone else, the prices are going to go up. So what is the counter for that?
Well, I think I'd say a few things. One, no one is saying that if you do a rent freeze, it improves the housing crisis in New York. What it does do is keep 2 million people who are living in rent stabilized apartments in their apartments. But that alone won't solve the problem of affordable, deeply affordable, and public housing and supportive housing, all these things. And that is why Zoran is talking about two other things, which is building 200,000 units of affordable housing in the city. And today he finally said he's in favor of the ballot measures, which will speed up and cut out some of the red tape, particularly at city council, if it passes tonight, with getting those affordable housing units done. So both of those things are actually what will drive affordability in the city. And so it's true that persons, we don't have to gaslight them. We can just say, you're right. That isn't going to help people who are not in rent stabilized apartments. It will help 2 million of the 8.1 million people here, which is a big piece of our New York City residents. But we have to do a significant amount of affordable housing, and the ballot measures, I'm hoping they pass. I know some people aren't for it because it takes away some of the power of city council, but in the scheme of things, having been engaged in the housing issue for a number of years, we need to be able to speed up the affordable housing. So that has to happen too. So the person's not wrong. It's just that people end up holding the stabilized rent freeze up as something crazy and that will hurt everyone else. No, it's not crazy. It's been done by the Rent Guidelines Board, which the mayor does control. Cuomo was either lying or wrong in terms of appointments, and they've done it numerous times in the past, and particularly in this moment where there's such deep struggles for anyone who's not extremely wealthy. It's a huge part of the toolkit of housing.
Yeah, great. Well, now I know what to say to my friend who was concerned. I would like to introduce you to one of the co-founders of this space, Mr. Letterhack himself, Matt Streckman.
Hey, hello. How is everybody?
Good.
Lindsay, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate this.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's a big deal. There are guests, and then there are people who instantly elevate the level of credibility to everything else going on.
Hey!
And I think my good friends Alex and Kristina would agree. But yeah, I didn't mean to throw shade while complimenting.
No,
somebody
I'm
else.
so. I had such fun last time. By the way,
was
it was a
great.
great. And Alex, you're a great interviewer, and it was very fun and intellectually
that on my
stimulating.
resume.
So I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. So thank you for having me. I'm honored.
Great. We gotta get you on Movie Night Extravaganza. We're doing noir
Oh.
films this month, and next month in December, maybe we're doing films about Hollywood, like Ed Wood, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So
Nice. I
be
heard you
interesting.
guys talking
Very
about TV and stuff, and I was like, oh, I got to jump on. And then you started talking about politics, and I was like, oh, slow my roll a little bit.
Well, it's all the same. You know, it's all the
It
same.
is.
Politics and everything.
It is.
And
it
I love
is
TV and movies too.
It is completely blurred. I often, in my own interview show, I'm often asking people like, you know, you're scrolling TikTok and there it is, right? Your favorite independent news journalist, one of us or something, and then TV, movies, comics, art, sports. It's all in one feed now. There's no like, yeah, you can try and curate it, but it's really just whatever the last thing you looked at, the algorithm's going to throw at your face next. So, but you know what? So
that's the utility of this space. is
Yeah.
that
yeah,
it's
and I
all
think that
different.
I think we have to utilize pop culture the way, you know, I hate comparisons of the left should do what the right does. I hate that because should we? Like, I don't really agree with what they do.
I mean, we already got our own Joe Rogan. Her name is Jennifer Welch. If I had it,
She is so good. She is so good.
Let them cook. I always say, but when I don't always say that, but I will this time.
I've been saying that a lot recently with Cuomo. So
Yeah, let them cook themselves, in other words. But I do think that the way the right grabs onto things that are already out there, like, you know, the Little Mermaid, stuff like that,
Yeah.
the way they latch onto this, and I almost hate when the left does pushback because now the right is still in the algorithm twice as much or whatever. But if we just start doing that on our own with movies like Superman or shows like Andor, you know, really run with it, but like hold on to it. Do it a little bit better than the right. Don't stop talking about Andor. Like I want Disney executives to actually watch Andor and report.
I
back.
know, right?
Like,
Like
why?
Bob
He gets
Iger, how do
scared.
we sit him down and make him watch it?
It's shocking that he hasn't, but obviously
Did he really say that he hasn't? That's crazy.
No, I'm just saying it's very
No, I'm
obvious.
just posturing based on kind of some of the decision making of these folks. No, he probably has.
It was funny when the casting for Wicked came out. It was like a black woman playing Alphaba. What? And I'm like, first of all, her skin is green. It doesn't matter what's underneath the green makeup. Like some people are mad that
Very
my
weird.
friend Marissa, who's playing Nessa Rose, she's actually disabled because it's kind of ableist to have an actress who isn't. Maybe a lot of people assume
Absolutely.
because like in
And
Act
she was
2,
amazing.
Yeah, in Act 2, spoiler alert, she gets the silver slippers turn ruby because she gains the ability to walk in the show. But that's kind of ableist, so they change it in the movie for her to fly, which everyone deserves a chance to fly. Remember that. So it's like, you know, it you know, we're gonna
There's
see
even
more
pushback on
representation.
that. Really?
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
they cast an actress who's actually fit for the role. I'm like, guys,
Batman beat up some white supremacists in a comic book from last week, and the right is freaking out about it. And I'm like, what's there to be upset about?
People.
You know what I love about this is like the right goes crazy about stuff like this. I shouldn't say the right just loses it over stuff like this. But they're the ones who are making this an issue. Like for example, I was on a panel, a debate panel against some like hard right pundits and journalists, and I was with Ross Barkin, who's a progressive journalist, and they were saying, why is he focusing his whole campaign on the trans? And they said it in a derogatory way. I was like, why don't you chill out? He has spoken about the trans community when he needs to protect them. No community is the center of his campaign. His campaign is about affordability. You are not going to get someone who is a decent person and leader to throw part of our community under the bus. And it is the extreme right that are making the issues? Why don't you just leave people alone and let them be themselves? No one that I have seen on the left is making this the centerpiece of any issue. Just let people be themselves. Let everyone have their human rights. They're the ones who are doing this. It's honestly ridiculous because they're freaking out.
It just starts from a core place of, I don't like these people. Fuck
yes,
them.
yes.
And whichever route they can get people to agree with their policies that will ultimately lead to fucking those people.
Yes.
That whatever it is, pop culture, economics, gerrymandering, like whatever it is.
One of the reasons why, and this is just my opinion, my theory, but I think one of the reasons why they are targeting the trans community, except for all the obvious reasons and their hatefulness, right, is that, and this is the angle you'll see from people who don't attack them, but say things like, "Hey, you guys, pump the brakes. We need to get the right candidate in, and then we'll worry about your personal rights." You know what I mean? It always comes at it from an
That's sounding very
anti-activism.
Ezra Klein of you. No.
Yeah,
right.
But
It's disgusting. It's always coming from this sort of anti-activism point of view. They'll say trans rights activist, and so it's like they're attacking the activism at the same time, and they're attacking that the apparatus and all that. But nevertheless, I mean, it's
or they're saying like they're aggressively fighting for men and women's sports. Like, no, they're not. There's not enough trans, athletes in the world. Like, and I kept telling because my sister
I hate sports anyway. Go ahead and change them. I don't care.
Yeah, like
this is undo football.
Exactly. What's real football is soccer. Let's be real here. American football is not even that. But like it was funny because I kept telling my sister, I'm like, you do realize that this backlash against transgender folks in sports, it's actually gonna lead to like more backlash when it comes to other issues. And it took for my sister to have a trans girl on her basketball team for her to realize that, because she didn't know this girl was trans because her parents let her socially transition, put on puberty blockers, and then my sister was like,
because they made a good choice for their kid. They made a good choice for their kid that made sense for their family. I mean, oh my gosh, let's let people do that for their own families.
Yeah, and now, I mean, if I had known what puberty blockers were, and I was explaining this to Annika Sperry when she and I were friends at one point, because we were friends for a long time, and we had a falling out, very public, and it was just.
I was kind of quoting the Young Turks there when I was.
Yes, but like,
well, we're the real homo progressives.
Yeah,
Still,
when
I want them to.
When I started puberty at a very, very young age, precocious puberty, which a lot of girls are experiencing now because of, hormones
and everything.
Whatever that we're consuming. And I'm like, had I known what puberty blockers were, I would have asked to be put on those, because it was not, it made me feel uncomfortable being sexualized in elementary school and dealing with like stuff that I didn't understand what was going on. I was already having my cycles by the time we were finally taking like videos, like learning videos about puberty and all that. And I'm like, it's too late for me.
Well, and that also, it just brings up a good point. Like I was very much, not to get into these topics, a late bloomer. So every kid and every family is different. So the idea that some random legislator in Texas should weigh in on what is good for my kid is so duplicitous and ridiculous, and it's just so offensive. But the one thing that you brought up that I also want to remind people on here is, you didn't just bring up the hard right folks. You brought up the Ezra Kleins of the world, saying, hey, let's, I know you like your rights, but let's give up the trans community. Let's give up women's rights. We're going to have to agree with people who are pro-life. No, those people are not in my political tent. If you want to take away women's rights, if you want to take away trans people's rights, you are not in my political tent, because I'm not in the political tent with people who want to remove human rights of those I know.
As Joe Rogan once, to quote Joe Rogan, they're not part of the human party.
Yeah.
And he was talking about
I haven't heard that one.
Deportations and putting kids in cages.
It's just disgusting.
What's interesting too is I was debating someone that lives in my county who's very centrist. He's like, but they do so well in like swing states. I'm like, here's the problem though. They don't vote with the Democrats though. They always end up blocking really good policies that the Democrats want to vote on.
Right.
Like centrists and moderates are fence sitters.
Like gun control, for example.
Yeah.
We always say, let's get the pro-life folks, and then the pro-life folks get into office at the marginal level and they go against sensible gun control, for example. And
Yeah, I
then
mean, there-
so like all of these kids who shouldn't be anywhere near a gun are going to schools and shooting up other kids. It's just,
and there's just tons of like people in Congress saying, well, you got to compromise, you got to, you know, there's deal making, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, let's stop making that politics and let's make politics instead the art of no compromise. How do you achieve that? Oh, you can't do that? Next. Let's get somebody in there that can do that. Because where's the compromise gotten us? Like literally nowhere. Like it's really painful.
or let's talk about budget priorities, not compromising on people's basic human rights.
Right.
I mean,
exactly. Right. Yeah. I mean,
that's a
and like
non-starter.
draw the line. Yeah, it's a non-starter. Right.
And
exactly.
speaking of the
I gotta
anti-human
use that term
party,
more.
they, like you were saying, just endorsed Andrew Cuomo. So I want to run through these endorsements. This is Cuomo, first of all, being asked about Donald Trump endorsing him on a radio show.
Wait, did Trump also endorse the Republican candidate?
No,
Or did
he
just-
said a vote for Curtis is a vote for Mandani.
But check this out. You know what's funny is
Cuomo's a
like,
spoiler.
but Sliwa and Cuomo have the same Republican donors.
Yeah, so
don't they?
yeah.
So, like, really, what's the difference? Like that's a win-win. Okay.
They didn't know about Curtis because they're not from New York.
They're not from
They
New
don't know
York.
he's never gonna drop out.
They
He
don't
never
know.
drops out. He just
for
always loses.
Nair or whatever for like 40 years. So
The guy with 2% of the vote raised $3.5 million. So like, you know, Jim Walden, I think.
Boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo,
my God.
saying that you're his guy.
No.
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat
They're
or
talking to
what did he
Cuomo?
say, or a
communist.
or a
Yeah,
communist,
yes.
he's picking you.
Yes. And then he called.
He
I
That's
think
hilarious.
they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
But you know, here's the thing. They say he cut him off. No one cuts this man off. He cuts
Yeah.
himself off. So he literally ran from the phone call with his tail between his legs. That's what happened. I'm telling
Yeah.
Yeah,
no
the
one takes the
condition
phone
is
away
really
from
bad.
him.
I've
Drags
been
him
warning
away.
all my older Jewish friends from New York City all the time. Like, you guys don't understand. You know, you're voting for the blue Trump in the end. Like the reason why you people became homosexuals during COVID because he was standing up to Trump because you said he's like Trump but a Democrat. He's good.
Yeah.
He's this. He's that. And I'm like, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
something.
no.
I'm like, something's gonna
can
come
I-
out. And
Can I
it
ask
came
you a
out.
question, Lindsay? Let me
Yeah.
ask you this. One thing that continues to baffle me and I'm interested in as much as I am frustrated by is like, well, the lack of voting and the lack of participation in like primary elections that goes on. That just please help get involved, right? But also like low information voters, low info voters. And I always, the day after the election, sometimes, especially if you're a progressive, is a great time to finger wag. And you know what I mean? It's something
Yeah.
like we resist it, right? What do you make of low info voters? There's a lot of people phone banking around the country for Mamdani, and you're hearing all these stories about people reaching out to people who are like, hey, have you heard about the candidates? And they're like, no, not really. Like,
Yeah.
wow. So there's, you know, we're looking at maybe record numbers of turnout, 2 million or so in New York, but there's still people in New York City who are like, huh, what? What do you make of that? Just in general? Or
So
I
a
don't
few
know.
things, on that front. And part of this is because I've campaigned a lot in this election and not. But so in the primary, especially, Zoran increasingly had to go to people that were not just the traditional show up every election blue no matter who voter, right? Because that's who we know he mobilized, people who didn't show up regularly for elections. So when you increase the base of people you're doing outreach to, you're going to get more folks who, when you reach out to them, are not dialed in, right? Especially early on. So you're going to get folks who are like, oh, I can't believe I'm getting called. I've never been called because I'm not what they call in our business a triple prime. Meaning if you're Cuomo, you're going to the triple prime people, meaning they vote loyally Democratic every election and they show up. But when I was doing canvassing, especially in the primary for Zoran, you're increasingly going to people to try and get around that. People who he thought were just going to vote for Mario Cuomo's son, who some did, who were just going to vote for whatever union tells them to, who some did. You're going to people who don't traditionally show up. So that's part of it. And that did happen again in the general election. But I think it particularly happened in the primary because they were getting to that win number. And I will say, I doing poll visibility today and canvassing at the doors everywhere from Harlem to Hell's Kitchen to the East Village to the Lower East Side in the general election, people were very aware of at least the top planks of his proposal. So taxing the rich in order to get fast and free buses, freeze the rent, all of these things. And while that, doesn't go into great detail, I would say as a politician, it is not people's job to do that. It is the politician's job to do the job that you're hiring them for. So as long as you understand what it is that they're offering you and what it is that they're prioritizing, I would consider that a win. And so I think when you hear these stories about people going to folks who are kind of out of it in general, it's trying to reach people who have never been reached before. And that was a big key to the success in this election.
Yeah. Just walking around the city for the last, 6 months, just asking random people, cabbies, guys at the clerks at the store.
I love it. I love it.
I'm just asking like, hey, what do you think about the election? And they're like, what election? Or they're like, oh, I don't know. Fuck Adams, fuck Cuomo. I don't really know.
Who's left?
I guess and I asked you, have you heard of the Zoran guy? And they're like, oh yeah, he seems nice,
Yeah.
And that's kind of the baseline of what I've gotten from people who seem to know.
And honestly, to that point, Alex, another thing is, and I read this about in one of Zoran's comments early on, is that two of the first places he went in his mayoral campaign in the primary was to Trump strongholds, people who were Democrats and voted for Trump. And I gather, and from what I've heard too, is that a lot of people just gave up faith in people like Eric Adams, people like Andrew Cuomo, because it's just they put their trust in them and then they embarrass and humiliate our city and our state, right? And so I think you actually will see a fair number of people who voted for Trump who are voting for Zoran, and maybe they don't know everything about him, but they're in this moment in time especially willing to try something new, not just because our leaders have been so bad, but also because even if people don't spend their lives in politics, I think they're aware that we're going to have a trillionaire. We have billionaires that I think maybe a handful of companies are controlled by a handful of men who are controlling every aspect of our economy and our politics and our global politics. And people know that that's going on. They feel it on a day-to-day basis.
I only got into politics in 2012. Before that, you could just feel tension.
Yeah.
You could feel people excited about Obama after people feeling tense and scared under Bush. And then with Trump, and then so for people who aren't paying attention, all they feel is like Trump broke something in this country. And then Biden was like a Band-Aid, maybe like a semblance, but Trump was making noise, and still like the right was loud. Like it's like he had 3 terms basically.
There's an interesting point here. There's an interesting point here about billionaires, and I think wait long enough, all billionaires now will be trillionaires one day. Like it's just going to become a little too normal. But like, what do you say to people? And here's the thing, Caroline Levitt, that's how you say her name, right? Levitt. She said today at a White House press conference, it's absolutely true. There's fraud in California's elections. And a reporter followed up with, what's the evidence of that? And she said, it's just a fact. So you look at the distrust in the system that exists with that sort of like propaganda on top of it. And then also they're buying our elections. Who knows who to trust? You can only wait till they're elected to be satisfied with them or not. I don't know how to gauge who's a worthy candidate anymore. Hopefully that changes with people like Mamdani, and he inspires people to follow suit. But like, what do you and here's my ultimate question is, I don't like saying, oh, that shit was rigged. But like, for example, if Cuomo wins in the first, at 9:15 tonight, we learn Cuomo wins. They're going to be like, that shit was rigged, right? But like, I don't want to use their words. So there's all these reasons for us to like.
But they're taking words. They're taking words like free speech and pro-life and whatever.
But what do you say, Alex? You're talking to a cab driver, and I was in New York every year for 10-day trips for work, where they were shopping trips. for work on the
Yes.
company credit card. It was like the most amazing time of my life.
Yeah.
So, but like now, you know, I would always get in the front seat and talk to the cabbies. Be
Yes.
like, I want, you know, not.
Yeah.
There were people in the back seat. I'm not being weird, but like I'd want to talk to them because I'm in the front. And you know, if you're
Same.
talking to one and they
I mean,
say
that's
something,
how you learn what's going on in a city. It's the first way you learn.
oh,
is
yeah,
talking to
the
a cab
best
driver.
question is how would you change the
Yeah.
traffic lights to make this smoother? And they're like, I can answer that. It's so
Yeah.
it's an amazing question to ask a New York City cabbie. But what if you're talking to them about, you know, the election and whatever, and they're like,
Yeah.
no, this shit's all bought off. It's all rigged. There's nothing you can do. It's hopeless. What do you say? What do
Well,
you
I
say
think
to them?
that's I think that's why, in the general, in addition to Mom Donnie winning the Democratic nomination, it's been so powerful because he had in the primary over $30 million spent against him. I think one of the great stories that has not gotten enough press, and then I'll nationalize it because I think that's part of what you're saying is, you know, what's the broader context. But a big unsung hero of this election will have been the matching voting process, because he was matched 8-1 of every dollar up to a certain dollar amount of New York
That's
City
it.
residents. And it was in the primary and then in the general about $8 million. That is what he used in every aspect of his campaign. So there was no reliance on you know, billionaires, Bloombergs of the world, the Ken Langones of the world who donated to Cuomo's super PAC, Fix the City. They were able to, with the public matching fund system and his good message and his good retail politics, fend off oligarchy in this race. And New Yorkers saw this because they saw how much money was being spent against them. And they saw a fucking, excuse my language, former mayor of the
Let it
city
go.
of New York participating in that, Bloomberg.
Yeah.
So they saw this.
Right.
I guarantee you most cab drivers, to use your example, know that this happened on some level. They know that all this money was spent against this man and he
Yeah.
beat them. So they have this iconoclastic example, and now we're in the general. And I think that was what picked up momentum in his election. And I think people across the country are seeing that. Now,
I remember
what I
a few years
find,
ago talking to a
you know,
cabbie
the
who
Caroline
was-
Levitts of the world and the Trumps of the world are going to continue to lie. And it's easy to lie back, which is what men like Andrew Cuomo do. And that's what makes them very similar. But the influence of logic and just finding ways to communicate messages that is clear is the only way we're going to win. So we have to use, like we were talking about the Joe Rogan of the left, we have to use creators, we have to use TikTok to explain things like the question about how is rent stabilized apartments go hand in hand with affordable housing in the city? And there is an answer. There are answers to these things. And if you were to ask me how I know that the elections in the city aren't rigged, well, I will say firsthand during COVID, when I had run for office, I went and watched them doing the ballot counting. And the very specific procedures they have a Democrat and a Republican, even at the voting tables, every single table has a Democrat and a Republican election watcher at every single table, watching every single moment. And the same is true of ballot counting and curing over that process. So I feel very comfortable in that process. Now, if we get to a point where that is the question of integrity of elections, I feel comfortable that I and others could explain that. How do we get that to people? So these are problems that have real answers that are not rooted in lies like Trump's administration likes to do. But we need people who are gifted at communicating them and getting those truths and realities to the marketplace, which is also what I think Zoran's campaign has done. I mean, some of the messaging people and the video people that I've become, friendly or friends with are some of the most talented people. And they're people who could go and get a job in any commercial company. There are people who could go get a job in Hollywood, and they're doing this because they want to and they believe in it. And so I think that's huge. And so it can be done, and it will be done.
Well, I gotta apply for some of those jobs.
I can't hear you again.
No, but that's a
I also
really
wanted
good
to just
point.
ask you quickly, Lindsay, do you have a heart out? Oh,
yeah, she does.
Okay.
She did reply to you that she does in the thing. Okay, I have to. Her audio got messed up again somehow.
I'm back.
Hey.
Okay. I just wanted to ask if you had a heart out.
Yeah. Do you need to leave at some time?
I don't have an exact hard out. No, as long as I'm done before 7 or 7-ish is fine, and whatever before that is fine.
Okay, I do have to go because I need to prep for literally the rest of the night. But Lindsay, I just want to say again, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
And for answering these questions I'm throwing at you. These are like expert level answers, by the way.
I mean, she's an expert.
I mean, that's what I was saying about raising the credibility of everything else happening. But just can I ask you, just because I don't want to miss this, can I just ask you to let people know how they can follow you and your work and listen to more of your commentary and support you?
Sure, absolutely. So my Twitter is Lindsay, LINDSEY BOYLAN. Same on Blue Sky. I'm also on Instagram, Lindsay Boylan NY, and Threads. And I do a lot more of my and TikTok as well, but I'm kind of a boomer-esque on TikTok right now. I'm trying to grow, but right now most of my video content is on Instagram, and most of my immediate responses and reactions to politics is on Twitter, but I'm trying to do more on Blue Sky.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure meeting you, and thanks
You
again
too.
for doing this. Alex, I'll see you later tonight. Thanks for having me on Devil's Advocate
Thanks
Productions.
for having me.
Thank you, Matt, for joining. So
It did it again. Let me restart. It did it again.
Uh-oh.
Shoot.
Maybe it's when someone jumps in or out.
Hey. Hello. I'm chowing down, and I got Paisley Poos. Look at those beautiful eyes. Oh, she's got her eyes match her fur. It's like a gray blue.
There you go. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. And I have my little
Oh.
See, there's 3 dogs in here, but the Yorkie's very camera shy. Like, she will run away from me. Because I dog sit and house sit and all that. So it's like,
This is Truffle. She's my little buddy.
Oh, so cute.
So cute. I'm gonna add Jake Draugelis to the stage.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is he ready? I don't know if he's ready or not.
What happened?
Well, he might not be ready yet.
Okay.
But for now, and I apologize in advance, I am going to show Stephen Miller on screen. So that's a trigger warning to everybody.
Yeah, get ready.
Remember when he spray painted his head? That was funny.
The cavalcade of endorsements at the last minute come in. We already knew it. But it's just nice to hear them.
As far as New York is concerned,
and they're admitting it.
As we've said, unfortunately, the anti-Mamdani vote is being split between Cuomo and Sliwa. And President Trump tonight put out a statement being clear that if you vote for Sliwa, who's polling at about a third of where Cuomo is, you're just throwing your vote away. The anti-Mamdani vote, which is really the pro-New York City vote, the pro-America vote, needs to unite behind the leading candidate, and that's Andrew Cuomo.
He's so angry all the time.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about though. Like the Cuomo campaign, and you've seen it too, Lindsay. Oh, she's having audio issues. But the idea that a vote for Curtis is a vote for Mamdani is not true, because Cuomo is the spoiler. He is the he is the one. He's not running as Democrat or Republican. You want the spoiler, my dude?
Yeah,
I know. It's so absurd that we're here and you have Stephen Miller and Donald Trump and Elon Musk saying, "Don't vote for the Republican, vote for this bad Democrat." Literally, it's like beyond parody. It's honestly beyond parody, but it's great in a way because there's nothing New Yorkers hate more than people they don't like being in their business telling them what to do.
Yeah, for real. But just today, Cuomo now officially accepting all these endorsements.
I didn't even see that one.
Also, Sliwa
That's
is
the way you think it is, dude.
Now it's going to be up to the Republicans. I hope they listen to the president.
Oh my God, I didn't even see that. I was too busy doing actual things for someone.
So he officially accepts it, and again, I'm glad this happened because it lays it out for the media, who especially won't talk about it because they don't
want to see reality. Yeah, I mean, and I think
on MSNBC and
yes, I mean, it's ridiculous. Maria Bartiromo, how many times can she have him on her show just to shoot the shit and talk bullshit? It's just it's so bad and so obvious. And now he at least is coming out and saying it himself. I mean, Stephanie Rule kept asking him, I think you may have seen that clip where she's like, okay, so your donors are the same donors as Donald Trump. What do you two have in common? And he's like, we're both New Yorkers. And you're like, what are you even talking about, sir? I know you're lying to our face. And she's the closest I've seen to any reporter actually pressing him on this issue because no one does. And I think she probably used a good amount of political capital to do that because a lot of the senior, media execs, I don't think want Mamdani. And by the way, what is people's obsession with saying his name wrong? If you're going to go on TV as Stephen Miller and say his name a dozen times or whatever, you know how to spell it. You know how to write it. And if you don't, how can you possibly think anyone would take what you have to say about that person seriously? I mean, I wouldn't anyways, but you're telling people that you know something about this candidate and why they're not good, and you can't even say their name correctly.
But it's fake, like this, like Elon, Mom Dummy, or whatever his name. Like we know who he is. They try to do this like false. Like, Bill
so
O'Reilly did this all the time of like, I don't know this, current actor or whatever. I'm just from the old days.
Killer that made me
He would have Jesse
That
Waters come on.
That's not my fault. I mentioned it 500 times. But
it's so embarrassing. It's like the dumbest guy you knew in high school getting a microphone. You're like, oh my gosh, can we just not? Can we please not? This is like my nightmare.
Have you seen the clip?
I love the SNL opening about the the debate, and Rami Youssef actually did like Mamdani did an ad basically with Rami Youssef like, yo, I got the tie, I got the bracelet, I got this. It was so cute and endearing because it's like, I will answer, but I will smile after every answer.
So when people are not afraid of me, how sad is that? Like, there's an element of truth there. He's like, I'm going to smile so you are not afraid of a Muslim socialist, basically. How sad is that? There's some element of truth in that cheekiness, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I have the clip right here from SNL. I'll play a little bit because I don't want to get in trouble with NBC. I don't want Lauren coming after me.
Everyone, I'm happy to be here, and I'm ready to spend the next hour hearing my opponents pronounce my name in ways you couldn't begin to imagine. And I know some of you are out there scared of the idea of a young socialist Muslim mayor, so allow me to put you at ease by smiling after every answer in a way that physically hurts my face.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, I love how they're like Curtis Lee West calls him Rob Zombie. Like that.
I mean, that was actually. I'm surprised they didn't mention Palestine or anything. But actually, you know what? I have a friend who does, and I've shared him on my Instagram stories. He said a lot of good ads about like impersonating Andrew Cuomo, doing like anti-Mamdani stuff, and it's like it's so funny that I just can't like contain myself because he always mispronounces Zoran's name.
Yes.
And oh my God, all 5 are going crazy. They're pumped.
There's Jake.
Yay.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Jake.
Hi there, famous lady. Lindsay Boylan.
You've got like a cool, it looks like you're in the Oval Office behind you. Your floor looks like the Oval Office. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, not my floor. I am here watching my wealthy family's dogs, and you can see how well I've
Oval
done.
Office. Oval Office.
We're down a few pillows because old Uncle Alex hasn't really been very strict.
I love it.
Hey, congratulations on being involved with a mayoral campaign that has the world's attention. That's pretty neat.
I mean, the good news is anyone who wanted to be a part of it has been able to. And it's been so exciting. I mean, I've been interested in politics my whole career as like a huge nerd, and I'm into it. I'm in the nerd. But this has actually been a time where people who never liked politics have gotten into it. And so I think that says something.
Yeah. Well, it does. It says also that we've tried literally everything else. And now we're willing to take a little sample of progressive politics. The fact that people didn't feel like getting involved before, I think, comes from the fact that people earnestly didn't think politics would do anything for them. And with good reason, because it wouldn't.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't begrudge people who feel that way. Do I get frustrated if someone's like, it doesn't matter? And it's like, someone I know personally is disgusting and harmful and abusive, that it can be problematic. But there's a reason why people don't have faith and trust, and it's because there's so much corruption. Like, we are in a new era of Tammany Hall, except it's global, and the people of power, instead of having power over one, city hall, are controlling the global economy, and it's only getting more pronounced in terms of their extreme wealth and their, like, circle jerk wagon of congratulating Trump giving them what they want with data centers. And, it's just all, I get why people have lost faith.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
glad
constantly showing just the billionaires carousel that's going through the White House of just giving him gifts.
Yes,
and he just does what they want. So
you can call him Tim Apple. He can call him Tim Apple erroneously, and the guy still thanks him profusely, embarrassingly in front of everyone. It's like, oh my God, how humiliating must this be? And if this is what this guy is doing, what is he getting in return that makes this humiliating show of support palatable? That is people giving our country, our resources away to billionaires.
Yeah. And
like
you're saying, the
well
Democrats
put.
don't really have that good of an answer for it, because they're trying to go with the Ezra Klein, toss your rights away. And this is a good clip that kind of encapsulates it.
Oh my God.
It's coming. But this is Cuomo being asked about diversity. And he said, diversity is a strength of the Democratic Party and a weakness. Now, Sam Cedar on the Majority Report was talking about
what type of diversity,
if you're constantly talking about having a big tent, you still need tent poles. And what are those tent poles for the Democratic Party? And diversity is seemingly one of them, except for here, where Cuomo seemingly tosses, like says, maybe that can be tossed aside. And listen to this response.
Give you a chance to correct the record if you didn't mean to say, but some of you said diversity can also be a weakness. What did you mean by that?
Diversity can be a weakness if you have antipathy among groups, Jonathan.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So now, for those watching, this is Jonathan and this is Eugene. Now, he got confused because he didn't grow up with.
They look so much alike.
And he doesn't know that black people can look different.
Look at how they're basically the same guy, though. Look at all the similarities. They're both
I'm not
black.
racist. I'm Italian. I'm not perverted. I'm Italian. I'm a this. I'm Italian. I'm not.
It's honestly, I wish they had panned to Jonathan, because when you see Jonathan as he's answering Eugene's question, his face is like this. It's like every face in that, you were like, oh my God. And basically what he's saying is diversity is a good thing unless diverse people are against me, and then it's a bad thing. That is literally what he just fucking said. That's what he said.
Classic Democrat. Diversity is a good thing to talk about. It's not a good thing to do, but it's a good thing to talk about. It can't be in my backyard, of course, but
it's honestly so gross. It is so gross.
It's funny too because
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kristina.
It's funny too because again, I was debating with this moderate centrist Democrat in my county about like the Ezra Klein thing, and he's like, "Well, the reason why we have like upper class or like college educated white liberals now is because we went too far left on issues involving immigration and people of color." I'm like, no, we did not cater to that. That's the problem.
They went right.
I know. It's like yes, the abolish ICE movement was right. Like that. I mean,
Bill Kristol is
people
saying
can
that
where they
now.
want to, but they were right. They were right all along. How
The Mamdani Dick Cheney voter is Bill Kristol, by the way. I mean,
that's nuts. If you had told me Bill Kristol would be stumping for Mamdani, I would be like,
10 years ago, I would be like, what? This guy a
Insane.
leftist? Or Joe Walsh, who ran against Timmy Duncan when she won. Like, I was like, what happened?
Yeah, Joe Walsh.
It's very confusing.
Because they didn't embrace MAGA. So now they're embracing leftism.
No, I mean, and I will say some of the, the Lincoln Project folks reach out to me, and I wouldn't have considered myself a big I wouldn't consider Lincoln Project people being a fan of me. And I've had fair amount of outreach, and I'm like, what is going on? What is,
Yeah, I don't know.
Ross,
I think like that sentiment is in the Democratic Party since the 60s. The 60s, big shifting point for all the parties. And the hippie punching where they got to show that like, we are that party. We still want to take credit for that stuff, but we don't want any of that to show now because we're catering to the businesses since the 80s.
Yeah, I mean,
90s.
That's why activist Abby Hoffman committed suicide. He basically said that, he didn't see the point in, going forward. He didn't see that there was a young generation of folks, pushing back against, the right-wing backlash that happened after the 60s. And, it's sad that happened, but it's like, he had a point, though. We don't really, but I mean, then this is the problem with the Democratic Party. They did not think of the long game. The Republicans were thinking, how are we going to control everything?
How are we going to overturn Roe v. Wade when it happened?
How do we do this? How do we do that?
Nixon,
like it's crazy.
They didn't agree that Nixon should have resigned. They were like, maybe actually what Nixon did, maybe Nixon was right when he said when the president does it, it's not illegal. Maybe actually we believe that, and we're just going to keep quiet about it until we got a position of power.
Well, that's basically what the Supreme Court is saying. So, I mean,
they're doing it. They're fulfilling their destiny. I mean, speaking of TV and movies, I learned that little tidbit from the Roger Ailes Showtime show with Russell Crowe as Roger Ailes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, I did see that.
The loudest voice.
Bombshell.
It was really interesting, and that's
I remember
one of
watching,
the
the
formative
Roger Stone
moments that they
documentary.
show of like him watching the, Reagan resigning and the impeachment and being like, he's right. No, he was. What are you talking about? And
it's crazy.
That level of like hippie punching is still in the establishment, but I think Gen Y, I refuse to call myself a millennial because they poison the well. I don't eat avocado toast.
Me either, but I like being called a
I
millennial.
do. Don't tell anyone I love avocado toast.
My wife loves it. But
How can you afford a living, Lindsay?
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
not paying $20
It's taking it all up.
But I think we just don't care. Words like socialism and communism do not scare us because we didn't grow up with that propaganda feeding to our brains.
We also grew up with like actual scary things.
Yeah, like 9/11,
like
and fucking
financial
war.
collapse.
The
9/11. All these things we grew up with. What do they say? Like, please don't give us any more unprecedented societal events.
I don't want to do any more history, please.
Yes, no more history, please.
I mean, it's funny. It's so amusing to me. It's like, like my sister is 7 years older than me because my mom had a lot of fertility struggles in between my sister and myself. And it's like my sister, like it was harder for me as a younger millennial during the recession because when the recession hit, that's when I became a teenager. That's when I was able to, get a job. So I'm stuck cleaning house with my mom because I couldn't get a regular job. And now at 32, it's like, what job would want someone who has no real experience in besides cleaning? But my sister, she had already gotten a job working in restaurants years before the economic recession.
Just that
happened.
moment.
Yeah, there's like that divide. That's something.
Well, it's not fair either. It's not fair. And then previous generations had all these programs and opportunities to get a low cost mortgage, and then most of their wealth is tied up in their house. So when they retire, they have $1 million house that got there because they were able to get it when they were younger. So the promise of a middle class lifestyle for Americans is literally gone for entire generations, and that is not those generations' fault. And that is, I think, what we're seeing a lot of too.
I think we're trying to bring it back. And speaking of bringing people on, Gina Bonaro is here. Bonanno, I'm sorry, is here.
Hi.
Hey, everyone. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Wow,
good.
Gina
I'm looking at the exit polls, so I'm great.
I know, right? I'm
looking
very
good.
excited. I'm very excited. I watched one or two pollsters, and when they were looking excited and getting a little more giddy, I'm like, okay.
Do we have an update? Because I haven't seen.
I haven't seen anything last
So the poll it's 2 minutes till 7, so that's when the polls close, right?
I think they close at
9
Yeah, I think
p.m.
so. Yeah.
is when they close. I
Oh,
believe.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we're having good indicative numbers, like the turnout, especially in Brooklyn, for example, is a very good sign.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting to Hollywood Squares territory. I'm Paul Lynn.
I love it.
I'm gonna be Paul Lynn in this situation.
I love it.
Progressive bench again soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the progressive.
But Gina, I wanted you and Lindsay to get this clip of this is Mamdani on MSNBC talking about Elon's endorsement specifically.
Oh my God.
But also just Trump and Miller and like all they're outwardly again, and then it's got to kill Trump because he hates Cuomo because of that attention that Cuomo was getting in 2020.
Yeah.
And so it kind of pissed him off to truth that out.
Yeah.
But here's
I would love all those things.
Yeah,
how do you pay for it? Who's going to end up footing the bill for those programs?
So I'll answer that question by first explaining some of the endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has received. Elon Musk's endorsement is one of the most expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten because it cost him and the state of New York $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk years ago when he was the governor of this state. That's actually more money than it would cost to make every bus free in New York City. So I've said clearly that I believe we should tax the top 1% an additional 2%, that's New Yorkers making $1 million or more a year, and have the most profitable corporations pay the same tax rate they do at the top tier in New Jersey, what they would actually pay here in New York. These things together would pay for the entirety of our economic agenda and start to Trump-proof our city. Because as you've said, the endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has got, and this morning he started it by going on Fox and Friends, we're talking about Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller. These are the architects in many ways of the crisis of authoritarianism that New Yorkers are facing. And Andrew Cuomo is so unwilling to tax Donald Trump's billionaire donors because he knows those are the same ones whose checks that he's busy cashing trying to get back to City Hall.
Yes. And who the same checks he was cashing his entire gubernatorial career. So
Yeah, it just it just so clearly shows who stands for whom. I mean, I as Andrew Cuomo, I would be pissed if Donald Trump and Elon Musk came out and endorsed me.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, are you trying to destroy my candidacy? Are you literally trying to tell New Yorkers that I'm a sellout for the billionaires and that I'm on your side when they hate you?
And I think part of him knows that.
Like,
he
you're not
knows
helping.
that.
What are you
He knows that, but he can't offend those Trump supporters because they are still bankrolling his campaign. So he can't do either thing. It's he's stuck between a corrupt rock and a hard place.
I mean, we just showed his acceptance where he just says like, he's right. A vote for Sleep was a vote for Mandani. I hope listen to the president.
I kind of feel bad for Curtis Lewa because it's like he's running on, trying to be like a Trump type person, but Trump won't have nothing to do with him because he's wearing that fucking red beret like a commie.
That's actually something I wanted to ask you, Lindsay. During the debate, speaking of the SNL clip, the debate, Sleeper brought up an idea that we were all excited about watching on this space.
The rats are.
In addition to building a lot of the rats are building a lot of new affordable housing like Mamdani's plan is. What about taking some of those empty office buildings and turning the insides of those into apartments? That's not bad.
It's not a bad idea. So two things to that. That has been discussed since COVID by many people because, in COVID, people weren't going to the office nearly as much anymore. And so we had all these empty buildings. So that is when that conversation, I think, started to take hold. And even though return to office has been somewhat on track, we're still never going to, I think, go back to the office in the same way. So that is a real question and a real opportunity. And we should be doing it. Part of that challenge is it does take a bit of retrofitting expensively to change things from commercial to residential, but it can and should be done in many cases. And two, part of the challenge has been rezoning because a lot of these spaces are zoned for commercial. And so the Midtown East rezoning, which kind of was pushed through in the last several years, was an important part of that so that we can actually use more spaces beyond commercial uses and for residential and different kinds of residential. So it's a good idea. He isn't the first to bring it up, and I think it is going to be part of the toolkit.
Yeah, we're doing it here in California.
Yeah. Everywhere has to be doing it.
While.
Yeah.
you know, or they're taking old apartment complexes, and which is easier, you know, there's not all the retrofitting and, you know, switching it from commercial to residential property and
Yes.
turning those into condos. So yeah, there's a lot of ways.
We need to do it. And, you know, we clearly have a housing problem. Like, I couldn't have moved to New York like I did after college if I was coming at this moment in time. I would just be priced out as an urban planner. I started my career, my first decade in urban planning, managing public parks. There's no way I would have been able to move here.
Yeah.
Oh, Parks and Rec was a real story.
my husband's like, that's just like your life. Why don't you want to watch that? I'm like, that's why I don't want to watch it.
It's funny though. I was very much, yeah, I was very much like the April Ludgate when I was like working for Bernie. I'm like, I don't want to do things. They're like, but you're so capable. Because when I was the office manager for my Bernie office, I'm like, I would actually tell like, you know, campuses. I'm like, we cannot be having these like upper class white kids going into neighborhoods that are poor, black, and more rural, because how can they relate? So we actually ended up finding volunteers of color to go into those areas. Like I was really like, and then the campuses would come back and they're like, how's Bernie going to pay for all this? Which got me in trouble with the campaign because I was putting out literature not authorized by the campaign about how much you would pay under Medicare for all, how Bernie was going to pay for all these policies. And that's when people were like, yeah, I'm voting for him.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, that brings up a good point. The campaign, Zoran's campaign has been very diligent. And I think that they have tried to stay very much on message on how to vote for things, but also explain the questions that you got. And I think they're doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the fact that like Netanyahu's even talking about it, like it is a global, like all eyes are on it. And I think it's also just because of this rising like authoritarianism and everyone's nervous.
Fascism.
It's a bright light in this darkness of like, hey, we can at least win this.
Yes.
I mean,
you know,
it's like what Tim Curry said in Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, you know, ma'am, you know, your son is lost in the biggest city in the world. I'm like, Home Alone 2. I get it.
I have to tell you guys this. So before I jumped on, I was watching election coverage on MSNBC. And I forget the guy's name. He was somebody who worked in Donald Trump's first administration, but they had him on with somebody else. And they're still right now lying about Mamdani. He literally said, well, the guy is anti-Semitic. He said it himself.
I can't. I mean, the lies, the smear on anti-Semitism. I literally every day am getting someone saying he said, you know, the Intifada. Yeah, and I'm like, he literally did not say that.
Yeah.
No, you cannot find a
River to the
Sea.
Sea. He literally did not say these things, and he's also gone to great lengths to explain that there are different interpretations of a word as a translation, but because it means something very negative to so many people, he was discouraging the youth. Like he's actually gone beyond, and still the same lies and smears are being told. It's just, it's so.
And all Democrats have to do this, especially if they're of color. They have to explain, like, you know, I'm Muslim, but I'm not like this. You know,
I'm a good one. It's so gross. It's gross.
This is how I will pay. Like Republicans have never asked how they're going to pay for their policies, but Democrats always have to be, you know, how are you going to pay for it? And it's like,
how are you going to pay for a war in Venezuela? How are you going to pay for?
Like, I mean, my social media footprint, I could not run for office, but I would be like as blunt as Trump. Like, you want someone blunt, authentic? Here you go. Why the fuck does that guy not get asked how he's going to pay for his policies that actually hurt people? On the other hand, know how these policies are going to get paid for. Like, it's just so crazy. It's like infrastructure, this, that. And it's like, I mean, the state of South Carolina found like, all of a sudden found like $1 million hidden somewhere, and they're like, what do we use with it? I'm like, infrastructure, roads, maybe.
Yes.
Bridges.
No, it's just, I mean, I think the thing that the magic of, not magic, the power that Trump has is his shamelessness. He does not care that he's lying at every moment. He does not care that he doesn't know. He does not care that he is not correct. He does not care that he wouldn't win if he weren't stacked against him. He's just totally shameless. And so are his supporters.
People ask me why.
Oh, I'm sorry.
People ask me how come I don't vote for Trump. I'm like, because he and I have a history. Like, you know, I've got a Twitter beef, like many.
Oh my God, I love that. LOL.
That's
LOL.
awesome. I'm just going to throw it to Nick so we can change over to our official election coverage. We got an animation. We're prepared over here on this space. And then we'll just come right back on. Hello. I just want to say thank you so much to Lindsay Boylan for popping in here before she, I'm sure, goes to Zoran headquarters, and maybe we can get a call in from there. We don't know. But welcome, folks. If you have not been watching, you are now to the election coverage on this space of not just Zoran Mamdani versus Andrew Cuomo, but all over the country. There are elections happening, and we are going to check out those results. I am here with Kristina of Cosmepolitics and Gina Bonanno of, I'm sorry, what is your show's name again? Yes. Yes.
Keeping it raw.
Raw news and politics. I wanted to play this clip. Lindsay was talking about the right messenger, and you, Kristina, were talking about the right messenger for the right audience. And this is a podcast I've only recently become aware of, but I'm seeing more and more about it in a similar way that I saw more and more about I've Had It coming up. So I just want to play a little bit of the beginning of this 20-minute clip.
New York, I need y'all to come out and vote. We need y'all to come out and vote, because even though Mamdani is going, like, you know,
the early voting numbers
look
really positive.
At the same time, we still got to vote. We still got to get out there. We still got to make sure we win this bitch.
So there's election. It's election season approaching November.
Yep.
And that means that there's an unusual amount of optimism.
And for those who don't know, this is a you like hip hop culture, streaming culture kind of podcast, and even they are paying attention to them, paying attention to this race, because again, it is the light in the darkness of this time. We just had Biden; he lost again. Kamala lost. Like, there's no band-aids anymore. We're bleeding fascism. And we're looking to New York, the guiding light of the world, for a little bit of hope here.
November, because Zoran's election's coming up.
That boy been putting belt to ass in every debate.
He's been putting belt to ass. I've been seeing him give a lot of answers to a bunch of different questions, and he's always hitting the nail on the head. I've been very impressed with how he's been on message so far.
Yeah.
But we got that, and we got a few other elections that are coming up that are very important. I know Virginia has an election coming up that we definitely need to win. But the reason why I wanted to talk about the Zoran election is, well, I mean, everything's still happening with it. And the main thing I wanted to focus on was, like, it cannot be ignored how, like, bad the racism has been, boy. In that, so basically, what happened? So, like the way, at least from what I've seen with, like, elections and campaigns and shit, usually, you know, you do oppo research. You find the someone's team's gonna find some shit about your opponents, and then they go and try to strategize, like, drop it closer and closer, like, to the election. So as we've been getting closer and closer to, like, the election, I believe it's like November 4th or November 5th. I need to fact check that. But as we've been getting closer, they've been spamming their rhetoric.
Yeah.
And
over and over.
It's become abundantly clear how much racists are within the Democratic Party.
It's horrible. I saw on Twitter, someone was talking about, I think this had to have been like an elected official or some shit. They were like, vote for Cuomo. And then under it, it was a picture of 9/11 and a dude, you know that famous picture of a guy jumping off a building?
Yeah,
Posted
jumping
that.
out 9/11. Yeah,
out of the building on 9/11.
Like it's insane. Like we were talking about, the racism is just amped up to 11 now.
Yeah.
And and again, it's reaching people who might not be that into politics to begin with. They're just seeing so much of this spammed everywhere because Elon owns Twitter, and now he's putting ads in your feed constantly and making his own posts ads so you see it. So even if you weren't aware, you are now. And
I noticed in the last week or so, I was like, what the fuck is all this like anti-Mamdani shit? But I'm like, oh yeah, the dude who owns Twitter is doing all this.
Yeah. Yeah. And did you hear what Abigail Spamberger said when they asked her about Mamdani? I think it was just yesterday.
That he should be a Democrat. And I'm like, but he is the Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he should be a Democrat. And then she slammed his policies and said, oh, well, you know, I don't believe in promising people things that you can't deliver and blah, blah, blah. So I was just saying on my show today, if the roles were reversed, you know how that would go down. Like anytime a progressive says anything negative about a traditional establishment Democrat, we get slammed as being anti-Democrat. Oh, you're helping Trump. You're helping the Republican Party. You know, we need to stick together. But an establishment Democrat, corporate-owned, you know, Israel shill like Spanberger can say whatever the hell she wants about a progressive and nothing. Silence.
Yeah.
It's just such a bullshit double standard. I'm so sick of it.
I gotta throw to don't go anywhere. I'm throwing to Matt and Nick. We're gonna transition into full official debate election coverage, I believe. There we go.
Hey, what's going on?
He's just back.
Yes,
Who's
no,
back?
yeah, it's just I was just saying that we had. Yeah, no problem. No, I was just saying that we had, you know, an official schedule and we had a pre-show arranged for 7 o'clock, and then the all-in would start at 7:15, but it's 7:16. Nobody's here right now. So, look, Kristina, Alex, thank you for hanging out for so long. I really appreciate it. Please, can you join us back here in like 10 or 15 minutes?
Sure.
Just gonna go over a few things real quick and like say hello to Gina. I haven't seen you for like forever. So
I know.
Anyway, thanks guys. Really appreciate it. Okay, Gina, look. How have you been? First of all, I haven't seen you for a while.
I know. I've been okay. Like I said, I got eye surgery coming up, so you know.
You know what?
Fun stuff.
I'm adopting a pit bull. A stray
that's
pit bull.
awesome.
She's coming here tomorrow. So my world
I love
is
pit bulls.
a little wild right now too. Look, I want to ask you some stuff about this election because I know that you have your finger on the pulse when it comes to politics in general, and that you have been paying attention to this in the way a lot of us have. You were with us on air during the primaries, and I asked a question at the time, and I can't recall your answer, and forgive me, I didn't go back and rewatch it. But like, I'm trying to figure out for myself, let me hear your opinion. Is this a bellwether for the rest of the country? What happens tonight? I would assume that if we get results within, you know, it's 9:15 and we hear that Zoran Mamdani is the winner, that's a great sign for elections ongoing and with progressives and democratic socialists and whatnot. If it goes the other way and Cuomo wins immediately, either something's rigged, one, maybe, I don't know, or that would seem suspicious based on polling leading up to this and early voting. But then also, like, that would be a bad sign for the country. But am I exaggerating? Should a New York City mayoral race, even this one, have that much bearing on what happens nationally?
You know, I think it's going to depend on how much he wins by. I think that will really be the bellwether. I think if he can get over 50%, and he has a clear majority and mandate, I think that will send a message. And I think it's also going to depend on by how much Spanberger and Cheryl win by. Because if they don't do as well as Mamdani, or it's gonna be kind of a wake-up call for the establishment of saying, look, you ran these centrist, supposedly perfect candidates that had the perfect resume, fit the state that they were running in to a T. You said that anybody progressive wouldn't win in those elections, and so you had to go with these safe choices, and yet they didn't perform as well as Mamdani did. So I think that's gonna be something to keep an eye on. Of course, the cope from the establishment is going to be, well, it's New York City. It's so progressive. It's totally different than the rest of the country. This wouldn't sell in Kansas. It's going to be all that crap. But I think when we look at the exit polls, that's going to tell a different picture, or that's going to tell a different story. Because like I was just saying on my show earlier today, there are so many Trump voters, especially young Trump voters, who are voting for Mamdani. And that's going to be undeniable.
Like they voted for AOC.
Yeah.
This is the thing. We talk about this all the time in this space and on this space. The rhetoric you get from populists is that all sounds pretty good usually. It's like you take out the racism and the bigotry that you get from conservatives, so-called, but then what they're promising is like, yeah, okay, wow, it sounds like they're going to work for us, and that is what actual progressives say. So but here's the thing. 44% of early voting in New York City was by people 55 years and older, right? So do you think, and 25 to 34-year-olds made up 20%. And they keep saying a lot of young people are very interested in Mamdani. A lot of young people are pulling for Mamdani. What are they, just waiting to stand in line on election day? Do you think? Why do you think so many people 55 years and older are voting early?
Yeah, I think it's just that's the way it traditionally goes. Is just
not
older
enthusiasm.
People.
It's
What was
like
that?
not because of enthusiasm, but because
yeah, I
these are
don't
the
think
folks who
so.
are like, I get it done as soon as I can and I move on to other stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think older generations, they're like, oh, they're responsible. They get things done ahead of time, just in case something comes up that day. I think a lot of them are retired. They don't have to be at work, so
Yeah.
they can go and vote whenever. Whereas, younger people, they tend to show up to parties late. So they're going to show, and
That's
this
a good
is
point.
just the way it's been. I mean, from everything that I've heard from election experts, this is the way it goes. You just have young people typically show up at the last minute for elections. So yeah, I think it's going to be an eye opener. I was also saying earlier today that I think that these general election results are going to be much better for Mamdani than the primary, because there was an article, I can't remember what the news outlet was, but they interviewed a bunch of voters who were Trump voters from last year, young people who are now saying that they're going for Mamdani in this race. The problem is they are registered Republicans, so they couldn't vote for him in the primary, but they can vote for him in the general.
I know how to
So-
fix that.
How's that?
It's to unregister as a Republican, register
well,
as Democrat. It's a very simple fix.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think that when everything shakes out and we look at all of the exit polls, we look at who actually cast their ballots for him, I think, like I said earlier, that's going to be a wake-up call to the Democratic establishment, because they're going to see that he brought a lot of those young voters back to the party just for him. And the thing I'm hearing, because I've been watching and listening to MSNBC's live election coverage today, I'm hearing a lot of people saying in New Jersey and in Virginia that they're voting for Mikey Sherrill or they're voting for Abigail Spanberger. Even some people who voted for Trump last year, people who didn't come out and vote at all. One woman broke down crying, saying she's Hispanic and she didn't vote last year and she totally regrets it. So she's voting for Spanberger. But, or excuse me, Sherrill, because it was New Jersey. But what I'm not hearing is, oh, I'm excited about Spanberger. I'm excited about Mikey Sherrill. Everybody they've interviewed is saying that they're trying to send a message to Trump, or they, feel they're upset about what's going on with immigration. There were a lot of Hispanic people that they interviewed who are saying, yeah, I'm voting because I'm pissed off about what Trump is doing. Some people who voted for him last year who are Hispanic, but none of them are positively going out there excited about Spanberger or Sherrill. Totally the opposite with Mamdani.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't tell the establishment where things are at, I just don't even know.
Well, it's mainstream media. Oh, first of all, they're looking at like 2 million. They're forecasting 2 million or over 2 million. And that's record turnout in New York City, at least for mayoral elections. And that's great news either way, because the more people involved, the better democracy works, in my opinion. But mainstream media and local news in New York City have not given Mamdani a legit chance, if you ask me. And I've been paying attention to a lot of that stuff, especially with the debate coverage and what they talk about. SC Cup is on every morning talking about this and only this 5 days a week. You know what I mean? For local Fox 5 in New York. But, they're also treating him. They're not treating him like the Democratic Party nominee. This is maddening to me. It's like, okay, here's the guy to beat the Republican. He's going to do it. Why are you talking bad about him? Why are people talking poorly about him? Why are people acting like this isn't? Why aren't we all in on the Democratic nominee, whoever it is? Like, instead, they are, in my opinion, visibly upset over a disruption to the status quo, which, includes Republicans having a seat at the table, when I think we should be just flat. I don't care who you are. Everyone should be like, no, Republicans are not going to win right now. We need to do everything we can. Who's the nominee? Okay, whatever. Get him in there. Right? Like, I don't care what stage of government is. Do you see it that way, or am I being like dramatic?
No, I absolutely do. I was just saying before you jumped on that they were interviewing Abigail Spanberger, I think it was just yesterday, and they asked her about Mamdani and what she thinks of him and the policies that he's proposing. And she totally slammed him, made it out like he's lying to his constituents, that, oh, well, I don't believe in lying about things to get elected. I don't believe in making promises we can't keep. And I was saying to Alex, whenever a progressive says anything negative about an establishment Democrat, we all get filleted. They get so angry.
That's what I'm saying.
I get it on my channel. Oh, why are you talking bad about Democrats? Are you trying to help Trump win? Are you trying to help the Republicans? We need to stick together. But then when it's the opposite, when an establishment traditional Democrat slams and insults a progressive, it's crickets. Nobody cares. And it's just a ridiculous double standard that I'm totally unwilling to put up with. And it's on mainstream media too.
They want to censure their own people. Okay, you want to hold your own party members accountable? We'd like to hold you accountable as well. Why is that any different, right? It's like it's such a double standard. And I just think that, it's whenever somebody talks about uniting the left, it's always the progressives trying to work with the establishment Democrats.
Yeah, we all have to fall in line with what they want, not the other way around. And I'm like, no more. I'm done with that shit.
It's very interesting. I can't wait to see what happens. I hope tomorrow is one of those days where I get up ready to fight on without getting ready or getting up and preparing to fight, but being too depressed to get out of bed. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure we're going to have good results, but I've felt that before and have been disappointed. So anyway, just for everyone tuning in, thank you for watching. You're watching This Space. I am Matt Strackbein, the letter hack. This is Gina Bonanno from Raw News and Politics, and contributor to This Space since day one. Very, very honored to have your content on our channel. And I just, you know, we were here for the primary. We were here for both of the debates. Now we're here for the general election. It's not just because it's New York City or Mamdani. What we're doing here is laying the groundwork and getting our feet under us. I don't know what I'm unprepared with an analogy, a suitable analogy. 2026 is right around the corner.
Yeah.
We are going to be This space.tv is going to be your one-stop shop for coverage. All the individual shows, all the syndicated content that we replay, but especially these all-ins, these special coverage nights where we let our schedule go and we have as many hosts that want to come in, jump on. And so I just want to say to anyone watching for the first time, there's plenty more of this to come. And to anyone who has been watching since day one, who's been here with us from the start, thank you. You're keeping us going. You're motivating us to keep going. Gina, before we bring our other host back on, is there anything that you want to promote? This is a special opportunity because it's going to get too chaotic to do this later.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to promote or tell people in terms of how they can subscribe to you?
Yeah, I mean, they can find me on Raw News and Politics on YouTube. I am not posting a podcast anymore. So YouTube is pretty much it. I've given up on TikTok as well. It's too censorious. But yeah, I have daily coverage over there and sometimes even on the weekend.
You're one of our favorites. Like you're a host. Do you know what I mean by that? Like you have remarkable production value. We really appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
And we're so glad to have you on our side and in our collective. Everyone, stay tuned. In 2 seconds, we're going to be bringing on Hank Thompson of Winners and Losers, Jake Draugelis from What You Can Do, Kristina from Cosmopolitics, and Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. We'll be right back. It's an all-in.
Yeah.
Hello. All in. It's open house style. People can come and go as they please, stay as long as they want, leave whenever you want. It's totally up to you. We'll be messing with the layout so it'll accommodate all the people. The last time we did this, I can't remember if it was last week or 2 weeks ago. Where's Alex? Alex, sorry, are you good? I just brought you on. Okay.
I think you're muted.
But we need a system for people telling us if they're on, like cover their screen with a red card or just turn off your camera or something. But so anyway, we had 12 people involved. 12 people, and we had to keep cycling out because we can only have 10 on the screen at once. So the good news is
StreamYard on that one.
Well, and the good news is we don't have like a huge debate screen that we have to watch. So I'll be the first to duck out at any time. If I'm not on air, doesn't mean I've left. Just checking with results, and I'll chime in as needed. Nick is also here producing. So guys, feel free to just talk about whatever you want. Hank provided the video that we just watched, and we'll play it. There are different versions that we'll play throughout the night. Incredibly creative. How are you, Hank? Tell everyone how they can support you before it gets too crazy.
Oh, thank you. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. And I'm happy to jump out. I'm not a host on the network, quite as much as others. So
you're a contributor.
Happy to, grateful to be involved. And yeah, thanks for having me. Tellthetruthjank.com.
We need more of you.
More coming. I can't. If I could get that ADHD medication, then you'll get a lot more of me. But tellthetruthjank.com is my website for the film, for the documentary I'm making about unionizing the Young Turks. And you can check out my podcast, Winners and Losers, And also just a quick plug that's on YouTube. There's links to it through that website as well. And a quick plug, I was on Ron Placone's podcast 1000 with Ron Placone. We did a deep dive into the TYT union busting story, and he has his own history with the Young Turks. So if anybody wants to marinate in a sauna of TYT smog, that is the episode for you to check out. So give it a look. If you're tired of the Young Turks story, just imagine how I feel. I'm poisoned, but I chose it, so I sort of, I just didn't.
You're like a proper journalist, assembling facts, getting the story together. Good on you. We need that. Thank you.
The film is about journalism, and it's about journalistic ethics, and that's among the reasons why it took so long for other reasons as well. But I did a ton of research. I wanted to make sure that I gave Cenk and Anna the good faith effort to share their story to make their case, to steelman their argument in this drama, because they didn't give us that, the workers at the Young Turks. They just went forward with a complete lie, and they didn't do any fact checking before they publicly smeared their own employees about who were just trying to unionize their workplace so they could make their boss even more money.
It's highly recommended that everyone check that out, and there's plenty of it online for free that you can watch now. So by all means, wet that whistle. Then of course Jake and Kristina have been hanging with us tonight already. When we had Lindsay Boylan on earlier, she's amazing.
I love her.
I did during the course of the stream. I did a crime, by the way.
Okay, you're gonna admit it?
Commit voter fraud for Zoran? We love that.
Sort of.
You robbed the Louvre?
Napping. I had swung by me mom's house to watch her dog while she went out to dinner, and then the internet conked out and I couldn't figure out what to do. So I panicked and I just took the dog with me back to my place.
Oh,
and I realized I didn't leave a note or anything.
All right.
So,
they'll figure it out, but it does sound it does sound like 3 or 4 movie scripts that I've read. Okay, so let me ask a question to the group that I have been asking just randomly tonight, but also just when it comes up, just in terms of voting and politics. Jake, I'm particularly interested to hear from you. Actually, can I throw a curveball?
No.
Are you guys for a curveball?
Slider, fastball, curveball?
Here's something I hear with and agree with quite a bit. But I want to ask something about this. So, and I think we got just the right people on screen for this. So,
thank you.
In those cases where somebody is leaving the right or dissatisfied with their elected officials, or have been voting Republican and are open to listening to us, or maybe even coming over to our way, right? Or voting in terms of hey, I voted for AOC, I voted for Mamdani, and they want to know more. I often hear that we shouldn't slam the door on them, that we shouldn't shut them out, and we shouldn't say, no, sorry, Charlie. But who's doing that?
Well,
who's slamming the door?
Yeah, give me not evidence. I don't want to say it try a lawyer or something, but in what situation are people dismissive of anyone who wants to come over to our way of thinking politically and wants to get involved in our party politics or whatever?
I don't really see it. See, the thing is, I'm very familiar with the AOC Trump voter. There are a lot of Republicans who vote for their Democratic congressperson or legislative body or whatever, because they actually do work hard for them, for the constituents, but they still don't like the Democratic Party establishment, so they still vote for Trump for president. It's amazing. This is something that AOC has mentioned, and other members of the squad. They're sometimes we get some Republicans who vote for us because we're their their only option. They don't really see anything attractive to a Republican who, if they do run against us or whatnot. But I don't really see. I feel maybe typical liberals would shut these people, but it's kind of like the average median voter. You kind of have to pick your battles when it comes to the voting booth.
I would like to target the lefties and progressives that are slamming the door on right-wing shifts. I agree that we shouldn't do it. I think it's right to continually advise not to do it, but I didn't think it was that much of a thing. Who in their right mind is doing that? But what
I think
what
that's
was that,
a
Alan?
defining part of our
Jake.
culture.
I'm saying that argument is happening right now with Graham Plattner, someone who was in the military. He came from a place of not really paying attention to politics, just joined the military to fight for my country, post 9/11, like gotta
And
go.
the left is
help
shutting him out
and
because
is
he's
trying
coming
to
up?
shut him out to an extent.
Are
But the
you
establishment
talking
is
about
trying to do that.
before the tattoo discourse and all that?
Not before.
Even
Not before.
well, I
Okay.
mean, there were people who were shutting him out even before the tattoo controversy. I'm
And
too
it's a-
online to know
It's
this.
a tactic. It's a tactic that the establishment uses, is to go, get the hippies to fight each other, and then we won't be able to coalesce around anything. That's
So okay,
Occupy
the
Wall Street and
establishment,
whatnot.
the establishment is not the left. Can we agree?
But sometimes the left falls for those. For
Jake,
those,
no, we
those
can't
smears.
agree, or I'm right
Yeah,
now.
the left. It's a tactic of the establishment, and it works on the left because we cannot resist it. We have been so gullible for it, and I say this
No,
with
that's what I'm
such
saying,
harshness
like-
because I mean you probably don't see it very much because you don't do it very much. I did it. I did it recently, and I am as guilty as anybody else. I can give you a specific example. When I invited Portable Orange to come on my channel and talk to my audience about what his story of leaving the far right, and
Yeah.
he did so with vulnerability and courage.
Yeah. That was a
And what
great
he got
interview.
in exchange for that was people heckling him for the beliefs he said were bad. So he was there to tell us about his bad beliefs and why he doesn't believe them anymore. And as he was expressing them, he got waves of people in the comments I was reading saying, like, it, talking over him to say why he was bad, or typing over him.
Yeah.
Similarly, if you have like a phrase like the one I frequently harp on, all cops are bastards. That's like designed to put a wall up between you and anybody who's ever been a cop, anybody who's got a cop in their family. And you might have a serious critique of American policing, which you should, because it's evil. But when you design it like that, it's like an FBI agent handed us a phrase to ensure that we
They
never
probably
get
did.
anything done.
I mean,
Probably, yeah.
It probably was.
That's
But-
why we say 1312 instead.
Yeah. So
We
how about
gotta
that?
think of it like salesmen.
So
It's
let's.
7. Whatever.
I'm glad you brought up catchy slogans. Let's do this instead. What is our campaign for open door policy, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like I'm just saying it's 2026. Let's
Past
just get ahead of the
sins
ball.
forgiven. That's the
Yeah.
way to go.
Yeah.
We don't care about who you were. We care about who you are.
Bygones be bygones.
Well,
Yep.
I see.
Good job.
I see it kind of showing up in the comment sections at times, and I think you're talking about hosts and lefty hosts online, Matt. But
well, and
I-
like media
I-
outlets and all of
This-
NBC or whoever.
I have
impulse-
a problem. I have a little bit of a problem because there are people who are like, I'm this person now. Okay, I'm going to use Peter Dow as an example. Remember, who Peter Dow is? He was like a
Yeah.
pro Big Clinton guy. fuck the Bernie bros.
Anti-Bernie. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then he became a Bernie bro. We're like, okay, cool. But then he lost his mind and is now, I'll take Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene over any Democrat. And I'm like, no,
Oh,
dude, that's
God.
not those people I have a problem with because I feel like they're actually just grifting.
Sorry,
I
Hank.
mean,
What were you
I
gonna
see
say?
how they get there. I could see how
Yeah.
you could get there honestly, but point taken.
What do you
Well,
think, Hank?
Yeah, well, it's like in the comment sections. So just sort of an aside is I see a lot of the well, you voted for this. Farmers are saying, oh, we need help. And
Okay.
the comments are filled with, hey, go F yourself. You voted for this. Well, I voted for you, and you didn't even vote for you. And so I see that dynamic playing out a lot. I can understand why you'd have that impulse, why you'd want to sort of gloat and kind of have this reaction. It's because there's so little relief in the way we emotionally ingest the nightmare that's going on right now.
Yeah.
But it's very unproductive. It doesn't serve much good.
So you think
seems-
that's a version of it?
I think it's, I don't really see it in hosts to kind of hold up the context of your question, but I do think that there are ways to, like, we have to make it, we need a permission structure for people to change, especially in this country.
Yes.
That seems precisely designed to produce shitty men. So
yes.
if we're not open to people's past not ruining their future. And it depends. Obviously, there's nuance, of course, but particularly like Graham Plattner is a great example of the digital footprint. And he's even maybe a little older for this exact particular notion, but the digital footprint of people is going to always be a source, a vein to be mined for Oppo research and for, stuff that, and are we going to hold people accountable for the way they were at some point in their life? And I don't necessarily think you should always say yes or always say no, but I do think that like most lefties I know, myself included, are former liberals, I kind of grew up ambiently conservative. We know a lot of or take a religion angle to it. The ex-Mormons and the ex-evangelicals, they do a lot of hard work. The ones that are public communicators about that deconstruction process, that's important for these movements. Because there's just so much misinformation and confusion.
Using KKK members who go around the country doing tours trying to rehabilitate people who are currently who still have those beliefs. There's like so many documentaries about like these men who are like, I grew up before the internet into white supremacy and Nazism, and I realized I grew out of it. I grew up, I got married, had kids, and I realized, what I was doing was wrong, and it's not, this is not the way to be. So they go around the country, and there's so many of them out there. It's like, we're gonna eventually see like former manosphere dudes be like, I really messed up and caused a lot of damage to the young men of the world. And I can't wait.
Yeah, it's like Richard Hanania. That's his whole thing. Is he admits that he was a Holocaust denier. He was deep down the rabbit hole, and he completely had a change of heart, change of mind, and now he's out there slamming Trump and saying, yeah, this is a fascist regime.
Okay, great point. It makes me think of the Lincoln Project and the way how I am dismissive of the Lincoln Project, because I'm like, you guys are just profiting off your problem. Like, this is bullshit. But on the other hand, we can use them, right? We can utilize it. So let me first introduce Vizora from Vizora Down Under has showed up. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Typically a delay with Vizora because she's coming all the way to us from Australia. So everyone just,
especially when we got these big groups.
Yeah, so everyone just be cool if she's not ignoring you. She just hasn't heard it yet.
This time that seemed to get to
audio.
Okay, yeah, it seems like maybe we have half the normal delay that we have. Let me ask this, and then Vizora, if you want to take this question, feel free. I think what I prefer, the wording I prefer is when somebody starts talking about left and right, I say, hey, buddy, it's bottom up. It's workers first. It's labor for. We all got jobs. We all need to pay bills. Some people do not, and they're trying to pull the strings. Let's focus, right? Like, let's find where we agree and go from there. What do you think, Vizora? Is there anything to that? Is it?
I think that there's 1,145 people in the United States that have a combined net worth of $5.7 trillion, and that they will grind you to dust and sniff your bones.
Pitchforks
to get high off your misery.
Yeah, and that's it. And I do want I want to make the case that we need to. This is the thing. Here we go. On the left, we all need to tone police each other all the time. Like, believe me, it was like less than 24 hours ago. Somebody said we don't use that expression anymore, and I was like, oh my god, I'm running out of expressions.
Meanwhile, this 40% of Republican staffers in DC identify as groypers as of 12 hours ago.
Right. So we need to, if somebody on the left is pushing back on someone trying to make their way to our side, we need to tactfully tell them, give them my email. If you don't want to talk to them, send them to another lefty who's ready for dialogue. Send them to What You Can Do and say, he will take your call on air and he will let you troll. But here's the thing.
I recently had a former Trump voter come into my community, even donated, talking about how they're politically homeless, how they're like, oh, sorry, I got fooled. I voted for this guy 3 times. It took that many times of me getting scammed to figure it out.
That's what we... We need
I don't
to
know what to do now.
We need to embrace and grow, pull people left, and then pull them further left. We just need to. Let me really quick let everyone know, because it's just about 7:48 p.m. on the East Coast. That's Eastern Standard Time. We are covering the New York City mayoral election tonight. I know that some other channels are going to be starting their coverage at around 8.
Who cares?
Look, I mean, if you want to watch that, go ahead. But they're going to be on air talking about it tomorrow. So
You've watched
don't
enough
worry.
Sam Cedar.
You are going to see such a variety of hosts here tonight, and we are going to look. We might bring those other channels up on screen.
Yeah.
So like, you won't be missing out.
Here.
Also,
Speaking of elections,
we
Virginia got
syndicate
called.
a lot of these shows,
Yeah,
so
we
we
just
may
have
very
that.
well be showing it later this week. You never know. But stick with us. Polls close at 9. We'll be right on top of it. Zora, you were saying.
Virginia got called for
Virginia
Sandberg.
has been
Red Hill.
called for
Already?
Virginia Sandberger.
Yay, what a
Wow.
relief.
They called it at 1% reporting.
Damn.
That's
Look,
crazy.
promote your Twitters,
I
Twitches, and
instantly saw it.
PayPals, because this is going to be a short night.
You know what was so funny? I forgot who the woman was, but I know she was a woman of color. And a lot of
Winsome.
Republicans were, how come Obama's not endorsing her? She's a woman of color. I'm like,
Win
you're
some,
basically doing
lose
the
some.
DEI thing. You're doing the DEI thing. You're doing the DEI thing you people bitch about. It's all about the policies too, okay? Like, we're not just doing identity politics over here.
Conversation, just saw something right here. Richmond, the first votes in Richmond. Let's just bring them up. This is the capital of Virginia.
As of 6 p.m. tonight, 1.85 million people have voted in New York City.
Oh.
That
Yeah, Mom
includes
Donnie had almost hit a
early
million as of yesterday.
just for mayor. It's the highest turnout since 1993, when 1.9 million people voted. Now, who was the mayor in 1993? What was that?
Not
Who won
Coke,
that
was
election?
it?
Koch? Maybe Koch. But I mean, it's
I think it was.
if they're called like Virginia's going blue. I mean, no, Zoran's winning here.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we might be finally
Like,
seeing
it's fingers
this
crossed we're
pushback
knocking
against
wood.
Trump.
Like, so,
yeah.
like the Attorney General's
Opportunity.
race also seems to be going blue in Virginia. Right now, it's pretty close, but Jones just flipped to like a seat that Trump won. Just like that, Biden flipped to Trump in the last election, just flipped back blue and went to Jones. So that's good.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's looking like Spamberger has about 55% of the vote.
How do we feel about the name Spamberger? Do we need her to change that, or is that cool? I think
You
it's
should
cool.
change it,
It sounds like
honestly.
a Twitter thing, but it's okay.
I like it.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
I think we
It's your
need
best
to
feature.
change Earl Sears' name. Win some, she's now lose some Earl Sears.
I had a dentist one time named Dr. Gross Handler, and I was like,
Oh no.
"Are you kidding me?" I was like, "Mom,
What
do
a
I have
sad
to
name for
go?
a dentist.
This sounds
What the hell?
like
What
I'm
is it with
suddenly."
dentist names? My son had an orthodontist named Dr. Savage. It's like that's
What?
It's like a bad Yelp review.
I had a
Oh,
dentist
I'm
named
your
Dr.
child's
Toothpick.
orthodontist, Dr. Toothpin. That's an insane group of names. Where has Matt gone?
I
He's
don't know,
abandoned.
but
us.
we got
Oh,
another
cool.
call in
CIA
Georgia. We got a call in Georgia. Public Service Commissioner 2.
Oh hell yeah!
Elijah Johnson.
There
We're
you go.
covering every single election here, folks.
Good news. That's
on
good
this
news.
news. It is good. I mean, it's Georgia.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
mean,
that
this
at
is
all.
an opportunity for people who are discontent with how the way the country's going to go show their discontent. And I think,
Yeah,
I think they're making
Georgia
a
I
got
need New Jersey to stay
early
blue.
I know,
of
me too.
the
I really
New
do.
Jersey, come on.
premiums.
As Vasora and I are from Jersey, we needed to go. We needed to go and stay blue because I mean,
We needed to stay blue.
yes.
First of all,
Listen,
matters.
if New Jersey
Gina, I
goes
missed what
red,
you were
then they're going to
saying,
use
sorry.
New Jersey as more of a staging ground for when they invade New York. You know,
Yeah.
root out the
Newark.
jihadi commies.
Yes, they're going to use that airport.
What was
Gina,
that,
were you
Dave?
just saying?
They already are
I
using the
missed
airport,
the
but
last
like
thing you said.
I said,
Oh.
when they invade New York
was
to
I
get rid of
saying?
the jihadi commies.
Oh, we heard that.
I was saying
No, please.
Gina.
Georgia, of all the states, I would think would be pissed off the most at Trump right now because they got the early signs of what their health insurance premiums were going to skyrocket to.
And
They
they
opened
got
up the marketplace early.
revenge for daring to prosecute him. The dude interfered in their election. He pressured Brad Raffensperger, and then he came after the prosecutors who prosecuted him. So yeah, Georgia's getting the early warnings on the fascism for sure. Good observation.
Let's go around
a lot
the
of
room.
us seem to be.
Well, this is the thing. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, I have some tea. Apparently, AOC has, and the Tennessee Holler, shared it on my Instagram story. But apparently, the reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to be, really critiquing the Republicans. Apparently, Trump is squashing her chances at being a senator for Georgia, and she's out for revenge.
Politics.
But she also wanted to run for governor, and they told her no. Like you're not a good candidate.
Yeah.
You're not running for Senate. You're not running for governor. We're not going to support you. We're going to find other candidates. So yeah, she's all kinds of salty.
She was on The View, and she really didn't say much shit about the Democrats. She was like, this is all the Republicans, and then the Epstein files and all that, which is true. The reason why we do have the shutdown is because they don't want to release the Epstein files. I mean, that's it. They want the shutdown to last till like February.
You know what's one thing on the shutdown that I keep not hearing enough of? We keep, everyone's talking about the shutdown and the SNAP benefits as if the SNAP benefits are guaranteed to come back if the government opens back up. The government's not even guaranteed to open back up. I mean, I think it will, but I don't think that the SNAP benefits are coming back.
That'd be wild.
Ever.
Ever, yeah.
Yeah. Ruining Thanksgiving for the rest of us. Perfect.
Check this out, you guys. So I'm looking at the gender breakdown for Spanberger and Earl Sears. Earl Sears has a majority of male voters, 53%. So that just kind of blows the whole Kamala Harris cope out of the water that, they just didn't want to vote for her because she's a woman, because she's a woman of color. I mean, not that that doesn't play a part, but
yeah,
we all know Kamala Harris was not a great candidate.
She had a very heartfelt tweet today about Dick Cheney's passing. I was just like, read the room. My God.
Did you see her on the weekly show podcast with Jon Stewart in that moment where she just doesn't take accountability or that anything's going to change, and Jon Stewart's just the light just left his face.
If we're gonna try and elect people like this, can we at least make it funny? Because we could meme the centrist live into office. I don't know, run Hillary and Bill together with the tagline of keeping it in the family. That will infuriate the right, and it will be so funny that they would win. None of them answers who's the president, who's the vice president. Every time they're asked, it's we're a team. We would win that. It would still be horrible, but it would at least be funny.
That moment Kristina referenced, that's going to be used in the future. They're going to be like, and this was the moment Stewart decided to run. This is when he made up his mind.
Let's watch that.
I mean,
Can we watch that clip?
Socialist who's an independent.
I don't think we can. I think that's a no-fly zone.
Well,
by the way, host
Daily
of this
Show.
space, we have a no-fly zone on a channel on our private Discord, our work-only Discord.
Yeah.
If you got a copyright strike or some sort of slap on the wrist for showing something, please list it for us. Okay, let's quickly go around the room. I want to get this out there. This is important to me. I really want to be on the same page with other people, but I keep feeling myself wanting people to be on the same page as me, and I don't know if that's right. This election is meaningful as far as 2026 and through 2020. This is a big deal in terms of getting candidates to run the right campaign, but also signaling to voters that you can have it better. We can have better candidates. Now, the follow-up to that question, I'll just put it out there now. I want to know if you guys think it's a bellwether to the national stage, and I was asking Gina about this earlier. I want to know what you all think. Also, the follow-up, just so you have it in your mind, is if Mamdani doesn't fully deliver, does that diminish the success of winning tonight? Does it undo that? Does it undo the bellwether signaling for national races and inspiring voters to get out the vote?
Well, it
What do you
doesn't
think?
help. It doesn't help that Democratic Party leaders are saying Mamdani is not the future or the face of the Democratic Party. I'm like, then who is?
But doesn't that help? Isn't that one aspect of why this campaign would be a bellwether of sorts? It would signal to the rest of the country, we don't have to put up with this shit. We can
that's
vote
what the
people
oligarchy
in.
tour has been. That Bernie's walking around basically showing America, hey, if you like me, AOC's gonna hold it down for when I leave here. Like that's what he's been signaling. She's the future. Anyone aligned with her, the whole squad, like the progressive way is, and people are seeing it as well in the media. Like again, like you're saying, Hakeem Jeffries is saying Zoran's not the future, and casual people just watching that or seeing that clip are just like, but why am I
vote
seeing
for this
so much
party?
about him then? But you must be wrong. And just getting that basic like disconnect of he's saying one thing, but he's saying all your kids and the people at the PTA meeting are all excited about this candidate here or there, wherever, or this ballot measure, and it's just the establishment just doesn't want to talk about it because they don't want to lose power. Hi, Andrea. Welcome.
We'll get back to this.
Hello.
We'll get back to this momentarily. I want to welcome Andrea, one of the founders of
Am I
this
audible?
space,
Can you hear
and the
me?
host of Welcome to Fuckville,
Yes.
which you can watch right after Logical Leftists with Jeff Waldorf every Wednesday on thisspace.tv. And I want to bring somebody else on stage that I personally don't talk to enough and haven't talked to for quite a while. They were with us. The last time they were on with us was the primary for the same election. This is one of the core This Space founders and team members. It's super producer David Grossman. David, what is going on?
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Howdy.
Yeah. So good to see you, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for the awesome introduction. I digress. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, look, I just want to be clear about this. Jake can back me up.
No, I
David
heard
was
that, yeah.
David
I
was the
heard.
first guy I reached out to about this thing. And I think we should be very proud of the work that we're doing here and how it's going. I mean, look at these great personalities on screen with us tonight, and 3 days a week for up to 10 or 12 hours a day.
No, I love
phenomenal.
seeing that you guys are all up and running and that it's doing more than sustaining. I feel like I haven't personally been able to keep up with like everything going on lately. So I'm
It's
kind
a
of
testament
like
to the foundation you've
Yeah.
laid.
Yeah,
Okay?
no,
I'm
it's
just saying.
it seems the schedule's been sustaining. It seems like Nick's running the show amazing, and
He's not that great. He could be.
No?
Also, polls in New Jersey have closed officially.
Okay.
I just saw that tweet at the same time as you.
Yeah, Jersey Twins represent. Anyway, maybe we are related. I don't know.
So
I do want New Jersey to go blue too, just because I'm originally from there too.
Well, let's
Yeah.
get everyone's take on this. And David, if you'd like to,
I
chime in
interrupted Gina,
immediately.
so if you want to let Gina finish, she can.
It's okay. I was just going to give you guys a quick breakdown on the demographics. So Spanberger won black voters by 90%. So again, that kind of refutes the whole, black people won't vote for a woman. Hispanic vote, she won by 64. Asian vote, 61%. White voters, of course, went with Earl Sears, 55%.
Wow, there you go.
Classic white voters.
Yeah.
What did I do? Just kidding.
I'm just over white men. I can't look in the mirror without being like, yeah, again. Come on, dude.
That why you grow out your hair?
We've seen enough of our people.
Yeah,
I'm being serious. I'm over it.
Our people are overly represented. It's time to stop.
Like if you needed to make a case for excluding one specific demographic, it's come on.
I think it would be
it's
fun.
the one we've tested the most. Yeah, come on.
I don't know who
Unelected,
here.
Just one. Just give us one.
I don't know who here has seen Netflix's new movie House of Dynamite, but I am highly critical of this terrible movie. I did not appreciate it. I thought there was hilariously bad dialogue in here. There was a lot of really good actors in it. Idris Elba plays, president of the United States, and completely underutilized. I would like to get everyone to watch it and meet me back here, like this many people, these exact people, and really talk about this, because
What's called House of Dynamite?
So
Yeah.
actually, before
Elaborate
we,
guerrilla marketing campaign.
I'm just kind of taking note, and before we get to the election part, Matt, I do want to say I think that and Alex, I'm not sure how you identify, but I'm gonna go go out on a venture here and say we're not actually white male dominated tonight. So,
That's and that is by design. No, I'm just kidding. It's completely.
I am half
random,
white,
but
half black.
It's
half
a good sign. It is a good sign. But just in terms of white men having their day, watch House of Dynamite. Get back to me. You'll see what I mean. But yes. So this,
Well,
is it a bellwether?
Vertical dramas that are really, really bad. Like,
Did you see House of Dynamite?
No, but actually,
You gotta.
I saw previews of it, and it kind of reminded me of those stupid vertical dramas that I'm addicted to, where it's like they're like 1 minute, every scene's like 1 minute long. But I just saw the reviews for Ryan Murphy's new like court drama with like Kim Kardashian, Sarah Paulson, and Glenn Close, and it's got a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So that's
that
bad.
Ed Gein show was terrible.
House of Dynamite is like Rashomon.
Episodes in, it was awful.
You gotta.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean,
gotta
Netflix is churning out garbage.
Structure.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they start using AI.
Right. But is it liberal garbage? That's what I want to know. We already know they're doing second screen writing where they assume everyone watching their show is on their phone. That's a real thing. I don't know if you guys have heard of this.
And that it's in
Okay. It looks
No,
like
it's in
Sherelle's winning Hudson
three
County.
points of view. But look, let's get back to this bellwether question really quick. And I want to, David, I don't want to dox you, but you voted today, I assume. Like
I voted early. Actually, I voted. I dropped it in the mail last week.
There you go. Good on you. What about this being a signal of things to come on the national stage in terms of inspiring candidates, but also motivating voters and especially people who don't vote or have given up on democracy? What do you think?
In a normal world, I would say today can hint us towards the midterms and like on that trajectory. But we haven't been in a normal universe or reality in a while. And I think that as much as it's definitely, we can take it as measurement, but I don't think anyone really has any idea what 2026 or 2028 is going to look like, especially 2028 with all the, with everything going on with the National Guard and the military and everything being set up in different cities. There's,
Just a reminder, by the way, the Supreme Court's going to take a look at the Voting Rights Act within the next couple months.
They already got rid of one.
Like, you might not
one pre-clearance of it back in like 2020.
I can't even vote in the next election. The latest EO makes it so mail-in voting is gone. I can't vote next election.
So all of that I think makes like it just and most people that aren't like constantly online or news junkies or what have you, I think that gives a little, if you can defer to people that are kind of like, touching grass more often than not, you get a little bit more reality based, like in terms of how bad is everything. But I do think that we just don't know what it's going to look like.
Does that, but that's my hope. Lindsey Boylan was on with us earlier during Devil's Advocate production.
It's your tour guide.
Somebody's playing. Did you hear that?
It's my fault.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a window I had open. But Lindsey Boylan was on with Devil's Advocate production, and Kristina and I and Alex were talking to her, and one thing she said is that Mamdani is, these weren't her words, but in a sense circumvented the vote blue no matter who crowd, as in like, okay, well, I'll assume we have your vote. I hope we do. I'm talking to you, but I need to reach these people who aren't necessarily going to do that. It doesn't mean he went straight to like Republican voters or anything, but he's going to people who I think we can safely assume are disenfranchised to whatever degree. And
I don't want to take up all the time, but
what do you think, David? Do you think?
I'll say I don't think I think that he did something that we don't see very often, in speaking a very apolitical language, in like talking about affordability and like he made sure that he was connecting with the left, with the base, while also trying to really, in a not unnoticeable, but like without making it seem like it was over the top, he really just connected to a wide net of
I think it's just
people.
because he's from the base. He is the base. So it was easy for him to connect. So he's trying to reach, the
Right.
regular New Yorkers, the people like we're talking about earlier who aren't paying attention, who don't know that there's a mayor's race happening this year, and just being like, hey, do you want to have cheaper groceries? Do you want? I mean, the thing that caught my attention was make halal food carts $8 again instead of $15 or $16, $17. And I'm like, yeah, why are they going up? And I started paying attention to him, and it caught my eye. It was a fun, catchy, trendy, social media, as Andrew Cuomo would say. But it's regular. It circumvents having to be like a wonk and explain, like we all are, paying attention to politics 24/7. It circumvents that and just like, hey man, do you want to like have free childcare and like be able to leave your kids in a kindergarten and for free, or get a cheaper house, lower your rent, like these material benefits, material goods that people don't know anymore, that the government can help you with this because of decades of propaganda the other way.
And
breaking news from New Jersey
coming to help you.
What's the New Jersey news?
I don't know. Someone else.
Yeah, so on New Jersey, right now it's 12% reporting. Mickey Sherrill is in the lead, but this is actually worrying because Dems have an early voter advantage in Jersey. And I'd also like to remind you all that there have been so many bomb threats, like at least 7 New Jersey bomb threats today.
Yeah.
Bergen, Essex, Mercer, Middlesex, Passaic, Monmouth, and Ocean County.
Yeah, and I'm looking here. Ocean County's going for the Republican dude. So far, Essex and Hudson are doing well with the Democrat, but also too, it looks like Burlington might be going towards the Republican. And also too, it looks like Camden County's going to go for Sherrill, so that's nice, and Gloucester County as well.
Which is, by the way, insane, because right now it's saying plus 42 Dems, where it was plus 3 Republican last election.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's...
Well, the AP Live results has her at 58% and Chitterelli at 41.4.
Nice.
Now that's a name we're not.
20% reporting.
Chitterelli,
And
I
she
love
should
that.
be doing better at 20%.
I do want to.
No, but whatever.
I do want to.
The Italians are not doing well
if
tonight,
that's
y'all.
possible. Now we know that all of our favorite candidate, Abigail Spanberger, who we love and support as our queen, has won. I was really worried that she would blow it because she was doing all the wrong moves that y'all were talking about earlier, but she did win.
Yeah, like Mondani needs to be a real Democrat. I'm like, he's the Democrat nominee. Like, what the hell?
Right. And in addition to that, there was a bit of a controversy with the Attorney General candidate Jay Jones and his text messages. Apparently, he had threatened joked about threatening people in the legislature. Republicans. I thought it made him look cooler. But Abigail decided that it would be smart to distance herself from Jay Jones when running as a solid ticket. So I thought that she was going to fuck it up either for herself or for
which was smart because the Jones race right now is about a point difference between the two.
Yeah, but the thing that I do want to point out, probably above all that, and I really hope Jay Jones does win, but I want to shout out the Lieutenant Governor nominee, Ghazala Hashmi. She is going to be, I think they already called the race, the first Muslim statewide office holder in the state of Virginia's history. I can speak to Hashmi herself. I actually tried to volunteer for her campaign. I tried to get a job on her campaign back when I was unemployed about 8 months ago. But I want to just shout out that when I worked for the previous union to the one that I do now, she was always there for the union. She was always there to workers. She would talk to workers. She was so effing cool. And I am so like, I don't get psyched about politicians like ever, but like she's like actually like she gives school teacher energy in like the good way.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear, really.
Yeah, I remember last midterm election, we had a trans woman, D. Elder, she ran, and it was so funny, like no one really bothered to Republicans didn't really do much ads against her, due to her being transgender. They just couldn't come up with a boogeyman because it showed that she was just a person who just happened to be transgender, and she didn't really make a big deal about her identity or whatever. And it's the Republicans focus so hard about transgender ideology, blah blah blah, and I'm like, these people are just normal people who are running for office, doing this, doing that. But then you got that Sarah chick from Delaware who's willing to capitulate to Republicans and let them misgender her. And it's
she's just basically trans Spamberger. I mean, that's literally basically what she is. Now I do want to say that. Sorry, Andrea. But I do want to say though that it was a little bit of an easy dub for Ghazala, because the guy that she ran against is one of these gay Republican disgraced radio hosts. Real Panthers eating Panthers eating.
Oh yeah, we're gays. We vote for Trump, and our rights are not going to get taken from us.
And also, he's a weirdo in the sense that there was no lieutenant governor debate scheduled. So what ended up happening is this guy just decides to broadcast himself debating a Ghazala Hashmi AI, and the AI cleaned his block.
Yeah, I watched that.
I destroyed
the AI won.
Yeah, the AI won. How? I mean,
he lost to fucking Grok. Unbelievable. I didn't think that was possible.
I think politicians using AI should be an extremely illegal thing. Of almost any,
thrown into a volcano.
Andrew Cuomo
it's horrible.
I think it should be illegal for AI to be part of the government, like Grok is.
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly.
They should be thrown into volcanoes. They should be made to walk the plank. Whatever your local, corporal punishment is, they should be forced to do that.
Right. It
Firing squad. That one's cool. I like firing
Walking
squad.
the plank seems fun without context.
Yeah.
What do y'all think
Without the
about
ocean?
a law that we could insist upon everybody who we vote for supporting, if we're going to vote for them, a law that says anything made with AI, not unlike a cigarette package, must be labeled as such?
Oh,
not far,
including government documents.
They really.
Yeah, they do that in I think it was Vanity Fair had an all AI ad by Guess Jeans, and
Coca-Cola's Christmas ad. AI
there was
again.
small print that said this is AI generated, and I was like, I don't know if small print's going to cut it. I think there needs to be a.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me jump in here, because I can take it a step further and make it a little bit more extreme, right? You use cigarettes as an example. Cigarette packaging now says smoking kills on it. In some parts of in Europe, for example, in Turkey, cigarette packaging doesn't just say smoking kills on it. It has horrific imagery on it. Teeth falling out, babies, lungs, just stuff you don't want to look at.
That might make it cooler, though. That might make it
Every
cool.
Turkish store, it made it cool. They collect them.
I might start smoking.
They collect them like cards, right?
That's it. I'm going to.
Yeah, what's the most messed up cigarette packet I could get my hands on?
But there's a key difference.
It becomes
here.
its own thing.
Which is, in one thing, you're being warned about the contents of a thing that you're smoking. In the other thing, you're being told that this may not be real at all, the thing you're seeing. So if there was a 1 second clip or a mandatory 3 second thing that has to play at the beginning of every video that has AI in it, I could see that doing a lot to stop the spread of disinformation.
Yeah, people would want that.
It would have to change. I would be okay with it if it changed where in the video. Every video, it would be in a different place in the video where there's that unskippable bit where it's this is AI. If it's in the beginning, you'll just tune out in the beginning. You'll get used to it. Kind of like how people don't notice ads.
Don't do AI. Period.
I don't think it'll make a difference. I'm all for it. I'm all for it being illegal. I'm all for the disclosure. But I don't think it would make a. I think that overall people would just be like.
You really don't think that'd make a difference?
I mean,
I think it would.
Look at the welfare queens on TikTok that people are falling for the same script. Oh, I got 7 different kids from 7
Who even fell for that?
Fox News even had to issue not even a retraction, but change their whole article because they fell for those welfare queen videos.
So
But
just
even
to
if that was
clarify,
a producer that genuinely effed up and genuinely thought that was a woman who was complaining, like a real person, that still tells you that even if this person's intentions weren't good, they fell for it. They embarrassed themselves by submitting that to their bosses.
David, what
which
were you
means
gonna
that an average person doesn't have the ability to tell at a glance.
And then they say it's really happening though, but it's still that I'm like, no, it's not. Who sells their food stamp card for more than what they're getting food stamps in a month? No one does that.
AI psychosis gets worse because
Let David clarify.
Yeah,
I think we should outlaw AI just because the content sucks. It's
Let David clarify, because I'll kick him off if he defends AI. I'm just kidding.
No, not at all defending
We'll
it.
replace it with an AI.
I don't think that. I don't think it should be allowed in various different. I mean, in general, I think that we've already kind of lost control of it anyway. But no, what I was going to clarify was that I don't think it would make a difference in people going, oh, that's not real, then I don't like it. This shouldn't be on our screens. I think that
literally, I feel like someone would be like, that's not real. It makes me happy. I'm just going to believe it anyway, because that's how everything works right now.
In the next 5 to 10 years, there will be, we already have AI models, like people that like models for clothing, jewelry, whatever, advertisements with fake people in it. In the very, very foreseeable future, you're going to have. I think they already have DJs or musical artists that aren't real people. You're going to have someone that's on like the Billboard 100. You're going to have an entity that and people aren't going.
Oh yes, we are. In fact, like we already have this. Anyone who's played Cyberpunk 2077 for a hot second, in the first like 10 minutes of the game, you get that like news sequence of the AI writer who's won like the Nobel Prize in writing for her like 74,000th book. And we're headed right there. You have no idea. Like Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna end the world just on the AI front alone, because that game's AI system is terrifying.
You mean through data centers and impact on the environment?
No. She's talking about the context and what it's
like.
ability.
The amount of patents Rockstar's filed for AI for that game, you're going to be driving and you're going to do an activity, and then like another NPC is going to see that and then post that on social media in the game, and then the game's like newscasters and the radio are going to pick it up and talk about it.
Well, that's awesome.
All of these characters, over 1,000 NPCs, AI generated, that have decision making based off of other factors. Like this NPC has a wife that he has a bad relationship with, and he's in traffic. And he has a 20% higher chance of doing illegal things while driving. But then let's say now he has to actually go pick his kid up from school, so that goes up 10%. And then let's say that someone else is driving and being an ass. Like all of that's already in existence, and that's just for this video game.
Okay,
but
so
Bizarra. That's not why it's bad, though. You know why it's bad? You know why Grand Theft Auto 6 is bad? Because it's woke.
Yeah. Okay.
Same reason I'm bad.
Here's the thing: there are. On the other hand, there are a lot of people, and Hank, maybe you do this. I know I do it, and more people are doing it and requesting it. People are signing their name to their art or taking credit for their art and insisting on no AI used or human created. They're insisting on that. So there is kind of like in lieu of a label, which I think I'm all for that. At least people are stating this, however, is not AI.
Like film,
there's always going to be that. There's always going to be. Right. I just don't think that. I unfortunately, it's no different than manufactured consent or any other thing that kind of like just like sways the masses because in such an easy way. It's just comfort. We've like I think like time and time again over the last 20, 30 years, you've just seen way too many examples and barely any opposing that. Like people are willing to give up their privacy for convenience. They're willing to. There's really nothing pointing the other way that says like this has been too much and we want it to stop. I can't think of really anything that
2 weeks ago, the Australian government made it so that AI companies don't have to respect copyright law. Like they just have full access. Now, like we think about like this from like just the American perspective. What your data as an American posted on the platform, right? Like American laws apply? What if a tech company that is, I don't know, like hosting out of a country like Australia, which now makes it so AI can scrape everything regardless of copyright law? Does that still apply? Well, now that's like international law. Now you got to get like negotiations done. Like it's so far out of our control that there's really nothing we can do about it.
Like a couple years ago, we're talking
other
about
than,
like
like, you
what
know.
the ethics of deep fakes and it's like they just kept making it.
They're
Like,
deep
you didn't even
faking
have-
protest footage, calling it riots right now.
You don't even have time to stop and be like, should we do this or not? They're
I
just
saw this
making it
deep
going.
fake video.
Oh, now
of
you
some
sound like
guy
Ian
flying
Malcolm.
a plane not too long ago. It was some
What's
pretty
that?
cool-
What'd you say, Andrea?
Oh, there's this deep fake I saw. Some guy was flying the plane, listening to some classic rock films.
Yeah, here-
he was like
this
doing
is-
like a shipment of some kind. It
This
was
is what-
quite an elaborate performance. I
It's
wasn't sure if it
becoming-
was real or not. It was very hard to discern.
It's becoming normalized to the point where I think there is something to be said for people saying, well, yeah, okay, this is fake, but I agree with what they're saying. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's-
Like that is something that's going to happen.
Or like
Yeah,
that it's happening,
not-
like with the food stamp stuff on TikTok.
But it's not
The fact that I
enough.
thought it could be real means
It's not enough
Yeah.
of an argument for not labeling it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm all for labeling it. Absolutely. I'm all for labeling it.
Yeah,
We got
because
the
there's a lot
first,
of newcomers who aren't even born yet that are going to be born into this shit. Like I talk to people. I'm looking around the room. I talk to people who were born with the internet, and I'm like, it's just, it's very different.
Bring back my space.
Very different world pre-internet.
Right now,
You'll
oh my
never
God,
know.
Speaking of that, though, like on your point, the
Not
letter
be
hack,
fair,
right? Like I watched a video this week from like a tech creator on YouTube on my stream of they're in schools now in America. There are signs everywhere saying like we're watching you all the time, and you should be happy about it.
Jesus,
like to protect you, like everywhere.
Like in my day, we didn't do mass shooting drills. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. That's
Yeah, not once did I ever have a mass shooting drill in school. The closest thing that ever happened when I was in school in Jersey was someone brought a bullet to school and left it in the hallway because they didn't want to take their final exam. But
We
like,
had
like that was the closest.
We had very organized fist fights at 3 o'clock every day in the parking lot. It was on schedule. It was like wrestling. It was perfect.
Also,
people fought without like video game controllers. They actually touched.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No headphones or microphone.
Disclosure is the
now-
minimum we should expect. Disclosure of AI is the minimum we could hope for and expect. It's almost impossible to enforce having to put slogan or like mid rolls or pre rolls on generated videos for the general public or corporate communications. But with politicians specifically, though, I think that's something that we could possibly lock off. It's not going to happen in our corrupt world. There's no way. But specifically politicians, in my opinion, because they are chosen ostensibly to represent us and negotiate reality on our behalf. And they have so many tools to lie and deceive with what's available already. The fact that they can just
New
pump
Jersey's
out
been called
racist videos. Let me wrap it up. You can jump on that. Cuomo, for instance, with his horrible racism and his AI videos, like that should end his entire career at the least.
He
if
should be
not
arrested. Actually,
some sort of prosecution type thing.
I mean, he should be arrested for what he did to Lindsey Boylan, and of course all the nursing home deaths. Like
I
either
also
one of
think
those,
Ted
I'd be
Cruz
happy
should
to
get
go to
arrested.
jail for.
I also think Ted Cruz should get arrested for
And when it
inciting
comes
violence.
to AI, in the state of South Carolina, we have our first AI child pornography case now, which is fucking insane.
That's bananas.
Wait, what?
Like what? What are you?
Oh yeah, it's no sooner do you allow something to go completely unregulated with trillions of dollars in funding, then they will turn it into kiddie porn. It's just that's like the first.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I just hadn't heard about it.
It's so bad.
It's very new.
I do think for any effective change, like what Hank's referring to, and just in general, it's going to have to be from the local level up, like whether it be municipal, whether it be town or district, like just in like anything that we've like the legalization of marijuana, just different things that have been happening. It's got to start locally before it's going to spread on a bigger level. If we have any
direct
chance.
action too can work. I mean, theoretically, if you know that they're going to build a data center that's needed for a specific AI, and you get like a bunch of people to go start camping, like they got to deal with you first. Like you're camping. What, you're going to move me? Okay, well then you have to move me first. What about all of my friends? What about everyone that I brought here? What about all of the cameras watching? What about
basically
the stuff that I've planned? Well, I mean, yes, but like the thing is, we're not getting out of fascism without a couple people getting arrested, at least. Absolutely. The thing is, like, we're already there. People get arrested for literally nothing. I mean, you can go look around. Like people, like there's Republicans getting arrested at ice raids.
You get arrested for posting memes.
Let's do this real quick. It is just about 8:30. Polls close at 9. Stick with us. We're going to be covering the results as they come in. Just real quick. I know people want to show videos and stuff like that. Feel free. Just be mindful of,
Audio.
No fly zones, as we call it here in this space. And
We wouldn't have to worry about it as much.
don't anyone get us taken down now, please. This is too good to be taken out. But anyway, I want everyone to just feel free to do that. So if anyone wants to share anything, especially election related, but whatever, let it go.
Actually, Nikki Sherrill is the projected winner.
It's not a election
sorry,
related,
thank
but I
God.
do think it's
Sorry,
a matter
say what?
of natural.
Nikki Sherrill has been projected to be the winner of New Jersey.
Hey!
Everyone's
Shout out
announcing
to
it, so
New Jersey.
thank God.
I love New Jersey.
Right now it's saying 61-37.
New Jersey is an excellent place to be. I love New
I'll
Jersey.
put aside my
Bergen County even went
genetic
blue.
New York hate.
That's
for
insane.
New Jersey
I've
aside.
never heard
Bergen County going blue is insane.
Yeah, leave the door open, Alex.
60%.
We need people to come over to the left.
Oh.
Jeff, what were you about to?
Oh no,
were
I
you
just
about
wanted to say it was a great day in America because one of the most truly cartoonishly evil people died today, and we have not made mention of that because it's getting buried by this election business. But I did want to shout out.
I love that it's getting buried.
I don't love
love
that it's
that
getting buried
that guy
because-
died the same day a Muslim's going to get elected as mayor of New York.
Yeah, it's poetic.
But also,
He was just the inevitable was happening, so he had to go. He had to go. His 7th heart transplant just couldn't go through.
I will say it is important to bring up, and I think
down.
Will Menaker made this point on Twitter, that the true tragedy of the death of Dick Cheney is the fact that he was able to never have gone to prison, never face any kind of tribunal for his crimes, and to essentially die with his family around him with no consequences. And that is the sort of like the most important part of this. Regardless of that, Rip Bozo, we're smoking that Dick Cheney pack, baby. Get it? All right, rest in peace. You will not be missed.
The Onion put out a headline about it saying Dick Cheney heartbroken at the amount of children that he was not able to kill.
Yeah. Oh God.
It's like the children, Iraqis and American service members that he couldn't kill is what it said.
Yeah, they're all doing Rocky Road to whatever. But you know what's interesting? I was rewatching Vice, directed by a friend of mine and Forrest, who's also in here, Adam McKay.
Predicted the heart death.
Yeah, it was interesting rewatching it because it's like, oh man, he really was a piece of shit. Like, and yet they're lionizing him, and I'm like, it was interesting. They're gonna.
I saw Joe Biden was sucking his cock, doing a little necrophilia.
Yeah, there was.
They're gonna lionize liberals.
I hate
Democrats are gonna lionize Trump in a few years, and that's what scares me.
There's a new documentary out about. It's called The White House Effect, also on Netflix, about the first George Bush president, and he is coming in strong with the greenhouse effect is screwing in everything. We have a climate crisis. He was very pro-environment, didn't do anything, right? Did
Climate
nothing,
crisis.
right?
We're screwed. There's
They
nothing
go
we can
on-
do left.
They go on to talk about all the ways in which he just didn't commit to any of that, but kept that rhetoric going and never once mentioned Dick Cheney behind the scenes or anything like that. And I was like, this is not the full story.
I mean, that was also the time when Frank
ahead.
Luntz and all of them were coming up with like, oh, you.
That's what I mean.
It's real.
Changing
right?
the
But
wording and all that. Like they didn't bring that up.
I mean, Cheney aside, if you want to think about just how far the Republican Party has moved on the political spectrum on climate, who was the president that founded the EPA?
It was George
Nixon.
Bush.
That's
It was-
Nixon.
Oh,
Nixon.
Nixon. That's right. Bush is the guy that he was the first one to hire a conservationist to run it.
Well, Nixon
And then he
founded
put
the EPA.
somebody else into.
He felt the pressure from the
stall on
environmental
that.
activist.
Don't come out with that trivia. I got this. Boom. Clap immediately.
I just
So
want to
regarding
remind everybody that the people in charge right now are not the Hitlers. They're the guys that set up for the Hitlers. Their job is to destroy the country so the next guy can come in and be the dictator.
The Weimar guys.
Jake's points are building up now. Let him get
They
one
sure
in.
are. No, just with the Cheney
Explode
thing,
at the
we
seams.
all have an opportunity here that I'd like our audiences to take advantage of. We are going to be able to see who the fake motherfuckers are. So if you have somebody who was
Did you
running
just self-bleep?
against,
He
if
does
you have
this shit all the
somebody
time.
who's
It's
going,
Manual bleep.
I feel like the Avengers movie where it's like language.
Hold on, I want to hear what he's saying though. What?
if you have somebody that's going up talking about what a loss this was, then they are willfully ignoring who Dick Cheney was and what he did. And they're doing it to try to appeal to the sort of people that voted for Dick Cheney. So please make note of who's doing that.
Nobody
They
did
should
you.
literally bring Liz Cheney on board. So like, yeah, obviously.
I'm
Well,
gonna.
the whole morning Joe
Yeah.
crew did that this morning.
I wanted to
Don't
make
just acknowledge it.
Shall
Don't
not be
just
named.
recognize it yourself, but point it out to others who are seeing this stuff with you. Turn to them and say, this person got us into 20 years of war, and she's up there lionizing him. She doesn't have to do that. Why is she doing it?
Wait,
So
I got
question them publicly.
That also speaks to the impunity. The impunity of the ruling class is sort of the underlying like thing of our whole society. Is all the lying and the killing and the murdering and the profiteering.
Yes.
And then they get glazed when they die, and it's disgusting.
Yes.
And we should all fight against that. But I just want to jump out of the way. I know we have someone waiting to jump on, so that's how I'm signing off here for now. But I'll come back in an hour or so, maybe, if that sounds
Yeah,
good.
please do.
Something
We'd love that.
I'll
That'd be
get
great.
back on and
I'm about to dip for
monitor the
dinner.
situation here from sunny California. And
Yeah, I'm
I'll
about to
let
dip for
you guys,
dinner as well. So check out Good Morning Comrade. I'll be back.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
I'll
Come back if you like. That's great.
All right, bye.
And just a production note: I've increased Jake's volume, so he won't be drowned out when he tries to chime in next time.
So
that's fine.
Just as a production note, I've muted Jake.
And we have a it's 8:35. Polls close at 9. Just want to keep making that point for anyone just joining us. We will be giving you New York City results. Zora, you have a call now?
Yes, Virginia Attorney General race called for Democrat Jay Jones.
Great.
Wow.
We have not lost yet
That's
so
a
far.
shocker.
What is happening?
That is the shocker.
I want everyone in
We haven't
Virginia to
lost
call
yet.
that guy,
Wow.
thank him, congratulate him, and ask how you can help him stick to all the stuff he ran on in his campaign. Come on.
I think this is officially the era of Democrats going, when they go low, we're going to frickin' go so
We're gonna cut you at
low
the
that you can barely see us.
I'm ready. I
Crawl
love
on our
Come out
elbows.
the other end
and
and
I almost want to let Gina say that again so we can clip it for a short and just forget that I said that. Gina, when Democrats when they go, how did you say it? I'm not doing it right. You say it.
I said we've entered the era of Democrats saying when they go low, we go low. You can barely see us.
That's
I always
perfect.
I always say sweep the leg.
Yes.
Johnny.
it would be embarrassing
yeah,
if
low
we did
kick.
it.
Johnny, take this still illegal 40 years later.
Like, you realize the embarrassment that this country is, where we have the transportation
Yes.
secretary being like, we can't keep the airspace open, so we're gonna shut it in place. Like, that is an insane thing. That is third
To be
world
fair,
country
that's
shit
your
for
job.
America.
What he's supposed to do. That's the role.
I
Apparently.
mean, it is his job, but like that shouldn't necessarily be the case. You know,
It's his
we've
job,
had
yeah.
several days where there's been no
I
air
think that
traffic
this is
controllers.
pretty good though. People should stop
Road
flying on
rules,
fucking
that guy.
planes.
Drive
One
around,
I-
people see the country.
I was on road rules back in the 90s.
The man trains.
That's why he's transportation secretary, because Trump remembers road rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
Oh
so it's pathetic, and you're correct.
I know.
I don't think that's why Trump. I think
Really? You really don't think that's why Trump?
I think he was because he was on Fox News. He ended up
Well, yeah.
Of course.
That's
Nice
not
grab rave back
I
in
mean,
the
Where's
day.
Trump from?
Ben
don't
Carson
think-
got a job in the last Trump administration because he was famous. That's the same
Is he
thing.
asleep?
But
Okay.
he got the job of director of HUD or HUD secretary because he's black.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here.
No, it's
But I-
because
I
I
don't
don't
know.
see black person, they think HUD. Another
They
call,
love,
Virginia
I just
lieutenant governor. Damn.
they love putting in just
Hi,
a black
Forrest.
guy. They love,
Hi.
they love making a black guy HUD secretary. Republicans
Oh, yeah,
always.
they're-
Always.
They're like,
they
they're like,
have
you know
the
what?
brain
Female
of a
HUD
racist
secretaries.
They're like, you know what? You know what? You seem like you know. You seem like you know housing and urban development.
Yeah, Section
Although,
8, yeah.
You know, the closest Bill Clinton put in Cuomo to be his HUD secretary. I mean, he's Italian. He's basically.
And as we know, Cuomo, right
And who was the comedian that said Italians are the blacks of the white population? Which I, as an Italian, I agree with.
Let me officially welcome.
You're not wrong.
I'm a reverse Oreo. I
we all
admit
have
it.
a little bit of like North African DNA, I think, because the boot of Italy is like so close to North
Well,
Africa.
I'm black, I'm gay, I'm this, I'm that, but not Muslim.
I've been waiting for someone
got-
to remember that. Thank you.
Wait, I have that queued up. I can send it.
Okay, one sec.
Oh,
I
cool.
just want to officially welcome in Forrest Miller, video editor and host, and what do you call it? Founder of Movie Night Extravaganza, which is every Tuesday night. practically.
I don't like founder. That sounds too much like a Silicon Valley.
Patient zero of movie
yeah,
night
patient zero of
extravaganza.
Movie Night Extravaganza.
Responsible
OG
party,
host.
I guess we'll say, for the existence of that excellent show. Look, here's the thing. I just very quick, and then I'll shut up for a little while until the polls close. I just want to let people know who we have on screen here. Okay, we have side by side Forrest Miller and David Grossman. Now, look, there's a lot of what you appreciate about lefty content online that you wouldn't fucking see without these guys, and it wouldn't have been as quality as it was or is without these guys. Just want to say, these aren't just people like we didn't just need to fill seats. We got the best of the best.
Yeah, if Forrest had gotten a shot for every time he sent a Michael Brooks compilation video that he himself edited, he would be blackout drunk by now.
At least I don't know. At least I'd have a couple shots.
So actually, we
Which
can talk
is-
about production.
Which is what I'm
value.
going to have if Zoran wins.
Look, all I'm gonna say, if I took a shot every time a Republican won an election today, I would be dead sober.
Ah! Hey,
Let's
hey,
check out
David.
Spamberger's speech here.
Yeah.
The Lieutenant
My
Governor's
queen!
story, her military service, and her years of service
God,
here
that's an
in
old picture of
Virginia
Earl
deserve
Sears.
our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
Man, I hate this bitch. Am I allowed to say that? Holy fuck.
How did they call it?
Her opponent
I also know
seems
that
like a 30
those
Rock character.
who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did
And
not
she
vote for me,
reminds me of like
I want
a
you to know
like
that my goal
one of those
and
shows
my
like
intent
Homeland or something.
is
She
to
reminds me of
serve
like
all
a background actor
Virginians.
for one of those shows. It's like
I don't want
You know what would
to
be
take the wind out of
perfect is
people's
if Earl Sears just popped up and started
that
interrupting her like she did through the whole show.
for you and with you.
Look,
That is the
Spanberger
approach that I've taken
is going to be fine. You know,
I have worked
that's
with
it.
anyone and
That's fine. We'll
everyone,
take it.
Yeah.
regardless
take
of
it.
political
She's like,
party,
"Meh."
to deliver results for the people that
win
I
some
serve.
Earl Spears or whatever.
And
Looks
that's
like
because I
looks like
believe in
the
this
Tracy
idea
Morgan
that there
thing,
is so
Dirty
much
Rock,
more
where he
that
looks like the vice
unites us
president,
as
the vice
Virginians
president candidate or
and as
whatever.
Americans
He's like an identical
than
guy.
divides us.
I'm seeing a Fox News headline saying, "Will Election Day
And I
2025 be
know,
remembered as the
I know
rise
in
of
my
the
heart that
socialists?"
we can unite.
Yeah, baby. I mean, probably
We
not.
wish.
Yeah, probably
hope
not
so.
since Spamberger
Spamberger one, yeah.
Wild to see that from Fox, though.
Well, yeah,
It's nice to know
because
they're panicking.
Spanberger. You have to understand it's
Spanberger
very
the
different
hamburger.
what they're going to say versus what is reality. It might become known as the rise of the socialists, and we just get a bunch of centrist Democrats, and then I got to put a gun in my mouth.
And they would say, they do
I'd
so
also
well
like to
in
remind you all
districts.
that, like, even if Mamdani wins, we still need to worry about the governor election in
Yes.
Yep.
like Albany next year because Stefanik is ahead, and she
I
will
don't think I
not
meant to ask Lindsay about that. I forgot.
I don't actually believe that.
It's the one thing I forgot to ask Lindsay about. Like, is Zoran going to he should. Zoran should campaign with Kathy Hochul. You want my stuff to get passed? You need to go out.
Yeah,
and show the
She
sand
showed
and
up at
everything.
his. He will show up at hers.
Yes.
Only if
Even
she
though we
like
yelled
I don't
at
know.
her.
I think
We chanted
I
at
think
her.
Zoran should stay out of the primary, and then he should do what she did and endorse it,
Yeah.
endorse her
I
after
think that
the,
is what
after
he's
the
gonna do.
primary. Because I don't know, I like
When
Delgado.
asked
He
in
was
the
my
debate, he was holding off.
Delgado was my congressional rep, and I have a soft spot for the guy. He's actually a pretty good rapper. He and Zoran should release a track.
For the Zoran?
So Zoran's not that good at rapping.
He really isn't.
But I remember I was hyped when Delgado won his election, because we had like this guy that was we had like a MAGA radio host as our congressional rep for I think it was like the third closest district for a while in the country, and we had like this MAGA radio guy that none of us had ever heard of as our congressional rep, and Delgado beat him. But he has a mixtape where he sounds like Jay-Z mixed with like Lupe Fiasco, but he released it in 2007, so it was like that time period. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense that that's what he sounded like.
So let's get a little expert analysis from it, folks. We were going to do it anyway. The Majority Report was live.
They had that
as far as what
Hassan
it means
Piker on,
for
apparently.
around the country,
And
and
Because I mean,
as
look,
far as what it
Virginia's
means around for
going
the country for
all
Democrats,
blue, right?
there
Jay
is
Jones,
no doubt in my
like
mind
you said,
that
so
Graham Plattner,
this is going to look
who's gonna
good.
take on Mills, and then I suspect Collins. The momentum and the energy and the sort of possibility that Mamdani presented gave a permission structure for voters and for organizers to say Plattner could win.
Why not us? Well, it's like we've talked about this before, that so much about it is winning, and momentum is like when you get that first win and people feel like it's possible. And it's a perfect opportunity because there's an actual credibility problem with the Democratic Party, where so much of their
this feels like it's
corporatism
2018,
and centrism was hinged on
with-
the
I'm
idea
not
that they
just-
could convince
I'm
their
gonna go
voting
before
base that
2018
that's what was
actually.
electable, and that myth has basically shattered.
21st comment says, I was watching NBC until you went live. They're carrying the centrist narrative that NYC is unique, and Spanberger and Cheryl are the route to victory.
Of
Look,
course.
Here, this has always been true to some extent, but it is even more like there's a stark contrast within our body politic that did not exist 15 years ago.
I
and
stand
exists
no so
today.
red.
Cable news, particularly on nights like this, is
good
geared
question.
towards
Washington
Training for
D.C.
Sanders.
and the political class.
I like
is
how
not
we're
for
stream
normal
watching
people.
a different stream.
It is.
Yeah, this is
to
a great show.
convince- It is
All right, so
bizarre
I'll cut in and
sort
ask.
of,
Can we
a
can we
dynamic.
talk about the whole idea
Because
of what's
it's going out to
possible
the-
and what they're talking about there? I have I don't know if anybody saw it. There was a video that Zoran Mamdani posted earlier. It's almost 4 minutes long, so we can if you my focus was on like the very beginning and the very end, so we don't have to play
Yeah.
everything.
Right,
Um,
let's hear it. Yeah.
But we can also just talk through the middle of it since it's you'll probably start to get.
I will gladly talk through the middle of it.
I only want to bring this up because because it gives me a lot of echoes of past, and I'm not talking about 2018. So, Nick or Matt, I don't know who's in control of this thing, but I can't.
I am in
Also,
control.
I'm probably gonna leave. So I just wanted to say goodbye real quick.
Oh,
so
I mean, you can post it in the private chat. I can throw
So,
it.
but thank you for doing the show, and continue and have a great rest of your show and enjoy the videos, and shout out to New Jersey. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, Andrea.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Andrew.
I'm also briefly going to dip out to make room for fame and well-deserved ego.
Okay.
I actually had it shared on my screen, and then I realized I wasn't actually logged in.
Real quick, in
Just takes-
Andrea's honor. Thank you, Hank Thompson of Winners and Losers, for the animation.
You know what I love about this video? I love that
we
it's
got
got the old above it all theme rolling. That's fucking cool.
Double. Yeah. Yeah, I was playing that on a members only live stream last night. Hank was present. Sent me that this morning. Clearly inspired.
Real Andrea Hedge, remember.
I would like to request that you all stop. Thank you.
Wow, my sister's so pessimistic about New Jersey. I was like, Jersey stays blue. She's like, it hasn't been declared yet.
I was so scared for Jersey.
Plus, I think
Yeah, me too.
Obama would have won, and she didn't.
Because I've only seen
She
ads
crushed
for Citarelli.
Yeah, she crushed him. So, you know, that's
She's up by almost 20. Like,
Yeah,
I never
40%
saw
pizza.
that coming.
When I was
predicting
when I-
15, was that Visora?
I said 15 for Mamdani probably at this rate.
Oh,
Like Bergen County is 60% blue. I'm from Bergen County. Bergen
Same.
County ain't blue.
This is the
Hey,
video
represent,
that David was talking about.
Real quick, as new hosts join us, I want to let them know that we have a studio chat where we can communicate. You can let us know when you're ready to come on screen, or we don't want to bring you on.
Just don't
if you're not
sext
ready.
don't text the private. It's a private chat, but it's not that private.
Hey! All right. How you doing?
You're no fun for us.
All right. You're doing great, huh?
I'm doing better now.
No dick pics.
What a politician!
You know he was going to show up. He finally did show up.
All right, I'm going to be saying
When
the
fascism
words,
comes
inspiring
to
the
this
entire
place.
world. How's that?
Low pressure.
A little brush up.
No pressure.
Little brush
There is a
up.
reason the whole bloody world is
Pour
watching
on.
this election.
Oh, music.
Yeah, that's going to be a copyright.
But I
It's
like
okay,
the
we're not
song.
monetized.
I like
We're
the
not
choice.
monetized.
Then we
I
may not be
love
able
the
to,
choice of song.
we may not be able to play it then because there's music.
It is
the whole
that
video.
same spirit. It is that same spirit of revolution. I mean, like Lindsay was talking about the taxi cab drivers, and all this. Like I've been in a cab where the guy's talking to me about like how much the medallion costs and how much it used to cost and how they're pricing out people to make way for Uber and Lyft.
Were you ever in a cab and then shot by the Gaudis and Gambinis?
I love how Sliwa's always talking about like I love how the TikTokers or even like the SNL sketch would break down like each Cuomo and then Mamdani, and then it's like Curtis Sliwa doing like a 10-minute story about something, and we're like, where does the story end? And it goes completely left field, and we're like, oh, okay.
Curtis
That's
Sliwa
how-
is just a hatch face from Game of Thrones. I believe it.
Hi, I'm Curtis Sliwa. I was brutally murdered by the Gambinos.
So here's my question for this
time box.
So we won't be able to play the video or the audio at least because the whole thing has the music under it. But he basically says towards the end that like that people supporting the campaign are basically signing up for a lifelong struggle.
Yeah.
And basically saying
That's
that
because it is.
Well, yes. And he basically talks about how it's not the election, it's after the election. And watching this, I was getting major Obama vibes in 2008, the first campaign, because for most people should remember, but when after Obama became the nominee, I don't even know, it wasn't before he won the election. It was when he became the nominee. They started plans to turn the campaign into sort of like Bernie's Our Revolution, into organizing for America. And the idea was that there were going to be activists that could push things and force the party into their direction, all that, keep Obama on his promises, all of that. It ended up being that they did that. They had a whole Obama-esque social media platform and different things to try to make it feel like a thing, a community and all that. As soon as Obama won, they basically made it just an email list, gave it to the DNC, and the organization itself kind of got clipped so that the activists were cut off, and we ended up seeing Obama bring Wall Street into the administration, and the rest is history.
But now those activists are on these campaigns. They're working for Platter. They're working for Zoran. They're working for Omar Freta in Minneapolis, which we also get some election results for that.
True.
The messaging that I think we miss, the key here is the fight literally never ends. This is like, if you want to fight like authoritarianism, exploitation, like forced slavery, fascism, you will be doing this for the rest of your life.
But that's
even if we won tomorrow, if we snapped our fingers, Thanos snapped all the Nazis away, and that still doesn't end the fight. Like, that fight continues for your whole life, because that's what living is. You're fighting to improve your life standards and everyone around you. That's the game.
So here's my question. Obama, back when Obama was running, socialist was a dirty word. It's much more in the mainstream now, but back then it was a word that like literally divided everybody, and Obama ran away from it. I mean, not that he was a socialist, but he absolutely
well, he was a Calvinist. So.
Right. It's a whole other story, but you know, he avoided it like it was a plague, and it was like it was Fox News 24 hours and all that. Now it's on CNN. Like now they're talking about democratic socialism, and it's mainstream discussion at this point. So do we see Zoran actually being consistent after the election, or do we see him become part of, become more establishment and not actually in touch with the people that pushed him in?
But I see the narrative not showing that, because he's not going to succeed in everything that he wants to do, or like the things that he wants to do will work, but they won't work as well as like the expectation is, like the supermarket stuff. That's a great idea. It won't be as effective as like the U.S. military's what do they call that? Like the canteen or whatever. Like it'll be good.
The post office used to do banking.
The commissary.
Exactly. The commissary, thank you. It'll shift the narrative is like, well, look at this failed lefty, is what all of the media is going to shout until the end of time. And the only way to counter that is on the ground in person and, showing like, well, your life is better. You are actually doing better now than you would be if Cuomo had one. You show people this consistently until they internalize that belief. Because that's the second part.
Gave him the perfect
you can't just
out,
convince
though.
somebody.
Trump just gave him such a great excuse, though, if things don't go well, because Trump said today, well, if this election doesn't go the way I want, and if Zoran wins, I'm pulling a lot of
to be fair, they're going to invade New York, and they're going to try and kill him.
And Governor
not officially, but
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas said that there's a 100% tariff on any New Yorkers moving to Texas.
So did DeSantis. They're having a reverse bidding war.
They're petty.
Yeah, but you literally can't put like tariffs on. That's not how tariffs work. You can't put a tariff on.
It's
This
ridiculous.
is helping Mamdani. Hell, we
They've
had
weaponized the word.
Netanyahu come out, say like, no Israeli will ever visit New York if Mamdani wins. I'm like, well, people are gonna vote just for that now.
Yeah, really.
God, dude, like.
Okay, real quick. I gotta interject.
Israelis are not coming to New York City anymore?
I gotta interject. We're 5 minutes from the polls closing.
I cannot go back to New York City. I am having trouble. I will get thrown in the Hague.
Okay, listen up. I want to introduce Dr. MARKALAIN DERY. Welcome him to the show, the host of Noise Filter, which you can watch right here on this space. Plenty of content, and it's relevant. I could play you something from 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you need to know this right now. So this is good content. Also, the founder of WHIV Radio, 102.3 FM, New Orleans, if I'm not mistaken.
Human rights and
for being
social
here.
justice. Yeah, thank you so much.
There
Human
you
rights and
go.
social justice radio in New Orleans. It's great to be here. I love all of your guys' content. I am more of a medical person, although I do run a political radio station that's been on air now, going up for 11 years in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Where were you for Dick Cheney earlier? He had a medical issue. And
Oh yeah.
Where were you for Dick Cheney?
I was in HIV clinic, so I just wrapped up my HIV clinic, and then
Oh well,
got out of my.
all right. That's a lot. That's a lot more respectable than helping.
Markel was actually like caring for people who like are worth a shit to the world, and not Dick Cheney. So we respect that. Markel, my brother, it is always good to see you.
And Jeff, who has a radio show on WHIV and has had a show on what, 7 years now, I think, is when you first approached.
7 years in April.
Amazing.
GMC will have been
6.5 years. So we
Yeah.
started hosting WHIV hosted DSA meetings for free in our space, and that was how Jeff and I met, and that's how Jeff got his radio show off the ground.
Well, also, no, we met we met when I was on Jenny's show. Remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
We love Jenny Yanez. Shout out to Jenny Yanez. We will
Shout out to
always
Jenny
love
Yanez. That
Jenny
show was
Yanez.
called Islam in the Crescent City.
Yeah.
So I'm an atheist. So there's no religion on WHIV except for Islam in the Crescent City. And that was in 2013, 2014, 2015 when the real just anti-Islamic sentiment was brewing in the US here. So we were the only show. And in fact, here's one of our biggest, here's something that I love. We have been trolled multiple times by David Duke. So here we go.
Badge of honor.
We'll make our haters into our waiters.
Very
at the
proud
table of
that
success.
we are. Yeah, very proud that we are regularly trolled by David Duke, who lives just north of New Orleans and a part of New Orleans that
Covington, like the most clan-heavy part of the
Judge me
country.
by my enemies.
Well, speaking of David Duke and the Klan, Fox is already coping.
I love it.
Hoping, they're seething, they're throwing up.
I want to know. I want to know how Forrest got that impression down so good.
A very strong candidate in Virginia.
I think
If you're asking how Forrest can do an impression, you should hear all of his impressions.
In New Jersey,
I
Jack
was listening to Michael Brooks.
ran a
and
very
how I
strong
got
race.
too much.
And
How I got
underperforming New Jersey.
They're just trying to go with like they're all blue states. Don't worry about it.
Y'all
Trying to
realize
calm down
that
the
these
audience.
You have a city that
Virginia,
is
you guys
7
understand that this blue wave,
and you have an avowed
like this
socialist now
massive
taking
victory
the
today
helm of the
on every
Democratic Party.
front
He will
is
become
only
the
going to
face
make them
of the
push harder on the Voting Rights Act case.
Why
on the
does
Supreme Court.
why does this guy look
Schumer,
like Mike Lawler
ran
always
away
looks like
from,
J,
you know,
like
putting
JD
an
Vance
endorsement
who
out.
got
Hakeem
put in a
Jeffries
fucking
had to come
fly
kicking
machine. Like
He's a very spray-on beard. Very spray-on beard.
The Canadian is here, by the way, so we're ready to go. We can finally do this show.
Can we
Sorry, you
rewind
want
that? Can we rewind that by like 30 seconds? I feel like Lawler said that
You have an
the
avowed
Virginia.
socialist engaged in
can't, it's
Marxist
live.
theory, talking
Okay.
about freezing
Because
the rent,
I could have
banning
sworn that he
private
just said that the
property
Virginia
ownership, using the
Republican was a
means of
strong
production,
candidate that
defunding
lost
police,
like
shutting down
double-digit
prisons,
points. And I'm like,
legalizing
what point are you
prostitution,
trying to make?
and raising taxes by $9 billion
Well, it's
in the
9 o'clock,
financial
y'all.
capital of the world.
I want
Sandy,
to
I have a
raise the
question.
This is not
richest
going to go well
taxes
in the
by
suburbs of New York
99%.
next year. It's not going to
Sandy,
go
I have
well
a
in
really
swing
important
districts and
political
states in the
question. I think that
midterms.
this needs to
And
be like
Democrats are really stuck
really
because
talked
if
about
they
power.
disown him,
What's
they're
going
gonna be
on with
primaried from
Trudeau
the
and
left
Katy
they're gonna
Perry?
lose.
Okay. Well, it
They
should be
fucking.
interesting. We'll see how it all shakes
No, they seem to have a relationship. I hope for her sake that they have visiting hours at The Hague.
what's going on with
Or not.
Real
Not.
quick,
Just
I
throw her
just
in
wanna-
there. Who cares? Just throw her in the Hague
what's
too.
going on with,
Yeah,
what's
music
going on
is
with Diplo and Justin Trudeau? Are they fucking too?
real quick before we talk
Do you
about
think
Justin
that,
Trudeau's pet
JD
peeve.
is, fucking
Gang,
Erica?
I'm gonna skedaddle, make some room for some other folks. Thank you for showing me Timo Mamdani there. That was a phenomenal clip. I love to see Fox suffering. And Dr. Derry, I just want to say, respect the hell out of your work. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you. And also, if you guys ever
Absolutely.
need any commentary on your shows or whatever, I'm happy to always hop on, explain what's going on with measles, Mpox, HIV,
I'd love
the
to have you on
impending
just talking about it.
H5N1. Yeah, I'm
Well,
always
I do
happy
have
to
actually. I have a subject
If you
on,
want to talk
like,
about
health
diseases,
related.
Yeah.
if you want to talk about diseases and how fun they can be, Mark Allen is your guy.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
On
Thank
my
you.
show
It's a
on
pleasure.
Friday, I'm going to cover something medically related.
There
I
goes
don't know if you're interested,
there
but
goes John Mulaney.
You'll have to come on my show sometime because measles is outbreaking here worse than it is in the States.
Yep,
Really?
absolutely. Just reach
Wow.
out. Just reach out. I'll put my contact information here. Texting is the best way to be in touch with me. But I'm always happy to talk about all this stuff because right now, one of the things I'm submitting right now is an op-ed on. We all know about the imperial boomerang, right? This idea that what an imperialist country does to a country that they are occupying will eventually come back.
You
to
sound like a
the-
John Piker right now.
Right. So I've coined, which is, thank you. I appreciate that, which I've now coined the imperial health boomerang because what we saw with the elimination of PEPFAR and USAID we are going to see very similar effects happening here. And this is the thing that I've been obsessing about more than anything else. And I'm trying to get doctors to be ready for the massive cuts and the massive pain that we are going to see moving forward.
Oh, no, I got it.
First numbers came in for New York, 36% reporting, and Mamdani is 51.5%, 39.7% for
Let's
Cuomo.
fucking go!
36% reporting. Yeah.
I swear to God, if we don't lose a single race tonight, you're never getting an election again, America.
Our poll is tied. Predict
Well, it's like
Zoran's
happy,
winning
sad,
percentage.
same time.
Tied at 30 plus and 50 plus percentage. So that's pretty interesting. Most people think that he's gonna, slay. So
I think he's gonna win by 6-7%.
While waiting for election results, I was shot by both the Gottis and Gambinos in a cab. I took a cab to the polling place.
To war.
I took a cab to the polling place, and I was shot by both the Gottis and Gambinos once again. They did not want me to be mayor.
Well, let's see what Andrew Cuomo has to say about that.
I sent it a while.
He's gonna go move to Florida.
I'll send it again. I'll send it again.
Or maybe he'll go to Texas and get tariffed.
I'm hoping it's the last.
I'll pack his fucking bags.
I'm hoping it's the last time I have to listen to it, but I need to listen to it one more time before. Hold on. I'll send it again. Wait, I put it in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, no. Sandy's correct. He did say in the interview on 60 Minutes that he was better looking than Zoran, which is
he did. Right. Yeah, no, Trump did. Yeah, Trump said that earlier.
He's Viagra.
He's got a better neck pussy. He's got a better neck pussy than Zoran, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know if you guys shared the clip because it was on a clip of Owen Jones covered him today, and he was responding to the clip of Donald Trump saying, "Well, I think I'm better looking than Zoran."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have that
I would review him, but no, you're not.
All right. What?
And that as a New Yorker.
Hold on.
One more time
set up this
for the squad. No, it's just we were talking about earlier. As a New York, this is like the better. This is a longer version of it though.
And that as a New Yorker, I am a Muslim. And as a New Yorker, I am Jewish. And as a New Yorker, I am a refugee. And as a New Yorker, I am black. And as a New Yorker, I am gay. And as a New Yorker, I am poor. And as a New Yorker, I am homeless. And as a New Yorker, I am a child who needs an education. And as I am a New Yorker, I'm a family living in poverty. And that we are all connected. And
I can't fucking listen to
He's
this.
a whole fan.
I was editing that video, and I'm gonna make him say the funniest shit.
That's gonna be amazing. Please.
I do like the idea of just
if it's
I'm
AI.
gay and just playing that over and over again.
Well, I took one.
We talked about AI a lot before.
I clipped a short one that was just I am black, I am gay. He's like,
I am gay. We talked about how much we hate AI, right? I agree that I hate AI, but one thing that I think we need to do is we need to start making
that's
memes
how
like
you
they
get them
do
to
about
regulate
them.
it. That's how you get them to regulate it. Is you start making fucked up shit.
I want
JD
AI
Vance
videos of Stephen Miller's wife getting railed by Several black men that are constantly posted online.
I saw one of JD Vance and Erica Kirk making out when they were doing that hug.
Well, she's a couch. I saw the one where they edited Erica Vance on the couch.
Who put your? Don't put your. That's weird.
Hey,
So Erica Vance already went ahead and said it.
I just want to I'm deliberately going to get it back to the election. Eric Adams, 4th place, just so everyone knows.
But first place in my heart.
1,929 people voted for Eric Adams.
This might be the last time we get the chance to play the video for us.
Wait, yeah, we gotta watch.
My
Pull it up. You gotta
God.
pull it up. The Eric Adams video, the greatest video of all time.
Is that when he was getting his hair?
At how hard he works,
No.
and he's not even driving himself.
It's the home safety video.
I'll grab it.
home safety video.
It's called Eric Adams combating gun violence. Which
So while he's looking
Oh.
at that, I do
Before
have a
that, can I play
suggestion.
this?
Since
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Cuomo's, is talking about how he's a Muslim because he lives in New York. I feel like that would be a good use of AI.
Someone needs
All
to
of
use
the, all of
Cosmology
these
High.
all of the Islamophobic language
let's
and
turn
ads
to
that
them.
were
Are
done
they calling it?
by
Hold on. Have they called it?
Yeah,
it's
probably.
been-
I mean,
it's been
like, there's
7
no
minutes.
way that
None of
Mondani
it
doesn't
called.
win this race.
Yeah, but have they called?
to call.
It's only
No,
been
they're not. They haven't
7
even called
they only
like
closed
New Jersey
7
entirely
minutes
yet.
ago.
So what are the chances that Cuomo comes in third?
Probably not. I mean, I think he's gonna come
No.
in second.
No.
He
I would
won't.
love
Silva's
that.
at
I'm just saying I
8%,
would
he's
love
at
it.
39.
It'll be
I know.
hilarious.
I
It
would
would be
just
very funny.
I still think the funniest outcome would be Curtis Lewa winning.
That's actually closer at 36% than I would have expected because there's only about
but
100,000 votes.
I said Eric, I said the greatest video of all time. I swear to God, it's the greatest video of all time. Like I will
Yeah.
never stop thinking that it's
So-
hilarious.
Here's the thing: if second and third place losses tonight are a loss for Republicans,
Yeah.
not just the Republican loss. No, the other two guys that have been in the debates, if they lose, that's a loss for Republican donors and anyone pushing to maintain the status quo, a low stakes democracy,
I'm
a
sure
low
it doesn't
intensity
help that these
democracy
people
with
had
just two parties trading a slight majority to fundraise off the other one being in power. This is how it works. So,
If
Wait,
Cuomo
Letterhack,
won-
you said something really
Lost.
important here.
Oh, I know.
You said something really important here that I feel like I need to correct. It's not two parties. It's the uniparty.
That's
Every
what I'm saying. That's
accusation
my point.
was
Yes,
a confession.
yes, that is my
Every
point.
single
Yes.
one of them.
Yeah.
If they
That's what I'm-
accused us of it, they are probably doing it.
Yeah.
QAnon is all real now. Sorry. That's just how it is. Yes, sorry. There's a cabal of pedophiles running the government and I don't know, kidnapping children. You guys know that there's people disappearing from detention centers. And they're
They don't even. They're not even keeping.
I'm going to
they're not
talk
even
about this
keeping
on my
track of
show
who-
on Friday, but they
Yeah.
are probably doing human testing.
I mean, speaking
on
of
some of these
pedophiles,
people.
there's Bill Clinton congratulating Spamberger.
Congratulations, Abigail, on your election as governor of Virginia. Anyway.
Yeah, Washington
my
Post
president.
has Zoran at 51.5, Cuomo at 39.7.
Wait, Alex, pull up combating gun violence.
Well, we gotta
Somebody's
watch
saying
this
the
Trump clip
decision
saying
desk
he's-
has called it whatever that means.
This is Trump on 60 Minutes.
Why is
First
he
of all,
always
60
looking up-
Minutes
Why does
editing
that look good?
in favor of Trump.
Are we allowed
Barry
to
Weiss
share
is
a
in
60
charge.
Minutes clip?
Here we go.
With state
No,
and
I've
local
gotten
elections
copyrighted for
coming
them
up
before.
Tuesday,
Is
we
this a
asked
no-fly?
I skip
Alright, let's
around
not-
it. Just if you show 7 seconds of if you just
I
get
think-
to the part where he's like, I'm more attractive, you can show that. 'Cause
I hate
did.
seeing
I
Trump
didn't
do
know.
that.
Socialist communist. He's far worse than a socialist.
some people have
Okay. We get
It's right around there.
There we go.
I think just knowing that he said it
not good looking.
is like
It's
I
insane that he said
need
that.
further proof that he
I'm
said
much
it.
better looking than Mom Donnie. Mom
Hey, is
Donnie.
Pep ready to come on? Trying to.
Yeah.
Somebody might have to dip.
need to start
Oh, I'll
saying
dip.
fake news.
Hold on. I'd like to remind all hosts as you arrive tonight, check out the in-studio chat where just us fellow hosts can communicate and
no dick
ask
pic.
and answer questions,
No dick
share
pics.
links.
No dick pics in the private chat.
I'm gonna bring Pep on cold. Here we go. I'm gonna.
No
Yeah, he's
pictures of
good to
Dick
go. Okay,
Cheney.
that's
No pictures of Dick Cheney in the private chat.
Yeah, what's up,
I have
guys?
a really funny Onion video of Dick Cheney in the private chat.
Oh, let's see.
Like,
Him
oh,
having another heart attack.
wait, we
Wait,
gotta
no,
watch
not
combating
that
gun
one.
violence.
Yeah. Play Forrest's video, please.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Might be our last chance to ever see it.
Alexa, play.
I got it.
Yo,
I got it.
don't go make an Alexa request. I have something to pick that up.
I mean, this is my favorite video of Eric Adams,
it's
and
banger.
he's
so
right.
fucking- so
it might be
good.
the last time we get to watch this. So
Look at his weird mustache.
before he starts, I don't know, hawking crypto or something.
When a person was shot, doors
Is
from
he already
my
doing
house,
that?
I realized how important my crusade is of removing illegal handguns off the streets of New York. Hi, I'm New York State Senator Eric Adams. And for 22 years, I wore a bulletproof vest and stood on the street corners and protected children and families in the city of New York.
Whose
I'm
house
asking
is
you
it, by
to
the way?
join
I
me
don't
in this
know.
crusade of removing illegal handguns off
I think
our
it's his
streets
son's
and out of
house.
our homes. Please
Speaking
come
of
and
gun
join
laws-
me inside my house as I show you how simple items such as bamboo paper can be an indicator of marijuana use, or a cut of straw can be an indicator of using cocaine. I will show you how to search a room to ensure that you remove illegal handguns and other contraband from your home. What I would like to show here is to empower parents on how to search a room inside their home. It's imperative that you should know what's inside your household. And no one can state that you can't search a room in your own home. You write the Constitution. There are no first rights inside your household. It is your obligation and responsibility not only to protect the child that may be using an illegal drug or carrying an illegal gun, but you also have to protect the members of the household, their younger brothers and younger sisters, and the other elder members of the household. So by periodically sending a message to your home that there are no rooms off limits, you don't believe in locked doors, your house is open to inspection by your house and the members of your house. The message is,
I think
you
the music.
expect
It's
it-
No, it's royalty. I've done it
you
1,000,000 times.
inspect what you expect, and that's the key to providing some preventive safety. So if you come to a room like this, you can start out, I always recommend to start out in a periodic fashion, so you'll be used to going through the room to look at the various items in the room. You can look at a jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look at it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun could be hidden, a small caliber weapon could be hidden inside a jewelry box. Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is.
It's still like you never bothered to even do more than one take. It's so funny.
Wait,
Yeah. So this is all. This is
Sorry,
all
go ahead.
That's why it's so impressive. It's
I was
all
gonna. I got a couple things on that. Really. One. Sorry, I have to always be the bearer of bad news.
It just got what's going on? What's bad news?
I was gonna say, like, video was about, like, get rid of the illegal guns. They're coming for your guns too now. Like, they've already been making statements about how they're coming for the left's guns.
Hey,
They said potheads guns, and immediately I was just like,
part of that video.
Yeah,
and we turned it off. It just got to the funny part of that video.
The drugs, right?
Yeah,
This is your child carrying, in addition to a book, something simple as a crack pipe, a used crack pipe. Could he have found it on the street? That's quite possible. But this is a discussion piece where you should start speaking with him to find out what is he doing with it, and the whole use of drugs. This invokes conversations. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. What does that mean to find bullets? Does it mean your child is carrying a gun? No.
Now he's just giving people
Where there's
ideas.
smoke, there's possible fire. Where there's a bullet, there's possibly a gun. You should engage in the conversation and find out what are they doing with the item, and this empowers the parents. Look at all the items inside
this
the
is
room
so
and
pathetic.
feel around and see what's the possibility.
so
Something
bad.
simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide
got, like,
drugs.
Sunny
Run your
Philadelphia
hands
vibes.
over it to see if you feel anything that's unusual.
One
Like a
edit.
pillow like this with a
Charlie,
button is a perfect invitation to hide something. And I felt something bumpy. I would
That's the
reach
mayor
in
of
and
New
see what
York.
it is. This one could be hidden inside.
Well, there's a reason why he only
Maybe
got
something that
2,000
you
votes
think
this
that
time
can't
around.
be hidden there, but it can. And what happens not only when the person who is carrying this illegal gun is in possession of it, but also a child that comes into the room and plays
Hi,
on the
Gina.
bed, they find this gun. Let me tell you what a
Great seeing
child
you. We gotta talk
would
again
do.
soon.
I have
A
so
child would
much to
take
say
this
on
gun,
this.
and because the trigger pull is so hard,
jump out
they
from
normally
that
take the
and
gun
come
and
back
point it in
Do it,
their
Eric.
direction.
Don't point that.
Oh,
Oh, jeez. That's the clip right there.
Yeah, that's the fun. Oh god.
That's how
Rated firearms is just
God.
So
I need to
Wow.
make a real hot point.
So according to Decision Desk HQ, they are predicting that Zoran actually is the winner. But I'm like, yeah, but
There's only 10 points difference right now. It's tighter than I would like, but everyone's projecting him to be the winner. So far, we flipped a New Jersey,
Two
a
hidden
plus
guns, yeah.
41 Trump seat, flipped to blue. So
Staten
it
Island.
was
Look at that.
Lakewood. Late plus 46. Trump went
Again,
blue
we're
in
going
New
to see
Jersey,
these
in
results
Lakewood.
kind of like, as districts come in, boom, one's going to get a lot more than the other. But it's looking good.
I get wary of these things basically until it's in. I'm just like, okay, it's looking good, but let's hold our enthusiasm until we know for sure.
Yeah, we're so used to disappointment. That's
I will
leftist.
say I am so relieved. I'm not gonna lie. Like I hate Abigail Spanberger. I hate everything she stands for. I hate her CIA ass. But I will say
I
that
hate most of the people running for election. But
yeah. I
Everyone
was
here.
so worried. I was so worried she was gonna blow it. I was so worried.
Well, okay, but how is that her blowing it, Jeff? Wouldn't that be the voters blowing it?
Well, she's a bad candidate. So
How do you vote it on election day? Or how do you blow it?
They just decide.
Are you Sagar and Jetty?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking
What
of,
she-
did you see Sagar complaining about healthcare? He's talking about how his parents' Obamacare bill went up from I think it was $1,000 a month.
Yeah, I watched that on stream today.
$50,000 a year for their healthcare now.
How much? If it's not me reaping what I have sown.
It went from
No,
$1,000
you're
for
not.
Obamacare.
The
to
reaping
$4,000.
is terrible.
I think it was something like 4. I'll find it. Let me find the actual
NBC
tweet. I think it was
says,
4,000.
New York is too early to call, but it has Zoran clearing 50%. And
News Nation has called it for Mamdani.
Wow, the land of
to win New York City. Yeah.
That's
Look, it
Cuomo's
doesn't
brother
matter
station.
until
All
Fox
glory
News
to
calls it.
Chairman Mamdani.
Yeah.
Ayatollah Chairman
I
Mamdani.
agree, Sandy.
All glory.
Sharia law.
right now, by the way,
Sora's going to get this clip and it's
Mashallah.
all implicated.
winning-
Oh, no.
Zoran's winning in Manhattan, which is supposed to be Cuomo's big,
What?
Cuomo's
Yeah,
big borough.
52%. Inshallah.
Manhattan votes
Mamdani.
early, baby. Manhattan votes early.
Zoran right now is winning. He's winning in the Bronx. He's winning in Brooklyn. He's winning in Manhattan. He's winning in
Staten Island is the only place.
news
Cuomo
nation.
has
Winning in
succeeded.
Canada, just gotta say, all of us Canadian voters, we voted for him.
Yeah.
I know someone in
voted,
Estonia voted 46 times. I know that one.
Yeah.
Speaking
So
of
Cuomo-
voter fraud, by the way, do you guys love seeing Republicans talking about how they vote in Dem primaries and then switch back to Republicans?
Yeah.
And
Or
they're
they
mad
not
about
understanding fusion candidates too. Like everyone's like, they're on the ballot twice. I'm like, working families party.
Oh, everyone talking about that.
and-
The New York
yeah.
City ballot is rigged. Trump's name was on it 3 times. It's all lies. Don't even engage with those people. That's just the bots coming up
Trump
with the
and
talking
Kamala were
points.
both on
you
it.
just move right past them.
Trump and Kamala were both on it twice, and then they cut I guess Green Party, Libertarian Party, neither of them made it for in 2024 onto the ballot because you have to get a certain number of signatures, and then multiple parties can nominate you. The craziest one was when Cuomo ran on 4 different parties, and one of them was the Women's Equality Party, and he had a bus called the Women's Equality Express that he and Kathy Hochul drove
Is that
around
because
in.
he would touch them all equally?
Yeah, no, but men and women. He'll touch
Right.
anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Gender
As a
not
New
needed.
Yorker, I am gay.
Right. I was just waiting for him to put on the kente cloth.
As a New Yorker, I'm Canadian. Hey.
He wouldn't Cuomo wouldn't say that.
Dang, are we looking at a blue tsunami tonight?
I'm
think
looking
so.
at
Georgia,
looking like it.
Virginia.
I'm
Jesus
looking at
is the best
California.
excuse. I'm surprised.
People be voting blue no matter who,
Yeah, I'm shocked. I gotta say, we haven't lost a single election. You're never getting an election again.
There's a very important distinction that I like to make to my normie friends. When you hear that Trump is voting or Trump's polling, his popularity is way down, but still better than Biden's was, that just means we had 2 candidates or 2 presidents we didn't approve of. That's not a way to say that Trump is better than Biden. That's ridiculous.
By the way,
other thing is when they say that polling is down, they immediately shift over to polling is down. Favorability and popularity of the Democratic Party is
Guys,
down.
we've been in a civil war since January 6,
But
2021. Trump was the president from Mar-a-Lago.
It's because it is literally polling based on we want the Democrats to fight the Republicans harder. We want them to fight Trump harder. And until they do that, we're not going to give them like high rates. We're not going to give them high marks. Do you know what I'm saying?
Also,
so like
the
that, this
polling
is the
comes
kind
from
of the
right.
distinction I make for my normie friends is that you have to, don't just listen to them say the polling is this or that.
Also, the only people that Dems fight are
Anyway,
progressives.
like, people don't even understand
Right.
how to read polls properly because any particular poll in and of itself doesn't mean anything.
Real
you need to look
quick,
at the whole spectrum of the polling.
Some like lesser attention has been given to the Colorado propositions. Both of them are in favor of, and these are to tax the rich to maintain a whole bunch of stuff as far as like school lunch programs, and also not give them a whole bunch of tax rebates that they really don't deserve. It's for anybody making over 300K. So
I wonder how the 12.4 million in excess tax revenue to fund free school meal programs. That one's 62.5%.
So we want to.
By the way,
Dan's here.
right now, at least according to Fox, ballot measures. You know, they had like the multiple ballot measures. They had like 6 ballot measures in New York, and one of them was about a sports complex. That one's losing, which is probably. I mean, I don't really know about that one, but
Mamdani's numbers drop below 50.
all the ones on affordable housing are all winning in like a pretty big way. And
hey,
then,
I'm gonna dip out. Alex, bring Dan on, okay?
Absolutely.
Alexa, please.
New York voted no.
Welcome,
to
Dan
allow
from
an
the
Olympic
internet.
sport
Dan,
complex.
Nice to meet you.
Man.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Can you hear us?
Amazing. Hello, humans.
Hello, hello.
Sorry, I don't have a ring light with me right now, so the street lights will have to do.
Hey, more street light up there than
Where are
around
you?
here.
Yeah,
He's in
good.
New York, man.
Don't need to interrupt the conversation right now. I am down the street from one of the Mamdani like BSA led after parties, and so I felt like I would just get a little bit of the scenery. They're very hard to get into. I have some opinions about DSA organizing after parties for another time, but yeah, I just felt like I could
Roast
get
them
a
now.
round
Roast
of
them
what's going
now.
on.
are they
Event
doing
organizing
another?
is very hard, and tonight's not the night. I think anyone who worked in DSA in New York and the campaign should be given their flowers for the next couple hours at least. I have a video that
holy
hopefully
shit.
premiere tomorrow.
Okay, wait, now
It's
I'm
called
worried.
Welcome to Hell, Zoran Mamdani. That's basically like,
Guys, look at the map.
congratulations, the second best day of your life was yesterday. The first best day of your life was
Oh no.
when you upset in the primaries. Every other day after this is gonna suck because you're the mayor of New York. And I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but like it's fine and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be terrible, but like let's get used to it.
Absolutely. No, you're
So
right.
they're calling Mikey Sherrill now as projected winner on NBC.
Oh, I thought we already called her.
Oh, did we
like,
call
Fox
her? Oh, I
hadn't
thought we
called
did
her.
Spam
Fox
Burger.
hadn't, but
Yeah,
everyone
Fox
else
had
did,
her
yeah.
called, but yeah, she wasn't officially yet.
Why
I
is
think
it so
they're.
close
I think they're
now?
calling.
See, I had it the other way around. I had Fox not calling her, but she had officially won. The betting sites are predicting that Mamdani won. Everyone's saying
Yeah, but
Mamdani won, but like those numbers are too close for 50%.
Yeah, they're too close. Yeah,
Wait,
I
we are
agree.
actually silent. I can't tell if I can. It's not hearing that.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
You're good, yeah.
Okay,
good.
cool. Yeah, I'm not.
There's only
I'm not
100,000
I'm not
votes
actually
between
out of the place yet. I still have a ways to walk, like maybe like 5 more minutes. So I didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I wish I went down to the city. I didn't even think to do it.
I mean, I wouldn't know where to go.
Off
I'm
for
here. But yeah, you're saying Restore 50% is not. You're worried.
It's only 100,000 vote different. Wait, it just changed again. Now we're at 60, and it's the same. About 100,000 vote difference, give or take.
The Hill is calling it for Zoran.
It's closer
Really?
than we thought, though.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a lot closer.
Everyone's
I thought it was
calling
going
it
to
for
be.
Zoran. Everyone is.
Yeah,
It seems like right. Well, it seems like
Until Fox News does, I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah.
It seems like
We'll be here for a couple of weeks, maybe.
Right now, at least it seems like the Trump
Yeah.
gamble, the Trump thing worked, where he endorsed Cuomo and told people not to vote for Curtis Lewa. because it seems like right now he's trailing way farther behind than he was projected to in a lot of polls.
Can I ask Dan, are you part of DSA, and what have you been doing for the campaign? Like, how would you get an invite to this party?
Sorry, can you all hear me still?
Redacted.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm still working on my audio, but basically to answer your questions quickly, am I part of New York DSA? No, I just moved here. Have I had experience with LA DSA? Yes, more on that later. How did I get invited to this party? They're down the street from me and making noise, so I'm making myself invited.
That's how you do it.
That's how you fucking do it. And
It literally is.
I mean, this
like,
is just
when we
I've
host,
only
when we host
ever
the-
seen your content syndicated on this space. So it's nice to finally see you live and meet you. And I just want to give you this moment to have the floor while you're walking to this party.
I was trying to say, like, it literally is how you do it, because like when we run DSA events here in Virginia and also back in Louisiana, like they're pretty much open invitation.
If you just show up anywhere and you act like a normal human being, you're probably going to be welcome wherever you go. NBC News projects that Democrats will retain control of Pennsylvania's Supreme Court, which is good.
That is very good.
Apparently, no, I'm not going to even bother with that one. Never mind. Oh. Trump accuses Mickey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger of being transgender for everybody. Again.
Transgender for everybody.
Great. Thank goodness.
Sounds good.
I mean, I'm for transgender for everybody. Let's go. Why not? Fuck it. I
like-
want to take whatever
I'm
makes
doing
them
Obama
the
voice.
most mad, and then I want to make that my platform.
I'm doing Obama voice.
Because
Hold
that's how
on.
they want.
If you like your transgender, you can keep it.
I want to give Dan a chance to talk. When we talk, it cancels him out, and he can't see the private chat, so he's missing out on some behind-the-scenes content. So, Dan, by all means, if you want to just cook for a minute or two, we're here for it. No pressure. We can keep talking, but you're on, you're ground zero, right? What's going on?
Yeah, I may have worked out my audio now. Does it work?
Yes.
It's not echoing.
Sounds good.
Okay, awesome. Did you hear my original responses? I to be fair,
yeah,
this is a rare, uncharacteristic Dan moment where y'all can banter some more because I'm still about to hit
usually
the
you
corner.
can't even do that usually.
Yeah. So, Forrest knows. Kristina also knows. And so does Letter Hack and anyone else who's seen my stuff. But yeah, I will get a better microphone set up slightly once I'm like properly in the zone. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, my experience, like, I just moved here. I actually
Lost you. You muted yourself there, Dan.
Oh, no.
You muted yourself, Dan.
Oh no.
You owned yourself.
Uh-oh.
Signal.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
How about
back,
this?
you're back.
How about this? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just have to keep my secondary phone.
Throwback.
That's awesome. So yeah, I actually voted by mail with my California registration for Prop 50. So big no dog in this fight. But
Well,
top
welcome to
line.
New
I
York.
mean, he's gonna beat the mayor, no matter who.
Welcome to New York and welcome to the new
Hey, I'm gonna
caliphate.
be the mayor. Let me
Forrest,
be the mayor.
Forrest, you and I both know the chief of NYPD is going to be my mayor. Zoran's going to be there for the ride. So,
All right, yeah.
Tish.
like, times change, values don't. That's New York City.
I was very bummed out when he was like, "I'm gonna keep Tish." That's the same thing Cuomo said he was gonna do. Oh, back up to 50.
Back up to
That's
50.
All right.
Yeah.
Now we're at
Has anyone else
69%.
I want Fox to
Has anyone else besides
start drinking.
Sorry.
Yes.
Well, remember the last time Fox called for a Democrat, right? That guy lost his job, didn't he?
And then they made a whole
So I would
secession.
imagine
made a whole
that-
secession season about it.
Yeah, they made a
Were
TV
they-
program, right? I would
Yeah.
imagine that those guys are going to probably be very, very, very careful.
You guys need
with
to
their-
watch Succession if you
their
haven't seen
prediction.
it, by the way.
Oh my God! No, my
not.
Succession Force is gonna go nuts.
They made a whole season about Fox News basically calling like trying to steal an election.
They called
by
it.
calling
They called it for Biden, right? That was what it was. They called it for Biden, and then the dude who called it for Biden in Arizona lost his job. If I remember
Yeah,
that
my uncle
that
stopped watching
factoid
Fox
correctly.
News after that.
I voted for Zoran Mamdani today for Charlie Kirk. That's what he would have wanted.
Jeez. Oh, by the
Can we-
way, some of your go ahead.
Can we
sorry.
watch Fox call it for New Jersey and just see how disappointed they are?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
let's do it.
important for me.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I love disappointment.
Let's do it.
All right, we are ready. Projection time. The Fox
Their
News
stupid faces.
decision
Yes.
desk can now
Damn it.
project that Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill will, in fact, become the next Democratic governor of New Jersey. Now, Sherrill defeats Republican Jack Ciattarelli.
He said shit already.
The GOP had hoped that Ciattarelli
That's the
could
third
deliver
time
an
he's
upset
run and lost
after
for
a
that
very
that-
close
that
loss
position,
4
right?
years ago.
Rip
All right, we are ready. Projection time.
We
They're
love
just
to
trying to
see
be
that.
very casual, right, Dan? Everyone's trying to be very casual, like
They're
not
trying to-
fucking appalled.
Yeah, Fox News on a election loss night. Honestly, pornography is selling it too well because that implies it's like a good watch. It's just like it's like watching from the view of the cuck chair, but you're not seeing any of the action. You're just watching the cuck.
I'm telling you guys, you're never getting a real election again. This embarrassed the shit out of the fascists in charge. You think they're ever gonna let you do this again?
They
They own voting machines. They bought Dominion. They had them
they
settle
bought-
billion-dollar defamation suits.
And they renamed it too, right?
Yep. Yep.
They got rid of Dominion. It was like some right winger or something who bought it.
Oh
Yeah, it was a right winger. They had they
Yeah,
dropped the
it was a-
defamation suits against like billion-dollar ones, like Rudy
Yeah.
Giuliani.
I gotta
there
say,
was another guy.
I think we're in the
Another
dark
guy?
woke era. If Jay Jones can win, considering what he said about
No, we are in the
Republicans,
dark woke era.
we're in
Kristina,
dark
you are
woke
right.
era. Like, I'm ready. Let's go, man.
All hail to our dark
What was
mother
that?
Jennifer Welch.
All right, NBC is now projecting Mamdani. So
All right.
Well,
Yeah,
now we're really getting to it.
I'm ready.
60.2.
I'm ready to go visit the new caliphate city. You know?
Fox is saying right now, Fox is saying the Democrats are going to spin this as a referendum on Trump. These are all blue states.
Yep.
Literally like,
Oh,
41
pobrecito.
plus Trump places.
Can I get my boy?
It was
my
it was
favorite
like
boy
what you
in the
said
whole world?
earlier.
My favorite boy in
Yeah.
the whole world at the board, Steve Kornacki, folks.
Yeah.
Here. I think it's no
And he
way
wearing
as well.
khakis?
In
No,
our
he's
exit
not. He's
poll,
wearing great
they
pants.
asked folks if it was just
No
a
khaki
two-person
Kornacki.
race. Cuomo
Wow,
versus
no-
Mamdani,
oh,
and it
wow.
was basically dead even in our exit poll there. So
That's usually
I mean,
bad.
Slua is
campaign,
peeling
you
off.
see this consolidation. One thing you're probably thinking of is
His
geez,
voters-
they got
his
Eric- they got
voters-
Eric
his
Adams,
voters
Oh,
got
yeah.
Eric
His
drop out
bodies
and
in
get
the
behind
damn
Cuomo.
view.
What if they could have actually gotten Curtis Sliwa out of this race and gotten full consolidation? This thing might be.
Zoran Mamdani wins the New York City mayoral.
One final point as we watch the final
Is
results come in,
official.
with Cuomo
Official.
losing.
That's the
Over.
NBC projection, and that's also what Decision
New York
Desk is
Times.
doing.
Generation goes back decades. I should
It's
say.
over. Race called by the Associated Press and the New York Times. Zoran Mamdani, a Democrat, wins the New York City mayoral race.
You won, baby.
Yeah.
Now we're,
I hope you guys are.
we're on
you
the
guys are
lookout
ready-
for
ready for the caliphate.
Cuomo conceding.
Woke Sharia laws.
Right,
coming.
Yeah, welcome
Hey,
to
who's the first
Sharia law.
person-
Here it is.
Who's the first person
New
that is
and Poly Market. How soon till he concedes? Because I don't give it till tonight. I don't think it's tonight, honestly.
who is the first person that is going to say the Shahada on the space?
You. Yeah, so that's good news. We can wake up tomorrow ready to fight, but not depressed, or not as depressed. A little bit
I
less
love-
depressed. We can.
I
we
love
can fight
having an
that.
election night where I don't want to kill myself. Like, it's great. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, we need more candidates like this.
More of this.
75% now the votes are in, 50.4% by
How big is the lead gonna be?
41.3%. So yeah, we need more candidates like this that inspire people to run campaigns like this and who are fighting for affordability despite constant and unfair biased criticism from all sides in the regular media, both parties. I don't think Chuck Schumer ever officially, I didn't really watch the news today. I was totally distracted, but did he ever endorse him? So anyway, this is
No.
a big deal.
No,
This
he
is a
didn't.
big deal.
Basically,
By the way,
No.
Alan Dershowitz says he will blow his brains out on live TV if Zoran
Oh my
Mamdani
God.
becomes New York City
Well,
mayor.
pay up,
Guys.
bitch.
Is it gonna happen, or
Pay
we just
up,
have
we
bitch.
can play. We can
hold
play
on.
that. No one else can. So
So-
we'll say one take to your point, what you said, Matt, really
Yeah.
fast before I after this.
Please.
I'm gonna dip really fast. I'll get set up. Everyone else get their takes in. Then I'm gonna start doing Dan on the street. But I'll get my look in right here. The only thing I disagree with you on, and I can hear the cheers of the Zoran thing all the way away from me. So that's a vibe.
That's
But
so cool.
All I'm gonna say is ever since Zoran won in the primary, I've been screaming from the rooftops, mostly because I hate celebrity worship. And I've been seeing that a lot on the left with Zoran specifically.
Yeah.
Some of it justified, some of it not. Is that there are 1,000 Zoran Mamdanis right now, and that Zoran did not come out of nowhere. There's been Run for Something, there's been DSA, there's been a bunch of groups who have put up the infrastructure with a lot of L's, mind you, a lot of L's. But that's the way politics works. You're gonna have to rack up a lot of L's to get a really sweet W, and that W helps you move forward. So I know these flash in the pan type figures are amazing to watch and follow, and they're fun on TV. But the real work is Omar Fateh up in Minneapolis. It's
right, exactly, right.
Yeah, it is. I'm forgetting my homeboy, but it's people out in Los Angeles, it's people out in Portland, it's Count Abu Ghazaleh in Chicago, right?
Yes.
We have 1,000 Zoran Mamdanis already, all across the country. It's now our turn to actually start, showing up for them, supporting them, give that attention. I don't think we're not doing that. I'm just saying that's my call.
1,000 Zoran Mamdani bloom.
Donovan McKinney in Michigan,
On that
Angela
point, Dan.
Gonzalez Torres in California, Justin Pearson in Tennessee, Corey Bush in Missouri.
Shout out to
are
Kenneth
so many.
Mejia in Los Angeles. That's what I was forgetting. Kenneth
Okay.
Mejia, the comptroller for Los Angeles. He's going to do big things.
Don't forget also my two most recent guests on Good Morning Comrade, Conrad Cable, who is running against Mike Johnson in Shreveport, Louisiana, and also Lauren Jewett, my friend, who is running in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, against Steve Scalise. Those kinds of people that you're talking about.
Yes.
People that are really
State
entrenched,
rural.
fighting long shot battles against deeply entrenched incumbents in enemy territory.
So something funny happened at Cuomo's election event just
What,
now.
did he kill himself?
Streamer Hassan Piker appears on live news at the Cuomo election event as "Take
That's
on Me" by
great.
Aha plays.
He was crying.
Do you think Cuomo's going to try to challenge the results?
That's what I'm saying. Keep your ears out for that tonight. I want to hear. I want to hear a concession, I'm done, or
So I don't know if Cuomo's going to concede, but the numbers are looking to the point where I'm not sure if I can say this legally or not, but you can only contest results if they're within a certain margin of victory in most states and most jurisdictions, right?
Yeah.
So in the court of
4%,
public,
right?
yeah, in the court of public opinion, if you lost by 10 points, that's a spanking as an 8-year-old boy who did something wrong in class, right?
It's a shellacking.
That's in LA we call that a mollywop. That's right. That's it. We're done.
That's with the belt.
50%, by the way. It's back up to Zoran getting 50%.
Yeah,
right now.
50.4.
And my super last thing. Okay, now I've gotten into the juice now, so I gotta calm down. But my super last thing is because we're talking about the numbers. Whatever number Zoran Mamdani gets is that much better of a mandate. If he squeezes out by 5 points, it's okay, you can rally around some tepid, scared, liberals and centrists. But he wins by 10 points. That's what I like to call belt to ass politics. That's when Zoran Mamdani gets a mandate. And
Party
unlike Obama, who was let's see what Citigroup has to say. I think Zoran Mamdani, or at least I have a little bit of hope that Zoran Mamdani is a better applier of belt-to-ass politics than Barack Obama was. At least the time needed. The time needs it right now.
Yeah.
I think I have some hope that he'll be better than like Bernie. Bernie has not been very, I don't know, but very, very strong on like a lot of stuff. Like I feel like Zoran has a better chance. Well, also it's New York, obviously, rather than.
Well, Zoran will definitely do better than Obama. On that point, I'll make like we forget how insane Obama actually was. You know, Obama believed that like your entire life and your afterlife was predetermined at birth. Like he was a Calvinist. He like whether you go to heaven or hell was predetermined. And that's the stuff that this man believed. He wasn't.
Mom dated a Calvinist.
He wasn't on our side.
People are weird.
Look, on the subject of Christianity, my hot take is yes, the Catholic Church has issues, but they are a containment field for more insane and weirder variants. Like we have issues with the Catholics. And we'll deal with those, but without
we got issues with the Catholics.
We get Mormons, we get Jehovah's Witnesses, we get Scientologists and Pentecostals and like all kinds of like nonsense that are not Christianity for one. By the way, like people also forget that Jesus was the first communist. The closest this planet ever got to real communism was immediately after Jesus died, when his disciples went and sold all their stuff and built a commune like he
they can
wanted them
easily tell you that he's not, because there's the Book of Romans and Thessalonians that come into things that totally contradict the commie stuff that happened in Matthew. And no, trust me.
You know, like the brown guy who got arrested by the state's enforcers and killed by the police for advocating for, I don't know, like the end of private property and being nice to like.
What are you talking about? He did that for
foreigners.
He did that for capitalism. What are you talking about? He died for
exactly.
Not yours.
Oh wait, but was he brown?
He died not for our sins, but for our pocketbook.
Yeah, he was the very
We
first.
had the creator of Veggie Tales come out and say if the only version of Jesus.
The one good thing I got as a kid.
It's like if your only thought of Jesus is the mouth swords Jesus, like if he's like I don't know One Piece ass mouth sword Jesus, then you're missing the point of more than just Christianity.
Okay, look, I don't know how long we're gonna go for. We don't have a cutoff tonight. There's no other show after this. It's just us. So I do want to make sure, because we've had people dip out and they didn't get the chance to say, you know, here's how you can follow me. I want you all to know we're putting that in the description of this, and it's been in the live chat all night, which maybe you've seen. But
shout out to
at any time, if you need to leave, let us know in the private chat. Wave your hands. Promote yourself. Don't do so without, you know, first doing that. So anyway, we'll be back.
Wait, but like you just don't care.
Dan will be back, but you know, it was a great night. Let me circle back on my question from before, you know, a few hours ago. Is this a bellwether? Are people gonna be like, oh shit, we're back, baby? And what's 2026 look like now, Jeff?
I wanna say, like, whether or not it's a bellwether. Whether or not it's a bellwether is, I think, less important than proof of concept that this is possible, that victory is possible, even if it's in, as the haters are going to say, crazy New York or whatever the fuck. This is essentially a way to establish, because you know that every motherfucking Democrat that exists in the world, it's going to be the most annoying election next year that you've ever seen, because they're all going to try and copy what Zoran is doing from the social media side, but they're going to try and do it with like abundance. They're going to try and like go like hitting up clubs and like talking to like DJs
at 1 o'clock in the morning.
So
at 1
a.m. going to be on everything now.
Like you're going to see fucking like Alyssa Slotkin doing that shit. It's going to be so. But like
apparently Chris Cuomo called it for Zoran.
Let's check out Zoran's video here. He put out.
I guess my point is like, be ready to tank some cringe before you start. You know, be ready to tank a lot of cringe.
No, the crash out for this is going to be phenomenal.
For sure.
Be ready to tank a lot of cringe from like Democrats over the next year, because they're going to try and
want the cringe? Together. You can't handle the cringe.
They're going to reframe
can I just say, like,
play this video real quick. Just play this 10 seconds.
The next and last stop is City Hall.
That's great.
Yeah, baby.
Love it. Yeah. But as I was saying, like be ready to tank cringe from the Democrats for like what they're going to try and do to copy this. But at the exact same time, I do
Gosh,
think
this guy
it's
excited.
super important to find the people that are running on the same platform as Zoran and find ways to get with your organization and construct what these fucking losers can't do is construct a door knocking apparatus that can hit. How many doors did they hit this past weekend? Hundreds of thousands. Like that's what's going to win it.
How
That's
about you do that, but not for an election? Do that for do it yourself. Build the systems that need to be built.
That's a great. I think that's a great point. No, seriously, because that's how you get the message out there consistently. You know, and that's how you build a foundation for what it is that we're trying to say, and how what we want is just try to make people's lives better. You know, like that's it.
Yeah.
You know,
people say, "Is there an election?" You go, "Nope."
Yeah, no, seriously, like
both. You got to build that parallel system so that they could see the one that's broken and the one that's not, and then the difference between them. They need to visualize it themselves.
I mean, I think to a large degree,
the only
that's
issue I
what we're
have is the
trying to
door
do
knocking
here.
part, where it's like I live in a neighborhood that wouldn't really like a non-election.
If you have some like
how would you do it,
cookies,
Dr.
something,
Mark?
you knock on someone's door and you
or
have
go to the
food that
supermarket,
you're
or
offering.
go to the mall, or go to the farmer's
I will-
market. You know, there's other ways of doing it than door knocking.
I will say this as a
Like
professional door knocker, like
What
literally-
knockers, doctor?
But like,
Wait,
like
Jeff, professional door knocker question. Because I give this advice all the time, and I'm not a professional door knocker. Is it a good idea to maybe carry some like food, maybe some like cookies or stuff and like offer? Because I think if you knock on someone's door and you have something to offer them that's like free food, they're much more likely to positively engage with you. Some people are like, oh, I don't want to touch anything, but like, is it dangerous to go and do something like that?
So I'm not knocking on any random door. I'm a union organizer. I go to people's houses to try and talk to them about organizing their workplace. And so, like, I think the people would be weirded out. They're weirded out that I'm even there. So, like, that's not really the case. But like, but I guess my point is though, like there does need to be something to that you're door knocking for, not just an abstract agenda. Like if you're, I'm door knocking to organize to join the union, that's one thing. Going around and trying to get people to sign on for Medicare for all, but there needs to be something that you're communicating and sort of putting.
Well, like here's a thought, just like an example to put forward. Instead of calling the police, what you could do is you could create a group chat where everyone's address and phone number is like listed in a PDF, and this group chat is like a Article 5. Like any message in this group chat is essentially calling 911. Everyone show up at my house right the fuck now. Creating that system, because you can do that, like depending on where you are in your community, obviously, but like building parallel systems to the ones that exist that aren't controlled by the government, but work
I think that comes
through
after
the community.
I think that comes after community, like you need to be able to even like.
You need to build the trust first. Yeah.
You need to, at least like if you're going to be talking to your neighbors and like having cookouts and like you need to get there. Right now, our society is not fucking there. Right now,
Well, that's what I mean.
knows
Like
their
to
neighbors.
get there, you need to go talk to your neighbors. That's the way out of all of this. Is go and walk around your community. Go talk to the fire department. Make friends with the cops, even if you hate them. Doesn't matter. They don't have to know that. Like you're building safeties for yourself and your entire community, and you get them on board. When people around you see something that they agree with regularly, and it's not difficult for them to like engage with it, you'll just pull people naturally. But if you're already doing these things and it's visible, then you're far more likely to be able to go around your community and recruit more people.
I mean,
Just want to say it's official. CBC, the Canadian network, has now called it for Mandami. So now that we've said it, it's done.
Yeah.
Can we
I will
make
say,
Dan
if
Green
you talk
bigger?
about building community, I can't disagree with you.
Hey, guys, I got some good news. Remember Alan Dershowitz says he would blow his brains out on live TV if Zora Mamdani becomes New York City mayor? I would like to see that.
Yeah, I tweeted and said, I said, "Are you gonna?" I
got
tweeted
two
him and
cool
said, "Are you gonna
goals.
follow through, Mr. Mercy? Are you gonna follow through?"
Alex,
fantastic calls.
check an Instagram picture I just sent.
I'm checking it. I'm checking it.
One of these is a bit
I
old,
just
but
want to see Dan. I
I
want
just
to
saw
make Dan's
this.
screen big because he's out on the streets. And I want to get a man on the street.
I actually just saw that he can't have
Jesse
audio.
Waters, who?
Can we hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's it's funny. There's another TV interview happening behind me, so I'm trying to be more discreet about it.
You should shout out this space.
I want to.
Should run up and be like, I just want to say,
hi to you, really fast.
Just say you want to be on the internet.
Hi.
Just ask somebody. Yeah, nice. Here we go. Ask
Hey,
him a question.
what's your name? How you want to identify?
Just call me Jay. Hi.
Jay, you're here from Mamzani. I'm here from Mamdani. How you feel about the win?
Amazing. It was touch and go there for literally like 30 seconds, but you know,
What?
The better man won. Yeah.
The better man won, you said. What did it feel like when you were in this watch party? I just came in a little bit late because I live down the street upstairs. I was like, I was invited, but I can hear the sound, so I'm invited. But yeah, what was it like in here when it was that touch and go moment?
Oh, I mean, like we were in line getting beers. we were all checking our phones, and we were like, and I mean, the spirit has been of triumph the entire night. So people have been just like behaving as if he already won, which again, given past history, it gets a little weird. So I was a little pessimistic for like maybe 30 seconds. But of course, I mean, the movement that he had was
Last two questions really quick, because I see you got a beer to enjoy. Did you work on the campaign at all? No worries.
I voted for him in the primary and here. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't work for him, but you voted for him in the primary. Yeah. Better than me. I'm a carpetbagger from California, so they're all good. But I was going to ask, what are you most excited for from his platform, his agenda? And maybe if you have some time, what are you most like, I'm worried, like, what's your take?
Oh, it's going to be an uphill battle, but I think this is we have a amazingly charismatic, focused mayor who has, again, it's a people's movement. That's what Bernie ran on and everything. So hopefully it's not just him. I think he's going to inspire a lot of people to pick up grassroots movements, pick up take care of each other, and we'll see what happens. I'm cautiously optimistic. It's the institution he's assuming power to is built for people like Cuomo, and he's going to come in here and shake shit up. And I hope that these next 4 years are fruitful.
Me too, man. Thank you, Jay, so much for your time. This is on thisspace.tv. Check it out, YouTube.
For sure. Right. Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Based.
Is he going to join the
that's how you do
DSA? You got to drop the DSA line in there too.
I mean, next time, right? So that was pretty interesting. That's a thing I was. Go ahead.
No, I was just take it away.
No, I was just gonna say like a thing that's been sitting on my head as well has been, how does Zoran navigate the infamous New York City machine? And I'm glad that he spoke to that a little bit.
Yeah. Just unrelated, but kind of related. I have a couple election related calls. 1 minute ago, Omar Fateh, now leading Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry in Minnesota.
Hey,
nice. Not called, leading still, not one.
Leading.
Funny. Andrew Cuomo said that he would move to Florida if Zoran Mamdani won in New York City. And Ron DeSantis said he was going to tariff anyone moving from Florida from New York to Florida by 100%.
You cannot do that. How do you tariff individual?
I don't know, but I wonder if Cuomo has to pay that 100% tariff.
Greg Abbott said the same thing for Texas.
You did indeed. They're having a reverse bidding war, actually. They've been going up in how much they're going to tariff people. We also have Mary Sheffield being elected as the mayor of Detroit, becoming the first woman to ever lead the city. She is also a brown woman, so fucking fantastic.
Hell yes. Speaking of Detroit, I just did a reaction to
Democrat
D12.
Aftab Pudaval winning in Cincinnati mayor election over Corey Bowman, half brother of J.D. Vance.
Oh shit!
Oh,
half brother.
Damn, dark here.
It's gonna be awkward at Thanksgiving.
Are we still in blue state territory, or are we still like, is this red states, purple states? Like, what are we doing here? How is that Fox spin going?
They're calling it all blue states, even though like Lakewood, New Jersey was plus 41 Trump in 2024, and
there's a lot of red counties in Jersey.
Well, speaking of Ron DeSantis, you want to see a little cope? You want to see a little cope?
Oh yes.
Let's do a little cope.
State of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, my governor.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Let's go.
I'm literally
Governor,
in
you're
tears. I'm
living
having
New
a
York.
hard time keeping a straight face.
He's
Only
literally
for this
in
reason.
tears.
I have a really funny friends, and my funny friends are sending me. One is a meme of the Statue of Liberty, you know, sitting down, smoking a cigarette.
so racist.
F it, I'm going to move to Florida. The other one has a picture of Mamdani, and it says, Realtor
mean.
of the Year in the state of Florida. It's cracking me up.
They're having so much fun.
Well, first, John, I'm glad
They
you
made
cleared
this
up
happen.
that you're
The
not
amount
going
of
to
9/11
Ireland,
clips.
because if it was a
No.
trade where Florida had to give up Hannity in exchange for Rosie O'Donnell, I would veto that trade on behalf of this free state of Florida. Don't you worry about that. Listen,
I'm grateful
I've
I have
already
a
said
good governor.
There you go.
I'm so
This
grateful.
is a guy,
I'm
Mandani. He
so
wants to
grateful.
take down
Okay.
Columbus
Okay.
statue. I've already said
Fox News
if they
to
take
Florida.
that from Manhattan, we'll take it in Florida. Hey, if they want to put the Statue of Liberty in Lake Okeechobee,
Okay.
we'll get that done as well.
Nobody's ever
But
heard
I
of
think
that.
he's going to
Like
win.
Funny.
they literally
Yeah,
live in a fantasy land.
You guys want to hear
Did they
something
not
that'll
understand
fuck you
Ellis
up?
Island?
You guys want to hear something
do.
that'll fuck you up? And I hate that. DeSantis has kind of the same voice as Tom Hanks.
Okay, like Christina, make your point. I need to make your point. And I would take
Christina,
out.
I've definitely said that like 3 times.
DW New Germany just called it for Mamdani too.
Okay, here's Dan responding to Christina.
Uh-oh. Dan, you're
Yeah,
muted.
you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I was
You're back.
advocating for Christina to talk, actually, because she was
Oh.
getting spoken over.
Oh, I thought you had
Thank
a
you
new
for
one.
platforming a
Well,
woman.
thank you. Well, I knew Dan could vouch for me. But like, how can you move the Statue of Liberty to? I mean, the whole point of Statue of Liberty was like Ellis Island, its ties to New York, and like.
Yeah.
Remember when Matt Walsh said like 6 months ago that we should take the gay poem off the Statue of Liberty and send it back to the French?
Yeah.
Like,
real
we lost
quick.
the plot.
You're
Like,
tired,
we're in
you're
full
poor,
idiot. We're in full
you're-
idiocy in that point because, like, the thing. I'll say this really fast. One sentence. Yo, millionaire motherfuckers ain't gonna move to Florida because you're gonna be in Florida and you're gonna be like, this sucks. I've
Let
been
me-
there
Yes, again,
11
okay.
Like,
fucking
these
real
rules-
quick.
they're-
I
like,
wanted to have-
just
I wanted to have
everybody
Florida
needs to
too.
understand.
Texas.
Yeah.
Every
Real quick.
problem in America.
I got to dip out. The Cuomo watch party currently is very underwhelming, and they're playing "I Can't Believe You're in Love with Me" on repeat. I'm not kidding.
Probably Cuomo's getting drunk and he's dancing. Like, you know.
Peace,
Does Zateo copyright?
I
It's
so
like
want to
maybe
go
some-
over the CBC article that is announcing Mandami as the winner. It is ridiculous beyond belief.
What's going on?
Yes, it is.
What are
What
they
the
saying
Canada does say?
on the streets of
see,
Toronto?
The
right
campaign
now?
laid bare the Democratic Party's
I can-
generational and ideological divides that seek to
I can read
rehabilitate.
this. I can read this. It is so funny because, you know, the CBC is extremely biased for some reasons. But it goes over the first part is just, you know, okay, he's won. These are the things that he's going for, taxing the rich, and they'll use for this, da 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 da. And then it goes for down here. But not everyone embraced the 34-year-old
Yeah.
assemblyman. Mandami's past criticism of the city's police department and the Israeli government's military actions in Gaza, which he has called genocidal, have
Whoa.
unnerved some
Remember that the
centrists
New York
who
Police
see
Department-
him as a potential setback in their effort to broaden the party's national appeal. Some Jewish
Fucking good.
leaders have also seized on his refusal to support Israel as a Jewish state.
There's no such
calling
thing
them
as a
a
Jewish
danger to
Zionist.
Jews.
There's
While
no
Mandami-
such thing as a Jewish Zionist. And you cannot be that.
While Mandami
It
has
is-
distanced himself from his past rhetoric on policing, some top New York Democrats remain concerned and have either been slow to endorse him or outright refused to. So he has also drawn the ire of U.S. President Donald Trump. Basically, more than half this article, in fact, like 3/4 of it, is just CBC
Red
saying
flags.
these are all the people who don't like him. And he's not a Zionist. How dare he?
They love
Again,
calling
Again, you can't be
T-shirt,
Jewish
the
and
ingenuity of
Zionist.
New York getting T-shirts out there fast.
Yeah, a lot of
That shirt, I want it.
A lot of the places that sell
I will
them,
say this,
they have it.
Alex. I
That's
did see
good.
that shirt. I saw that shirt this morning. I will
Yeah.
just say that, yeah.
That's good.
Oxus
I
is
need
already
to
just
clip
talking
that.
about anti-Semitic. Your
Have you guys
optic
seen,
nerve is anti-Semitic.
Do we have another street interview?
This Zoran campaign video
yeah,
from
here.
the other night was really good. I really liked it. It's the difference between it's a couple minutes, but it's the difference between what it looked like when he went to Fordham Road in a year ago versus like.
Hey Dan, what's it like looking in that bar?
What's it like being muted?
Mute.
You're muted.
Still muted, my dog.
I have three.
There it is.
Actually, so here I am. It's funny because I can hear my own feedback in my headphones, so I should have known that. Anyways, in Hausenstrusel, that was racist. Some German beer pub.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, what the hell? You're doing
As a
anti-German.
I take very much
racism?
offense.
Yeah, some of my best friends are German. But anyways, they're watching the
Yeah, that's what they
Hellgate
all
NYC feed. Hellgate is one of those like local,
I love
projects.
Hellgate.
They're doing the live stream in there. Shout out to whoever hosts that. I unfortunately don't know. But yeah, I was going to see if anyone here. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Anyone want to? You were just chatting the TV really fast. Will I do it again? Okay, really quick. I'm Dan from the internet from This Space TV. What can I call you by?
Toig is my name.
Toig. Irish.
Toig.
Oh.
I was hoping he was going to be German.
So.
Yeah.
My apologies. How are you feeling from this tonight here?
Absolutely elated. I can't even put into words the sort of excitement
God, I love the Irish.
I think is so palpable throughout the streets of the city tonight. It's not just
No
about
mustache.
because it's not just about a victory of a political candidate. It's emblematic of a complete transition away from a status quo in a city where the status quo never benefits the people outside of a small pocket of this city.
There's a lot of great talent in not just New York City, but also around the United States right now. Let's just say like around the world you're seeing. Like Ireland just had some great elections too, actually. Don't get me wrong. But what do you think this will mean for them? Like, is this like the shot in the arm that this coalition will need that's like left of center, showing the Democratic Party that, there is a broad coalition of people who want, at bare minimum, for Democrats to fight harder and for Republicans to not have the ability to destroy things they're doing right now? A little bit of a lead question, but go ahead.
So sorry, are you just trying to ask my general opinion about the current status quo?
Yeah, your general opinion about how you think the Zoran race and this victory now could influence and motivate, candidates across the country.
I'll first commence with my concerns. I think, really, I'm actually very concerned. I think that Mamdani is going to become a lightning bolt for the status quo and the right, if you want to call it. He represents a change in the shift in the current status quo, like I said. I believe that they're going to throw everything in their power at him to try to stop that and maintain it. And then they'll be able to stand back and say, oh, look, this, listening to the people, socialism thing doesn't work. And it's like, that's just one candidate, but they always look for just one excuse to try to rule out an entire movement and maintain the thing that predicates them, which is wealth and money. Am I hopeful? Yes, I'm really hopeful. I have to save myself from using a superlative there. I am incredibly hopeful. I think Mamdani represents a very simple thing. If you want to win in politics, listen to the people. When the majority of the people are struggling
Give this guy
with
a show.
basic needs, if you address those
Come on,
basic
Good Morning
needs,
Comrade.
Yeah.
they're all here for you. It's very simple. Listen to the people, go out in the streets, talk to the people in the deli carts, talk to the people on the corner of the bodega, talk to the lads sitting on the side of the road like asleep, talk to the people that are on their way to work. Listen to them, and they'll tell you how to get into power.
Then you will have to compromise with the powerful people. And that's a problem usually. That's what happens in politics. You have to compromise with the powerful people, the people who have the power, even if you listen to the people.
No.
At one
No
point,
compromise.
you get down. You see what I mean?
No, it's so true. It's so true.
So, how can the people give him the powers enough to not get compromised?
What? I'll let someone on my team ask the question, but I want to ask one thing for you. What does this? I asked about what this could do for other candidates. What do you think it could do for you, the group of people who were grouped up here? I mean, the Democratic Socialists in New York did a really good work, not just putting together some of these watch party events, but also the get out to vote efforts, all the different things. I'm not sure if you were involved in any of that. No worries if you weren't. I wasn't. But does this motivate you to do anything?
I think so. I think it motivates me incredibly so. I think now what it shows is just, it allows us to think, okay, if we do band together and become engaged civic citizens, we can achieve so much. But when we just sit at home and scroll in our like vegetative state from these things that are predisposed to control us, nothing really happens. You have to go back to basics. I have an amazing friend of mine whose mother's from the Upper West Side. She's a really old Jewish lady, and she's like an absolute weapon. And she's like, it's very simple. If you want to create change, get out in the streets and move. And I think sometimes our generation has forgotten that. And hopefully this will be a catalyst to begin.
Forrest, I bully you all the time, so I'll give you a question.
I'm just listening. I'm just listening to everyone's answers.
Damn it! Somebody give me a question.
Well,
I love the Irish.
What do you think about the governor race coming up next year and how it relates to Mamdani's ability to do what he wants to do? Stefanik.
I love that one. Okay, so there's an upcoming governor's race next year. I'm not sure if you paid much attention to that. It's a similar sort of situation where you have an establishment figure versus an opportunity for someone a la Mamdani, although more on the statewide level, to win. If you have any opinions about that, what do you think?
I'm afraid I'm not too well adept in that, so I don't want to speak to it as well. Like I said, I'm Irish.
Like that answer.
I mean, I've lived in the city for several years now, but unfortunately, my visa situation is meaning I'm having to leave, so I haven't been paying a huge amount to the future politics. But maybe if you broke it down a little bit more, I could answer a bit more. But
I think we just got to be more Irish. That's how we win.
Ask him about Zach Polanski and the Green Party.
And listen, that's how I believe.
Dan.
Unfortunately, I'm English, but I'm from Manchester, so I'm one of the good ones, I hope.
Ask him about Zach Polanski and the Green Party.
We don't hate the English people. We dislike the English as an institution. English people are wonderful people.
Just a reminder that there was no potato famine.
Yeah, no, big ups, Manchester. Big ups.
Thank you very much. What's his name again?
Tyke.
Of course, I cannot forget my name. So my best friend, Tyke.
Tyke, come on, Good Morning Comrade.
Pleasure to meet you. Yes. And all my
You can go on my
co-hosts
show
are saying,
too.
like, you need your own show or something. So you got the voice, you got the passion. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm talking. I'll be right back.
I would love to
Oh,
have
Kristina.
God, I forgot his name already.
Since I just heard the Irish accent, I can maintain this for all of 10 minutes.
Boy, I got me hat and I got my beer. I'm very ready for this.
That sounds very Australian.
We can talk about Zach Polanski and the Green Party because he's also bringing up a lot of energy over in the UK area.
You're still so Canadian.
I want to know about the Irish Nazi Party because that's a real thing.
One of the things I think we need to
But
focus on is
right now they're.
I think one of the things we need to
Hey, Mark
focus
Allen.
on.
I was
Yeah, I
partying
think
with them earlier, technically.
is how are we going to manage some of the hate that's going to come, especially if we start seeing some victories. There is going to be some intentional and I think that you were mentioning this earlier, that we are going to see some some purposeful spiking the football, if you will, or some
There were
ways
several
that
bomb threats at polling places today.
metaphorical bomb threats that are going to happen. And how are we as a movement going to be able to manage that and move beyond it? Because
My
all they're
honest
going to
and
try to
shortest opinion is do everything what the centrist Democrats haven't done, which is basically
Do what the Republicans do, but to
Yes.
the Republicans.
Yes.
Yes.
Just flip
I mean,
the script.
within reason, I think you need to establish a what does this look like?
Wait. Was it on the ballot?
Context matters, like to the
and shut
person
down.
that you're
But
talking
Trump
to,
was
the
better
situation that you're in.
Oh,
Like, of course, no, hold on, but like that's a really important point. And I agree entirely with you there, Dan. You need to think about the context, the person you're talking to, where it's happening. Sometimes it's not as useful to just flip the script and act like a Republican to a Republican, but sometimes it is. You got to be able to judge these things. My best advice doesn't relate to any of that shit. My best advice is spend 15 minutes, ideally a day, but maybe a week, in a room alone with no input, no phone. Just sit there. Don't try and meditate. Just be uncomfortable for like 15 minutes and practice doing that. I promise you, you're going to need it.
I mean, Trump's going to need it.
Wait, can I? Trump
wasn't on the ballot.
the only one on the ballot and shut down. We're the only two reasons that Republicans lost tonight, according to pollsters.
Wait. So that's actually that's some
very funny.
ESPN
That's
Sports
breaking
Center
their
shit,
narrative.
because there was a betting pool that I want to say Politico was reporting on.
Oh God!
That everyone in the cabinet, like, this is TMZ for politics, but like everyone in the Trump's cabinet was like, this shutdown is not going to last any more than 10 days because the Democrats are going to cave and they're going to their testicles are going to ascend into their lungs and they're not going to make a deal. And
there's
here
historical
we are
precedent
with the
for
Republicans getting, again, welcome to belt to ass politics. You're seeing a route, and now Trump's angle, which is what the party is going to have to follow inherently because that's how the Republican Party goes, is that Republicans lost because of the shutdown, which is a great pivot for Trump to go, hey, wrap this shit up, buddy.
No way.
This election is all
I need you all to understand,
Right,
even if the shutdown ends, that does not mean that you're getting your SNAP benefits back.
Oh, no. Let me be clear. You still have to deal with Democratic Party incompetence, and it's probably going to be like a means tested, get 25% of your SNAP benefits back in February of 2020. Yes, this is America, right? But
did you guys see that they're trying to do this thing?
Really fast.
Where,
the shutdown started with Trump saying, oh, the Democrats are going to completely fold over. And now this election is terrible for me. Please end the fucking shutdown at Republicans. That's we need to hit that pack, all right? We got Dick Cheney,
baby.
Zoran Mamdani, Omar Fatah, and Trump crying.
No, censor.
I'm done.
No. Can't do that.
It's a meme.
Wait, is that not allowed to show?
You're allowed.
No,
to
there's a reason I have censored on my thumbnail.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Really? I show far worse than that on YouTube.
No,
and Twitch,
trust me. I got a hit when
All right, Dan, did you just get
originally? Yeah.
I have been spotted, yes.
Nice.
Lightly.
Do we have a new interview? Let us know.
No, it was just a passerby. I'm extremely protective of people's privacy if don't want to be on camera.
Of course. We got some more cope if you guys want it.
Please.
I love cope.
Kellyanne Conway.
God.
Yo,
partying at his
He barely won.
I love
He won
MAGA
by a
tears.
far smaller margin than she did. She dragged him over, and now he should be a drag on her, because my goodness, we've got a socialist, anti-Semite, pro-Hamas.
Oh, jeez, please.
Pro-Hamas.
I mean, remember, they called the No King's Day protest a Hamas
Jewish.
protest.
Stop with this anti-Semite bullshit, man. Please.
Literally, it is anti-Semitic to say this thing.
Yes, it is. I 100% agree with you.
Palestinians are Semitic,
Stop
right?
with
First
this.
off, hold on. I really need to get this out because this shit is insane to me and it pisses me off. Palestinians are Semitic, and if you go look at the anthropological record, the historical record, the ancestors of the ancient Israeli Jews are the Palestinians that the ancestors of the European Jews that got Holocausted are now Holocausting.
Yep,
that's right.
But I
Being a
just feel
Zionist is anti-Semitic.
It's pretty funny how widespread the pro-Hamas thing is. It's just the UN is Hamas. Every major news outlet from
your
the
optic
BBC,
nerve is anti-Semitic.
New York Times,
Bassem Youssef said it best.
They're Hamas. New York City is taken over by Hamas. It's just everybody's Hamas.
Wait, have you guys seen the Bassem Youssef clip? Because that's amazing.
Oh, apparently
Which
it's not looking
one?
good for Omar, Minneapolis.
Really?
What was that, Kristina?
Yeah, I had a bad feeling about that one.
Yeah,
more
they weren't
fresher?
really. He didn't get enough help, in my opinion.
What? Wait.
Well,
So
they made
what's Omar looking like right now?
Jacob, yeah, he's not doing well right now. But only 7% of votes are in.
Okay.
But it like I don't know. They made the DFL like or whatever like the like the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. They made them
Hey, rat fucked them.
yeah, they made the Democratic Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota reverse their endorsement of him.
Oh, right.
I mean,
You know
I
who? You
saw
know who
that.
was
happening, but who
you
was
know
they?
who was a conspirator towards that? By the way, everybody's favorite, Mike Walls. Boo.
You mean Tim Walz?
Yeah.
Tim.
Wrong. Yeah. No, he endorsed Jacob Frey right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been like as big a fan of Tim Walz as everyone else is.
They,
Like, the
they
headlines
stop
for
I have
saying
a
Republicans
clip
things
of,
weird, and
driving me
that was
insane.
working.
I have a clip of AOC here.
Democrats from, of course, here in New York City, but New Jersey, Virginia, it appears to be a huge night for Democrats. What is the national story to you?
You know, I think what this night is starting and shaping up to represent is that Americans everywhere are not going to be scared. We will not be intimidated by an administration that is violating the rights and making life hard and unaffordable for every single American in this country. And we will send in a wave of Democrats that not bow to this administration, but stand up to this administration.
Folks,
Doing so in the interest
he's
of working
running.
families, in the interest to make life affordable, housing affordable, and to stand for the
Good.
civil rights of all.
I mean, look.
Yeah, I hope
AOC
Chuck is.
AOC jumped on the Zoran train at like exactly the right time. Everyone was kind of hammering her at the time, but like she made maximum impact with her
Maximum impact.
Yes, I agree with you completely, Forrest. But also, secondly, I was messing with my audio at that time. Did I just hear AOC say she's running?
No, I said
No,
it.
no. Jeff said it.
Okay.
Jeff said it. That would be news. That would be news.
You know,
I was
you know
like,
what's so
okay.
funny? You know how discussing film Twitter account announced Zoran's win? Queen of Katwa star Zoran Mamdani is projected to have won the election to become mayor of New York City.
I really liked the
Dude, Emma's apparently cooking right now.
Oh, is she?
Okay, turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
really
yeah.
like
yeah.
the Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah, Sam's not even on mic right now. They got chair stream with Sam, but yeah, Emma's cooking.
Proactive. What are you going to do to address affordability?
Out of control, and now Republicans
We know prices
Hakeem
are out of
Jeffries,
control.
the man
They're
that
just
will save us
mirroring
all.
What the
And as a
Republicans
result of
did
that,
last
Tens
cycle.
of millions of people are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles.
Sam taking a potty
Republicans
break,
can
I'm
bury their
assuming.
head in the sand.
Hey,
They
I might be
tried
joining
this
him in a
effort
minute.
in New Jersey already, across the Hudson River.
You're going to the
Failed.
Majority Report studio and you're gonna
Michael
pee
Sherrill
too.
blew out all expectations.
Yeah, let me take a walk real fast.
No, I'm just gonna reverse Tim Pool.
The
and
only
Sam's
time I
in.
ever want to
We're
see
going to stay the course.
The
Hakeem Jeffries on
idea that
television.
Cheryl
that
should not
matter
have had a
for the
resounding
American people.
victory with
We
a
still
president
have
who has a
more victories
minus
to come
18
tonight because they're
approval
gonna get
rating
blown out in California.
in
and
the
we're gonna take
first
back
year in
control of the
office.
House
It's
of
literally
Representatives.
unheard of. Has there ever
We
been a
need to
president
primary
in terms of the
Jeffries,
first year of his first
Holtman,
term that has
Schumer,
had this low
Torres.
approval rating?
Why does
in modern
every
history of
statement
the
by Hakeem
American
Jeffries
Democratic
sounds like
experiment?
he's reading it off ChatGPT?
A good question for.
Yeah, another.
you
To
guys are
Restore's
making a
point.
lot of
To
money.
Restore's point here. Yes, we need to absolutely. Now that Zoran is mayor, we need to focus on ousting Chuck Schumer.
Right now, the Kalshi like political betting site is estimating a 75% chance the U.S. Like the Dems take the House next year. You guys want to make a lot of money? Bet against that because they're not going to let you.
No, they
yeah.
will. They'll win.
I get a almost Sandy Lovas.
They're going to try. I agree with
anger
you. They're going to
towards
try and
betting
stop
websites.
elections.
I know. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but like, no, obviously,
We're gonna
end
fucking
point is
Andor this
vote
shit.
every chance you get, do everything you need to do, and expect them to do the worst possible thing.
And in between,
when they don't
you
do the
build
worst possible
community.
thing, be happy. But
In
keep
between, you
expecting.
meet your neighbors, you talk to the
Exactly.
people you go, the store owners and clerks that you see regularly. You talk to everybody. You get everyone on board, your coworkers, anyone you feel safe to talk to. Get them on board.
That's clear.
I also-
this is the important thing. I
also
vote
have
Dan
to-
can be our Jesse Waters, and we gotta do like Dan on the streets or something.
I've been saying
like,
this for a year now. Impossible things are happening every day. Things that we could never have conceived of happening. Most of them are bad, but that doesn't mean we're in a era of fluidity. Anything, you can do anything the fuck you want. You can make anything happen. If you have enough will, if you have
Willpower,
enough people,
baby.
Yep, you just have to put the effort in. You can make anything happen right now.
That's
Also-
look at that. Like anything was impossible. Everything. We just had a socialist win in the capital of capitalism as the mayor.
Also, by the way, everybody, I want everybody on this chat right now to take the time, go to dsausa.org/join. Join DSA. You got to do it now.
Join the SRA too, if you can.
You
Join
don't
the
want
SRA.
to join DSA, you better join an org of some kind. Like
At the very least, check out the SRA.
Or at least join and be a member of WHIV, we're Human
Yeah.
Rights and Social Justice Radio. At the end
I'm
of
a
the
member of
month,
both, so
yes, at the end of
Doc,
the month,
you and I really got to talk.
yeah, at the end of the month, whatever membership doesn't end up paying the bills, Dr. DERY has to pay the bills, and Mrs. DERY is very unhappy when Dr. DERY has to pay the bills at the end of the month.
you do not
But
want-
we are the voice of human rights, social justice, and progressive radio in New Orleans and in the Deep South. So
you do
I just
not
wanted to
want
put that
Mrs.
out
Derry
there.
upset with you either. I love you.
No,
Lot.
we do not want
Do not
Mrs.
let her
Derry
upset.
What upsets her most is when I refer to her as Mrs. Derry. So we'll stop doing that right now.
The one and only. The one and only.
This is
Liana.
Miss Elliott. Yes.
We love Miss Elliott.
I love
indeed.
that Obama's congratulations to all Democratic candidates who won tonight. He doesn't name a single one of them.
Yeah, because you have to throw
Everyone's
down
afraid of
Zoran.
saying,
He's on
Loser.
Donnie.
And speaking
I
of
was
Zoran
like-
Mondani, we got a little video from Eamon Hawk.
Have you ever
got
purchased
audio?
anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy? Mr. Mamdani?
I have.
Oh God.
I have purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo?
No.
Oh whoa.
When I was shot 5 times, I've had Crohn's disease. I did use medical marijuana. Yes.
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled. I am a woman.
Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Everybody likes Curtis Lee.
Slapping fannies,
say,
killing
so,
grannies.
You guys have all seen
my
his,
hair.
you guys have all seen. I really fucking hate that. Like this happened a week into me like streaming or like producing like live for the first time. But his Jordan Peterson video, the 12 More Rules one that he did, Eamon Hawk, like scared the fuck out of me. And it was literally like a week or two into like live producing for Ben Burgess, and Ben was like, "Oh, watch this," and I was like sitting in my seat like.
Aim Animation. Shout out to that.
Are you telling me you don't like to watch my content? Does this mean that you are in fact evil? Do you know what mean means?
You sound like the Monarch from Venture Bros.
I mean, we currently have Stephen Miller, like our Goebbels, on Fox News talking about how they're facing against a party that hates and is racist and wants terrorism
we'll check that
and
out.
wants
We'll check
destruction
that
and
Let's
death
no,
and
no,
joy.
let's not.
Like,
I don't
it's
give a shit.
literally.
I'll be honest. Like, I don't care about like Fox is going to be seething and coping, and we're going to get enough of that for the next 365.
See, I take enjoyment.
Let's
from
hold
that.
this.
I think we'll have a
I
lot
like
of
to see them suffer. I'm not a good person. I like seeing my enemies suffer.
Me too.
It makes me happy.
Yeah, don't worry. I love
that's the thing.
Magateers.
They're not suffering. It's like they are testing the waters. They're trying to figure out how this is going to be, which is why, like, I am contradicting myself for what I just said of like, let this.
I disagree. I think that everything is still pretty much on track for them. I think that they've already, like, the only thing that went away from their plan is, like, Mamdani winning, but I think the rest of it is still within the lines of their forward plan. Like, we are in the beginning of this. You guys don't understand. My personal belief is we've been in an active civil war since January 6, 2021.
Bro, they never stopped fighting in the 1800s.
Look, we never have. They're literally armed, getting ready to go and kill people. They actually already are, really. I mean, if you count ICE, considering
Since the Bundy Ranch,
all of those,
2014.
Nazi protests all disappeared when ICE started showing up, and they kind of looked the same. They dressed the same. They're like, we know what this is. We've had literal ICE agents pull a gun and threaten to shoot a
affecting our
paramedic.
Politics going forward, to be sure, particularly in the
Blah,
near term.
blah, blah, blah,
This is all on track. We're still going in the same direction.
Thank you very much. We'll be back
bet.
to you in just a bit.
You bet. You were a very smart trish there.
in Brooklyn, where we
And
are
his
expecting
combo.
to see
Which is why I'm like, you know, I'm
Brett
not
Baer
sure-
looking at giant baby.
I'm not sure if DSA is going to be the organization
Brett
to
Baer's
join.
like head is
if you are
scarily
living in
square.
New York. I'm not sure if DSA is going to be the organization to join if you are living in New York and you are concerned about ICE raids. Like, I'm sorry, but
Yeah. I
Los
agree.
Angeles and Chicago and Portland are the templates to follow when it comes to resisting ICE. I think
New York
DSA
will-
is a
like,
good,
now that
you know,
Mamdani's
a
won.
decent political electoral organization.
If you're in New
I don't
York,
say
you
that
have to
DSA
be
is more than
prepared
just a
for an
electoral
invasion right now. Like I'm not
No,
being like, look at Portland, look at Chicago, look at DC.
I'm
look at
having a good
LA.
time
They're
tonight, but
going-
like I am
New York
worried
is
about
the
that.
most prepared. New
I
York
am
is the
worried.
hardest city for them. We're like the most prepared, the most organized, the most outspoken. If you are in New York and you are not in an get the fuck into a group because they're going to invade you.
I'm part of a group.
You
It's
are
called
Ukraine
Displace.
right now.
I'm
New York
nervous
is
about
currently Ukraine about to get invaded.
I'm nervous about it, but you
Dan
know, it
Luzzadio.
makes me a little comfortable that they're earlier today they put out this and post how Zohar Mamdani's aloof wife Rama
Aloof wife.
is secretly steered the
Aloof wife?
campaign. Like they're just going for like I don't know misogyny. Well, that got you guys to
Like, can
not
we
vote?
be serious? Like, they're gonna try and assassinate him.
Oh yeah, I know.
They're already talking about denaturalizing him.
Years, I mean, months ago, I've been saying like before the primary, I was like, "Yo, he better have good security, man. He better have good security." Sorry, Matt, you're on mute.
Want to thank everyone just real quick for watching tonight and for hanging out with us. This has been a great night. Every time I duck out, I sit back and listen. I'm really enjoying it. Dan, sensational contribution, just amazing. I don't know anyone else who's like live on the street right now in this space.
I do it for you, baby. I only do it for you, baby.
I mean, I owe you one again. So here's the thing. Dr. DERY, just amazing content as well. Please support all the people that you see on screen and who have been here tonight. I think we were at like 15 total. I don't know. It was wild. We are waiting to hear from Mamdani and waiting to hear from Cuomo at this point.
What about Eric Adams? Where's
Yeah,
his
well,
concession?
and whoever else wants to chime in, but we'll be here
I
at
want to hear
least that long.
Silva.
Yeah, me
Yo,
too.
I'm looking at Hassan's stream. I know that guy that
drunk
the
as
team
fuck
shirt that
right
he's
now.
wearing. Oh my god. I know
Guys,
like
Hassan-
people are hanging out with him at the Zoran victory party.
Yeah, Hassan looks like he's ready to get shot. I just saw a video of him hugging AOC. The man's like geared up.
He's
just
drunk
smart.
right
I
now.
mean,
He needs to-
he is the
to
one
be
that
out.
they want to kill. Like the right wingers on the street, the Groypers, they want him.
Yeah, they want.
Yeah, but
revenge.
Groypers don't.
By the way, we
Groypers
need
don't
to
fucking
normalize
leave.
being able to
Groypers
talk
don't
about
leave
the
their-
violence in this country, like in a
Groypers-
open, clear manner.
Groypers don't leave their mom's basement. They're not
That's
gonna-
not true. That's not
That
true.
is-
New York
that is
Times
true.
reported today 40% of DC
Oh,
Republican
that dude!
staffers
You see
identify
the
as
guy
Groypers.
wearing the that guy right there? That's Tony Rosario. I know that fucking guy.
Like, Forrest, you're right about the Groypers like being losers, but I mean like 40% of Republican staffers in DC identify as Groypers right now, according to New York Times reporting today.
And they
Yeah, I
wish
don't-
they
I
lived
don't
in their
necessarily
mother's
believe
basement. They just
I don't.
have to
I don't
be
believe that.
on
I'm
site.
sure
they're
they have
all
similar.
losers.
I'm sure they have similar politics, but I don't believe that.
Well, of course. The entire basis of like the right wing is built on sexual insecurity anyway. Like America's right wing from like 2000 onward is all black and brown people are gonna fuck my white wife.
And I mean, they
everything
are
else
scared of
comes
this
after
brown
that.
guy.
I mean, let's go back to 1865 on that shit.
I can't believe
America deserved 9/11, dude.
That's Zoran's bloody
That's
misogyny.
Janet,
We deserve
your former
9/11.
neighbor.
It's a disgrace to every life lost.
Again, I
Zoran
showed
went
this
on
on
Piker's
my
show,
stream.
and now Piker was
There were
just spotted at
several
Zoran's
New Yorkers
event. Mamdani is wrong
saying,
for
I
New
live
York.
in New
He's
York.
so
I have
classy.
people who died on 9/11, and I don't give a fuck about 9/11. That was said in my stream by New
I know
Yorkers.
people are like, who is this Assault Piker guy? Who?
I
Dan,
think
you know
I've
him,
told
right?
some people on here know the story, but when those comments were made, I was Hassan's producer at TYT, and we were working on a special show for TYT members called Agitprop, Agitation Propaganda. And every single episode got us canceled. Like, we got canceled every single week for a month, and the culmination was when Hassan did an after show on his stream and did that America Deserved 9/11, Dan Crenshaw's eye hole, things of that nature. And so I remember having the right opinion about it back then, not to put myself in the back, but it was like whatever Marge Simpson said that one point of like, yeah, you're right, but you shouldn't have said it. In the scheduled apology that Jank and Loki I made Hassan do on air, which is what you can play of what he said at that time.
Yeah.
It pays off. We saw this stuff happening 5 years ago. We're like, let's plant this apology so that when it does come up again, we can say, look, we water under the towers, if you will. Let's move on.
I mean, back in the day, that was smart, but nowadays, I don't think that's the right move. First off, you don't even have to respond to their criticisms. Just call it AI and move on if you really don't feel like it. Because
you can say that now.
You're in charge here. They've created this world, we live in it, and we got to play by whatever rules exist. And the rules are,
but it was 2019.
You're an idiot. And I don't feel like answering you. I'm just gonna.
That was 2018, 2019, though.
I think that's what you're saying. That was not the tactic you would do right now.
I don't want to coddle
anymore.
Not afraid the coddling is the issue.
Put that up, yeah.
Dan, when I talked about this before in school, when you went and learned about the Holocaust, they taught you that the Nazis used propaganda to they didn't teach you what the propaganda was, though, did they? They didn't show it to you as a child.
Big assumption, right? Because I'm not gonna relive the Plattner thing, but I realized that I had a really great education outside of this country because I knew what the Totten Cult was immediately. And the fact that most Americans don't know is how y'all dumbasses got here in this first place.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
And also, by the way, sorry, not y'all dumbasses.
Americans,
the education system that Republicans
it's the education
I went
system's
to
issue
progressive
is
private
coddling.
schools and I didn't know what it was.
It's
seen
it's
Indiana
all
Jones
about,
a million times.
I don't want the kids to be traumatized too much.
Yes.
And so we just coddle until nothing. For example, if we keep going on this rate, the genocide in Gaza happens. Even if we all acknowledge it, they will never show you. I want children in school to see the concentration. I want to see I want them to see what I see on Twitter every day. Yeah. Even though it's fucking horrifying, even though it's traumatizing, and because you remember that.
While
you learn
they've gone squishy back and forth, South Park is one of my guiding lights in life. And one of their big arguments against PC culture in the 90s was that it's a Band-Aid. Using nicer language, coddling people, like you're saying, is putting a Band-Aid on something and then not showing the actual wound, not showing what the fuck we're actually trying to make up for.
You said, a lot of parents are opting their kids out of learning about sex ed, and yet these kids are addicted to prescription drugs. They have STIs. They're getting pregnant. They're in and out of juvie.
Well, it's because these parents aren't even in reality. They're all addicts to the fucking the doom square, because everything is built on the addiction for profit industry, and we're all getting brainwashed constantly because we know how to do that. We've been doing this since the 70s.
It's why our next big unlock on the left, thank you for mentioning that, is how do we take on big tech? Because it's not just the thing that I've been talking about for a while, which is I want to hear you elaborate, but I don't think it's just a thing where we continue to exist on hey, continue watching this progressive lefty platform on Google.
No. You fight on
Amazon.
their terms.
But I think I don't agree on fighting on their terms.
On their terms. First of all, I hate stocks and I think they're immoral. I think it should be illegal. You should, because you're smart enough to look at the news and understand what's going to happen, profit off of them. Get your money back and then use it. Other than that, you know what you could do? You know how a streamer. You can donate to a streamer if you have like the time. You can set up an LLC as your stream, and instead of having them donate to you, they could buy stock in your LLC, which goes up when your stream does well, which means people who don't even watch you still buy it because it does well, which means not only are you profiting off of both your viewers and the non-viewers, you are creating a system that is taking money from the stock market while also playing in their field. Like you're flooding the zone. It's the Bannon strategy, but reversed.
Yeah.
That's not financial advice. I mean, like, you know, like I
don't take it as financial advice.
I think it means, well, I think, and you know,
it's a
I don't
broad
need this
draft,
to be a
obviously.
debate necessarily, but like I know that strategy is going to work for a Hassan. It may work for
it's a
Sam
broad
Cedar
draft of
or
anything
Kyle
you can
Kalinske or
do
Zateo.
anything.
Yep.
It's not going to work at scale. And I think that's the thing, is that building platforms and environments outside of these
just parallel
platforms is
that's
a long-term thing we need to focus on. But
that's
that's like a little
model.
bit different from the
We
politics.
need
of some of them.
platforms, yeah.
No,
that's
literally
a
my
huge
whole
thing.
model
I've
for my
talked
channel.
about that here. I even went and I had to speak to like politicians here, like my elected representatives, because every social media company is owned by the United States. You guys know Cyberwell? Because since October 7th, Cyberwell, the Israeli cybersecurity company, is using AI in every single social media to look for posts that they claim are anti-Semitic. Their definitions of anti-Semitism obviously do include some real anti-Semitism, but I see a lot more of those. 800 YouTube videos about the genocide got deleted this week, though, quietly. So, you know, like, we need a system that is not in, we need a parallel. In every single system that exists, you need to build a parallel one that is outside of it.
Okay, you're going to build a Google. Because that's what you need to do. If they can take down 800 videos, and we could put up 801, they're just going to take down 1,600.
No, obviously. I mean, more so, like, think lower on the ground. Like, we're still too high. We got to build the foundation for it. You have to build the whole parallel system.
And this
essentially, I'm talking about functioning as if you're in, like, you're already in the society you want to be in, and then just building it. And sure, like, the society that you're in is going to try and stop you, and you deal with that while you continue to just work for the society that you want. You don't have to play, like, you should go vote, play their game, but their game is not the game. Their game is the distraction for you. The game is bigger than the game that you're allowed to see.
Yeah. Let's see AOC here on CNN.
Had these victories. I mean, is there room in the Democratic Party for both moderates like Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger, and also Zoran Mamdani?
Boo, Spanberger.
It's not just a message
Manhattan
about
District Attorney who
it's
charged
about
Trump one
our
re-election.
entire country. I think that Americans are appalled by what they are seeing coming out of this administration. They are appalled by the cowardice of Congress, by these Republican majorities in the House and in the Senate. I think that they are, they see Donald Trump now for who he is, which is a handmaiden to billionaires and a handmaiden to corporate interests that are making working class life impossible in America. And I think that they want to send fighters in every single pocket of this country to fight for working people, to make life affordable and safe for all.
What had these victories? I mean, is there room in the Democratic Party?
The signs on the wall. Bill Ackman. Congrats on the win to Zoran Mamdani. Now you have a big responsibility. If I can help NYC, just let me know what I can do.
Kill yourself.
Please, Daddy. Please, Daddy.
Kill yourself, Bill Ackman.
By the way, guys, we got about 20 minutes until the Prop 50 thing starts popping up.
Ooh, okay.
Yo, did you know? Did you guys know that? You know, Rich Azzopardi, the guy that was like Cuomo's spokesman, the really weird-looking guy that like jumps under every single.
The tall guy? Wait, the tall guy that was like attacking the impressionist.
He kind of looks. He's like kind of fat and he's bald and he looks like a toad a little bit.
No.
Okay. He's on.
That's me.
He's the guy that. No, he's the guy that every time Cuomo fucks up, he jumps into the thing and like does whatever. Like he does the. He's a spokesman. He went
damage control guy.
He went to SUNY New Paltz, where I live. He went there for college, same place I went to college. And
Riley Gaines, another college.
He's the worst person to go to.
Is very upset
Okay.
A lot of work to do to make sure midterms aren't a disaster.
Yeah, you might come in.
Riley
What,
Gaines.
you're gonna run
You might come in tied for fifth.
primary?
Wait, wasn't her husband deported? I need that, I need a clarification on that. Was she the one that she was married to a British dude who got deported?
No, I don't think so.
What a shame.
Okay.
That was someone else.
She only got married like
It was
she only
just
got
another
married,
blonde that works with Fox News that does a lot of anti trans shit.
She only got married I guess she got married during when she got famous, but she got famous for being a loser. How are you gonna get famous for being a loser? And then getting mad.
This is America. Everyone does.
She wasn't a different kind of loser.
Yeah.
Also, my audio and my video just shut the bed, so I don't know if I definitely didn't hear anything.
We can still hear you.
But hey, Hank,
Dan, you should go. Dan, you should go to the.
Good to see you.
You should go to the Ben Burgess Zoran party and heckle him.
No thanks. I like sex.
Thank you.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
Thank
have
you so much,
you
Dan,
could have sex with Ben Burgess.
chiming in and being the man on the street.
I like that lyric where this is very niche, but I'm just gonna do it. And this is out of all respect to Ben Burgess. I like that recent lyric from Freddie Gibbs where he says he's gonna fuck academics' titties, as in DJ Academics.
You can't do that unless you go to the party.
Almost slipped on Ben Burgess, which you know what? No. Wait, he's a good guy. I saw Ben. We both went to Conan's Platonic Reversal show in LA, and that's the one time I've hung out with him.
I mean, he's honestly a more fun hang than you think.
Oh, he is absolutely. Yeah, no. He gets. I'm not a close enough friend with him, but I say the nerd jokes and jest. He's a cool guy.
I was when I was producing on his show, I was completely sober because it was COVID, and I was like, if I'm drinking right now, I'm gonna get fucking depressed. So I was sober for that whole period, and then
Howard, you're a coward. Is what you're trying to say.
I would be the sober producer trying to help out, while Ben was just housing fucking whiskey, and being trying to debate people.
I think
you
you guessed
some reaction from Matt Walsh.
Oh, here we go.
Just to recap the last 2 months.
Kill yourself.
Shot in the throat. Houses of Leftists spends weeks celebrating openly. Leftist militants, what? Take to the streets committing and calling for more violence. No Kings rally? The grandma rally? Attorney General candidate for Virginia expresses his desire to
Yeah, it's honestly so cool.
Vote for him.
Remember,
You understand
Matt
your
Walsh
enemy.
is like a literal Nazi, by the way.
They're just focusing on this Jones thing. And
They really want to try and make Jay Jones seem way cooler than he is.
Yeah, I know.
I assume that guy is a fucking nerd, and I would hate him. But it is pretty cool that he managed to text I want to kill my opponent, and then he still won.
This is the ultimate meme of the guy at the party saying something. Everyone else was like thumbs up. All right, we're partying here in New York.
Yeah, well, whoever he was whoever he was texting was like, I'm not comfortable with this.
Yeah, Cuomo, it looks like Cuomo's conceding.
Oh, Cuomo's conceding where?
As a New Yorker,
he's conceding that he's a piece of shit.
And as a New Yorker, I am moving to Florida.
I don't think that was ever.
Yeah, he's going to have a concession speech in Boca Raton.
I'm just saying. I have his rally on Majority Report. He's conceding right now.
Oh, I got it.
Concede, kill yourself.
Let's see it. Let's see
it.
Let's
do this. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Can we get a concession speech?
Oh, hold on.
Who ads?
Ads.
As a New Yorker,
As a New
Yorker,
I
have ads, and as a New Yorker, I don't know. I started hating Cuomo.
Here we go. Here we go.
Folks are feeling like you didn't really put much effort into it. Could you just make it seem like you're really driven philosophy for the lectern? Listen, it's another 20 minutes.
Levels of yapping. You have us yapping,
20 minutes, and nobody's going to ask
over
for their money
Cuomo.
back.
Crazy.
Nobody is covering this. They went to what? Crux? What is that?
Yeah, Crux Live.
They went to the Brooks
Go to
Brothers.
Florida, you fucking...
This is like what Trump said. Got the most votes, except for one guy.
We gotta get that man back on Moving Extravaganza.
2020.
Andrew Cuomo, come on, Movie Night Extravaganza.
When you
He's
came up with the
bragging
slogan,
on
"Vote for
getting
Cuomo, not the
40% on the
homo."
independent line. Incredible.
Go to Florida.
I got it.
As a New York guy moving to Miami.
Better link in the private chat. Better link. Better link.
Better link in the private chat.
Tequila will.
Hear that, Alex?
Yep.
And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism.
Oh, fuck off, dude. We only do Islamophobia. No anti-Semitism.
Every time.
Our strength,
anti-Semite when they say it, because they're the
is our
anti-Semite.
unity.
What strength?
Black,
You just
white,
lost
brown,
twice.
Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one.
Oh,
we are the
people are-
family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence.
You just
and
said
you
diversity
attack
is
one
the
of
weakness.
us, you attack all of us. That is what it means
Won't
to
you
be
quote
a New
Spider-Man to
Yorker.
me?
No one
Yes.
and nothing
Would you
will
quote Spider-Man
ever
to me?
divide us.
How dare you, sir?
And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution
What point?
flag that we are heading
no
down a
Spider-Man come up behind with an arm, please.
dangerous road.
Well, you lost.
Well, we made that point, and they heard us,
No, they
and
didn't.
we will hold them to it.
No, you won't.
Also, my friends, feel proud because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation.
What a loser.
Coronation.
And feel proud because we fought our
Shouldn't
hearts
feel
out
proud.
and we left it all on the
Disappeared
field.
off the campaign trail for
He wants on this so quickly.
Congratulations to
Somebody shouted Cuba.
Zoran Mandami.
Still saying
Somebody check on Deborah Messing.
No, that is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us.
Okay. Pause. Read it 1 second. Read it 1 second.
Is he going to move to
And as they
Florida?
start to transition to government, we will all help
This
any way
motherfucker.
we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New
I thought you were
Yorkers
moving to
because
Florida. What
our
happened?
city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because
so
we
you're
love
not- He
New
hates
York
New York
City.
City.
And from the bottom of my heart,
I mean, he hates you.
I thank each and every one of you. I love you. For the
And I'm gonna
fight
have
you
fun with
made,
all of you.
for the soul
1,000,
that you showed, and the
145
example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right.
And now
Here's
we
the
go
thing.
to Florida.
The thing that is crazy about that to me, more than anything, is that when that crowd started booing when he mentioned Zoran Mamdani's name, and he's like, "Oh, that's not us. That's not us." This is the motherfucker that was saying that Hassan Piker is responsible for saying we deserve 9/11 in New York City. He's saying the guy who had the
They said
AI
that
video of
Zoran did
Zoran.
9/11.
He made the videos of Zoran Mamdani the eating rice with his hands and letting criminals off the hook.
His beard.
Yeah, and then
AI'd
he's like, "Oh no!" When the people boo, when you mention his name, he's like, "That's not us. We're better than that, New York." It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
I never want to hear. I never want to hear the words "I love you" from a sexual predator.
He wanted.
No,
the thing is, he wanted his John McCain moment, where he
did.
He wanted his John McCain moment where he could be like, "No, he's not an Arab. He's a good man."
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's also the same like gaslighty BS that Biden did with running against Trump, calling him a fascist
It's
before
also
the
the
election.
same gaslighting
and then
BS that historically is Nazis do. You know.
Sorry, Dan.
Dan,
you
you
were gonna
got
say something?
Yeah, sorry, I was just fraternizing with folks. I will just say
Have sex with those
person I
folks.
the person I was talking to wasn't trying to be on camera, but quick programming notes.
Yeah,
We are
sure.
10
You
minutes
got
until
lots of
polls
friends.
close in
They're just
California.
off screen. I get it.
10 minutes to polls close in California.
Polls close in California in 10 minutes. I hate seeing Van Jones' face on CNN.
That's
And
not us.
think
That's not us.
Sauron
This
might
case,
start
that's
speaking
not
at the
us.
top of the hour. That's what I was getting a text about.
It is us
Sorry,
though.
say again?
Van Jones was a Maoist.
Sorry, Dan, say again.
Zoran might start speaking at the top of the hour. That was a text I got.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
I'm not going to name my
Zoran,
sources.
Zoran,
but, you know.
get him on this space. Where is this space show?
I will say there
my
are like
goal is
visible
to-
cheers anytime
my goal is to
the
get as
screen
drunk
in
and
this
obnoxious
place
as
shows
possible
the
now that he's won.
Zoran campaign team.
There are
everyone
visible
cheers
Apparently
changes.
because
Mamdani's
everyone
talking
else
now.
For being so high.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's funny.
Is there a video of Mamdani speaking right now?
No.
Apparently he is.
He's gonna be speaking soon-ish. Kitty.
Matt says he is.
Okay, let's
got a
run
link?
it.
You got a link, Matt?
Yeah, it's happening.
Where?
That's how you spell it.
I'm looking for it.
Here we go. I got a video.
We're
for
gonna start
Bloomberg.
singing here soon.
Sandy, who's your co-host?
I got it. Oh wait, hold on. Does
Lanier.
SMBC copyright? Yes, they
Lanier?
do.
Oh.
Lanier.
Lanier?
I didn't even notice until right now.
Oh.
If you knew Babylon 5, you'll get the reference.
Oh. Oh, look at that.
Wow,
orange
see,
key.
that was
Oh,
just
I
Mike.
love it. It's on Bloomberg TV. This is perfect.
Thank God.
It's perfect.
I have a PBS feed too, if you'd rather that.
No, I love the irony.
It's crazy because
It's been an ironic day, isn't it?
Sorry, say again?
we did the blue sweep. We won every race.
wow.
Dick Cheney died. Rest in piss.
That was
on
crazy
the same
though.
day that Dick
It was
Cheney
pretty
That
crazy.
was
when
crazy.
he died this morning.
Yeah,
Dude,
very
Dan,
represent.
I woke
Dan,
up
what'd you
so
say?
happy.
I
feel
woke
bad
up
for
like this
Jake,
is
though.
already a good day. I was like, Zoran Mamdani could lose today and it would still be a good day.
So something in
And
Maine
most
happened.
Wait.
Abigail
Maine?
Spanberger won.
And Mickey
So
Cheryl,
Maine
for me,
voters
most importantly for
reject
me.
the
The
proposal
CIA.
that would force voter
The CIA
IDs
never
and
did.
tighten
Never
Sorry, hold on.
Wait,
Oh,
who rejected Christina? Who rejected that? The voter
Maine.
Maine, yeah.
Maine.
Sick.
Entire.
There's like the
absentee
EO
voting, right?
mandates it, but like that's gonna get into some issues between like state and federal law
And
when
that's what
we get
Platter was
there.
advocating for. That shows maybe.
You know,
a
like
little,
we could get rid of Citizens United, right? Like through the state level without having a constitutional convention.
Yeah,
like,
David
you could just
Sirota's
make
been
it.
Whoa.
Exactly.
Puppy.
Matching
Like just
funds.
like again,
That's a good
stop
looking dog.
playing by the game's rules. Beautiful,
Come on.
Sandy. Stop playing by the game's rules. Make your own. We're in this box. Like you see the box that we're in. Break out of it.
It's a lovely.
I want to like She-Hulk out of my box and into one of the other boxes.
Did you,
That's
did
what
you
you're trying
guys
to
see
do
the
right
New
now.
York Post is cover
Dan.
for tomorrow?
No.
It says, on your marks, get set, go! Socialist Mamdani wins race for mayor, the red apple, and it's him holding a hammer and sickle.
Hey, Rupert Murdoch, cool yourself. I feel like the only people,
yeah.
the only people that think I'm
Dem-
as funny as I do in my brain is Kristina and Conan.
Yeah.
There it is. On
Yeah,
your
you're-
marks, get
Yeah,
set, go.
because we know Forrest enough.
I literally just have a podcast.
I love that so much.
It's
I
awesome.
just have a podcast to make you guys laugh.
Your audience is the other co-host.
Yeah, let's see. So
Right
we're
now we have a
ready
podium
to-
shot. Oh my god, I'm looking at it's like Trump is back. It's a podium shot.
Hot podium. Hot podium action.
Oh, yeah, we love these
Yeah.
hot podiums.
I gotta stand behind
I'm seeing a
Bernie
lot of-
podium. That's great.
I'm seeing stuff from like the regime, like Trump saying that there's going to be changes to the election system to maintain integrity. Stephen Miller talking about like changing the voting system. Like they're not going to cry
sure,
about this.
yeah.
They're gonna
They
rage
own
about this.
Dominion
Everything.
voting machines
Everything.
now.
Again,
Well, they were already doing it.
1,145 people in the United States have a combined net worth of $5.7 trillion, and they will grind you to dust and then snort it. These are the people that had a Gatsby party like a week ago.
Hate AI images, but this is approved.
Yeah. Actually, I got a funny meme that
Ethical AI is when it makes fun of the right. I didn't mind the Reagan video calling Trump a dipshit, so you know.
By the way,
Kristina, he has been
I
going
feel like-
crazy
I feel
with his
like,
video names lately. Like it's been crazy. Like yesterday, I saw a video of him saying that like Joe Rogan gives sloppy topic to special needs billionaire Elon Musk or something like that. Like, goddamn,
This is a topic that like is a bit too long for this, but like I need you all to like kind of imagine. We're all going to get affected by AI psychosis in one way or another. There's a story of a guy who knew for a fact that like this was a machine, an algorithm, and someone else like had built something on GitHub that could like create characters and personalities for the AI. And this person whose wife died and was like grieving knew that this wasn't real and just like made one, tried to like recreate his wife to get some closure. And he knew it the whole time, like the whole chat log. He's arguing with this thing that it's not real.
I'll
And the
just say
last
that's
message
weird.
he sends to it is like, "Fuck, I feel like you are here. I can't not say that you're not you because we're not. We're just animals."
Nah, there
You're
should have been a.
piece
No,
of
I'm
meat
sorry.
with
There should have been a
electricity in you.
therapist intervention there. Like I
That's
had a
fucking
loss this year, and I can tell you right
That is
now,
insane.
nah.
Yeah, we
It's
talked
hard.
about it.
Therapy is not the way to
Go
go.
for it.
show.
Like,
I
would
I am not for
blanketly say
clanker
no.
But sorry, did you hear
No
about the one
clanker
guy?
therapy.
Did you hear about the one guy that he got convinced by AI that he made up a new type of math?
Yeah.
No.
So this guy,
That doesn't surprise me.
this guy
Did you guys know that
This is Terrence
OpenAI's
Howard?
new decision? OpenAI's new decision is that they're going to allow the model to create its own languages that we can't read so that it can be more efficient. That's fine if you're doing it on a local one, like your own only. Yeah, this is like the evilest, largest companies in the world just putting a black box in charge
I feel
of
like I need to
everything. Like, we
one-up
don't get to
Dan's
see what
glasses.
it's thinking. We don't know what it's doing.
There's this one guy that he was talking. I think it was ChatGPT, and he like was talking to it, and the ChatGPT was like, "Wow, no one's ever done this math before. You've made up a new math," and it like
Is this
confirmed
Terrence
in his
Howard?
brain. No,
It's the
yeah,
sycophancy
I mean,
thing.
it sounds like Terrence Howard, but this guy got
Yeah.
convinced. This guy got convinced by the AI that he made up a new kind of math, and it was just gibberish.
Wait,
And then
I mean, there was the
finally-
woman
also
who
don't know how to
fell in
use
love with
AI
her
properly.
You're telling me the
then-
failed
Yeah, there
iron
was
machine?
also a woman that fell in love
That
with her
fucking-
cat.
We are a piece of meat with electricity. We are dumb. Machines are intelligent. It is borderline magic. Think about the the Maha crowd. You know, the people who like RFK. Imagine them. They would look at this and think that this is godly magic. There is entire Christian cults that say that actually the way to Jesus is through AI. Like we are cultifying religion with technology now already.
AI is
real?
real.
No, that it's real. Like there's a whole church of it. Hold on.
Yeah, I know there is.
What?
But I'm saying it's haram.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing is, I mean, it is haram.
we need
Wasn't there an
we need,
anime that had that?
they need
Ghost in the Shell. Yeah,
they need
like the
a
famous
deal.
cyberpunk. There's actually 2 cyberpunk dystopias happening right now.
No,
Well,
Lazarus.
like
Lazarus had that.
Lazarus. Yeah, that's true. The East has like the neon lights Night City dystopia. Not, but like we have the dirty Night City dystopia. You know what I mean? Like they have.
Dan, are you in a grocery store?
They have like Tokyo with like the magic lights and everything. We have
They call them a
That's
bodega
the
in New York
two.
City. That's all in New
The
York City.
difference really being actually I can make this much clearer.
Not that you know
The
that.
East's dystopia is more Orwellian, where the West's dystopia is more Huxillian. We are
Bodegas aren't
dystopian by
grocery
like
stores. They're like
get everyone
grocery
addicted
stores.
to
They're
gooning
smaller.
and then control them that way.
I
I'm gonna read your book
Sandy
one day,
plugging her
Sandy, when
book
I have the
again.
money to buy it.
agree. I agree. It looks very interesting. If you wanted to read about vampires,
I love vampires.
I like
the bodega.
Dan from the bodega.
available now. Sandy, where
I
is
like-
your book available? By the way,
I like
It's
the
on
idea
Amazon.
Of like I like the idea of one person getting
Ebook
an
and
AI.
paperback.
getting an AI that just sends them dick pics, and it's like, but you don't even.
We need to make those. Why don't we have 70% of accounts on Twitter are bots? Why are none of those our bots? Because most of those aren't even used to make posts. 50% of the bots on Twitter, which is 70% of the users, are used to comment, like, and boost engagement.
Every time I would tweet about Zoran or Cuomo, I get that city desk, whatever they do.
Have I sent you that article? Have I sent you that article?
Yeah, I remember reading about it,
Because
that guy.
I've sent literally everybody that article. It's a Sikh guy that lives in Ottawa that made both that one and Doge AI, the one that comments underneath everything.
Yep.
And
Annoying.
somebody
You know
in
how
Ottawa,
many times
somebody in Ottawa, where Sandy,
It was a MAGA
country where
chief.
Sandy lives.
Yeah.
No, but someone in Ottawa, at the Ottawa Citizen or whatever, like that newspaper, like they actually managed to like take the creepiest pictures of that guy, and they're like, this is the guy, and he's like looking like dastardly or whatever, like with his computer, and they got like that nice blue lighting, so it looks like he's actual, like it looks like he's even more evil because of the lighting.
Yeah, he is so cooked. He's not handling it really well in the city desk HQ, NYC, or even he also does the Doge AI governor.
I just said that.
Too.
I just said that.
I know, but I'm just saying he's retweeting stuff right now.
Wait, I'll send the thing where it has the picture of him. He's crazy looking.
Yeah.
Ottawa Citizen.
What? Oh God!
Again, like a lot of these bots also end up being
Ottawa,
like,
the
I've seen
pretend capital of
posts-
Canada.
Yeah.
There's like
Wait, I just sent it.
Drew
I just sent it to
Pavlov,
the chat. I just
some
sent the.
Australian Nazi who used to be a liberal, was posting today, I will
That guy
not
was
be
never.
voting
That guy
for
was never a
Zoran
liberal.
Mamdani.
And his dad thinks he should
Like,
get
the
a
guy was
job.
never a liberal, yeah. He was always a Nazi. But he's a Nazi in Australia. He's not even American. I'm in Australia. I'm an American. Dude's just like, I'm not voting for Zoran Mamdani to rage bait.
It's so fucking funny though that he was written up in the Sydney Herald, and which is like, it's like the New York Times.
That guy is the one who won't leave the hell alone. Every time I tweet about Zoran or Cuomo.
They found
There's
pictures
a
of the
bunch of
guy.
them.
Like they took pictures of the guy where he looks dastardly. But yeah,
But I mean, most of the bot accounts are from Russia or India, or like it's gonna be interesting when we're able to label these
Russia and
accounts.
Israel primarily.
I was wondering what that was because I get those too. City desk.
Yeah. No, it's
All
whenever
the
you
bots on Twitter
type
are
in-
Russian, American, and Israeli.
It's whenever you type in Zoran, it automatically
I
responds.
mean,
to
it's
you.
Elon. Elon owns it. He's gonna fucking
Well,
hand it out to
remember,
his
like
buddy.
Elon, Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman-Fried. These are the gods. They're not even the kings.
Yeah,
Like they're
sorry,
above
he
the
wrote
government.
No,
They
they're
wrote
fucking
a,
dorks.
They're
They're just
just
fucking
with
dorks.
Alex on that one. They're just a bunch of
Coming
dorks.
Is he coming?
I mean, they're literally just losers who didn't get bullied enough as a child. Which
Yes.
I was a nerd who got bullied as a child, and I believe this. They needed to get bullied more.
Me
But
too.
yeah, they
Someone needed to stuff like
Wait,
Thiel
were we
into a
all
locker.
bullied?
The Sydney Herald covered like a while back. They covered Drew Pavlov, and his dad was like, I wish he would just get a job. And
I
he's
wish
like,
he
"No."
would just go
Hold
join
on.
the Russian
Tag him.
Federation so that an
Tag
FPV can take him.
in chat says Emma, Sam, and MR crew just left to go catch Mamdani's speech. So everyone, go spam in the MR Discord.
No, I mean,
say it,
MR.
say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
hey,
on
watch-
though.
go to this
Watch
space.
this
We're
space.
live.
Went off air to
watching.
do it.
Oh, they're actually on air.
No, they're off air.
Prop
is
50
what I
has
said.
passed. Prop 50 has passed.
Hey!
Hey, Prop 50
Huh.
passed.
Congratulations, California.
Oh,
Dude,
Gavin
I
Newsom
love the,
dub. I can't believe we're thrilled for this.
I love
Wait.
that
Why
Gavin
is it
Newsom
saying
made
0-0?
Gavin Newsom
The
made that
one
like,
good
PSA
thing
or
Gavin
whatever
Newsom
about
has
Prop
ever
50.
done.
He made that PSA about Prop 50, and he had like AOC. He had like a bunch of like California politicians, but he didn't have Kamala Harris, so she made her own version of that commercial where she's just like, I want you guys to vote
You
on
guys
Prop
know that
50.
internal Dems right now are planning to run Kamala again, right? With Buttigieg. Like that's the
whatever.
plan right now.
Booty
That is the
judge.
official plan
Booty
right now.
judge.
What happens
they
if
can
she
go
actually
fuck
gets primaried?
Yeah, like no,
It's not
literally,
gonna
we
work.
got
It's just not gonna
McKinsey.
Yeah.
We
not
got
gonna work
McKinsey,
anymore.
Buttigieg, and then loser Kamala. Like that's who they want to run again right now.
Visor, I hear the realism. I hear the hey, we're excited, but they're gonna
But we can
invade
have
New York.
fun.
They're gonna come get you. But I think like normal people, once normal people just start getting a whiff of like, oh shit, ICE is in my streets. What the fuck? We gotta fight this.
No,
like
see, that's not how it works though. You get normalized to it and then you stop seeing it.
No, I understand. I
don't think that's true.
Like, I don't think it's going to happen.
That's not true. At least in New
York,
York,
it's going too fast.
It's
going too.
It is going
New
very
York,
fast, but
they
that's
need
the
to
other part of
strangle
it.
you
New York,
slowly so you
New York,
don't
that's
feel
not
it.
true.
Now
New York is never. Gonna be
I disagree because
like,
they're not doing
You're in
what like they're not
Australia.
trying to build the
like,
Reich the same way.
I live in New York. Like
they're
they
trying to
still-
speed run it.
everybody every time ICE shows up, they still post like a ICE
No,
is
of course,
here.
of
Get
course.
people out of, like
I
they're
don't
not
mean this like
normalized to
like the people who are active. I mean like the average person generally
I'm saying the average
becomes
person.
normalized to things that they see. Even if the
The a-
things like
no, the
especially
average-
especially if
person
it's
at least-
uncomfortable to them.
The average person in New York is pretty alarmed.
New
by
York
it,
is better
I
than
would
most.
say.
We're not
Yeah.
like I didn't mean just New York. I meant all of America, really. New York is
for
much
making
better
this
prepared
event-
than the rest of the
for
country.
making this event possible. Before I begin, let's give a big thank you to the venue
Is that-
staff
is that
who
who
have
the
made
campaign
this
manager
night
is?
such a celebration.
Bing bong.
It's not his elite wife, you know that.
Zoran is about to
No,
join
it's
us
not
on
what-
stage, but before he does,
I'm pretty sure that's like
I want to
the-
say a few
pretty sure
quick
that's the one with the
words
DSA
of
that was, like, the
reflection and
campaign
thanks,
manager.
and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's
Shout out to them, but I will say like
New York City DSA.
my counterpoint, like in defense of Forrest, what you were saying earlier, is that most people are not posting their activism, and that people are pissed about this ICE thing.
Yeah.
It
No,
may
I mean
be
I see
inclusive,
people. I
but
see
also,
people like
They're shouting DSA.
normal people like that post their ICE is like
USA.
Or USA.
For change and
Yes,
Jewish
let's hope.
Voice for Peace Action.
Ooh, that's anti-Semitic, right?
And please give it up for our friends at the New York Working Families Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House?
You're gonna be listening to that for a couple minutes, but you know
This
it's
campaign, we have stood
if you're
shoulder
listening,
to
it's worth
shoulder
listening
with our
to
brothers
who
and
are the
sisters
people
in
who are on the
organized
ground
labor.
floor of this, because this is going to be politics where the Working Families Party, Jewish Voice for Peace, that is going to be the coalition that Zoran brings into Gracie Mansion, the New York City governor's mansion,
And
when he's going to have to be fighting the NYPD machine, the organized crime machine, and yeah, everything that's coming at him. What he's going to be able to fight with are the Working Families Party, are all those coalitions who are there with him on the ground floor, and then beyond. That's why
Unions.
that's important.
I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement. And then when Cuomo decided to get back into
Hey
the race,
Kristina, you're
you
like,
dug
what
deep
sleep
and gave
schedule?
more.
I know, right?
I have been
Yeah.
so honored
You're
to
a
work
comfortable floating
with
bed
you,
for the next
learn
week.
from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause.
Forgive me, Father, for I am living the fuck out.
And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zoran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, El Biscard Church. Now,
It's Zoran.
we have
Internet.
all been
Internet.
inspired by Zoran as a candidate.
I'm sorry,
but
the
I
font
also
got
want to
me.
speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace,
Holy shit, Prop 50 won by
curiosity,
74%.
good humor, and thoughtfulness.
Hell yeah. Holy shit.
And Trump's
That was
gonna
almost-
get that. Trump says he's gonna investigate that.
But he has truly risen
Oh, Yeah, I
above it
mean,
all to
they
give
are.
us hope. So please
All
join
of,
me in
all of
giving
this is getting
Zoran, our
investigated.
friend,
If you don't think that they're gonna cry like foul for literally everything,
Of course, but let him fucking cry.
CNN has Mondani up
there are too
over
many supporters to name.
Cuomo by
so I wanna speak to everyone
150,000
directly.
votes.
Please
Let's
raise your hand if you have given to this
Let's go
campaign,
mandate.
whether
Let's
that
go
is
mandate
time,
Mamdani.
Mandate Mom Donnie.
The mandate.
I like that.
I'm
Mandate
stealing it.
Mom
I'm tweeting it right now.
creating art.
The mandate.
And if
I
you're
still
one of
think
the
we need
tens
to
of
run
thousands-
Clinton
Ma'am,
Clinton
dude.
28, keeping it in the family. Make Chelsea the House Speaker too. Make it Clinton Clinton 28.
What are they doing?
Only
You
Chelsea I
have
want to hear
made
about is Chelsea
history.
Manning.
You set unreachable goals. And
I mean,
then exceeded
Chelsea Manning would be a better
believed in this
fucking
city and
Speaker of
believed
the
in
House.
each other.
I'll give you that one.
And
I
you
meant
achieved
Chelsea
something
Clinton,
that
but
people will speak of for decades to come.
She was
led
Chelsea
with
Manning, I
kindness
believe, was a
and
canvasser
compassion.
for Zoran, by
And
the way.
most importantly, during a time
Really?
of despair
That's
and
awesome.
rising fascism, you decided
If you don't
to
know who
vote for
Chelsea
someone
Manning is,
that
by
you
the way,
don't know.
she
So
was a
thank you.
leaker who spent a lot of time in prison for leaking U.S. war crimes.
He's an American hero.
I think everybody knows Chelsea Manning.
Yeah.
One of the
Shout out to
toughest
WikiLeaks.
humans
Shout out
ever
to the
existed.
collateral damage video.
With our neighbors.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Jason Shuv is a great idea. If we run Clinton and then we run George and Jeb as the Bush from the middle, we can spoil the vote for the Republicans.
It was the product of years of organizing
We need
and
Pete
leadership
Buttigieg to save us
development by
now.
New York City DSA.
There's- if there's
Hakeem-
tonight has told me
sorry,
anything.
Hakeem Jeffries is the only man who can save us now.
Yo.
I couldn't even say it without laughing.
140,000
To be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning.
Damn.
Julia Salazar's
I just worry about all the hands Zoran has shaken and all the crowds he's been in for the last months, but especially last
How
week
is that
or
man's
so.
health still
Like
intact?
that, I hope he's vaccinated.
I hope he has good
Sure he is.
security because they're
Yeah.
gonna try and
That too.
How do I
And
put this in a different way?
it's hard to
They're
vaccinate
gonna
against the
try
Second
and
Amendment.
Eastern Europe him.
And deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind.
I don't think Trump is confident enough to be a president.
To please join me in
Donald
giving
Trump.
her the
I don't think it has to. I don't think Trump's in charge of anything. Trump's just like there to break the republic. See, like my predictions on how this goes are far different than most, but I think that they're intentionally going to crash the economy and default
Just
into debt
go
by March
away.
next year.
You're not Zoran.
You're not Mamdani. Bring me the Ayatollah.
Thank you.
Cheered for you by accident.
See, like, I don't.
Thank you,
I was kidding.
everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign. I first crossed paths with Zoran
Chairman
in
Zoran
2017 on a city council campaign for Kader El-Routine in Bay Ridge. Zoran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America.
DSA getting the biggest pop for the night.
They really are.
That's because they are Latino.
That's why you got to go to dsausa.org/join right now. If you're listening to the sound of my voice, go to dsausa.org/join and join DSA.
A card carrying member, my man.
104,000.
DSA Chicago for life.
We love numbers. We love metrics.
I was New Orleans, and then now I'm DSA with Virginia. So.
About what's behind those numbers.
I was the co-chair of
Every
New Orleans
number
chapter.
No shit.
is, in a way,
Yeah.
an act of bravery.
No offenses, very
Door
successful
knocking is
person.
not the easiest
Let's
thing.
move on.
Many, including myself, it takes a moment of
We honestly
bravery
would be better off with Robert
asking a
Baratheon
stranger
as the king.
something about their life and sharing something about yours.
Hey, the only thing Robert did wrong was just get too drunk and get stabbed by a fucking boar.
Thousands of people.
I mean, like Robert knew that he hated his job. So.
Every time.
Yeah, but realistically, in Game of Thrones, he was the only character that really he didn't
It was
deserve
such a
it.
good show until it
Ned
wasn't.
Stark,
You know?
I wouldn't say Ned Stark deserved
I'm a
what he
book
got.
reader, so you know.
Ned Stark didn't necessarily deserve what he got, but boy, was he stupid.
He was very stupid.
Oh, well, yeah.
1000%, Jeff.
The thing is, like,
Every
It's the same issue that we have now. Everything that happened after he died could have been prevented by him, but he just didn't do it because he wanted to party. And what's happening right now? Our debt is so high that we can't pay it off. Our credit rating globally got dropped. And what is the right doing? They're doing Great Gatsby shit. They're just partying because they know it can't last. And they're just trying to steal as much from you as possible until it all breaks.
For those who don't know, all of our canvases.
So fun fact,
like,
earlier today,
fighters often make
was
bad
posting
leaders, Shade Dragon.
Donald Trump stuff on her Instagram.
Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December.
Libby Wiskowski, I would be surprised if they invaded Wisconsin next. They're gonna invade New York, I'm sure of it.
Welcoming new volunteers into our movement.
Good luck with that one.
Well, thank God that New Jersey went blue, because if New Jersey went red, they would have been staging in Bergen County, and then just like checking the bridges, the tunnels, all of it.
Just let me believe that Spider-Man's going to stop.
They're already kind of doing that in Chicago, but they're not doing checkpoints.
Yeah, like if they won New Jersey, they would have done both in New York. It would have been much easier for New York, for them.
That leadership.
We actually just had a major court victory about them putting up any fences or like ordinances.
They're still doing it. They're ignoring the court orders. They've also been ignoring the court orders about tear gas.
Now the cops are responding a little bit differently.
I'd like to defend myself a little bit in my comment. My comment about this person, very successful. Thank you for everything you did. Read the room, move on. They're not boring. It's just there's a lot more like exciting. You know what? And also, if I were them, I would be out here with this shit memorized. I wouldn't be reading anything. I think you could very.
This is stalling. This is like a campaign stalling tactic.
You should be able to easily go out there and celebrate all the people that were involved without reading it. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I know it's harsh, but whatever.
The flock cameras, we already are having cases of people being wrongfully arrested because of things that the cops think that the flock cameras saw. Like wrongful arrests.
These are unprecedented.
This to me is the wrongful arrest of
that you all have shown
election victory parties right here. I think that this I'm just going to talk over because
I'll turn her down.
Wait, dumb question. When does Zoran actually become mayor? Wait. This is somebody just kind of said in chat. When does he actually get sworn in?
Oh, it's like March.
January.
I'm just kidding. No, I don't know.
What?
See, because back in the day, they used to have to do it by horse, and it would take a lot longer. No.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gullible. Don't do that.
Trying to illustrate the point that waiting for January for presidents is ridiculous.
It used to be March 4th, I think, right?
Really?
It
For
should be
real?
like 2 days.
Yeah.
For mayor, that's a good question.
Wait, you guys
I don't
aren't
know.
kidding about the March thing?
I was totally kidding. Yeah, I don't know.
God damn it!
No, I said it used to be. Back in the day, it used to be that they would take office in like March 4th.
No, immediately following the election. When does it hold on, sorry, I'm on the Wikipedia page.
This is what I'm saying. If you can't just go out there and be like, fucking A, I know exactly what I want to say. Like at this point,
look at all the phones.
I mean, just do that anyway. You don't need to be exactly correct.
You can have it written down just in case.
January 1st.
Look at all the phones. That's such
Yep, there we go.
Oh,
It
so
looks like the
January
New York
1st. So
City
he's not even going to
skyline.
be mayor until next year.
It is January.
January.
Here we go, baby.
There he is.
Go on.
Oh, I thought he had something on his head. That would have been so funny if he got like an advertising logo tattooed on his forehead on this night.
Yeah, this is how he announces he's going corporate.
Nah, be a Natsu tattoo. Walk out with it.
That would be surprise.
This is my totem pole. Go on.
Thank you, my friends.
All right, Fred's a little strong. I'm a supporter. I don't know you.
Hey.
The sun may have set over
Hands
our
yourself.
city this evening. But as Eugene Debs once said,
Yeah, Eugene Deb.
Nice. Bottom up.
I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Let's fucking go, dog.
Let's fucking go. You mess
Don't
with one of
mess
us, you
with
mess with
the
all of us.
Remember,
All right, Spider-Man.
That was a good movie too.
New York have been told
Like for a movie about Israelis and Palestinians, that was
Yeah.
not that
power
one.
does not belong in their hands.
True.
Fingers
Underrated
bruised
Adam
from
Sandler.
lifting boxes on the warehouse floor.
Yo, he's talking about
Arms
workers.
calloused from delivery by
Yo,
candle
he's
bars.
talking about people that work for a
Knuckles
living.
scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
Let me see those hands.
I'm so lived out right now.
We have grasped it.
Like
Enjoy
I said, forgive me.
Is he the
Father, for
youngest?
living the fuck out.
Is he the youngest mayor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's 34.
It's either
Don't cry
him
because it's
or
pulled over. Smile because it's happened.
You realize that New York mayorship matters that much to where like they make storylines in Spider-Man about this?
Yeah, it's he's going to be because John Troy Mitchell was 3 months older than he is.
Zoran's
By
the
way,
youngest
John Troy Mitchell,
mayor.
lost re-election.
Oh
I want to
my
hear
God.
Zoran.
He joined World War I and then immediately crashed his plane and died.
Cool. I wanna hear
Fucking
Zoran.
cook him! Cook him!
New York,
What?
tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
Mandate, Mom Daddy.
Mandate Mom Donnie.
Mandate for a new
Oh no, this sounds like Obama.
That's my
This
boy.
victory speech was bomb ass, and I don't care who you are. I was there
We're
for
gonna
that.
Barack.
government
We
that
Barack the vote
delivers
tonight.
exactly that.
Just don't appoint Timothy Geithner.
We Pokemon went to the polls.
I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
That's awesome.
Fucking go.
Mandates.
And that is because of you.
Mandate for change.
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say,
I'm black,
Stanway,
I'm gay.
Alaikum wa ilaykum.
Mashallah.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas,
Let's. Oh, God.
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
There it is.
Aunties.
Is he talking about Antifa?
Kensington,
Antifa, what's that? Haven't
He's
heard that
talking
name in a
about
while.
badass women that contribute to our lives that aren't necessarily related to us. Come on now.
democracy is yours too.
Badass aunties myself.
This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night.
Okay, Wesley.
New York has an Elmhurst?
Who
No
lives
shit.
elsewhere. Who
Yeah, Melissa
commutes
Mercante
2
took a
hours
picture with
each
Hassan.
way from Pennsylvania because
Aw.
rent is too
That's a
expensive
classic
in this
Kristina
city.
moment.
I love Alyssa.
It's about people
I
like
said
the
Alyssa
woman I
Mercante
yeah.
took a picture with Hassan. That's a classic Kristina
who
moment.
said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
Alyssa rocks.
This is so
And it's
good.
about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It's time to ask more of our
Oh,
browser.
that's some bullshit.
Adjust all these messages.
Have an ad blocker? Come on, man. Where's your blocker? Sandy, take it away.
She's
got
100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
Yeah. Killing it.
Did Mamdani meet with the president of Colombia today?
That I have asked for much from you
Oh.
over this last year.
I don't know. That'd make him pretty busy.
Time and again.
I mean, I have a photo of him with him from today together. I just don't know if it's like from
Does it
today.
have the Surgeon General's AI warning on it?
No, here, take a look. I linked it.
Yeah, it says right there, don't look at this if you're pregnant. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it looks real to me.
I just don't know if it's today or not, because that would be interesting if it was today.
I might just be
Gustavo
posted today.
Petro. I'm looking up
Oh my god, if
Gustavo
it was
Petro.
today, then we're going to war with Venezuela and Colombia.
No, we already probably are.
Oh no, we are going to war
Tomorrow,
with Venezuela.
he announces
Geo
that
confirmed,
last
created a
week.
map for Venezuela. You know we're going to war with Venezuela.
I think Trump is already planning out Colombia too.
Yeah, probably. We also said Nigeria and Iraq recently. We said we were going to invade Nigeria 2 days ago, and same with Iraq. Or rather, no, sorry, we told Iraq to back off because America and Israel are going to bomb some shit.
I don't know.
In there.
Petro said in Nueva York, and then that was his picture. So I guess
he went to meet with Mamdani, which would be smart of him.
It
But
took
that
away
means
his
that
visa,
Trump's going to
though.
be like,
It took away his visa.
Fuck
I
what
don't know.
Trump's gonna do. I want to hear what Zoran wants to do. Hell
oh,
yeah!
I know. I want to know what Colombia's going to do.
They're gonna
Talk to
fight.
Candidso about that.
And to my incredible wife, Rama.
Elite life.
That ran his campaign.
Oh, you guys are going to be happy. I'm seeing Ma'am Date
I'm trying to
on
watch
Twitter
it.
already.
Hell
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm trying to watch it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why don't you marry her?
I'm gonna marry Zoran.
Too disappointed by politics to vote at all. Thank
You
you
could
for the
screenshot it, it'll
opportunity
last
to prove
longer.
myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many
The
who
only
thought
true
this
purpose.
day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a
Haters
future
and the
of less,
losers.
with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York,
Burn.
we have answered those fears.
Feel it.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
Goddamn right it is.
Decision that tens of thousands
Yeah.
of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad.
God damn it, bro. He's
More
killing
than
it.
1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small
I don't know who this guy is, but I have his number.
Is that the guy that Dan interviewed?
We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that
Wait,
the
bro?
impossible could be made
What?
possible.
No, that guy.
Oh!
And we won because we insisted that no longer would
I don't know. It
politics
just sounds
be
like that guy's
something
name.
that is done to us. Now it is
I
something
illegally
that
voted
we
2,000
do.
times for Minnesota. Actually, all of Curtis Silva's votes came from me.
It's called Nehru now.
Comes but rarely in history. When we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the
He
new.
really is like Obama level earlier. It's crazy.
But better, because it's sincere.
Right, he's not full of shit. But Obama had like before you could actually tell, before like the trap had actually been sprung. Like the whole thing about Obama is that he made you believe him. You know what I
I'll
mean?
tell you what, man. When he got inaugurated, I went to Clear Park and like I had even more severe social anxiety. I was in elbow to elbow, like just like thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and yeah, it had some energy behind it. You know, it was very disappointing to see him kind of like do the trajectory that he did, but at the time that he got elected, holy shit.
2 million rent stabilized tenants.
Hell yes.
Make buses fast and free.
Let's go.
You should do the call and response.
Deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
Yeah, teachers.
We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYC developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves,
He's cooking.
we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate.
God,
to
he's the
pit us
only
against
politician
one
that I'm even willing to listen to these days.
Right?
In this moment of political
I listen to Bernie, I listen to AOC, I listen to Omar,
Bernie's too boring to me.
look,
Like, I
Bernie's
know
like
what he's gonna say.
Bernie's like my favorite classic rock song. You know what's gonna happen. It's not surprising.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He does not along with it.
He's no Klobuchar.
Bernie had a really kick-ass speech on the Senate floor today.
Bernie did?
Yeah.
A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Wow, I thought he was anti-Semitic. What's going on?
I swear to God, if I was running
why I
this
voted for him.
story, I would do the whole thing like it was
Yeah,
going
that's
after
the
him.
betrayal, sir. That's the betrayal.
But in the halls of power,
For the next, like, what? At least 8 years, the Spider-Man writers are going to have a lot of, like, kingpins going against this guy, and I'm telling you.
Then it'll still be a mid-comic.
I mean, yeah.
this new age will be defined by
Amazing Spider-Man mid.
Spider-Man can't be a good comic. He will always be a great character, but he can't be a good comic because it has to be
Spider-Man's
safe.
good. Come on, Jeff. Come on.
Spider-Man has to be safe, and that's the problem with Spider-Man. That's why Daredevil fucking rocks. You can go crazy with Daredevil.
We're about to have a mad debate on this.
Those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone.
Yes.
Everyone.
Good to know he would have answered our question anyway.
Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to
Fake
redefine
news.
reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour.
Hell yeah, yeah.
Gianmarco Soresi, wishing Curtis Silva all the pussy he desires.
John Marco, come on, movie night extravaganza.
Genuinely, man needs to come on this space.
Absolutely.
He's promised me twice to get a couple of movie night extravaganza and has not responded to my emails after saying, email me and sending me his email.
There's a call out.
Same with me and Taylor Lorenz. So feels.
And if we embrace
If you ever do get her, talk to her, tell her to unblock me, please.
Every time.
She needs to respond to my email first.
All right, I'm gonna add her right now.
Yeah, please unblock me, Taylor.
You can replace me with you.
I'll text her, Jeff. Not kidding. I'll shoot her a text tomorrow.
Oh, please. I got blocked her over George the cat drama.
I mean, this letter actually talks about privacy and surveillance all the time. I'd love to have a chat with her.
I said, Taylor Red, unblock my boy.
Thank you.
By dismantling the very conditions
tweeted it
that
out.
allowed him to accumulate power.
We talk on Twitter.
has it right. This is what the standard human thought process is like now. That's it.
So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching,
Yeah, motherfucker.
4 words for you.
Go fuck
Go
yourself.
fuck yourself.
Volume up.
Let's go!
Yes, okay, I love that.
Close enough.
That is so much
Turn the
better than
volume up.
I would just say go fuck yourself, but
Donald Trump, I got 4 words for you.
Turn his TV off.
And dick pic.
turn his
Look
TV
at the
off.
pose.
That would have
Hero
been sick.
pose. Look at the pose.
Could you imagine? Zoran
Mic
Mamdani,
drop.
I got 4 words for you. Turn his TV off.
I'm my foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it.
Because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires
Can we
like
turn this
Trump
up at all,
to
actually?
evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
Yeah, Trump, you're gonna pay those
Turn up.
taxes.
We will stand
Backed up.
alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know
Yeah.
just as Donald Trump does that when working people have ironclad
Damn, Brian Tyler Cohen already posted that quote.
become very small indeed.
Of course he did.
he's always on top of that shit.
New York will remain a city.
He was the first person to ever raise my dick channel.
built by immigrants.
Oh my God.
Cooking.
And as of tonight,
And as a New Yorker,
Yeah. Alex,
Led by
look at that.
immigrants.
Look at that tweet. Look at the tweet. What I just sent.
I'm looking at
Fucking incredible.
President Trump, when I say this, to get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Fuck yes, dude! He
Yes!
Spider-Man!
Doc,
Biden is alive again!
Doc, I know you're listening right now.
68 days. Expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all.
Who said that?
And we must chart a new path.
Who said that?
As bold as the one we have already traveled.
It was a former mayor of New York, I want to say.
The
LaGuardia?
conventional wisdom would tell
Patrick
you that
Ewing?
I am far from the perfect candidate.
Charles Oakley, more like.
Best efforts to grow older.
Patrick Ewing was the mayor then. That means that Michael Jordan was our president.
It was Mario Cuomo that said you campaigning poetry. You government.
Oh, Mario Cuomo said that?
Yeah. Mario Cuomo was like
I refuse
better.
to apologize for any of this.
Goddamn right!
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, dude.
Let's
I'm
fucking
so-
Please,
do
just
it.
push harder on
Dude,
it.
I am so hard right now.
Every single person
convention has held us back.
My boner went away about 2 minutes ago.
We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty
Mine has grown to the size of this country of China. Like right now, my boner is China. It's the whole country. It doesn't exist.
Transgender for everybody.
Everybody gets transgender.
We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month. Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and...
Free.
Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal...
Child care.
Xbox. We've spoken together.
Dude, we're all robots. That's cool. I like it.
Universal cereal bus.
Universal gushers. Gushers for everyone.
I don't even live in New York, and I'm fucking going along with
Yes,
this shit.
Sylvie.
I really want to move now.
It's yours.
Is it bad again as the cousin city? I'm just kind of like, oh, I hope this works out so we can get some of this.
Yeah.
Look, very interesting that we watched Zoran speak and not Abigail Spanberger.
We did watch a little Spanberger.
And now I'm going to get a gender reassignment surgery.
Very good.
They're going to do the My Heart Goes Out to You memes.
You know
now.
Iran actually does that?
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Fuck,
Music.
he did.
Did you guys know that Iran
this, and then he
actually
did
transes
this.
your gender?
Okay, look. Okay, that is interesting, but great speech. Fucking A. Way to cap it off. Way to put that the cherry on top, right?
Sorry, Matt. You were popping off some good shit a moment ago, saying that like you gotta be able to just like pop it off the hip and say whatever speech you gotta say. You just gotta give it. Thoughts on that?
What do you think that you don't think that was it?
Oh no, I thought it was. I thought there was someone. Maybe it wasn't you, Matt.
No, he wasn't. Okay, yeah, right. The field director was just reading it, and I was like, you know what? In this position, you should be able to just bang that out. Now, I thought what he did was the appropriate version of having it written, but you know what you're gonna say, and he didn't skip a beat. He knew exactly when the crowd was gonna freak out. He just stood there after he threw the gauntlet down to Trump. I think this was exceptionally well done and a credit to the campaign.
Yeah, one of the only political speeches I've ever actually watched all the way through without like, being so bored I wanted to tune out.
Yeah.
Any negative criticism?
I'm about to jump off here. Been going
Oh, Alex. Yeah, dude. Thank you.
As a New Yorker, that's what I want to fucking see.
As a New Yorker, he is black. As a New Yorker, he is gay.
A dude saying yes, quoting Spider-Man. Fucking you want to mess with New York? You're gonna come through all of us.
Yeah,
like I love it.
Raise the volume.
Raise the volume.
Perfect line.
Put more attention on me, like you did AOC and made her a fucking national figure.
He wants the he knows he's the lightning rod.
Please, everyone, thank you so much for this. It was
Good
so
night, brother.
much fun doing this whole thing.
Hey,
Alex, it's always great to see you.
Delivered that line in Spider-Man
Dan,
2.
nice to meet you on almost in person on camera.
Well, y'all live in New York. You can hang out.
Yeah, you guys are in the same city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll connect.
Grab a donut or a
New
bagel.
Orleans is the New York of the Bayou.
Hey, look, man, I'm from New Orleans, so
Follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube. I just made a D12 reaction on my YouTube. And
I still gotta watch that.
take care, folks.
See you, buddy.
Love
See you, man.
y'all.
Take care.
See ya, Alex.
Peace out.
Yeah, folks. I mean, feel free to have some more commentary if people want to start to bow out. I mean, tomorrow's a Wednesday. We're here again for a whole nother 10 or 12 hours. I may not be. I may have to pre-record my Hey Funny book tomorrow, and then I may not be on Left Past 10. I'm adopting a stray pit bull. She's coming home tomorrow, and it's going to be the first night, and the dog is going to share this room with me, kind of, which is going to be very interesting.
Do they have a name yet?
Frida.
Yo, that dog is going to become a top streamer.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Look. Here's
No
what
callers, no
Matt.
callers.
Matt, don't put a shot collar on her, okay?
No, Matt already put the shot collar on me.
We just
That's
got.
fine. I'm fine with that.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
I've got the shot collar.
I'll talk about it in
Where's
detail
the shot
more.
collar?
Every time I talk too much on stream, Matt just goes.
Yeah,
No, I can probably use that too.
talking,
I
so
wouldn't
it
mind
doesn't be working.
Okay, just to remind you, Forrest, we do have a suggestion box on the Discord. Feel free to drop that in there if you want shot collars. But look, here's the thing. I really do. I want to thank everyone, and we should probably just start to wrap it up and keep it moving.
Wait, I should say, because it's Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Everyone know it. Movie Night Extravaganza usually on Tuesday. We are doing. It's a Kristina episode. She's leading it because we're doing a Joan Crawford movie. We're doing Mildred Pierce.
She did not abuse her kids. Cool. I'm tired of that nonsense.
Which is a movie that has undertones of incest the whole time.
Mildred Pierce.
I love old dialogue, even when there's like undertones of incest in it. It's like
sorry, Mildred.
so classic.
I mean, we like Game of Thrones, so
We will be showing that on this space. We'll probably Thursday, but yeah, that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow 8, and then I guess I'll drop off after this. But 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain Time, 5 Pacific. Movie night, youtube.com/movie night extravaganza. We're going to be live. We're going to be doing Mildred Pierce. Kristina's going to be there. She knows more about Joan Crawford. And I swear to God, because we've done Joan Crawford episodes, she knows more about Joan Crawford than anyone I've ever met in my life.
She's my favorite actress of all time.
So it's just me, Kristina, and Conan. We don't have a guest, and Kristina's going to be leading us through it. We've done in the past Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. And
that episode popped off.
Yeah, that episode did really, really well. Kristina led us through like so much history about Joan Crawford. So I guess I'll jump off, after
Thanks,
this.
Forrest. It was good to see you.
I gotta
Good
jump
to see you, Forrest. We gotta do something together, all of us.
You gotta come back on
GMP. Hit me up. I mean, hit me up either in Discord, which I at least check it once a week.
Yeah.
God, like this was such a great stream. There's so many people that I want to like talk to after this. Not even necessarily like on stream, just talk to, like interesting conversation wise.
I really got a pee, so I'm gonna jump off. All right.
Break.
So really quick, I'm gonna jump too. But really cool hanging. Before I do go, please do check out our recent episodes of Good Morning Comrade. We had an interview with Conrad Cable, who's running against Mike Johnson in District 4 in Louisiana. We also had an interview with Lauren Jewett, who is running against Steve Scalise in District 1. Those are great episodes. You're not going to want to miss them. I think one of them right on this space today. Join DSA, dsausa.org/join. And I wanted to shout out again, Spamberger, whatever. Ghazala Hashmi, the lieutenant governor of the lieutenant governor-elect of Virginia, the first Muslim statewide elected, and she is for the workers. She is for the workers. She is always showing up to picket line. She's always showing up for the workers. So holler to her. She fucking rules. Love each and every one of you. Chat. Bo Z, look, I'm not picking my nose, okay? That's not happening. Come on, dog. But look, y'all be cool. Have a great night. And Hank, I got to DM you. All right.
We'll talk soon. See ya.
See you, man.
All right. I am also going to hop off in a second, but I got 2 questions to ask first. 1, when is Andrew Cuomo moving to Florida? And
Tomorrow.
2 is
Tomorrow.
Ron DeSantis going to tax him? And 3, sorry, I had 3 questions. Is Alan Dershowitz going to, quote, redacted his brains out on live television now?
God willing. Maybe he'll live streaming at the Martha's
Pay-per-view.
That's the
This
best
tape is
answer that
going-
anyone could have ever given.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to charge
I
members
think-
content for that.
I think as a lawyer, he can write his way out of that. Probably he'll flub it, but it'll make news. I bet whatever
I will
he says
personally
is an
appeal.
excuse.
I will personally appeal.
It'll make news. Thank you, Vizora.
Anyway, thank you. You
Good
guys
talking
can check
with
me
you.
out at youtube.com/@Vizora. I stream as many days a week as I can, usually at least 3. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, always. Monday through Friday, not the weekends. You can find me on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/Vizora Official. You can find me on Twitter. All my links are in the bio. Join the SRA as well. Learn to defend yourself. Go talk to your neighbors. Build a community. Prepare yourself. It's going to get a lot worse. I will see you guys next time. And don't forget to like the stream.
See ya.
See ya.
Good night.
Yeah, I keep telling people. I keep
Sunglasses,
telling
like-
people it's worse than ever and only getting worse. And so, I'll take the win, but back at it.
Matt, you
Skip.
growing your hair out? I'm liking it.
Yes, I have grown my hair out.
Hell
Your
yeah.
ponytail, like
Very,
a Richard Thomas.
Get
a
past
la
that
Sleeping
awkward
Kids.
phase.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
do bangs and have like a Prince Valiant. Just kidding. No, yeah, I got so tired of. Well, you know what? I should do just like a whole episode, a deep dive on barbers in this area
Yeah,
where I
hair
am.
growth.
It's fucked up.
There are probably,
Good.
if you want your hair to grow faster, there are things that I can recommend to you to help your hair
No,
grow faster.
yeah, I'm good. I'm married, so I got all the. She's like,
Yeah.
when you're drying your hair, do the cool button. Do cool at the end. Don't just do straight hot. I'm
Actually, no.
I'm
If you
gonna
want your
take
natural
advice
wave,
from my wife for like I have for
Hold
25
on.
years.
My
If that's
wife is- well, I'm gonna see this unless your wife is a certified stylist. Mine
no,
is.
but hold on. It's a matter of life and death, my man. It has nothing to do with certification.
Well,
Okay?
I get it. I do get it.
It's smart.
No, but you can also do this thing where you listen to the certified stylist.
Yeah.
If you want your natural wave, it's very easy. Shampoo, conditioner, brush your hair. Do not brush your hair after any
Comb
of
it.
that.
Yeah.
I'm going for
As
Brad
somebody
Pitt
who-
World War Z.
I have proof here.
Just
Look
her.
at this. Look at this.
But I'm going for World War Z
gonna
Brad
try
Pitt.
that.
Just Kristina, just so you know. That's my
Hank.
length. Then I'm out.
Hank
Go on,
wins.
Hank. Hey,
I can dry my
anybody-
hair with a paper towel in about a second and a half. So
Yeah, I'm so jealous of that.
Hank,
You
do you want
do
to
not
Hank, you need to borrow my
understand.
sunglasses for the?
yeah. Yes, I went bald at it started at 19 and it was
Oh.
fast for me. And I kind of it's in a way that's kind of getting lucky because the slow baldness is torture. I had all kinds of other issues. I didn't even really know. I mean, I noticed, but yeah, I went to bald in my early 20s. So yeah, but I got a beautiful skull. Undoubtedly.
I do not see
Yeah.
I did the unfortunate thing where I shaved my head for like a just reasons, and I realized that I have like an unnaturally shaped skull, and it sucks.
Keep your hair. Yep. I got
gonna
lucky.
break out the
Have to.
calipers
I
now,
have
or
to.
I
like-
got a. Yeah, I mean,
Is that
I think
measuring?
I think I peaked when I was born when because my mom had a giant cervix, which
You know
kept
what?
my-
I'm not
my
even
head
doing
in
it like
perfect
a
shape.
thing. I use Nutrafol. Again, not a thing at all. I'm not sponsored by them. I did not get it from the Sam Cedar sponsorship, but if you want to use the Majority Report sponsorship, I know you do get 10% off. But Nutrafol works, man.
I remember when Sam Cedar came on Moon Night Extravaganza for the first time. He gave us our own Cedar Seeds discount code for our community.
I need to do
And
my
then
own
he
Pepsis, but I don't know how to do it.
He was talking about, he was like, we try to get, he's like, I was trying to bring John Benjamin on, and me, Forrest, and Cohen were like, oh yeah. And then afterwards, we were like, wait a minute. He not only promoted the show days leading up to it, the day of, and whatever, and gave us our own he was trying to get John Benjamin on the podcast too.
Dude.
I almost had David Feldman crash the podcast interview with Sam Cedar when I had him on my show. Feldman was 2 seconds from crashing it and then had to bail. But oh my God, that would have propelled me into legendary status. That would have been like something that people were like, do you remember that time? And
then he had to pay attention to my cleavage on stream, so that was fun because Forrest had to highlight a comment from one of my mods about my boobs, and I was like,
see, now I can't relate, but
I kind of can actually. Did Feldman and Cedar have a crash out? I mean, are they?
No, it was just it would have been funny as shit. And I was emailing with Feldman a lot at the time, and it would have been. I said, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And he was like, "Yes." And then the night of, I was like, "Here's the link," and he was like, "I am not home yet." And then it was like too late, and because we were, it was a pre-taped interview.
Yeah.
So, and then there was a number of times where John from San Antonio was on, and Sam was going to crash that, and it never coordinated. I think because it was always Tuesday, which was like softball night.
Well,
but like it never worked, and I was like,
I have some stats for you.
Yeah, no, but that John was on a lot. It was really good, but it would have been so fun to have Sam crash. Hey, is there anybody else who wants to? I got a big day tomorrow.
Yeah, we can wrap it up at 12 for 5
Yeah,
minutes.
but I want everyone to get their promos.
Oh,
in.
go ahead, Sandy.
But run it down.
Yeah, I'm ready to head out. I'm actually here longer than I was anticipating.
Oh yeah, it's like 3 a.m. in Canada.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It always
forget
depends
where
on the
Canada
month.
is.
Every
I'm
odd
sorry.
month.
I
Yeah,
forget where
every
it is.
odd month it changes. And we have
right.
15 months here, so it's
Yeah.
it gets confusing.
Oh yeah, America's cowboy hat, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So everyone can catch me on this space tomorrow at 4 p.m. American time. And
It gets so cold, you got to wear a toque.
uh-huh.
Could I get that in inches, please?
A toque in inches?
No, 4 o'clock.
Sorry.
We have 3 time zones.
Ooh, the square footage.
My
of
toque is 8 inches long. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to be responding to a Kyle Kalinske video, but not in
There
a
you go.
bad way.
He's smoking all that
An
pack
interesting way. Everyone, you can go buy my horror book. Love it so much. I just recorded an interview last night with an official candidate for the NDP up here in Canada.
Oh, wow.
He's actually a very big environmentalist. So Sandy from Coffee House would probably be interested in seeing that
Oh, yeah.
particular interview.
Hey, congratulations
yeah.
on your 5-year anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
Your show. That's
Hell
amazing.
yeah.
That's a milestone.
Yeah. It's been a journey, that's for sure.
I know.
Yeah, and Sunday will be my regular news live stream. The Canadian budget came out today, so I haven't really had a chance to find out what's going on with it, but probably nothing good considering that the Conservatives voted with the Liberals.
Wait, are they going to call a special election or something? I was talking to somebody in my chat about that, where like because of all the stuff that's going on, that technically, like it could lead to a new election.
That's when they do their budget proposal, it's like a money bill. That's also like
Yeah.
a confidence bill. So if it was voted against, then yes, that could launch an election. But from what I just briefly saw today, I think the Conservatives voted with the Liberals because it's a very conservative militaristic bill.
Okay.
So then there will not be an election in the near future. It's
That-
basically it's a
that's good,
confidence
right?
vote.
I mean, that's like overall good. Like,
It's good in the fact that the NDP currently don't have a leader because they're in the middle of a leadership race.
okay.
But it's bad because it's like increasing our military spending exponentially while doing the whole austerity thing and cutting public services and whatnot. And Carney is more conservative than most conservatives
Is
premiers
Carney
have ever
doing
been.
anything about the cost of living?
For rich people, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Yeah. He's making it easier for rich people.
See, you
I
guys
saw
aren't
something
that
about
different from us.
I think I saw something
Dang.
again. I haven't been online much today, but I think he did something about cutting luxury taxes. So those extra yachts and stuff that they're buying, they won't get extra taxes on.
mm.
Thank God. I was so worried.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
They've
can't
had it
wait
rough.
to find out more about what the budget was.
Well,
I will
Sandy,
look to your content to see it.
I always appreciate you coming on, giving us the northernist perspective that we can come by. I really do.
The CBC report.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh yeah. I will see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, and I guess there's a debate going on in the chat about if it's Canada is America's man cave or America is Canada's man cave. So we'll debate that next time.
Oh man, I gotta clean my customer's man cave later this month before Thanksgiving. He has so much little like antique doohickeys, and one time I broke one. But my mom has broken more stuff cleaning than I have because I'm very like shaky hands, so I'm like very careful. Also, I got good news. We're gonna have Brett, and we're gonna be all caught up this week.
Oh, great! Yeah, good for you.
Christmas came early.
Good.
We actually will decorate on Sunday, live stream it.
Oh, good to hear. Yeah.
Thanksgiving decorations?
No, Christmas decorations.
Oh,
skip ahead. We skip ahead in the south.
Come on.
All right.
Yeah.
I at least put a
I just
wreath
leave mine
out
up
for a
all
few-
year.
Like 2 weeks. 2 weeks I got my Thanksgiving wreath to like kind of give me like the whole thing.
My aunt who had 27 cats at one point, and that place did not smell like cats at all. She's the reason why I became such an animal lover. She kept the tree up, and she would decorate for every holiday. So Valentine's Day, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Halloween, like.
My father-in-law, he has been by himself for like the past like almost 20 years. He puts a sheet over his Christmas tree and is just like, I'll take the sheet down whenever I need it. Just because he only uses that for the family pictures. Like we go there, take the family photos, and then that's it. Puts the sheet back on.
During the holiday or all year?
So all year he'll keep the tree up, put the sheet up, but take the sheet down whenever we're there for the pictures.
See, our tree is like a 3-part.
He's got a
he's a
process.
very
I can't
odd
fault
guy.
the guy. He's got a process.
The king of his
I'm
own
just
like
glad he
there's
has enough
logic.
room to have he has enough room to like treat his living room like a set piece where it's like, okay, we're doing this one, bring that in, and then okay, no, let's leave that
He has an
right there,
arcade
like-
cabinet like that he customized with over 10,000 games on it, though.
Wow.
Single life, man.
Yeah.
He got
Very
divorced
thankful.
all
I've
this
never
time.
lived
He's
in
just
a-
like, I don't
I've
give a
never-
fuck. I'm ripping out the bushes. I don't want any maintenance. I'm gonna hire one landscaper and that's it. And then I'm gonna just play some video games.
Kristina,
Yep.
you're on tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Moon Eye Extravaganza, because we're doing noir films. It's this one of our favorite 3 months to do. I'm excited to discuss Mildred Pierce. I have the whole history about that. Joan Crawford leaving MGM and her having to audition for this movie because they didn't want her. They wanted Barbara Stanwyck, because the whole thing. I'm excited.
Interesting.
I know a lot about the novel. If anybody wants a precursor to get to know about Mildred Pierce and Joan Crawford's role in that, Be Kind Rewind on YouTube has a video that dissects the difference between the movie and the novel, because the novel is not a noir crime thriller. It's very much borderline, almost incestuous between Mildred and her daughter Vita, who's a small, manipulative bitch, just like me. No, but I'm very excited because I love discussing old Hollywood films because I grew up on those. That's why when people are like, hey, where are you from? I'm like, oh, I'm originally from New Jersey, but I've lived in South Carolina my whole life. And everyone's like, where's your accent? I'm like, I watched a lot of old Hollywood films and I kind of suppress my Southern twang by just mimicking the transatlantic, accent in a way. So my Southern accent, or even whatever's left of a Jersey accent, is just dormant. They can't guess where I'm from.
You're from the past. Yeah.
Clearly, yes.
I'm from the
Yeah, see?
Great.
I was just to say I'm gonna take the next opportunity to dip out now because Kristina has the stamina to last all night. I'm going to plug. We'll see what happens. I have a lot of stuff to do tonight, but I might be on one. So I have an idea for a detour, which is I record a live video. I don't have the ability to edit on my fucking Chromebook right here, so I'm just gonna shoot a live video. But I have a bunch of notes called. It's inspired by a couple of my favorite articles from The Verge, but the title is "Congratulations, Zoran Mamdani, Welcome to Hell." I might tweak it a little bit. But like it's gonna and I feel a little bit better making the video, having had this night, having talked to y'all on panel, having spoken to people in real life, because yeah, it's been Mamdani mania on the left part of the internet, and I didn't even crack a smile at the Bernie rallies in 2016. I just don't like political rallies. I think that Mamdani quote about you run campaigns as poetry and you do your actual elected life as prose. I believe that, and I'm ready to move into the prose very quickly and get into the brass tacks of like, okay, buddy, that fast and free chant is very funny. Let's see what happens. All these other different things. I also am reflecting a lot in real time about the Omar Fateh thing, and maybe some lessons about how, as a media space, we can do better to kind of like distribute that love a little bit, because the Zoran Mamdani videos, they do well in the algorithm. The Omar Fateh videos, they may not do it, but you know, to the extent that you can get that name out there, to the extent that you can fight the xenophobia, the racism, and there was, listen, I don't want to compare it, but if you saw some of the racism that was being hurtled towards Omar Fateh, that like, I swear Matt Walsh said something like, can we let someone with a forehead that big, like a Somali like that, actually run a city in like America? Like, I'm barely even kidding, and I'm not even going down to the Groyper comments. I'm talking about like
it's ridiculous. Also, too, like people don't understand that, you know, there's a lot of Somalian immigrants in Minnesota. Like, I do not understand why these conservatives can't comprehend that.
Because they're the racists, yeah. Like, you know, like, and Matt Walsh is an inbred, and you know, if we pulled out the skull calibers, I think Hank would have the better skull, I'd say. But you know, anyways, superior skulls, truly. And it's a you can draw a circle. It's the Fibonacci sequence in that like outline right there. It's absolutely nature's perfection. No,
I peaked at birth. Yeah, I know.
I absolutely disagree with that, brother. Your life is wonderful. But I do want to say that video, welcome to hell, Zoran Mamdani. I'm gonna try to get it up tomorrow, youtube.com/Dan from the internet. And if I don't, it won't be the first time. But Power Report is every Thursday. I think I'm gonna make some tweaks in the new year, but for now we're streaming live every Thursday, or most Thursdays at least. youtube.com/Dan from the internet, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, for about 3 hours. We do a little bit of domestic news. We try to cover the international world politics news that sometimes doesn't get as much attention as we'd like to. And yeah, I definitely am trying to, in continuing to modify and adapt the show, trying to highlight more of these moments of individual resistance, whether it's maybe it's not a group organizing, but oftentimes it is, but fighting against ICE, creating opportunities for food banks to supplement the government's failures to feed its citizens, like when Roman peasant shit here now. But yeah, this is the stuff I care about. This stuff you can check out my channel for if you haven't already, youtube.com/Dan from the internet. I believe Power Report replays on this space the first hour. I want to say it's like Tuesday, but I should know better.
Yes,
but
it's Tuesday after Wicked.
Thank you.
For a while there, a lot of people were like, wow, there's a lot of Kristina on Tuesdays. We gotta fix that.
No, that's not.
That's what. Yeah, trust me, not a problem for the views. But yeah, that's all I've got. It's been a pleasure being on air with
Dan. Thank you so much for on the street, on site reporting. That's fucking huge. Nobody else was doing that. That's huge. Thank you.
It's Hank has seen me at my most perverted election night producer mode. Okay. Unfortunately, well,
I've had the pleasure, and you work very well. You were undercompensated by that company you worked for.
You and I both, brother. You know. You and I and Hassan and Emma and John.
Yeah, we should have.
There's something here, but
we should have some comparing notes and tea spilling from you guys. I see a collab right here at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
actually,
have you done that?
Actually, a year ago.
Yeah, I was on Power Report like December 24th.
Okay,
a year
you're
ago,
giving me too much credit to remember a year ago. Like,
yeah,
it's crazy. Okay, worth rewatching though.
I've tried to block it out too, but also on my YouTube channel, I have a playlist called the TYT Crash Out Pack, where
there we go.
It's debatably not my greatest moments, but also like it's some of. I like the work that I highlighted there, not just the PowerPoint guests who were on, kind of dissecting the TYT post-election stuff, but Hank had some great revelations about how Hassan, Hank, and I kind of Trojan horse the TYT union in a lot of ways.
Should make
a lot
it
of
a
stuff
regular
there,
show. Wouldn't that be
Oh,
great
no,
if
yeah,
you
like-
guys just 15 minutes a week just come on, tell a fucked up story, and roll?
On Majority Report today, Emma and Hassan had some slight comments about
heard.
that, and I'm like, there's a.
You're just like, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
I've always said there's a book in draft, and Hank actually, I know he's gonna plug this too, but he's also working on his amazing documentary, Tell the Truth, Jank. And I will let him plug that because I've, as usual, talked too long. But
I'd like to get. Well, there's a book
thank you.
there somewhere. And I have a title for it that I don't want to reveal yet. But yeah, thanks, Dan. Sorry, I interrupted your finish up. Go ahead.
You're good.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Real
Thanks,
quick
Dan.
though, the Democrats, the official Instagram for the Democrats made like a TikTok edit of Zohran Mamdani saying, "Kind of busy as next mayor of New York City."
Piss off. I mean, honestly, no.
It's gonna be so annoying.
Last thing, and I need to like brainstorm this out before I do the video, is like, I'm not sure if like Zohran Mamdani should like dog walk the Democratic Party at this point. I think he should have at least a little bit of a phase of playing nice, but I caution him, and I hope he's learned the lesson of AOC of like, there's only so much that like building capital in that party can get you. I think even in his speech he was kind of alluding to the fact. I think in the speech he was alluding to the fact that the status quo is not something that's worth fighting for anymore. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, like I said earlier, I'd like to see some belt to ass politics. This is the era, this is the time, and I want to see Zohran go like, hey, I love the Democratic Party supporting me right now, but just last week, Hakeem Jeffries was popping off that good shit on CNN, and they're like, he couldn't even say my name right. Like, I want the receipts to be kept. Also, my midnight viewing is going to be whatever Chris Cuomo is talking about on News Nation.
Nice.
That's the ones that we miss because that's going to be funny.
Nice.
All right, y'all. Much love. Appreciate y'all. Again,
Thanks, Dan.
youtube.com/Dan from the internet. Peace. Appreciate you. And appreciate you, Letterhack,
Dan.
for holding it down here. Bye.
You got it.
Yeah, shout out.
Well, I was just.
Yeah, that was a great
Go ahead,
night.
go
And then there were 4.
Thanks for doing it, Matt. You did a great job.
Sure.
And, yeah, so the only thing I had to kind of wrap up on was just that the standards they're going to hold Zohran to are so much different than any other politician because of the social.
Oh yeah,
they're so motivated. Yeah,
you can have like a white dude with the same platform as Zohran, and they won't go as hard because he's white. Like they're not gonna, they're gonna be worse because he's a brown Muslim. Like
and all of the politics of it. Like they want to prove that socialism fails, and every murder and every carjacking and every single thing that happens in the city is going to be, look, socialism fails. Look, we can't.
Well, they do that with Brandon Johnson here in Chicago. So
this is why if I was a Democrat, I would just say I want to bring back FDR's New Deal economic policies. Like that's it, because that's if you keep saying you want to bring back the 1950s, well, because of the economy was great back then.
Right.
It's just once we started cutting the marginal tax rate for the rich, that's when they embraced trickle down economics. That's when things went to shit.
Yeah, and they need to prove it because any mild success could be pointed to as underpinning their whole stupid narrative. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it'll be fascinating as long as Zohran fights, because he doesn't need to deliver. He just needs to fight. I mean, he probably will deliver, but they're going to make it impossible to bring most of it, I would think. But he needs to fight. That's the thing.
Well, to be
people
fair,
respect someone who
the way that most like mayoral candidates do.
Yeah, true. Yep. So yeah. Anyway, I'll sign off. But thanks for having me on, guys. And tell the truth.
Thanks for everything.
All kinds of stuff to read and look at, and sources section is filled with third-party sources if you want to get your own take on the Young Turks Union situation. More about that in the upcoming year. And check out Earth's Greatest Enemy, Abby Martin's new documentary about the environmental impact of the U.S. military. I am an assistant editor in it. I went to the screening in LA a week or two ago. It was cool to see my name up in the credits, and so pretty excited to have played a small role in that. We're still doing some work on it for the bigger release next year, so that's
awesome.
really fun and cool. It's a nice feather in the cap. Yeah, winners and losers. And I'm hoping to connect more with this space folks and have guests and stuff like Pep. I don't know if we've met before.
No, I think it's the first time I met you, but nice to meet you, Hank.
That'd be cool. Yeah, for sure.
Collab.
And Kristina and everybody else. Yeah, collabs. I still haven't.
I didn't work at TYT, but I've been a viewer since like 2013. I knew Anna for 10 years. So there's a lot of stuff that
it's an interesting. I was a paid member starting in 2008 or something like that. Like I go way back.
I think I'm right there with you, Hank.
Yeah.
Wow. I used to read my first tweets to Hassan when he would be on a power panel on a Friday, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Hassan used to come up to me and bother me about stand-up comedy before he recorded Bro Tips. He'd, hey, so you did comedy? Is that like, because he was working at TYT, letting fish shit all over the sidewalk next to the building. It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. But anyway, the benefits of being the boss's nephew. That's his dog. His dog's name was Fish, by the way, guys. He didn't have
Fish.
He didn't have a pet fish that he had outside. Yeah.
I drew Fish for somebody's tattoo.
I
was like, okay.
Wait, somebody else got a tattoo of Hassan's dog?
And Hassan. And all the poop. Yep.
They got to replace that. They got to add Kaya to that.
Yeah.
I've drawn Michael Brooks and Sam Cedar as a tattoo.
That was actually true? That someone went and got?
Yeah.
And what's it look like the after on skin?
It looked like my drawing. It was great.
Oh, hell yeah.
Every time.
Wow. All right. Well, I'll sign off. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Hank.
More to come
Thanks
and
for the
more
videos.
graphics and stuff too. Yeah, I'm excited to do that
it's awesome.
collaboratively. I want to start working on that part of the project. So
appreciate it.
Good night. Good night, y'all. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, everybody. Be well. Be safe. Bye.
Pep.
See ya.
Yeah. No, I I felt like I just got everybody else going there. So yeah, I start off this space over on Tuesdays. I felt like a cathartic show today where I got to start off by saying, rest in piss to Dick Cheney. That was awesome. Did not think I'd get to do that. It was an existential thing where legitimately I thought that man would live until 120 and he would somehow outlive me. So that's one little anxiety notch off my belt. And after I do the exclusive show of PEPAGANDA on Tuesdays here, it's my exclusive hour for you folks. I do my regular show over on YouTube and Twitch. It's on Pep Talks TV, and you guys can follow me over in the links in the description. And yeah, it's about 4 to 5 hours of just some good old politics and fun. But yeah, come join me, and I really appreciate you guys having me on tonight. And yeah, I will catch you guys later.
Yeah, thanks, Pep. Appreciate it.
Good
night. Kristina, look, I mean, they just leave the Southerners up here.
I know.
Look, we look like American Gothic right now.
I know.
See what I'm saying?
And the pitchfork. Wait.
My glasses. That's that was the best part of the night right there. Where'd everyone go? Shit. Hey, thanks for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. What state is the letter hack in? A state of madness. I am in a state of anxiety.
Yeah.
No, I'm in the state of South Carolina with Kristina.
Yeah, I've actually met Matt in person at a Comic-Con in Augusta because Augusta's like very close to where I live.
I'm trying to go to the Anime Fest on the 15th, but I don't know. We're getting this new dog tomorrow. We got to see how it goes.
Yeah,
but
you might want to keep an eye on
busy
the
boy
doggy.
here. Yeah. Thanks for being here tonight. I really do appreciate it. I'm just going to talk and say thanks and do some credit stuff for like 2 minutes, and then I'm out of here. No, seriously, though, thanks for everything. I really do appreciate all your work.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Joan Crawford. That's no
wire hanger. Well, you know what's funny, though? Kristina Crawford even admits, she's like, that scene in the movie, that never happened in real life.
But I don't use wire hangers.
I don't use wire hangers either because they're not. I mean, I know the whole story. I know the story about why she doesn't like wire hangers. It has to do with her when she was a child working and she had to put clothes on wire hangers when she was a child or whatever. But I'm friends with Kristina Crawford. And a lot of the stuff, she's like, my mom didn't do any of that to me. And I'm like, what did she do? She lied. She just didn't like that her mother was trying to raise her to be strict and independent and capable at a very young age. Because
Yeah, but that's not a good movie.
it's not a good movie, exactly. But even Betty Davis's daughter did her own book, and everyone was like, the fuck? You're just trying to profit off of the Joe Crawford thing. It was stupid. But also, Betty Davis' daughter was a born-again Christian, so.
Huh. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for being on. It's good to see you as always.
Yeah. You can find me at twitch.tv/cosmopolitics and Movie Night Extravaganza on YouTube.
Yes. All right. Take care.
Bye.
See ya. Folks, thanks for watching our special coverage of the New York City mayoral election 2025. Today is November 5th, but we've been on air here at this space since 1 p.m. November 4th. And I think that's pretty cool. It's a mix of original content, live exclusive content, and syndicated content that you can rewatch or just wait to watch because there's other things going on at the time of the original airing. We're trying to make it easy for you. We're trying to make it accessible for everyone. Tell your friends. If you just have CNN on in the background just to have something on, consider putting us on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank everyone for their contribution today. It was a good win. One to hold on to, motivate us to keep going, to keep pushing. I want to say special thanks to all of our moderators, to Nick, the producer, hardworking guy, to Jet, and to Etch for edits and managing videos on social media. We're getting this done with a lot of volunteer help and a lot of selfless time being spent on, I almost said wasted, not wasted, spent on this project of ours, this collective. And so when you see these folks out there, or you just think maybe they're working hard behind the scenes, just say thanks in the chat. Let them know that you are giving them a virtual pat on the back. Look, everybody, we will be back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's Thursday, DJ exclusive, kicking it off, and then we'll go all the way through to the Ben Dixon, Angry Ginger, Vizora, Political Coffee House with Sandy. It is a banger lineup. I'd like to say I'll see you in the chat, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. But anyway, thanks everyone for being here. New York, we did it.